February has been an incredible month for this channel, and I genuinely want to thank every single one of you who's joined and supported it along the way. Your time, your comments, and your presence here mean more than you probably realize. Tonight's upload is a curated master compilation featuring the most popular stories from February. If you've been here for a while, you may recognize them. Every story in this collection has been previously released. This is simply a way to revisit the ones that resonated the most, gathered together in one place. Whether you're listening while winding down after a long day, settling in for the night, or letting the stories carry you into sleep, I hope this collection keeps you company. And if you're comfortable sharing, drop a comment and let me know where you're listening from. I always enjoy seeing how far these stories travel and where this community is tuning in from around the world. Thank you for being here. Let's begin. This was the last radio transmission anyone ever received from Tower 17. I need to say that up front because what I'm about to tell you sounds impossible. But the Forest Service has the recordings, they have the incident report, and they have the photographs of what we found circling the base of that tower when they finally sent someone to pull me out. My name is Ethan Cole. I'm 32 years old, and in October of 2023, I was a forestry technician working my 4th season with the U.S. Forest Service in Pisgah National Forest, North Carolina. Tower 17 was a fire lookout station about 16 miles into the backcountry, accessible only by a Forest Service road that turned into a hiking trail for the last 4 miles. The assignment was 7 days solo, October 15th through October 22nd, right in the middle of what we call the false summer, when the leaves are turning but the temperatures spike back into the 70s before the real cold sets in. I'd done solo rotations before, preferred them, actually. No small talk, no pretending to care about someone else's podcasts or dietary restrictions. Just me, the radio, and a 180-degree view of the Appalachian Mountains turning red and gold. I packed the same way I always did. Freeze-dried meals, 5-gallon water jug, batteries, first aid kit, binoculars, weather station equipment, firefinder, topographic maps, 2 paperback novels, and my personal gear. The tower had solar panels and a propane stove, so I wasn't exactly roughing it. It was a metal structure, 60 feet tall, with a 12 by 12 foot cab at the top accessed by a ladder with a safety cage. The windows gave a panoramic view in every direction. At night you could see exactly 2 lights, a cell tower about 9 miles east, and on clear nights the glow of Asheville far to the northwest. The hike in was perfect. Mid-70s, clear sky, the kind of October day that makes you forgive the humidity of August. I reached the tower at around 3 p.m. on October 15th, climbed up, did my equipment check, and radioed into the district office. Tower 17, this is Cole. On station, all equipment functional, visibility approximately 20 miles. Copy that, Tower 17. Welcome back, Ethan. Check-in schedule is 0800 and 1800 daily. You know the drill. Roger that, Tower 17 clear. I spent the first 3 days in the routine I'd built over 4 seasons. Wake at 6:30, coffee, scan the horizon with binoculars, checking for smoke, checking the weather station, logging wind speed and temperature. 8 a.m. check-in, read, scan again. Noon check-in if weather changed. 6 p.m. check-in, more reading. At night, I'd sit out on the catwalk that circled the cab and watch the stars with no light pollution to bleach them out. The Milky Way looked like someone had spilled milk across black cloth. On the morning of October 18th, day 4, I saw the hiker. It was 9:45 a.m. I was scanning the southern sector with binoculars when movement caught my eye. A figure was hiking up the old Black Bear Trail, which had been officially closed since 2019 due to erosion damage. The trail was visible from the tower for about a quarter mile, where it crossed an open ridge before disappearing back into the tree line. I focused the binoculars. Male, probably 6 feet tall, wearing a dark green jacket and a black baseball cap. He had a day pack, the kind you'd use for a short hike. He was moving at a steady pace, not fast, not slow. As I watched, he stopped, turned directly toward the tower, and waved. Just a normal wave. Hand up, side to side, friendly. I didn't wave back. You're not supposed to encourage people on closed trails. But I made a note in the logbook. Oh, 9:45, single hiker observed on closed Black Bear Trail. Male, green jacket, black cap, moving north toward tower access trail. I watched him disappear into the tree line. From that point, the trail would take him another 2 miles before he'd intersect with the main access trail that led to the tower. If he was actually trying to reach Tower 17, I'd see him again in about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, depending on his pace. I went back to my novel, checked the weather station, made coffee. At 11:30 a.m., I saw him again. But he wasn't coming from the north, where the Black Bear Trail would have brought him. He was coming from the west, from the direction of Laurel Creek, a completely different drainage on the far side of a ridgeline that would have required at least 4 hours of hard hiking to access from where I'd seen him 2 hours earlier. Same green jacket, same black cap, same height, same steady pace. I picked up the binoculars and focused on him. Same day pack. He was too far away to see his face clearly, but the build was identical. He stopped at almost the exact same spot where the first hiker had stopped, turned toward the tower, and waved. The same wave. Hand up, side to side, friendly. This time I felt something cold move through my chest. I checked my logbook. The description matched exactly, but there was no way it was the same person. The terrain didn't allow it. You'd have to cross a ridgeline with no trail, drop 1,000 feet into a creek valley, and climb back up. Not in 2 hours. Not carrying a pack. I grabbed the radio. District. This is Tower 17. Go ahead, 17. I've got a question about trail closures. Black Bear Trail is still closed, correct? Affirmative. Closed since 2019. Why? I spotted a hiker on it this morning, and now I'm seeing what looks like the same hiker approaching from the Laurel Creek side. Is there an organized group out here I wasn't told about? Trail crew? There was a pause. Negative. Tower 17. No authorized personnel in your sector. Can you confirm it's the same individual? I looked through the binoculars again. The figure was still standing there facing the tower. As I watched, he waved again. The exact same motion. Clothing matches. Build matches. But the timing doesn't make sense unless he's moving a lot faster than he should be able to. Probably just two different hikers in similar gear. You know how that goes. If he tries to access the tower, just let him know it's Forest Service only and send him back down. We'll note it in the report. Copy that. Tower 17 clear. But I kept watching. The figure stood there for another 3 minutes facing the tower before he finally turned and walked back into the tree line, heading away from the tower this time, back toward Laurel Creek. I didn't see him again that day. That night, I sat out on the catwalk like always, but I kept the binoculars next to me. The temperature had dropped into the low 50s. Good sleeping weather. The stars were out, thick and bright. I could hear the wind moving through the pines below, a sound like water rushing over rocks. At 11:17 p.m., I heard the voice. It came from directly below the tower, at ground level. A man's voice, calm and clear. Ethan, just my name. Spoken like someone calling to get my attention. I stood up and walked to the railing looking down. The tower had a motion-activated light at the base, but it hadn't triggered. I could see the clearing around the tower lit by moonlight, pale dirt. The trailhead, the old fire ring we sometimes used. Nothing. Ethan, you up there? The voice was familiar. Not someone I knew well, but someone I'd heard before. I couldn't place it. Tower's closed to visitors. I called down. You need to head back to the trailhead. It's 11 miles. Silence. Then, I just need some water. Ran out about 2 miles back. Can you spare a bottle? That's a reasonable request. Hikers run out of water. It happens, but something about the voice made my skin feel too tight. The familiarity I couldn't place. The way it echoed slightly wrong in the clearing. There's a creek a 1/4 mile east on the access trail, I said. Follow the trail back the way you came and take the first left. You'll hear it before you see it. More silence. Long enough that I thought he'd left. Then, come down, Ethan, just for a minute. I want to see you. The cold feeling came back stronger this time. Nobody on a night hike talks like that. Nobody asks you to come down from a locked tower at 11 p.m. just to see you. Tower's locked, I said. Forest Service personnel only. Head to the creek and get your water. If you're lost, I can radio for a ranger to meet you at the trailhead in the morning. I waited. No response. No sound of footsteps leaving. After 5 minutes, I went back inside the cab, locked the door, and closed the storm shutters on the windows. I didn't sleep well. October 19th, day 5. I woke up at 6 a.m. and opened the shutters. The first thing I saw were the tracks. Someone had walked circles around the base of the tower. Not hiker boots, the treads were wrong. Too uniform, too geometric. They looked almost like the tracks you'd see from tactical boots or military footwear, but the depth was inconsistent. Some prints pressed deep into the dirt like the person was carrying heavy weight. Others were barely visible, like they'd been walking on their toes. The circles were perfect. 3 concentric rings around the tower, each about 10 feet apart, all moving clockwise. I radioed it in at 8 a.m. Check-in. District, this is Tower 17. I had a visitor last night around 2300 hours requesting water. He circled the tower after I refused to come down. Tracks are visible from the cab. Recommend a ranger. Check it out. Copy. Tower 17. Can you describe the individual? Negative visual. Contact was verbal only. Male voice. Claimed he needed water. Any threats? No threats. Just persistent. Asked me to come down multiple times. Understood. We'll make a note. If he returns, document everything and call it in immediately. Do not engage. Roger that. I spent the morning watching the tree line. No movement, no hikers. The air felt heavier than it should, like the pressure before a thunderstorm, but the sky was clear. At noon, I ate lunch chicken and rice from a freeze-dried pack and tried to read, but I kept getting up to scan the woods. At 2:30 p.m., I heard my mother's voice. She called from the southwest, from the direction of the trail that led back to the Forest Service road. Ethan, honey, are you up there? My mother lives in Raleigh. She's 64 years old and hasn't hiked anything more challenging than a paved greenway in 15 years. There is no possible way she was in Pisgah National Forest calling up to a fire tower. But the voice was perfect. Same cadence. Same slight rasp she's had since she quit smoking in 2007. Same way she says honey with the second syllable drawn out. I didn't answer. Ethan, I need to talk to you. Can you come down for a minute? My hands were shaking. I grabbed the binoculars and scanned the tree line where the voice had come from. Nothing. Just pines and underbrush and the trail cutting through. Ethan, please. It's important. I picked up the radio. My voice came out steady, which surprised me. District, Tower 17. I need to report something. Go ahead. I'm hearing voices. Mimicry. Someone is using my mother's voice, calling from the tree line. This is not a legitimate visitor. A longer pause, this time. When the dispatcher came back, her tone had changed, more focused. Tower 17. Confirm you are hearing voice mimicry. Affirmative. Female voice. Perfect replication of a family member who is not and cannot be on site. Understood. Tower 17, listen carefully. Do not respond to the voices. Do not go down to investigate. Secure the cab and maintain your position. We're sending a ranger to your location, ETA approximately 4 hours. Do you copy? Copy. Maintain position. Do not engage. Ranger inbound. 4 hours. Confirm you have adequate supplies and water. Affirmative. 5 days of food and water remaining. Good. Check in every hour until the ranger arrives. If anything changes, radio immediately. Do not use your personal cell phone. That last instruction caught me off guard. Why not my cell phone? Just protocol. Tower 17. Radio only. Understood? Understood. Tower 17 clear. I locked the door and checked every window latch. The cab was solid metal walls, reinforced glass, a door that sealed with a heavy deadbolt. I was 60 feet in the air. Nothing was getting in. At 3 p.m., I heard my ex-girlfriend. Her name was Rachel. We dated for 2 years and broke up in 2021 when she moved to Oregon for a teaching job. The breakup was amicable. We still texted sometimes. Birthday messages, occasional memes. Her voice came from the east side of the tower. Ethan? Oh my God, is that you? The tone was perfect. The slight upturn at the end of questions. The way she pronounced my name with emphasis on the first syllable. I can't believe you're here. I'm lost, I think. Can you help me? I sat in the chair bolted to the floor in the center of the cab and stared at the ceiling. Don't respond. Don't engage. The ranger is coming. Ethan, please, I'm scared. I don't know where I am. 4 hours. I could last 4 hours. At 3:45 p.m., I heard my best friend from college, Kyle. We'd been roommates sophomore year, stayed close after graduation. He lived in Denver now, worked in tech. His voice came from the northwest side. Dude, Ethan, what are you doing all the way out here? The casual tone was perfect. The way he always called me dude, even though we were in our 30s. The slight laugh in his voice like everything was a joke. I've been hiking for like 6 hours trying to find you, man. Can you at least come down and point me toward the parking lot? I checked my phone. No service. But I'd synced my messages before the hike in. Nothing from Kyle. No texts. No missed calls. He didn't even know I was in North Carolina. Last we'd talked was 3 weeks ago about a Broncos game. I didn't answer. At 4:30 p.m., I heard my high school soccer coach, Coach Patterson. He'd died of a heart attack in 2015. I'd gone to the funeral, but his voice boomed up from the south side of the tower, strong and commanding. Cole, stop hiding up there and get down here. You've got a conditioning run. The exact phrase he'd used 1,000 times during practice. The way he pronounced my last name with emphasis on both syllables. Even the slight wheeze at the end from the decades of cigarettes before he'd quit. I pressed my hands against my ears, but I could still hear it. At 5:15 p.m., I heard my dead grandfather. That one almost broke me. He died when I was 16, lung cancer. I'd watched him waste away over 6 months until he didn't look like himself anymore. But the voice that called up to the tower was him at his best, strong, clear. The voice from when I was 10 years old and he'd take me fishing. Ethan, boy, you gonna make your old grandpa climb up there to see you? My eyes were wet. I wiped them with my sleeve and stared at the radio, willing the ranger to call, to say he was close, to say this would be over soon. The voices continued. They cycled through people from my life with perfect accuracy. A professor from college, a guy I'd worked with at a pizza place in high school, my cousin who lived in Texas, people I hadn't thought about in years. And then, at 6:30 p.m., I heard my own voice. It came from directly below the tower, right at the base of the ladder. Ethan, I know you can hear me. It was me, my exact voice. The way I sound on recordings, which is always slightly different from how you hear yourself in your own head. You can't stay up there forever. Eventually, you'll run out of food, run out of water, and when you come down, I'll be waiting. I grabbed the radio with shaking hands. District, this is Tower 17. The voices are continuing. It's now mimicking my own voice. Ranger ETA? Tower 17, Ranger Collins is approximately 90 minutes out. Hold your position. Copy. My voice spoke again from below. They're not going to help you, Ethan. You know that, right? This isn't the first time this has happened. Check the logbooks. Check the reports from Tower 17. There's a reason they always send people here alone. That wasn't true. Couldn't be true. I'd read the tower logs going back 3 seasons. Nothing unusual. Just weather data and smoke reports, and the occasional lost hiker. But I pulled out the logbook anyway, started flipping back through entries from previous technicians. Nothing stood out. Standard observations. Wind speed, visibility, temperature. Then I found it. July of 2022. A note in different handwriting than the rest of that month's entries. Incident on 7th night. Heard voices. Maintained position. Ranger arrived dawn. No evidence of visitors. Recommend psych eval for all solo assignments. And another one, September of 2020. Same notation in different handwriting. Multiple voice contacts, night of September 19th. No visual confirmation. Tracks around tower base. Recommend two-person rotations. The recommendation for two-person rotations had been ignored. They'd kept sending people alone. My voice called up from below. You're starting to understand. That's good. Understanding helps. What do you want? I shouted it before I could stop myself. To see you. That's all. Come down, Ethan. Let me see you up close. Why? Silence. Long enough that I thought maybe it was over, maybe the thing, whatever it was, had left. Then my mother's voice. Because you belong down here with us, honey. And my grandfather's voice. We're family, boy. Family stays together. And Rachel's voice. I never stopped loving you. And my own voice, underlaying all of them, come down, come down, come down. I turned the radio volume up as loud as it would go to drown them out. At 7:45 p.m., I saw it. I'd kept the shutters closed, but there was a small observation window on the north side that didn't have a shutter, just reinforced glass. I was looking through it, watching for the ranger's headlamp on the trail, when I saw the figure standing at the tree line. It was tall, maybe 7 feet. It stood upright like a person, but the proportions were wrong. Arms too long, head tilted at an angle that would break a human neck. In the moonlight, I could see it was wearing clothes, a green jacket, and black cap, the hiker I'd seen on the 4th day. As I watched, it raised one arm and waved, hand up, side to side, friendly. Then it started walking toward the tower. Not the shambling walk you see in movies. It moved with purpose, with grace, each step deliberate. When it reached the clearing around the tower, the motion light clicked on. That's when I saw it clearly. The jacket was real. The cap was real. But underneath, the thing wearing them wasn't. The skin was gray and wrong, stretched too tight over bones that didn't fit right. The face under the cap was almost human, but the eyes were too far apart, and the mouth was too wide, and when it smiled up at me, there were too many teeth. It stopped at the base of the ladder and looked up. When it spoke, it used my voice. Last chance, Ethan. Come down, and this ends quick. Stay up there, and I'll wait. I'm very patient. Eventually, you'll have to come down. I backed away from the window and grabbed the radio. District, Tower 17. I have visual contact with an entity at the base of the tower. It is not human. I repeat, not human. Where is the ranger? Static then. Tower 17, Ranger Collins is 30 minutes out. Do not leave the cab. Confirm you are secure. Confirmed. Door locked. Windows secure. Hold position. We're also sending wildlife management and a second ranger. ETA 60 minutes. Wildlife management. That's what they called it. The thing at the base of the ladder started climbing. I could hear it. The metallic clang of boots. On rungs. Steady. Rhythmic. It was climbing slowly, taking its time. I watched the door. The deadbolt was engaged. The door was solid metal. It couldn't get in. The climbing stopped. I heard it on the catwalk, walking around the perimeter of the cab, testing the windows. The shutters were closed on all but the north observation window, and that glass was rated for hurricane force winds. Its face appeared in the observation window. Up close it was worse. The skin looked like rubber pulled over a frame that didn't match. The eyes were yellow with pupils that contracted to vertical slits in the light. It pressed its hands against the glass, and I saw the fingers were too long with extra joints. It opened its mouth and spoke in my grandfather's voice. Ethan, boy, let me in. It's cold out here. I turned away and focused on the radio, waiting for the ranger's call. The thing circled the cab 17 times. I counted. Each circuit took exactly 90 seconds. On the 18th circuit, it stopped at the door and spoke in a voice I didn't recognize, flat, emotionless, not mimicking anyone. You cannot stay up here forever. The tower will need maintenance. The water will run out. The food will spoil. In a week, 2 weeks, a month you will have to come down, and I will be here. Then it laughed. The sound was wrong, like stones grinding together. At 8:23 p.m., I saw headlamps on the trail. Two of them, moving fast. The thing on the catwalk turned to look. It stood at the railing for a long moment, watching the approaching lights. Then it climbed over the railing and dropped. Not climbed down, dropped. 60 feet straight down. I heard the impact, a heavy thud, but when I looked through the north window, there was nothing at the base of the tower, just the clearing and the motion light and the trees beyond. The headlamps reached the tower at 8:31 p.m. Two rangers, both carrying rifles. One of them was Collins. I recognized his voice from the radio. Tower 17, this is Ranger Collins. We're at the base. Are you secure? Affirmative. It dropped from the catwalk about 8 minutes ago. I lost visual. Copy. We're going to do a perimeter sweep, then we're coming up. Stay inside until I knock. I watched through the north window as they circled the tower, weapons raised, lights scanning the tree line. They moved like military, not park rangers. Professional, practiced. After 10 minutes, Collins called up. Tower 17, we're coming up. I heard them climb. Two sets of boots, slow and careful. A knock on the door. It's Collins. Open up. I unlocked the door. Collins came in first, mid-40s, weathered face, eyes that had seen things. The second ranger was younger, maybe 30, with a name tag that read Santos. Collins looked around the cab, checking corners, then looked at me. You okay? Yeah. Tell me everything. I did. The hiker on the closed trail. The voices. The thing in the green jacket. The climb up the ladder. All of it. Collins listened without interrupting. When I finished, he nodded like this was all completely normal. You did the right thing. Stayed in the cab, didn't engage. Called it in. That's protocol for a reason. This has happened before, I said. It wasn't a question. Tower 17 has a history. We don't staff it anymore during certain times of year. October is usually okay, but, he shrugged, sometimes the patterns change. What is it? We don't have a name for it. It shows up on the closed trails, watches the tower, mimics voices. Best guess from wildlife management is some kind of territorial predator that uses vocal mimicry to lure prey. But it follows rules. It won't cross certain thresholds, won't come into lit areas with multiple people present, won't enter structures that are sealed. It climbed onto the catwalk. But it didn't breach the cab. Tested the windows, tested the door, but didn't force entry. That's consistent with observed patterns. Santos spoke up from the doorway. We found the tracks. 3 rings around the tower, clockwise, same as the last incident. Collins turned back to me. We're pulling you out tonight. Pack your essentials. The rest can stay for the next crew. There's going to be a next crew? Not for a while. We're closing Tower 17 for the season. Officially, it's for maintenance. Unofficially, he gestured to the windows. We wait until it moves on. I packed my backpack in 10 minutes. Sleeping bag, personal gear, logbook, radio. Left the food and water and books. We climbed down together, Collins in front, me in the middle, Santos behind. Each step felt deliberate, careful. The metal rungs were cold under my hands. At the base of the tower, Collins swept his flashlight across the clearing. The tracks were still there. 3 perfect circles. And beyond them, at the edge of the tree line, I saw something move. Just a shape, too far back to make out details, watching us, waiting. Collins saw it too. His hand moved to his rifle. Keep moving, eyes forward, don't look at it. We hiked out in silence. 11 miles in the dark, headlamps cutting narrow paths through the forest. The trail that had seemed pleasant and easy on the way in now felt claustrophobic, hemmed in by walls of pine and darkness. Every time I glanced back, I saw something moving parallel to the trail, staying just beyond the light, pacing us. Santos noticed too. It's still following. I know, Collins said. Keep your pace steady. Don't run. Running triggers pursuit behavior. How do you know that? I asked. Experience. We passed the junction where the Black Bear Trail split off. The trail marker was still there, marked with orange tape and a sign. Trail closed. Hazardous conditions. In my headlamp beam, I saw fresh tracks crossing the trail. Not boot prints, something else. Long impressions in the dirt that could have been hands or feet, impossible to tell. Don't stop, Collins said. Mile 3, mile 4, mile 5. The thing in the woods kept pace with us, never falling behind, never getting closer. Sometimes I'd catch a glimpse of movement between the trees, something tall, moving upright. Sometimes I'd hear branches snapping, always from the same distance. At mile 7, Santos stopped and turned toward the sound. Santos, eyes forward. Collins barked. It's getting closer. No, it's not. It's the same distance it's been since we left the tower. That's the pattern. It follows to the boundary. What boundary? The road. It followed us all the way to the Forest Service road, where 2 trucks were waiting with their headlights on. At the road, Collins stopped and turned to the tree line. He raised his voice, speaking clearly. This sector is closed, marked for non-interference. Move on. No response. Just the sound of wind through the pines. We got in the trucks and drove back to the district office. I gave a full statement to Collins and a woman from wildlife management who asked strange questions about the thing's behavior, like she was cataloging data. Then they sent me home with 2 weeks paid leave and a reminder that my incident report was classified under internal Forest Service protocols. I never went back to Tower 17. 3 months later, I transferred to a different district. I work in an office now, coordinate trail crews, process permits, analyze fire risk data, no more solo rotations, no more remote towers. But sometimes late at night, I'll hear my phone ring with a number I don't recognize. When I answer, there's silence on the other end, just breathing that sounds almost human, but not quite. And sometimes, very faintly, I hear my own voice whispering from the other end of the line. I hang up. Always hang up. The Forest Service still has Tower 17. It's marked on maps as temporarily closed for maintenance, but the locals know better. They know the trails around it are restricted. They know you don't hike Black Bear Trail after dark. They know that if you're in that part of Pisgah and you hear someone calling your name, you don't answer. Because some things in the mountains are older than the trails we cut through them, older than the towers we build. And they remember everyone who passes through their territory. They remember, and they wait, and they call your name in voices you thought you'd never hear again. So, here's what I learned, and here's what I'll tell anyone who asks. If you're alone in a fire tower and you hear voices from below, voices of people you know, people you love, people you've lost, do not answer them. Do not open the door. Do not go down to investigate. Stay on the platform. Call it in. Wait for daylight or backup. The thing in the woods can mimic any voice it's ever heard. It can wear clothes it finds on the trails. It can learn your name from the radio chatter and your history from the way you react to its calls. But it cannot cross certain thresholds. It cannot force a locked door, and it cannot follow you past the boundary of light and witnesses. Stay in the light. Stay with others. And if you're assigned to Tower 17 in October, ask for a different rotation. They'll understand. They always do. Story 2. The echo problem. The footsteps behind me matched my pace exactly. But when I stopped, they took one more step. I need to start there, because that's when I knew something was fundamentally wrong. Not just weird hiking coincidence wrong. Not just I'm tired and hearing things wrong. Wrong in a way that made my lizard brain scream at me to get off the trail and find people. My name is Ryan Foster. I'm 29 years old, and in late September of 2023, I was 3 days into a solo 4-day section hike on the Appalachian Trail between Hot Springs, North Carolina, and the Tennessee border. I'd hiked the AT before, did Georgia to North Carolina in 2019, planned to finish the whole trail in sections over the next few years. I wasn't a novice. I knew trail safety, I knew the regulations, and I knew how to handle myself in the backcountry. The section I was hiking was relatively easy. 42 miles total, manageable terrain, well-marked trail. Late September meant the crowds had thinned out after Labor Day, but the weather was still good, highs in the mid-60s, lows in the 40s, perfect for hiking. I had planned my stops. First night at a shelter near Garenflow Gap, Second night near Bluff Mountain. Third night at Walnut Mountain Shelter. Then out to the trailhead near the Tennessee line on day 4. I started the hike on September 23rd at the southern trailhead just outside Hot Springs. The weather forecast had been perfect. High pressure system, clear skies, temperatures in the 60s during the day and 40s at night. I'd packed light, 28-pound base weight, including a 2-person tent I used solo because I liked the extra space. Down sleeping bag rated to 20 degrees, MSR stove, 2 fuel canisters, Sawyer mini filter, 4 days of food, basic first aid, and my personal gear. I carried 2 liters of water in smart water bottles and planned to filter from streams. The first day was 11 miles to Flow Gap Shelter. Easy hiking, well-graded trail, crossing streams every few miles. I passed 3 southbound section hikers in the morning and stopped for lunch at a gap where I had a view west toward the Pigeon River Valley. The air smelled like late summer dry leaves, warm pine, that particular scent of southern Appalachian forest that's half green and half decay. I reached Flow Gap Shelter at 4:30 p.m. The shelter was a standard 3-sided wooden structure with a raised sleeping platform and a fire ring out front. 2 other people were already there, Todd and Jennifer, a couple in their 50s from Ohio doing a week-long section hike. We shared the shelter, cooked our separate dinners, and talked about gear. Todd was excited about his new water filter. Jennifer showed me pictures of their dog. Normal trail stuff. They were heading south, I was heading north, so we'd be going separate directions in the morning. That night was quiet. I slept well. No weird sounds. No disturbances. Just the normal forest at night wind. Some small animal rustling around the shelter. An owl in the distance. Day 2, September 24th. I said goodbye to Todd and Jennifer around 7:45 a.m. and headed north. 12 miles to Bluff Mountain, slightly harder terrain with more elevation gain. The trail climbed steadily through oak and hickory forest, following ridgelines most of the day. I passed 2-day hikers around noon, college-age kids from Asheville, doing an out and back to Max Patch for the views. They warned me the water sources were getting low due to lack of rain, but I had enough to make it to Bluff Mountain where the shelter log reported a reliable spring. I reached Bluff Mountain Shelter at 5 p.m. Solo that night, which I preferred. I set up my tent near the shelter rather than sleeping on the platform, old habit from my thru-hiking days. I liked having my own space. Filtered water from the spring, cooked dinner, hung my bear bag, and read by headlamp for an hour before bed. The stars were incredible that night. No moon, just the Milky Way stretched across the sky like a river of light. Still nothing unusual. Just a good day of hiking in perfect weather. Day 3, September 25th, that's when it started. I broke camp at Bluff Mountain at 7:30 a.m. Temperature was 41 degrees, clear sky, light frost on my tent. I packed efficiently. 7 years of backpacking teaches you to streamline. Tent, sleeping bag, bear bag down from the tree, stove, filter, food bag. Everything had a place. I was on the trail by 8:15 a.m., heading north. The trail from Bluff Mountain to Walnut Mountain Shelter was about 13 miles. Easy day. The trail followed a ridgeline for most of it, dropping down into gaps and climbing back up, standard Appalachian topography. I passed the Max Patch turnoff around 10 a.m. Max Patch is a bald mountain that's popular for the views, but I'd seen it before and didn't feel like adding the detour. At 11:45 a.m., about 8 miles into the day's hike, I noticed the echo. I was walking through a section of trail that cut through dense rhododendron, the kind of thick mountain laurel that makes a tunnel over the trail. My boots hit the trail in a steady rhythm, crunch, 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 on the mix of dirt and leaves. Standard hiking cadence, but I heard each step twice. The first time I noticed it, I stopped to check my pack. Sometimes a strap will come loose and slap against the frame in rhythm with your steps. Sounds like a second person walking. But all my straps were tight. Gear was secure. I started walking again. Crunch, 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 and a half second behind each step. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I stopped. The echo took one more step. I I stood completely still on the trail. The forest was quiet, just wind moving through the trees, a few birds, the distant sound of water from a creek somewhere downhill. No footsteps. I turned around and looked back down the trail. Empty. Just the white blazes marking the AT disappearing around a bend. I'm a rational person. I don't jump to supernatural conclusions. The most logical explanation was that another hiker was behind me, matching my pace accidentally, and when I stopped, they took one more step before realizing I'd halted. It happens. Trail etiquette is to give people space, so they were probably keeping distance. I called out, "Hey, I'm going to take a break here if you want to pass." No response. Just wind and birds. I waited 2 minutes. Nobody appeared. So I started hiking again, but slower this time, paying attention. The echo came back immediately. Every footstep doubled. I stopped abruptly. One more step behind me. I spun around fast. The trail was empty. "Okay," I said out loud. Weird acoustics. Rhododendron tunnel. Sound reflecting weird. I pulled out my phone to check the time. No service this deep in, but the clock worked. 11:53 a.m. I marked it mentally. If the echo kept happening, I'd note the duration. I hiked for another 30 minutes. The echo stayed with me the entire time, never varying, always exactly half a second behind my steps. When the trail opened up into a clearing, an old logging area that was growing back, the echo stopped. I took a water break, ate a protein bar, checked my map. 4 more miles to Walnut Mountain Shelter. The trail ahead crossed Jerry Cabin Ridge, dropped into Painter Branch Valley, then climbed up to the shelter. Standard stuff. The clearing was maybe 50 yards across, surrounded by new growth, pine and poplar. The sun was directly overhead. It was quiet in the way that forests get sometimes. No birds, no wind, just that heavy silence that feels like the woods are holding their breath. That's when I heard my own voice. It came from behind me, back toward the rhododendron tunnel I'd just left. My voice, my exact tone, saying something I'd said out loud about 20 minutes earlier. Okay. Weird acoustics. Rhododendron tunnel. Sound reflecting weird. The exact words. The exact inflection. Like someone had recorded me and played it back. I turned slowly. Nothing there. Just the trail disappearing into the laurel. Then my voice again, from a different direction, off to my left, maybe 30 yards into the new growth. "Hey, I'm going to take a break here if you want to pass." My hands went cold. That wasn't an echo. That wasn't acoustics. That was something repeating things I'd said. Word perfect. In my voice. I grabbed my pack and started walking fast. Not running. Running on technical trail is a good way to break an ankle, but moving with purpose. The trail climbed out of the clearing and back into mature forest. I kept my pace steady and listened. For about 10 minutes, nothing. Just normal forest sounds and my own breathing. Then I heard footsteps ahead of me. Not behind this time. Ahead. Someone was hiking south, coming toward me, on the trail. I felt relief flood through me. Another person meant witnesses, meant I wasn't alone, meant whatever weird echo thing was happening wasn't a threat because there were other people around. I came around a bend and saw him about 40 yards ahead. Male, maybe my height, wearing a blue jacket and a gray beanie. He had a red pack, the kind you'd use for a day hike or a short overnight. He was walking toward me at a normal pace. I raised my hand in the standard hiker greeting. He raised his hand back. As he got closer, I noticed something off about his movement. The arm swing was wrong. His left arm swung a little too far forward, then snapped back, like a video game character with clipping animation. And his head was perfectly still. When you hike, your head moves naturally with your gait, slight bob and sway. His didn't. It was locked forward, staring at me. 20 yards. I could see his face now. White guy, maybe 30s, beard, sunglasses, normal features. But the sunglasses were reflecting wrong. I could see trees in the reflection, but not the trees around us. Different trees, denser canopy, pine instead of hardwood. 15 yards. Something about his jacket was off. The fabric didn't move right. When wind moved through the trees and I felt it on my face, the jacket didn't ripple. It stayed perfectly still, like it was painted on. 10 yards. His smile was too wide. Corners of his mouth pulled back just a little too far, and his eyes, behind those sunglasses, I couldn't see them, but I could feel them. Fixed. Unblinking. "Hey," he said. My voice. Not his voice, my voice. The exact tone I'd used when I called out in the rhododendron tunnel. The exact inflection, the slight breathlessness from the incline. I stopped walking. Every instinct I had was screaming, wrong, wrong, wrong. He stopped walking. We stood there on the trail, 10 yards apart. His chest wasn't moving. No breathing. Just standing there. Perfectly still, except for that smile. "What are you?" I asked. My actual voice shook. His smile got wider, pulling back until I could see too many teeth. "What are you?" My voice again, but with the shake removed. Perfected. Like he'd taken my voice and edited out the fear. He tilted his head. The movement was wrong, too far. 45 degrees, neck bending at an angle that would paralyze a human. The vertebrae would have to snap to move like that. But there was no sound, no crack, just smooth rotation like his neck was on a ball joint. I took a step backward. He straightened his head. The movement was just as wrong, coming back mechanical, precise, inhuman. "You should keep walking," he said. Still my voice, but the words I hadn't said. "The trail continues ahead. Don't stop now. You're making good time." My hand moved to my bear spray on my hip strap. 10-ounce canister, 30-foot range. Effective on aggressive wildlife. This wasn't wildlife, but it was all I had. He saw the movement. His head tilted again, other direction this time. Curious. "You won't need that," he said. Different voice now, Todd's voice, from the first night. The same slightly nasal tone, same Ohio accent. "The trail is safe. I've been hiking it all morning." Then he straightened and started walking toward me again. Same clipping animation. Left arm too far forward, snap back. Right step, left step. Head perfectly still. I backed up. "Stay back." He stopped. Smiled. "Stay back." My voice. Perfect replication. I turned and ran. Trail running with a full pack is stupid and dangerous, and I did it anyway. I didn't look back. I just focused on the white blazes, followed the trail, tried not to catch my boot on roots or rocks. I could hear him behind me, footsteps that matched my pace exactly, no variation for terrain or effort. After maybe a quarter mile, I had to stop. Completely gassed, heart hammering, hands shaking. I bent over and tried to catch my breath. The footsteps behind me stopped. I turned around. He was standing there, 30 feet back, still smiling. Blue jacket, gray beanie, red pack, head tilted wrong. "Why are you running?" My voice. My exact voice. But curious now, questioning. I pulled my phone out. No service, but I opened the camera anyway and pointed it at him. In the screen, he looked different. The edges were blurry, like bad CGI. The jacket and beanie were solid, but underneath them, the outline of his body shifted, too tall in some frames, too thin in others. He raised his hand and waved. Same greeting gesture from before, but through the camera, I could see his arm had too many joints. I put the phone away and looked directly at him. Normal. Human. Wrong smile and wrong head tilt, but human-shaped. "What do you want?" I asked. "What do you want?" Immediate echo, my voice. "I want you to leave me alone. I want you to leave me alone." Perfect replication. He took a step toward me. I took a step back. He took another step. I took another step back. Then he stopped and pointed past me, up the trail. "Go," he said. Not my voice this time. Something else. Flat and motionless, the vocal equivalent of static. I didn't go. I stood there, trying to figure out what the hell was happening. This wasn't a bear, wasn't a person, wasn't anything I had a protocol for. He pointed again, more insistent. "Go." I checked my map with shaking hands. The trailhead continued for about 2 more miles before reaching Walnut Mountain Shelter. But there was a blue-blazed side trail about a quarter-mile ahead that led down to Painter Branch, a creek at the bottom of the valley. Water. The boundary rule from every folklore story I'd ever heard. Running water. Spirits can't cross it. Old superstition, but I'd take old superstition over standing on the trail with something that shouldn't exist. I started walking. Not back toward him, but perpendicular to the trail, cutting through the forest. No trail, just bushwhacking downhill toward where the topo map showed Painter Branch. Behind me, I heard movement, fast movement, crashing through undergrowth, getting closer. I ran. Downhill running in the forest is controlled falling. You pick your line, avoid the big trees, try not to hit rocks, and hope you don't catch a root. I did all of that poorly. Crashed through saplings, slipped on leaves, used trees to slow my momentum. Behind me, the crashing kept pace. I could hear it breathing. Not human breathing. Something that sounded like wind through a hollow log. The slope got steeper. I half ran, half slid, grabbing branches to keep from tumbling. My pack caught on a low branch and spun me around. I fell, rolled, came up with leaves in my hair and dirt on my face. The thing was 15 feet uphill, standing between 2 pines. It wasn't wearing the blue jacket anymore. Wasn't wearing the beanie. Those were on the ground behind it, empty, like shed skin. What stood there was tall, 7 feet maybe, and thin in a way that wasn't anatomically possible. Gray skin stretched over a frame that bent wrong. The head was elongated, eyeless, with a mouth that split the face horizontally. The arms were too long and ended in hands with too many fingers. It opened its mouth, and my voice came out. "Ryan, stop running. I just want to talk." My full name. I'd never said my name out loud on this hike. It had pulled it from somewhere else, my wallet maybe, my trail register entries, somehow. I scrambled backward, got my feet under me, and kept running downhill. I could hear water now. The creek. Close. The thing behind me made a sound that wasn't a voice, high-pitched, warbling, wrong. Then it spoke again in my voice. "You can't cross water. Old rules. I know the old rules too. But rules change. Everything changes." That almost made me stop. If it could cross water, I had no plan. But I kept running, because running was all I had. The creek appeared through the tree's Painter Branch, maybe 15 feet wide, moving fast over rocks. The water was clear and cold, runoff from higher elevations. I didn't slow down. Just hit the water at full speed, splashed through, stumbled on the slick rocks, fell to my knees in the middle, got up and kept going. The water was knee-deep and cold enough to make my legs ache. I reached the far bank and turned around, stumbling on the rocks, catching myself with my hands in the shallow water near the edge. The thing stood on the opposite bank. Still tall, I could see now it was at least 7.5 feet, maybe 8. Still impossibly thin. The gray skin looked wet in the sunlight filtering through the canopy, almost translucent in places where I could see dark shapes underneath that might have been bones or might have been something else. But it wasn't moving toward the water. It stood there at the edge, where the dirt bank ended and the rocky creek bed began. One long hand thing reached out toward the water, fingers I counted 7 extending toward the surface. It stopped an inch above the creek. We stood there, maybe 20 feet apart with Painter Branch moving between us. The water was loud here, rushing over rocks, drowning out other sounds. It tilted its head at that same wrong angle and opened its mouth. A dozen different voices came out at once, layered over each other like a bad recording. My voice, Todd's voice, Jennifer's voice talking about her dog, the Asheville college kids warning about water sources, a woman's voice I didn't recognize saying something about weather, a child's voice, high and clear, singing part of a nursery rhyme, all speaking together, overlapping, creating a sound that made my teeth ache. Next time, next trail, next hiker, we learn, we practice, we get better, we're always here, always listening, always watching. We remember every voice, every word. Yours too, Ryan Foster, 29, from Charlotte, section hiking alone. We know you now. The way it said my information, pulling details I'd never spoken out loud on this trail, made my skin crawl. My driver's license was in my pack. Had it somehow gotten into my gear? Or was it pulling information from somewhere else? The trail register I'd signed at Carenflow Gap? The ATC permit I'd filed online? It lowered its hand and stepped back from the water's edge. The movement was more careful this time, deliberate, like it was testing a boundary it didn't fully understand. The old rules, it said, voice shifting to something between my voice and static. Water is boundary, sacred spaces, thresholds. The rules bend but don't break. Not yet. We're learning those too. Then it turned and walked back into the forest. The movement was more natural now than it had been when it was wearing the hiker costume, long strides, arms swinging, head scanning the woods. It moved like a predator, efficient and purposeful. It disappeared between the trees, and the crashing sounds of movement faded gradually until I could only hear the creek again. I sat down in the water, not caring that it soaked through my pants and boots. The cold helped. The shock of it. I needed something real and physical to anchor me to reality, because what I'd just seen violated every rational understanding I had of the world. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get my water bottle out of my pack's side pocket. I drank, filtered more water from the creek, drank again. The sun was past its peak, maybe 3 p.m. I had been on the trail for about 7 hours. 7 hours ago, the world made sense. I sat in Painter Branch for 25 minutes before I heard voices upstream. Real voices, I could tell the difference now. Conversation between two people, natural rhythm, laughing about something. Human voices don't layer over themselves. They don't echo with dozens of other voices. They don't sound like static trying to form words. A couple appeared around a bend in the creek, walking along the bank. Mid-40s, both wearing day packs. The woman had blonde hair and a ponytail. The man was tall and heavy-set, wearing an NC State shirt. They saw me sitting in the water, and the man called out, "Whoa, you okay? Take a fall?" I looked at them carefully, watching their movements. The woman's ponytail swung naturally as she walked. The man's shirt wrinkled and moved with his breathing. Their shadows fell correctly behind them based on the sun angle. Their voices matched their body language, concerned but casual. This is what humans look like. This is what humans moved like. "Yeah," I said, and my voice came out steadier than I expected. Slipped on the rocks, just catching my breath. They came closer, and I watched them the whole time. The woman pulled out a first aid kit from her pack. "Anything twisted? You need wrap or tape?" "No, I'm good. Just stupid. Should have been paying more attention." The man smiled. "Creek crossing's always tricky. We're heading back to our car at the Groundhog Creek trailhead, about 3 miles downstream if you want some company. Safety and numbers and all that." 3 miles downstream wasn't my planned route. I was supposed to be at Walnut Mountain Shelter and about 4 miles north. But I didn't care about my itinerary anymore. I cared about being around other people. Real people. People who breathed and moved correctly and only spoke with one voice at a time. "That would be great, actually," I said. I was thinking about cutting the trip short anyway. Trail conditions are worse than I expected. They both nodded, like this was perfectly reasonable. The woman introduced herself as Patricia. The man was her husband, Steve. They were from Banner Elk, doing a day hike before the fall tourist rush hit their town. We hiked downstream together, following Painter Branch as it cut through the valley. Patricia walked in front, Steve behind me. Having someone at my back made me tense at first, but Steve kept up a running commentary about the fishing in this creek. He'd been coming here for 15 years, knew every pool and rapid human conversation. Normal topics, it helped. We hiked out together. I told them I decided to cut my trip short, that the trail conditions were worse than I'd expected. They believed me, because why wouldn't they? At the trailhead, I got cell service for the first time in 3 days. Patricia and Steve waited while I made some calls, offering me water and granola bars. Good people. I got their contact information, told them I'd send them a thank you note. They seemed to think my mood was just from the slip and the frustration of cutting the trip short. I let them think that. After they left, I sat in my truck for 20 minutes before I could make myself drive. Just sat there, windows down, listening to normal sounds. Cars passing on the highway. A family loading gear into their SUV 2 parking spots over. Someone's radio playing country music. Real, mundane human sounds. I called the Appalachian Trail Conservancy on the drive home and reported an aggressive wildlife encounter on the trail between Max Patch and Walnut Mountain. The woman who took my report was professional and methodical. She asked for specific location details, time, description of behavior. "Can you describe the wildlife?" she asked. "I'm not sure what it was," I said carefully. "Tall, moved upright, mimicked sounds. I've never seen anything like it." Mimicked sounds? Like a bird? Like a person? It replicated human voices. There was a pause. "Okay. And did it approach you directly, or did you feel threatened?" "Both. It approached to within about 10 feet, then followed me when I left the trail. I had to cross Painter Branch to break contact." "Did it cross the water?" Interesting question. Very specific question. Like she knew the answer already. "No. It stopped at the water's edge." Another pause, longer this time. I heard keyboard clicking. "Mr. Foster, thank you for this report. We take all wildlife encounters seriously. I'm going to flag this for immediate ranger response. Someone will check that section of trail within the next 48 hours. Can I get your contact information in case we have follow-up questions?" I gave her my phone number and email. She thanked me again and said I'd receive an incident number by email within 24 hours. 3 days later, I got the email. Incident number ATNCTN923, filed September 25th. And a second email from a USFS ranger named Cooper, asking if I could provide additional details. I called the number he'd provided. Ranger Cooper answered on the second ring. "Mr. Foster, thanks for calling back. I hiked the section you reported yesterday. Didn't find signs of bear or mountain lion activity. No scat, no claw marks, no kills. But we did find something unusual." "What?" "Clothing. A blue jacket, gray beanie, and a red backpack. All folded neatly at the base of a poplar tree, about 40 yards off the trail. No ID in the pack, no tags in the clothes. They were clean, I mean brand new clean. No dirt, no wear, no sweat stains. Like someone bought them and left them there without ever using them." "Where was this exactly?" "About 200 yards north of Painter Branch Crossing, which matches the area you described in your report." I thought about the thing wearing that jacket, wearing the beanie, carrying that pack, all of it, a costume, a disguise, shed when it didn't need the camouflage anymore. "Mr. Foster, I have to ask, did you see another hiker in that section? Someone matching that description? I saw something wearing those clothes." "But it wasn't a hiker. Can you elaborate?" I decided to tell him. What did I have to lose? The movement was wrong. Arms swinging at the wrong angle, head too still, smile too wide. When I checked my phone camera, the image didn't match what I was seeing with my eyes. And when it spoke, it used my voice. My exact voice, words I'd said earlier, perfect replication. The line was quiet for a long moment. "Mr. Foster, thank you for that detail. That's helpful. Has this happened before? I can't discuss other incidents, but I can tell you we're putting up trail advisories for that section, recommending group hiking only until further notice." "What are you telling people the advisory is for?" "Unusual wildlife activity." "That's accurate enough." He thanked me again and said the ranger station would hold the found items for 30 days per standard procedure, then donate them if unclaimed. I checked the ATC website every few days for the next month. They posted a trail advisory for the section between Max Patch and Walnut Mountain on September 27th. Recent reports of unusual wildlife behavior. Hikers advised to travel in groups of 2 or more. Report any encounters to ATC immediately. The advisory stayed up through October, then was quietly removed in November. No explanation, no follow-up, just gone. I did some research. Went back through old trail forums, looking for similar reports. Found a few. Hiker in 2019 reported hearing his own voice calling from off-trail near the same area. He thought he was experiencing altitude sickness or dehydration. Woman in 2017 reported seeing another hiker whose reflection in a puddle didn't match their appearance. She'd convinced herself she'd imagined it. Guy in 2015 posted about finding a perfectly clean jacket and boots arranged neatly on a rock near Painter Branch. He'd taken pictures, but couldn't explain why someone would leave good gear. Patterns, going back years, always the same area, always involving voices, reflections, or abandoned clothing. No one ever claimed the blue jacket, gray beanie, or red backpack. I finished the Appalachian Trail eventually. 2 years later, different sections, different seasons. I always hike with at least one other person now. And I pay attention to sounds, really pay attention. If I hear my footsteps echo, I stop. If I hear my voice, I don't respond. If I see another hiker whose movement looks wrong, I go perpendicular to the trail until I find water. Because here's what I learned, and here's what I'll tell anyone who asks. If you're hiking alone and you hear your own voice, don't respond to it. Don't try to investigate. Don't convince yourself it's acoustics or your imagination. Move perpendicular to the trail, not forward, not backward. Perpendicular, and find the nearest water source. Creek, stream, river, doesn't matter. Cross it and put it between you and whatever is speaking with your voice. Water is a boundary. Not an absolute boundary, apparently, but enough of one that whatever's in those woods chooses not to cross it most of the time. And most of the time is good enough when the alternative is standing on the trail trying to have a conversation with something wearing a hiking costume. Trust your instincts. If someone on the trail moves wrong, talks wrong, or reflects wrong in your camera, they're not a person. Get to water, cross it, find other people. The Appalachian Trail is beautiful, it's peaceful, it's one of the best experiences you can have in the American wilderness. But you're not always alone out there, even when you think you are. And not everything that looks like a hiker is one. Story 3. The Sweep. At 11:43 p.m., every radio in the park went silent at once. I'm going to walk you through what happened that night because the official report doesn't tell the whole story, can't tell the whole story. Park Service incident reports have a specific format, a specific language, specific boxes to check. What happened to me on November 7th, 2023 doesn't fit in those boxes. My name is Tyler Brennan. I'm 26 years old, and at the time of this incident, I was a GS5 park ranger with the National Park Service, assigned to Great Smoky Mountains National Park. I'd been with the park for 8 months, still probationary, still learning, still trying to prove I could handle the job. Before this, I had worked seasonal positions at smaller parks, but the Smokies was the big leagues. 650 square miles, over 12 million visitors a year, everything from search and rescue to law enforcement to wildlife management. November 7th was a Wednesday. Midweek in November meant the park was quiet, summer crowds long gone, fall colors mostly finished, winter hiking season not quite started yet. Perfect time for what we called winter prep sweeps. The park has dozens of backcountry campsites and shelters that get closed for the season in mid-November. Before we close them, rangers do a final sweep check for stragglers, post-closure notices, document site conditions, make sure nobody's planning to squat through the winter. I was assigned to sweep the Cataloochee Valley section, 6 campsites, 2 shelters, 1 old homestead site that wasn't supposed to be occupied but sometimes was. The route was a 23-mile loop on gravel roads and hiking trails, estimated time 6 to 7 hours starting at 6 p.m. Night sweeps were standard for this. You catch people who are actually camping versus just passing through, and you avoid disrupting daytime visitors. My shift supervisor was Sarah Chen, 15-year veteran, knew the Smokies better than anyone. She briefed me at 5:30 p.m. in the ranger station. Route is straightforward, she said, pointing at the map. Start at the Cataloochee entrance, check Palmer Creek, Pretty Hollow Gap, and Big Fork Ridge. Radio check-in every 30 minutes. If you find occupied campsites, inform the campers about the closure date and issue warnings if they're violating regulations. Questions. What if I find someone at the old Palmer homestead? Document it. Get IDs if possible. Tell them it's closed. Don't engage if they're hostile. Just radio it in and we'll send backup. You're not out there to be a hero. I loaded my truck with gear. Radio, spotlight, citation book, first aid kit, GPS unit, trail maps, cold weather gear. The temperature was already dropping. Forecast call for upper 30s overnight with possible frost. I wore my uniform, forest green pants, tan shirt, campaign hat, duty belt with all the standard equipment. Looked official, felt official. I was still new enough that wearing the uniform made me feel like I was playing dress up. I left the station at 6 p.m. and drove the 35 minutes to the Catalucci entrance. The road was winding, 2-lane blacktop that cut through dense forest. In my headlights, I caught glimpses of the valley opening up open meadows surrounded by mountains, a few historic buildings preserved from when this was farmland before the park existed. In summer, this area was packed with people looking for elk. The valley had one of the largest elk populations in the eastern United States, reintroduced in 2001. Tourists would line the roads at dawn and dusk hoping for photos. Tonight it was empty, just my truck and the darkness. I radioed in at 6:45 p.m. Ranger Station, this is Brennan. Entering Catalucci Valley, beginning sweep route. Copy that, Brennan. Check-in schedule is every 30 minutes. Stay safe. The first campsite was Palmer Creek, about 2 miles down a gravel side road. The road was rougher than I expected, washboard sections that made my truck rattle. I passed an old church, Palmer Chapel, built in 1908, white clapboard siding glowing in my headlights. During the day, it was picturesque. At night, it looked like something from a ghost story. Palmer Creek campsite was empty. I parked, grabbed my gear, and walked the site perimeter with my spotlight. 4 tent pads, all clear. Bare cables intact, thick metal cables strung between trees where campers hang food bags to keep them away from wildlife. Fire ring showed no recent use, just old charcoal from weeks or months ago. The latrine was clean. I posted a closure notice on the wooden sign. This campsite closes November 15. Citations will be issued for violations. I documented everything in my notebook: time, location, conditions, any maintenance issues. This was standard procedure, the kind of routine work that made up 90% of the job. Nothing exciting, nothing dangerous, just bureaucracy in the woods. Second campsite, Pretty Hollow Gap, 5 miles north on the main gravel road. This one required a short hike, quarter-mile trail from the parking area. The temperature had dropped to 41 degrees. My breath made clouds in my flashlight beam. The site was empty again. I checked the bare cables, the fire ring, the tent pads, posted another closure notice. Noted that one of the tent pads needed leveling. It had eroded on one side, probably from runoff during summer storms. Maintenance issue for the spring crew. Third campsite, Big Fork Ridge. This one was higher elevation, about 3,000 feet, accessible by a different spur road. The road got steeper, narrower. Tree branches scraped my truck's sides. I made a mental note to trim them back when I did daytime patrols through here. Big Fork Ridge campsite. Empty. Bare cables intact. Fire ring clean. But the latrine was in bad shape. Door hanging crooked. Roof shingles coming loose. I spent 10 minutes documenting the damage with photos and detailed notes. This would need repair before next season. By 9 p.m., I'd completed the first half of the route. 3 campsites down, 3 more to go, plus 2 shelters. I'd seen exactly 0 people, 0 vehicles, 0 signs of current camping. The forest felt empty in a way that was both peaceful and slightly unnerving. It was too quiet. No owls. No night birds, just wind and the sound of my own footsteps. At 9:30 p.m. I radioed in. Ranger Station, Brennan. First 6 sites complete, all empty, proceeding to shelter checks. Copy, Brennan. Radio check at 1000 hours. I drove the gravel road toward Rough But Bald. Yes, that's the real name. We got jokes about it constantly, where the first shelter was located. The road was in decent shape but narrow, barely wide enough for my truck. Trees pressed in on both sides. My headlights cut through the darkness, catching eyes occasionally deer, raccoons, once a fox that stared at me before bolting into the underbrush. I reached the Rough But Bald trailhead at 9:50 p.m. The shelter was a quarter mile up the trail. I grabbed my flashlight, radio, and pack and started hiking. The shelter was a standard three-sided structure, same design as hundreds of others throughout the Appalachians. Raised wooden platform, shingled roof, open front facing a fire ring. My flashlight beam swept across it. Empty. No gear, no sleeping bags, no sign of recent use. The shelter log, a notebook where hikers sign in, had the last entry from October 19th, almost 3 weeks ago. I posted a closure notice, checked the structure for damage, noted everything in my log. 10:22 p.m. I radioed in, Ranger Station, Brennan. Rough But Bald shelter is empty and secure. Moving to final shelter. Copy that, Brennan. One more check at 10:50, then final at 11:30 when you're back at your truck. The final shelter was 3 miles north at Poles Gap. The trail between was easy, well-maintained, gentle grade, wide enough that I could use my flashlight without constantly watching my footing. The forest at night had its own sounds. Whine through bare branches, small animals moving in the leaf litter, the occasional owl. All normal, all familiar. I reached Poles Gap shelter at 10:48 p.m. This one was different. There was a tent set up inside the shelter, not next to the shelter, which would be normal. Inside it, someone had set up a 2-person tent on the wooden sleeping platform, taking up most of the space. A small camping lantern glowed inside the tent, casting a yellow light that made shadows dance on the shelter walls. This was a violation. Shelters are first come, first served. You don't set up tents inside them, you sleep on the platform. But more than that, something felt wrong about the scene. The tent was perfectly positioned, exactly centered on the platform. No gear outside it, no boots by the entrance, no camp stove or food bag, just the tent and the lantern inside. National Park Service. I called out, I need to talk to whoever's in the tent. No response. The lantern kept glowing. I walked closer, stepping carefully. The shelter is closing for the season. I need to see your permit and inform you of the closure date. Still nothing. I could see shadows moving inside the tent. Someone was in there. I reached for my radio. Ranger Station, Brennan. I've got an occupied shelter at Poles Gap. 1 tent, at least 1 person. Not responding to contact. Requesting backup. I pressed the transmit button and heard static. Normal static. Waiting for the response. Nothing. I tried again. Ranger Station, this is Brennan. Radio check. Static. No response. I checked the radio. Power was on. Battery showed full. But nobody was answering. The tent zipper opened. A ranger stepped out. He was wearing the same uniform I was. Green pants, tan shirt, campaign hat, duty belt with radio, flashlight, bear spray. He looked maybe 40, clean shaven, average height. He smiled at me. Sorry about that, he said. Was just getting settled in for the night. You must be here for the sweep. Something was wrong. Rangers don't camp in shelters during sweeps. We work from vehicles. We don't sleep in the backcountry unless it's an emergency. And, I hadn't seen any ranger vehicles at the trailhead. I didn't see your truck, I said, keeping my voice professional but firm. Parked at the north access point, different route. He gestured vaguely toward the dark forest behind the shelter. Came in from the Hemp Hill Bald Trail. Shorter if you know the terrain. That was plausible. Rangers use different access points all the time depending on which section we were checking. But something about his X and months felt rehearsed, like he'd prepared the answer ahead of time. What's your name, Ranger? I asked. Patterson. Been doing these sweeps for 12 years. You must be new. I haven't seen you before. Brennan. Tyler Brennan. 8 months with the park. Welcome to the Smokies. Beautiful place to work, but it can be tricky at night, easy to get turned around. He stepped fully out of the tent, and that's when I noticed his boots. They were completely dry. I had just hiked a quarter mile through wet leaves and frost. My boots were soaked, water staining the leather dark. But Patterson's boots looked freshly polished. The kind of shine you only get from new leather or careful maintenance. No mud, no water stains, no trail dirt. Trail's pretty wet tonight, I said, testing him. Yeah, getting colder too. Might see frost by midnight. He looked up at the sky like he was checking the weather, but the shelter roof blocked most of the view. Another gesture that didn't quite match the situation. Radio's not working, I said, holding up my unit. I can't raise the station. You having the same problem? Yeah, that happens up here sometimes. Dead zones. We're in a valley. Signals bounce weird. He tapped his own radio clipped to his belt. Mine's out too. Probably the same issue. We'll report it when we get back to the station. He spoke with confidence, the kind of authority that comes from experience. If I hadn't noticed the dry boots, I might have believed him completely. But now that I'd seen it, I couldn't unsee it, and I started noticing other things. His campaign hat sat at the exact regulation angle, but underneath it, his hairline looked wrong, too even, too perfect. Like a wig instead of natural hair. His duty belt had all the standard equipment, radio, flashlight, bear spray, first aid pouch, but the positions were slightly off. The radio was on his left hip when most rangers wore it on the right. The flashlight was behind him instead of at his side. Small details, but wrong. And his shadow. In the lantern light from the tent, his shadow fell on the shelter floor too short and too dark. It didn't move naturally as he shifted weight. It was like watching a bad special effect, a shadow painted on instead of cast by light. You checked the other shelters yet? He asked, breaking my analysis. All of them. This is the last one on my route. Good, good. Thorough work. Chen always picks good people for the night routes. He said Chen's name casually, like they'd worked together for years. She's a great supervisor. Knows these mountains better than anyone. That was true. Chen did know the mountains, but the way he said it felt wrong, too familiar, too knowing. You work out of Catalucci Station? I asked directly. Sometimes. I float between sections, go where I'm needed. Cover shifts, train new rangers, help with the big projects. He smiled, showing teeth that were too white in the dim light. Flexible assignment. Keeps the job interesting. Every answer was plausible. Every answer made sense on the surface. But underneath, everything felt staged, like he was performing the role of ranger instead of being one. What's your badge number? I asked. His hand moved immediately to his chest, fingers pointing to where the badge should be pinned. The motion was automatic, practiced. But when I looked, there was nothing there. Just empty tan fabric on his uniform shirt. He froze mid-gesture. His smile stayed fixed on his face but didn't reach his eyes. Must have left it in the truck, he said. The tone was lighter now, almost amused. Been a long shift. You know how it is. That was impossible. Badges were required at all times on duty. You didn't remove them. You didn't forget them in your vehicle. They were pinned to your uniform at the start of your shift and stayed there until you clocked out. Regulations require badge display during all official duties, I said, keeping my voice level. You're absolutely right. He dropped his hand. Tell you what, I'll grab it when we head back. It's right in my truck. No point hiking back there in the dark just for that. I took a step backward, repositioning so I had a clear line to the trail. I'm going to head back to my truck now. Need to report the radio malfunction to the station. Your truck is 3 miles away. He checked his watch, another automatic gesture. But when I looked at his wrist, there was nothing there. No watch. Not even a watch tan line. Just the motion of checking time without the actual timepiece. It's almost 11, he continued, unbothered by the missing watch. Dark, cold. Trail's getting frostier. You should stay here tonight. We can continue the sweep together in the morning when we can see better. Safer that way. Everything he said sounded reasonable, if you didn't think about it too hard. But staying overnight wasn't protocol. Night sweeps were completed in one shift. You didn't camp mid-route. No thanks. I'm good. I know the trail. Suit yourself. His smile got wider. Just slightly. The corners of his mouth pulling back half an inch too far. But you're making a mistake, Brennan. It's dark out there. Easy to get lost. Easy to get hurt. Easy to disappear. The last word hung in the air between us. I turned and started walking back down the trail. Fast walk. Not quite running, but moving with purpose. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness ahead, catching frost on leaves, illuminating the white trail blazes that marked the path. Behind me, I heard footsteps, bootsteps on the trail. Steady rhythm. Brennan, wait. You're making a mistake. The trail isn't safe at night. There are things out here you don't understand. The voice was wrong. Still Patterson's voice, but underlaid with something else. Something that sounded like wind through a cave. I didn't wait. I broke into a jog, flashlight beam bouncing ahead of me. The trail was clear. I knew the route. 3 miles to my truck. Then I could drive out, get to a radio that worked, report this. The footsteps behind me kept pace. Not running, just walking. But somehow staying the same distance behind me no matter how fast I moved. I tried my radio again. Anyone on this frequency? This is Ranger Brennan requesting immediate assistance. I have a situation at Poles Gap. Static. Then, underneath the static, I heard my own voice. Anyone on this frequency? This is Ranger Brennan requesting immediate assistance. Perfect replication. Playing back what I just said. I ran harder. At 10:59 p.m., 1 mile from the trailhead, the footsteps stopped. I slowed down, listening. Nothing behind me. Just forest sounds. Wind. My own breathing. I kept moving, but I looked back every few seconds. The trail was empty. No flashlight beam following me. No figure in ranger uniform. Nothing. I reached my truck at 11:18 p.m. and locked the doors immediately. Checked the back seat, checked the truck bed, made sure I was alone. Then I tried the radio. Nothing. Just static. I checked my watch. 11:19 p.m. I was supposed to radio in at 11:30. The station would notice if I didn't check in. I started the engine and drove. The gravel road out of Catalucci was 23 miles to the main highway. I drove faster than I should have, 40 miles an hour on roads posted for 25, not caring about regulations. I needed pavement. I needed radio contact. I needed other people. At 11:43 p.m., my truck radio crackled to life. Not the park frequency. All the frequencies. Every channel on the scanner cycling through, each one broadcasting the same thing, static with my voice underneath it, saying fragments of things I'd said that night. Radio check. This is Brennan. I need to talk to whoever's in the tent. What's your badge number? Then, at exactly 11:43 p.m., all of it stopped. Every frequency went completely silent. Not static, not white noise. Silence, dead air. And into that silence, one transmission on the park frequency. Patterson's voice. Ranger Station, this is Patterson. Sweep complete. All sites checked and secure. Brennan and I are heading back now. ETA 45 minutes. Then Chen's voice, responding normally. Copy that, Patterson. See you when you get in. I grabbed the radio handset. Ranger Station, this is Brennan. I'm alone in my vehicle. Patterson is not with me. Do not acknowledge that transmission. Static, no response. I drove faster. I reached the ranger station at 12:17 a.m. 3 vehicles in the parking lot. Mine, Chen's truck, and a patrol SUV I didn't recognize. I ran inside. Chen was at the desk filling out paperwork. She looked up when I came in. Brennan, good sweep? No. Not good. Who's Patterson? She blinked. What? Ranger Patterson. He radioed in at 11:43 saying he was with me. He's not. I was alone the entire sweep. Chen's expression changed. She stood up slowly. Say that again? Someone radioed in, using the name Patterson. Said we were together. We weren't. And before that, I encountered someone at Pole's Gap shelter wearing our uniform, claiming to be a ranger, but his boots were dry and he had no badge. Chen walked to the radio console and pulled up the transmission log. She scrolled through entries, stopped at 11:43 p.m. No transmission logged at 11:43. She said, "Your last check-in was 10:50. You were supposed to call in at 11:30, but we didn't get it. I was about to send someone to look for you. You didn't hear the transmission? Patterson saying the sweep was complete? Brennan, there's no ranger named Patterson working out of this station. There hasn't been for 5 years." She turned to look at me directly. The last Patterson who worked here was John Patterson. He disappeared on a night sweep in November of 2018. They found his truck at a trailhead in Catalucci, but they never found him. The room felt too cold. Where in Catalucci? She checked her computer, pulled up old incident reports. Pole's Gap trailhead. He was doing the winter prep sweep, same route you just did. I sat down because my legs weren't working right. What happened to him? Nobody knows. He radioed in at 10:30, said he was checking Pole's Gap shelter. That was the last contact. Search and rescue swept the area for 2 weeks. Found his truck, found his pack at the shelter, found nothing else. The case is still open. Did they find a tent? Inside the shelter? Chen's face went pale. How did you know that? Because it's still there. I saw it tonight. She opened a file folder, pulled out photographs from the 2018 search. There it was, the tent inside Pole's Gap shelter, perfectly centered on the platform, glowing lantern inside, exactly how I'd seen it. They left it? I asked. They tried to remove it 3 different times. Each time they packed it up and carried it out, it would be back in the shelter the next day. Eventually they stopped trying. They closed that trail to the public. She looked at the map on the wall. Brennan, that trail is marked closed. How did you access it? It wasn't closed. The signs were all normal. The trail was open. She shook her head. No. Pole's Gap has been closed since March of 2019. After the second time the tent reappeared. She pulled out a current park map, pointed to the area. Red line marked the trail. Closed, hazardous conditions. But I'd hiked it. The trail was clear, well-maintained, no closure signs anywhere. Chen picked up the phone. I'm calling the district supervisor. You need to file a detailed report. Tonight. I filed the report at 1:37 a.m. Took almost an hour to document everything. The tent, the fake ranger, the dry boots, the missing badge, the radio transmissions, the voices. Chen sat with me the entire time, asking specific questions, making notes in the margins of my written statement. When I finished, she made a copy and locked the original in a filing cabinet. This isn't the first report like this, she said quietly. There have been 4 others since 2018. Rangers on night sweeps in Catalucci, all encountering someone in our uniform who shouldn't be there. 2 of them quit immediately after. The other 2 requested transfers to different parks. What about you? Are you going to transfer me? Do you want to transfer? I thought about it. Thought about the career I was building, the probationary period I was still in, the fact that transferring now would look like I couldn't handle the job. What happens if I stay? You don't do night sweeps in Catalucci anymore. You don't respond to calls in that section after dark. And if you ever hear someone on the radio claiming to be Patterson, you don't acknowledge it. You report it to me immediately. That's it? Just avoid the area? That's the protocol we've developed. It's not official. Can't be official. But it keeps our people safe. She pulled out a different map. This one hand-marked with red zones. These are areas where we've had incidents. Not just Catalucci. All over the park. Different names, different appearances, same pattern. Someone in uniform who shouldn't be there. Dry boots on wet ground. No badge. Radio malfunction. We call them echoes. Why echoes? Because they repeat things. They're like recordings of rangers who were here before, sometimes rangers who died, sometimes rangers who disappeared, sometimes rangers who are still alive, but the echo appears anyway. She pointed to a date on the map. 2 months ago, Ranger Williams saw himself on a trail in Cades Cove. his own exact appearance, wearing his uniform, walking toward him on a trail he'd hiked 100 times. He turned around and left, filed a report, requested desk duty for a month. What are they? We don't know. Park Service doesn't acknowledge them officially, but unofficially, we think they're something territorial, something that's been in these mountains longer than the park, longer than the rangers, maybe longer than the trails. They mimic what they see, they learn patterns, and they test boundaries. Why didn't they tell me this during training? Because most rangers never encounter them. Most people work their entire careers here and never see anything unusual. But the ones who do, she gestured to my report. We document it. We track patterns. We update the protocols. And we make sure people know when they're working in a red zone. I looked at the map. Red zones covered maybe 15% of the park. Small areas scattered across 600 square miles. Easy to avoid if you knew they were there. Am I supposed to keep working like this is normal? I asked. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. You're a park ranger. You protect the park and the people in it. Sometimes the thing you're protecting them from is information they can't process. Sometimes it's regulations they don't understand. And sometimes, she tapped my report. Sometimes it's something we don't have a name for. This doesn't bother you? Brennan, I've worked here for 15 years. I've seen things in these mountains that would make your night seem tame. Yes, it bothers me, but I still show up. I still do my job. Because the alternative is letting the park go unprotected, and that's not acceptable. She stood up, grabbed her jacket. Go home. Get some sleep. You're off rotation for 3 days. When you come back, we'll assign you to daytime patrols until you're ready for night work again. Different sections, nothing in Catalucci. I drove home as the sun was coming up. Couldn't sleep when I got there. Just sat on my couch and stared at my uniform hanging in the closet. I thought about quitting. Thought about it seriously. Started looking at job postings for other federal agencies, other parks, anything that would get me out of the Smokies. But I didn't quit. 3 days later, I went back to work. My hands still shook slightly when I put on the uniform, but I did it. Chen assigned me to daytime visitor contact at Klingman's Dome. Easy duty. Tourists, parking enforcement, answering questions about restrooms and trail difficulty. Nothing strange. Nothing wrong. Nothing that required me to be alone in the dark. I worked that rotation for 2 months. Then Chen asked if I was ready for night patrols again. Different section, she promised. No red zones. I said yes. I'm still working at Great Smoky Mountains National Park. It's been over a year since the Poles Gap incident. I've done dozens of night patrols since then. I've never encountered another echo. But I know other rangers have. Every few months, someone files a report. Chen adds it to the file. The map gets updated with new red zones. We don't talk about it publicly. Can't talk about it. The park has a reputation to maintain. But among the rangers, there's an understanding. If you work here long enough, you'll see something. And when you do, you document it, you follow the protocols, and you keep working. Because here's what I learned, and here's what I'll tell any ranger who asks. If you're on patrol and you encounter another ranger who shouldn't be there, wrong station, wrong shift, wrong vehicle, or no vehicle at all, do not engage beyond basic pleasantries. Note their appearance. Check for badge number. Verify through dispatch. If you can't verify, if your radio malfunctions, if they have no badge or dry boots on wet ground, you disengage. You return to your vehicle immediately. You get to a radio that works or drive until you have cell service, and you report it. Do not follow them. Do not accept their help. Do not let them lead you anywhere, and absolutely do not camp with them or stay in a location they suggest. The uniform doesn't make someone a ranger. The badge does. The verification does. Trust the protocols, not the appearance. These mountains are old, older than the park, older than the trails we maintain, and something in them has learned to mimic the people who protect them. It wears our uniforms. It uses our names. It knows our protocols. but it can't cross certain thresholds. It can't fake a badge number. It can't survive radio verification, and it stops at the edge of our station lights. So if you're a ranger, trust your training, trust your radio, trust your instincts. And if something feels wrong, it probably is. The mountains don't need more missing ranger reports. We've got enough of those already. Story 4, Wrong Brother. My brother called my name from the woods, but my brother died 3 years ago. I'm going to tell you this story because I need to say it out loud. I need to put words to what happened at our family cabin in November of 2023, 3 years after I buried my younger brother. This isn't about getting closure or moving on or any of that therapy language people use when they don't know what else to say. This is about understanding that grief makes you vulnerable, and something in the mountains of West Virginia knows exactly how to use that vulnerability against you. My name is Alex Hartley. I'm 34 years old. My brother Jake was 28 when he died in a car accident on Route 19 outside of Beckley on November 9th, 2020. Drunk driver crossed the center line at 11:30 p.m. on a Friday night. Jake was coming home from a friend's birthday party. He was sober, toxicology report confirmed it, just driving home on a road he'd driven 1,000 times. The other driver had a blood alcohol level of 0.17, more than twice the legal limit. Jake died on impact. The drunk driver walked away with a broken arm and a concussion. He got 3 years in prison, served 18 months, and was released on good behavior. I don't think about him much. The drunk driver, thinking about him, doesn't help, doesn't bring Jake back, doesn't change anything. So I focus on what I can control. My own grief, my own memories, my own way of moving forward. Or at least, that's what my therapist told me I should do. I went to 6 sessions after Jake died, then stopped going because sitting in an office talking about feelings felt like a waste of time when I could be working or running or doing anything that kept my brain occupied. The story I'm telling you happened on November 11th, 2023, 3 years and 2 days after Jake's funeral. The first time I'd gone back to our family hunting cabin since his death. The first time I'd tried to continue the tradition we'd built over 15 years of hunting together every November. Our cabin is in Monongahela National Forest, about 40 miles southeast of Elkins, West Virginia. 12 miles off the main highway on progressively worse roads paved to gravel, to dirt, to 2 ruts through the woods. The last 3 miles take 30 minutes to drive because the road is so rough. It's not much, one room, maybe 20 feet by 20 feet, propane heat, no electricity, no running water. There's a hand pump well about 50 yards from the cabin that still works if you prime it. Outhouse another 50 yards in the opposite direction. Our grandfather built it all in 1973 on a 5-acre plot he purchased from the Forest Service when they were selling off parcels to raise funds. When he died in 2003, it passed to our dad. When Dad's knees gave out in 2015, too many years of construction work, too much cartilage worn away, he passed it to me and Jake jointly. Equal shares, equal responsibility, equal memories. We'd been going there together since we were kids. I was 8 the first time Dad brought me. Jake was too young to hunt, but Dad brought him anyway because Mom said they were both going or neither was going, and she wasn't going to deal with a toddler alone for 2 weeks. By the time Jake was 12, he was hunting with us. By the time he was 16, he was a better shot than either me or Dad. By the time he was 25, the cabin felt more like his place than ours. He knew every tree stand, every game trail, every good spot to glass for deer. He'd upgraded the propane system, fixed the leaking roof, replaced the rotted floorboards by the door. He loved that cabin more than any place on earth. After Jake died, I couldn't go back. Couldn't even drive past the turnoff on Route 33 without feeling like someone was crushing my chest with both hands. Our mom kept asking when I'd return to the cabin, said Jake wouldn't want me to abandon the tradition, said it wasn't healthy to avoid places just because they hurt. Our dad just nodded and said I'd know when I was ready, said grief doesn't follow a schedule. November of 2023, I decided I was ready, or at least I decided I needed to try. I drove up on November 10th, a Friday, 5-hour drive from my apartment in Charlotte. I'd taken the whole week off work, packed my bow, my gear, enough food for 7 days. The plan was simple. Spend a week at the cabin, hunt the same stands Jake and I had built together, process whatever I needed to process, and maybe start healing. I reached the cabin at 4:30 p.m. The sun was already low, November light, going gold through the bare trees. The cabin looked exactly the same rough-cut lumber gone gray with age, corrugated metal roof patched with squares of mismatched metal where Jake had fixed leaks. Single window facing east with plywood shutters we'd close against winter storms. Door facing the dirt track that passed for a driveway. Jake's truck wasn't there, obviously, but for a half second, pulling up alone in the clearing, I expected to see it. Expected to see his beat-up Ford F-150 with the dented tailgate and the "Keep Honking, I'm Reloading" bumper sticker he thought was hilarious. Expected him to walk out of the cabin with a Yuengling in each hand, grinning that stupid grin, asking what took me so long and did I stop for fast food without him. But there was no truck. No Jake. Just the empty clearing, and the cabin, and 3 years of silence pressing down like weight. I unpacked in silence. Carried my gear inside piece by piece, bow case, pack, duffel bag, cooler, rifle case for the backup gun I wouldn't use. The cabin smelled like old wood and mouse droppings and mildew. I lit the propane heater and listened to it hiss and pop as it warmed up. Swept out the mouse droppings with the corn broom we'd left hanging on a nail. Swept out the leaves that had blown in through gaps in the walls. Opened the plywood shutters to let in the last of the daylight. Everything was where we'd left it 3 years ago. The Coleman lantern on the hook by the door, mantle blackened from years of use. The folding table and 2 chairs, same chairs that Dad had brought up here in 1998. The wooden bunk bed Dad had built when we were kids. I always took the top bunk because I was older and claimed it first. Jake always took the bottom and complained that I was going to fall through the boards and crush him someday. And hanging on the wall, Jake's old hunting gear. His orange vest, Sitka brand, the good stuff, bought with his first paycheck from the construction job he'd had right out of high school. The vest had a frayed cuff on the right sleeve where he'd caught it on barbed wire cutting through a fence in 2019. Dark stain on the lower left side from when he'd cut his hand field dressing a doe in 2018 and bled on it before he realized how deep the cut was. His camo jacket, mossy oak pattern, insulated, warm enough for West Virginia Novembers. Slightly too big for him, but he'd refused to return it because he said he'd grow into it, which he never did. The zipper stuck halfway up. He'd meant to fix it for 3 years and never got around to it. His compound bow, Matthews brand, 70-pound draw weight, set up for his shorter arms. He'd killed 6 deer with that bow. I'd helped him practice with it in our parents' backyard, holding targets while he adjusted his sight pins. I'd left them there after the funeral because I couldn't bring myself to pack them up, couldn't fold the vest and put it in a box, couldn't take the bow down and put it in storage. So they'd hung there for 3 years, collecting dust, waiting for someone who would never come back. I sat at the table and opened a beer, Jake's brand, Yuengling, because when I'd been shopping, I'd automatically grabbed what he would have grabbed without thinking about it. Muscle memory, habit, grief. I stared at his gear on the wall and felt the weight of 3 years settle in my chest. 3 years of missed Novembers, 3 years of not coming here, 3 years of the cabin sitting empty because I couldn't face being here without him. I'm back, I said out loud, talking to my dead brother, talking to an empty cabin, talking to hunting gear on a wall. I know it took me 3 years. I'm sorry, I'm here now. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that, but I'm here. The cabin didn't answer. The gear didn't move. I hadn't expected them to. I finished the beer, opened another one, and made dinner on the propane stove. Freeze-dried beef stroganoff. Same brand Jake and I had always bought because it was cheap and tasted decent enough when you were hungry. I ate straight from the pouch and tried not to think about how quiet the cabin was without him. Jake had been a talker, constant commentary, running jokes, Stories about people from work, from town, from everywhere. He'd made noise just to fill silence because silence made him uncomfortable. I'd always thought it was annoying. Now I would have given anything to hear him ramble about nothing. I cleaned up, hung the trash bag from the ceiling beam where mice couldn't get it, and tried to read by lantern light. Some thriller I'd picked up at a gas station. I read the same page 4 times and retained nothing. At 9 p.m. I gave up and climbed into the top bunk, my bunk still wearing my boots because the cabin hadn't warmed up enough yet and my feet were cold. I lay there, staring at the ceiling beams and listening to the propane heater hiss and the wind move through the trees outside. This was a mistake. I wasn't ready. I should leave in the morning, drive back to Charlotte and pretend I'd tried, and that was enough. At 11:17 p.m., I heard Jake's voice. It came from outside, from the direction of the tree line about 50 yards behind the cabin. Clear as anything, his voice, his exact tone. Alex. Hey Alex, you out here? I sat up so fast I hit my head on the low ceiling beam. For 3 seconds I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. Just heard my brother's voice calling my name from the woods, and my brain couldn't process what that meant. Alex, come on man, I know you're here. I saw your truck. I climbed down from the bunk and went to the window. Moonlight made the clearing visible bare dirt, the fire ring we'd built from creek stones, the wood pile covered with a tarp. Beyond that, the tree line. Dark. Nothing moving. Jake? I called through the window. My voice cracked. There you are. Dude, I've been looking everywhere for you. Come out here for a second. Every rational part of my brain was screaming that this was impossible. Jake was dead. I had watched them lower his casket into the ground. I'd stood at his grave on every anniversary of his death. Dead people don't call your name from the woods. But it was his voice. Perfect. The way he said dude, like it was the most natural word in the world. The slight laugh underneath everything he said, like life was one long inside joke. I grabbed my flashlight and opened the cabin door. The clearing was empty. Just moonlight and shadows and the smell of wood smoke from a fire I hadn't lit. Jake, where are you? By the tree stand. The one we built on the North Ridge. Remember? Come on, I want to show you something. The North Ridge tree stand. We'd built it together in 2017. Spent 3 days hauling lumber and climbing harnesses up a steep slope to get a platform 20 feet up in an oak tree. Good sight lines overlooked a natural funnel where deer moved between feeding and bedding areas. Jake, I couldn't finish the sentence. You're dead. You've been dead for 3 years. This isn't real. I know it's been a while, man. I'm sorry I haven't been around. But I'm here now. Come on. Just like old times. I stood in the doorway with the flashlight in my hand and felt something break inside my chest. Because more than anything in the world, I wanted it to be true. I wanted my brother back. I wanted to walk up to that tree stand and find him there. Alive, grinning, ready to hunt like we used to. But I knew it wasn't true. I went back inside and locked the door, hands shaking so badly I could barely work the deadbolt. Alex? The voice was closer now, right outside the cabin. Why'd you go back inside? Come on, man, don't do this. Don't shut me out. I sat on the bottom bunk, Jake's bunk, and tried to control my breathing. This wasn't happening. This was grief, stress. 3 years of unprocessed trauma manifesting as auditory hallucinations. I had read about it. Bereaved people sometimes hear their dead loved ones. It's a known phenomenon, completely explainable. Alex, I know you can hear me. I know you're scared. But it's really me, I promise. Just open the door. The voice was pleading now, hurt, like I was the one being unreasonable. If you're really Jake, I called through the door. Tell me something only Jake would know. Silence for a moment. Then, remember when you were 16 and you crashed Dad's truck into the fence post trying to learn stick shift? You made me promise not to tell. I never did. Or when we were kids and you were afraid of the dark, and I'd tell you stories until you fell asleep. I always made them up on the spot. You thought I was reading from a book, but I wasn't. I was just talking until you weren't scared anymore. I felt tears on my face. Those were real memories, true things, things only Jake would know. That doesn't prove anything, I said, but my voice was weak. Those are things I remember. My memories. You could be pulling them from my head somehow. Alex, I know I died. I know it's been 3 years. I don't understand how I'm here any more than you do, but I am here, and I miss you. I miss hunting with you. I miss the cabin. I miss everything. The voice cracked, like Jake was crying. Please, just let me see you, just once. That's all I'm asking. I put my head in my hands. Every instinct I had was at war. The rational part of my brain knew this wasn't real. The grieving part of my brain didn't care. It wanted to believe, wanted to throw open the door and find my brother standing there. Impossible, but true. I can't, I whispered. I can't do this. Yes, you can. You're the bravest person I know. You always have been. You took care of me our whole lives. Let me take care of you now. Let me help you. Just open the door. I stood up and walked to the door, hand on the deadbolt. This was insane. This was grief making me crazy. I unlocked the door. I turned the handle. I opened it 6 inches. And standing in the moonlight, wearing Jake's orange vest and camo jacket, the gear that was still hanging on the wall inside the cabin behind me, was something that looked almost exactly like my brother. Almost. The face was right. The height was right. The build was right. But the eyes were wrong. They were Jake's brown eyes, but they didn't move right. They stared without blinking, without the tiny micro-expressions that make eyes human. And the smile was too wide, just a fraction too wide, pulling back to show too many teeth. And behind it, through the open door, I could see the wall inside the cabin. Jake's vest and jacket were still hanging there, still on their hooks. The thing outside was wearing copies. Perfect copies. But copies. There you are, it said with Jake's voice. I missed you, big brother. I slammed the door and locked it. The thing outside laughed. Jake's laugh. Perfect replication. Alex, come on. Don't be like that. I just want to talk. I just want to spend time with you, like we used to. You're not Jake. I'm as close to Jake as you're ever going to get. The voice was colder now. Still Jake's tone, but emptier. He's gone. Dead. Buried. But I remember everything he remembered. I know everything he knew. I can be him for you. Isn't that what you want? Isn't that why you came back here? I backed away from the door. No. I came here to remember him, not to replace him. What's the difference? The thing's voice was curious now. Clinical. Memory is just information. I have all his information. I can speak like him, act like him, hunt with you like he did. I can make you forget he's gone. Isn't that better than being alone? Get away from my cabin. This was his cabin too. His name is on the deed. Same as yours. I have just as much right to be here as you do. Maybe more. You abandoned it for 3 years. I've been here the whole time, waiting, hoping you'd come back. That sent ice through my veins. What do you mean you've been here? Someone had to take care of the place. Someone had to keep the tradition alive. I've been hunting these woods every November since Jake died, using his stands, his trails, his favorite spots. I even got a deer last year. 8-point buck. Jake would have been proud. The voice was warm again, nostalgic. I field dressed it right there by the Northridge stand. Left the gut pile for the coyotes, like Jake always did. I looked at the gear on the wall. Jake's vest, his jacket. If the thing outside was wearing copies, where did the copies come from? You're wondering about the clothes, it said, reading my silence. I made them. I can make anything if I study it long enough. Took me about 6 months to get the wear patterns right. The frayed cuff on the jacket sleeve, the blood stain on the vest from that time Jake cut his hand gutting a doe in 2018. Every detail. Perfect. Why? I asked. Why do this? Because Jake loved it here, loved hunting, loved spending time with you. And now he's gone, but I can continue what he started. I can be what he was. Better, even. I don't get cold, don't get tired, don't make mistakes. I'm the perfect version of your brother. You're not my brother. You're a thing wearing his face. Silence. Long enough that I thought maybe it had left. Then the voice came back, darker. You're right. I'm not Jake. Jake is in the ground rotting. Been there for 3 years. Worms in his eye sockets. Flesh falling off his bones. That's your brother Alex. That's what's left of him. I'm something better. I'm the memory without the decay, the love without the loss. And you're going to let me in eventually. Tonight, tomorrow, next year. Doesn't matter. Grief doesn't heal. It just gets quieter. And when it gets loud again, and it will, you'll open that door. You'll let me in. You'll let me be him for you. Because the alternative is accepting that he's really gone. And you can't do that. Can you, Alex? I didn't answer. Couldn't answer. Because part of what it was saying felt true. Part of me did want to believe, did want to open the door and pretend, did want anything except the reality that Jake was gone forever. I'll wait, the thing said. I'm patient. I've got all the time in the world. You've got the rest of your life to be alone, to spend every November up here by yourself, to sit in this cabin and remember, or you can let me in and we can make new memories, better memories, memories where Jake never died, where the drunk driver missed, where we're both here, both hunting, both alive. Those wouldn't be real memories. Are any memories real? Alex, you've been rewriting your memories of Jake for 3 years, making him funnier than he was, kinder, better. You've made him a saint in your head. That's not real either. That's just a different kind of fiction. At least my version can talk back. I sat on the floor with my back against the door. The thing was right about one part. I had been idealizing Jake, making him perfect in death in a way he never was in life. He was my brother. I loved him. But he wasn't perfect. He was stubborn and reckless and made stupid decisions, like driving Route 19 at night when he'd been drinking. I'd spent 3 years not thinking about those parts, only remembering the good. If I let you in, I said slowly, what happens? We hunt. We talk. We remember. And when the week is over, you go home. And next November, you come back. And I'll be here. Always waiting, always Jake, forever. And if I don't let you in, then you sit in that cabin alone, and eventually you leave, and next year you try again, and maybe you make it a week, maybe you make it a day, but eventually you'll stop coming, because it hurts too much, because every inch of this place reminds you of what you lost. And the cabin will sit empty, and the tradition will die, and Jake will really be gone, completely, finally. Is that what you want? I stood up and walked to the gear on the wall. Jake's vest, Jake's jacket, Jake's bow, real things, things he'd actually touched, things that still smell faintly like him, gun oil and coffee and the specific laundry detergent our mom used. I took the vest off the hook, held it, felt the weight of it. The frayed cuff where Jake had caught it on barbed wire. The blood stain from 2018 when he'd cut his hand. Then I walked to the propane heater and dropped the vest on top of it. The synthetic material melted first, then caught. Orange flame, black smoke. What are you doing? The thing's voice was sharp now, angry. Jake's voice, but twisted. I grabbed the jacket, dropped it on the heater. More flame. More smoke. The cabin started to fill with the acrid smell of burning synthetic fabric. Stop it. Those are his things. You're destroying him. These aren't him, I said calmly. These are just objects. Jake is dead. He's been dead for 3 years, and nothing you say or do or pretend to be will change that. I opened the cabin door and threw the burning gear outside. It landed in the dirt of the clearing, still smoking. The thing wearing Jake's face stood 20 feet away, perfectly still. In the firelight from the burning clothes, I could see it clearly. It didn't look like Jake anymore. The face was wrong. Too smooth. Too symmetrical. The proportions were off by millimeters. Eyes too far apart, mouth too wide, nose too straight. It was like looking at an AI-generated image of a human almost right, but fundamentally wrong in ways your brain immediately recognizes. You can't let him go, it said. Not Jake's voice now. Something else. Flat. Emotionless. Humans can't let go. It's not in your nature. You'll grieve forever. You'll hurt forever. I can take that pain away. I don't want you to take it away. The pain is part of remembering him correctly. The real him. Not your perfect copy. Not my idealized version. The actual person. Flaws and all. The thing tilted its head. Same wrong angle I'd seen in other stories. Too far. Neck-bending wrong. Then you're choosing pain. Deliberately. That's irrational. Yeah, it is. But it's human. And you're not. It stood there for a long moment, lit by burning orange fabric. Then it turned and walked into the woods. Not Jake's walk. Something else. Too smooth. Too efficient. It moved between the trees and disappeared. I stayed in the doorway until the burning clothes were just embers. Then I went back inside and locked the door. I didn't sleep that night. Just sat at the table with all the lights on, propane lantern, flashlight, headlamp, and waited for dawn. At 6:47 a.m., the sun came up. I went outside and checked the clearing. The burned remains of Jake's vest and jacket were still there in the dirt. No footprints, except mine. No evidence that anything had been there except ash and my own boot tracks. I spent the rest of that day taking down the tree stands Jake and I had built, all 4 of them. The Northridge stand, the Creek Bottom stand, the Hollow stand, the one by the old logging road. I used my climbing harness and hand tools to dismantle everything and carried the lumber back to the cabin, stacked it by the woodpile. That night, I started a fire in the fire ring, a real fire, and I burned all of it, every piece of lumber from the stands, every plank that Jake had touched. I sat by that fire until 3 a.m., feeding it wood, watching our old work turn to ash and smoke and memory, every piece of lumber we'd carried, every nail we'd hammered. Every hour we'd spent building those stands together, all of it burned, all of it gone, and it felt right. It felt like the proper ending. On November 13th, I packed my gear and drove home to Charlotte. The 5-hour drive felt longer this time. I didn't get a deer that week, didn't even try. Didn't set up in a tree stand or walk the game trails or do any of the things I'd driven up there to do. That wasn't why I'd come. Not really. I'd come to face something I'd been avoiding for 3 years. And I'd faced it. That was enough. I sold my share of the cabin to a cousin in December. Told my parents I couldn't keep it anymore. They understood. Or at least they said they did. But here's what I learned. And here's what I need you to understand. If you've lost someone, grief makes you vulnerable. It makes you want impossible things. It makes you willing to accept substitutes, anything that looks or sounds or feels like the person you lost. And there are things in the world that know this. Things that can mimic voices, wear faces, recall memories. Things that understand exactly how to use your grief against you. If you're alone in the woods and you hear the voice of someone you've buried, do not answer them. Do not open the door. Do not convince yourself it might be real. It's not. The dead don't come back. They don't call your name. They don't wear their old clothes and wait in the tree line. What you're hearing is something else. Something that learned your grief by watching you. Something that studied your memories and figured out exactly what you want to hear. And if you let it in, if you accept the substitute, you'll never properly mourn. You'll never heal. You'll just be trapped in a cycle of artificial comfort that slowly hollows you out. The pain of loss is real. The grief is real. And they're supposed to be real. That's how we remember people correctly. Not as perfect copies, not as idealized versions, but as the complicated, flawed, real humans they were. So, if you're alone at a family cabin, or a childhood home, or any place heavy with memory, and you hear a voice you thought you'd never hear again, remember this. The people we love don't haunt us. We haunt ourselves. And sometimes something else notices and decides to help. Don't let it. Lock the door. Wait for daylight. And when the sun comes up, burn whatever needs to be burned to move forward. Jake is dead. He's been dead for 3 years. And nothing, not grief, not hope, not wishful thinking, not perfect mimicry will change that. But I remember him, the real him, and that's enough. That has to be enough. Story 5. 3 days lost. I was lost for 3 days. The search and rescue team found my camp, but they never found what was circling it. I need to tell this story while it's still fresh, while the details are still sharp in my memory, because in a few months my brain is going to start smoothing over the rough edges, making it easier to process, easier to live with. That's what brains do with trauma. They file it away, soften it, make it manageable. But right now, 6 days after they pulled me out of Cherokee National Forest, I still remember everything with crystal clarity, and I need to get it down before that clarity fades. My name is Nathan Cross. I'm 41 years old. I've been bow hunting for 23 years, since I was 18, and my uncle took me out for the first time in the hills outside Knoxville. I'm not a novice. I'm not someone who goes into the woods unprepared. I own good gear. I know how to use a compass and a map. I understand survival basics, and I respect the wilderness. I've hunted in Tennessee, North Carolina, Georgia, and Virginia. I've spent hundreds of nights in the backcountry. I know what I'm doing. Or at least, I thought I did. This happened in early December of 2023. December 3rd through December 5th, to be specific. I'd drawn a late-season bow tag for Cherokee National Forest, Zone 4, which covers about 80 square miles of mountainous terrain in eastern Tennessee near the North Carolina border. Late-season hunting is different from early season. The easy deer are already dead. The smart ones are educated and cautious, and the weather is unpredictable. But the woods are empty of other hunters, and if you're patient and willing to work for it, you can have incredible success. I'd planned a 4-day hunt, December 2nd through December 5th, solo, which is how I preferred it. I had a campsite reserved at Big Creek, one of the designated backcountry sites that required a permit but offered good access to prime hunting areas. The forecast looked decent, highs in the low 40s, lows in the upper 20s, mostly clear with a chance of rain on day 3. Standard December weather for the southern Appalachians. I drove up from Knoxville on December 1st, spent the night in a motel in Tellico Plains, and hiked into Big Creek campsite on the morning of December 2nd. It was a 3-mile hike from the trailhead, moderate terrain, well-marked trail. I got to camp around noon, set up my tent, organized my gear, and hung my food bag from the bare cables. The campsite was empty. I had it to myself, which was perfect. December 2nd, I hunted the afternoon. Saw 2 does and a spike buck, nothing I wanted to shoot. The temperature dropped to 28 degrees that night. Cold, but manageable. I slept well in my 0-degree bag. December 3rd was when everything changed. I woke up at 5:30 a.m. to the sound of wind and the feeling that something was wrong. The temperature had dropped significantly. My thermometer read 18 degrees inside the tent. When I unzipped the door and looked out, I saw snow. Not the forecast rain. Snow. Coming down steady. Already 2 inches on the ground. I checked my phone. No service that was normal for this area. But I had downloaded the weather radar before I'd lost signal, and when I opened it, the cache data showed a low-pressure system that hadn't been in the forecast. A surprise early winter storm moving in from the northwest, expected to dump 4 to 8 inches of snow across the higher elevations. This was a problem, but not a crisis. I'd hunted in snow before. I had good gear, plenty of food, and the trail back to the trailhead was well marked. If the snow got too bad, I could pack up and hike out. 3 miles through snow was doable. I made breakfast instant oatmeal, coffee from my Jetboil, protein bar, and decided to hunt the morning anyway. The deer would be moving, trying to feed before the storm got worse. I'd give it until noon, see if I could get something on the ground, then reassess based on conditions. I packed my day pack with survival essentials, first aid kit, fire starter, space blanket, headlamp, extra batteries, 2 protein bars, water bottle, compass, map, knife. Put on my base layers, insulated pants, insulated jacket, orange vest, orange hat, gloves, grabbed my compound bow, and release. I was dressed for the cold and prepared for an all-day sit if needed. The plan was to hunt a ridge about a mile and a half northeast of camp. I'd scouted it the previous afternoon and found good sign rubs on saplings, scrapes in the dirt where bucks had been marking territory, fresh tracks. There was a natural saddle on the ridge where deer would cross between feeding and bedding areas. Perfect ambush point. I left camp at 6:45 a.m. The snow was coming down heavier now, 3 inches on the ground, accumulating fast. My headlamp beam cut through the falling snow, like I was inside a snow globe someone kept shaking. I followed the trail north for half a mile, marking my progress by checking the white blazes painted on trees every 100 yards or so. The blazes were getting harder to see through the snow, but they were there. I counted them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At the 5th blaze, I left the trail and started cutting east cross-country toward the ridge, using my compass to maintain bearing. I'd done this dozens of times before leaving maintained trails to access better hunting spots. You pick a landmark ahead of you, walk to it, pick another landmark, keep your bearing consistent. Simple navigation. Except in heavy snow, landmarks disappear. That distinctive boulder becomes just another white lump. That bent tree looks like every other bent tree. Your sense of distance gets distorted because you're moving slower than usual, working harder, paying more attention to where you're putting your feet than where you're going. I thought I was going east. Check my compass every few minutes, 90 degrees, due east. But what I didn't account for was terrain deflection. When you're walking through rough country, you naturally veer around obstacles. A thick stand of rhododendron, you go around it. A steep gully, you angle to avoid it. Each small deviation adds up. You think you're going east, but you're actually going northeast or southeast, and by the time you've been walking for 30 minutes, you're significantly off course. This is where I made my first mistake. I should have stopped every 10 minutes and taken a precise bearing. Should have written down my heading and my back azimuth. Should have used my map to confirm that the terrain I was seeing matched what I expected to see. But I was confident. I'd been doing this for 23 years. I knew how to navigate pride. That's what gets people killed in the woods. Not lack of knowledge, pride in their existing knowledge that prevents them from double-checking the basics. By the time I realized my error, I had been walking for 45 minutes, and I was somewhere I didn't recognize. I stopped and pulled out my map and compass, trying to orient myself. The map showed a ridge running roughly east-west, about a mile from my camp. I should be on that ridge by now, but I was on a slope that descended north into what looked like a creek valley. According to the topographic lines on my map, there shouldn't be a creek valley in this direction. I should have hit the ridge by now, which meant I'd either misread my compass or I'd compensated wrong for the magnetic declination, the difference between true north and magnetic north, which in this area was about 7 degrees west. If I'd forgotten to adjust for declination, I'd been walking 7 degrees off course for 45 minutes. That would put me, I checked the map, that would put me in the drainage north of the ridge instead of on the ridge itself. Fixable. Navigation errors happen. You don't panic. You stop. You reassess. You correct course. I decided to climb back uphill to the south until I hit the trail I'd left, then restart from a known position. Back to basics. Back to certainty. This is where I made my second mistake. Instead of retracing my exact path, which would have been slow but certain, I angled southwest, figuring I'd intercept the trail faster by cutting the corner. It made sense mathematically. I'd walked northeast for 45 minutes, so if I walked southwest, I should hit the trail sooner than if I backtracked. But I'd forgotten to account for accumulated error. I didn't know my exact position. I was guessing, and in navigation, guessing compounds mistakes instead of correcting them. The terrain got steeper than I'd expected. The snow was now 4 inches deep and getting harder to walk through. Each step required lifting my foot high to clear the snow, then pushing down through the crust. Exhausting work. And I was climbing uphill, which made it worse. My heart rate spiked. I started sweating inside my layers. My breathing got harder. After 30 minutes of this brutal, leg-burning climbing through dense underbrush and deep snow, I stopped to rest. Sat on a fallen log and tried to catch my breath. Drank water. Checked my position. I should have crossed the trail by now. Should have seen the white blazes. Should have hit something I recognized. But there was nothing. Just forest. Just snow. Just trees that all looked the same. I pulled out my map again and tried to match terrain features to the topographic lines. The problem with topo maps is they compress three-dimensional terrain into two-dimensional lines, and when you're in the middle of it, surrounded by it, everything is foreshortened. That gradual slope on the map might actually be a steep climb. That takes twice as long as you expected. That small creek might be a significant obstacle. That cluster of elevation lines might represent a cliff you can't see until you're standing at the edge of it. I studied the map for 10 minutes, turning it, trying different interpretations. I could be anywhere within a 3-mile radius of where I thought I was, and that 3-mile radius contained probably 50 square miles of similar-looking terrain. Don't panic. Basic survival rule. When you're lost, the worst thing you can do is panic and start wandering randomly. I sat down on a log, drank some water, and thought through my options. Option 1, keep trying to find the trail, risk getting more lost. Option 2, follow a drainage downhill. Water always flows downhill. Creeks meet larger creeks meet rivers meet roads. Basic wilderness navigation. If I followed water, I'd eventually hit civilization. Option 3, stay put, build a fire, wait for the storm to pass, then navigate in better conditions. I chose option 2. It was only 10:30 a.m. I had plenty of daylight left, and following water downstream was a proven strategy. I'd hit a Forest Service road eventually, then I could road walk back to the trailhead. I descended back down the slope I'd just climbed, looking for water. Found a small creek at the bottom, maybe 3 feet wide, moving fast, not frozen despite the cold. I started following it downstream, moving slowly, watching my footing on the slippery rocks. This is where I made my third mistake. The creek led me into rough terrain. The valley narrowed, the sides got steeper, the underbrush got thicker. I was making maybe half a mile per hour, fighting through rhododendron thickets, climbing over deadfalls, scrambling down small waterfalls, and the snow kept coming. By 1 p.m. it was 6 inches deep. By 2 p.m. it was 8 inches. At 2:30 p.m. I realized I'd made a serious error. The creek I was following had led me into a gorge with near vertical walls on both sides. I couldn't climb out. I could only go forward or backward, and backward meant climbing back up waterfalls I'd scrambled down. I kept going forward. The gorge had to open up eventually. At 3 p.m. the snow stopped, the temperature dropped, and I was still in the gorge. At 3:30 p.m., with maybe 2 hours of daylight left, I accepted that I was genuinely lost. Not turned around lost. Not temporarily confused lost. Actually lost. I had no idea where I was, no idea how to get back to camp, and I was in terrain that was getting more dangerous by the hour. I needed to stop moving and set up for the night. I found a spot where the gorge widened slightly, where a fallen hemlock tree, massive thing, probably 3 feet in diameter, had come down years ago and created a natural windbreak. The trunk was elevated off the ground on one end where it had broken partway through another tree before falling. This created a sheltered space underneath. The snow under the tree was only 4 inches deep. The thick evergreen canopy of the hemlock had blocked most of the snowfall, even though the tree was dead. This was the best shelter location I was going to find. I had maybe 90 minutes of usable daylight left. I needed to work fast and work smart. First priority, shelter. I needed to get off the cold ground. Snow is an excellent insulator when you're on top of it, but it will suck the heat right out of you if you're lying on it. I cleared snow in a 10-foot by 10-foot area, using my bow as a makeshift shovel, scraped and pushed snow until I exposed bare ground. Then I gathered dead leaves and pine needles, anything dry I could find in the protected spaces, and created a layer about 6 inches thick. This would be my insulation from the ground. Second priority, firewood. This was critical. I needed enough wood not just to start a fire, but to keep it burning all night. A fire that goes out at 2 a.m. is worthless. By the time you rebuild it, you've lost core body heat and you're in real danger. I started gathering dead wood. Not just any wood, dry wood. I looked under logs, under overhangs, in the protected cracks of standing dead trees. Found branches that snapped clean instead of bending. Found bark that flaked off in dry pieces instead of peeling wet. This was time-consuming work. Each piece had to be tested, evaluated, carried back to camp. I built a pile, a big pile, enough wood to burn for 8 hours if I fed it conservatively. Sorted it by size: tinder bark, dry leaves, small twigs, kindling, finger-sized sticks, fuel, wrist-sized branches, and overnight wood, arm-sized logs that would burn slow and hot. Third priority, fire. This was life or death. No fire meant hypothermia, meant freezing to death in the night. I couldn't afford to fail. I pulled out my fire kit. I carry redundancy because I'm not stupid. Bic lighter primary, waterproof matches, backup, magnesium fire starter, emergency, and cotton balls soaked in petroleum jelly, super flammable tinder. The Bic lighter should work. Bics worked down to about freezing, and it was probably 32 degrees right now. I built my fire structure carefully, created a platform of dry bark on the ground, placed my petroleum cotton tinder in the center, built a teepee of the driest twigs around it, leaving a gap to insert the flame, arranged kindling in a second layer, had fuel wood ready to add once the kindling caught. The Bic lighter sparked on the first try but didn't catch. The wheel was cold, my thumb was clumsy in gloves. Second try, same result. Third try, I got flame, held it to the petroleum cotton. It caught immediately, flared bright. The twigs started smoking, then caught. I added more twigs, more kindling, nursed it carefully, adding material slowly, letting each layer catch before adding the next. 5 minutes later, I had a fire going. Real fire, heat and light and hope. Fourth priority, signal. I pulled off my orange vest and orange hat and tied them to the lowest branch of the fallen hemlock, about 8 feet off the ground, making them as visible as possible from the air. If search and rescue came looking, and they would eventually, when I didn't show up at my truck on December 5th like I was supposed to, they'd be using helicopters with infrared and visual searches. Orange against white snow would stand out. Fifth priority, water. Dehydration kills faster than you think. I filled my water bottle with clean snow, not the surface layer which might have debris, but good clean snow from about 6 inches down. Set it near the fire to melt. While I waited, I ate one of my protein bars, actually, half of one. 250 calories per bar. I had 2 bars total. That's 500 calories. If I was out here for 2 days, that's 250 calories per day. Not enough. Not even close, but enough to keep my brain functioning and my body from complete shutdown. Sixth priority, prepare for nighttime. I gathered everything I might need during the dark hours and arranged it within easy reach of my fire spot. Headlamp with fresh batteries. Extra batteries in my pocket, keeping them warm against my body. Fire starter kit. Water bottle. Remaining food. Knife. Bow. The bow was useless as a weapon, but useful as a tool. I could use it as a digging stick, a brace, a poker for the fire. By the time I had completed my setup, it was full dark. The temperature was dropping fast. I estimated low 20s and falling. My thermometer was back at my tent at Big Creek, but I could feel the cold biting through my layers. The fire was throwing heat and light in a circle about 10 feet across. Inside that circle, I was okay. Warm enough, safe enough. Outside that circle, the forest was pitch black. No moon, no stars. Cloud cover from the storm blocking everything. Just darkness. And the sound of wind through the trees. And the slowly increasing cold. I sat close to the fire, close enough to feel real heat on my face, and took stock of my situation. I was lost. Genuinely lost. Not turned around. Not temporarily confused. I had no idea where I was within a several-mile radius. The trail was somewhere, but I didn't know which direction. My camp was somewhere, but I didn't know how to get back to it. And I was in a gorge with steep walls. that I couldn't climb in the dark. But I was alive. I had fire. I had water. I had minimal food. I had shelter of sorts, not a tent, but protection from wind. I had signal markers. And most importantly, I had a plan for tomorrow. In daylight, I'd reassess. I'd climb out of the gorge if I could find a route. Or I'd continue downstream. Water always flows to civilization eventually. I'd find my way out. People survived situations worse than this all the time. Survival stories. Lost hikers who made it home by keeping their heads, making smart decisions, not panicking. I'd read those stories. Now I was in one, and I'd make it out. I ate the other half of my first protein bar, drank water. The snow had melted into about 12 ounces of water, which I drank slowly, fed the fire, arranged more wood within easy reach so I could feed it through the night without leaving my spot. The forest was quiet, just normal sounds, wind, the fire crackling, small animal sounds in the distance, probably mice or voles moving under the snow. Normal. Then, at 8:47 p.m., something changed. Footsteps, crunching through snow, steady rhythm, coming from downstream, moving closer. My first thought was relief. Another person. A hiker, maybe. Or a hunter. Someone who could help me navigate out or at least confirm where I was. "Hello," I called out. "I'm at a fire. I'm lost. Can you help?" The footsteps stopped. Silence for maybe 10 seconds. Then they started again. Closer now. Just outside the firelight. "Hello? I'm right here, by the fire." The footsteps stopped again. I grabbed a burning branch from the fire and held it up like a torch, trying to extend the light. The branch illuminated maybe 15 feet into the darkness. Nothing there. Just trees and snow and shadows. But I could hear breathing. Not human breathing. Too deep, too slow. Like something large pulling air through a throat. Not designed for it. "Who's there?" No answer. The breathing stopped. The footsteps started again, but this time they were circling, moving around the perimeter of the firelight, staying just outside the range of the light. I turned to follow the sound, holding my torch up, trying to see what was making the noise. I caught a glimpse of something between the trees. Tall, upright, moving on two legs, but the proportions were wrong. Too thin, arms too long. Then it stepped back into darkness, and I couldn't see it anymore. The footsteps continued, circling, around and around, clockwise, maintaining the exact same distance from the fire. I stood there turning slowly, trying to keep facing the sound, until I got dizzy and had to stop. After 20 minutes, the footsteps stopped. The forest went silent. Just the crackle of my fire and the wind in the trees. I didn't sleep that night. Not really. I sat by the fire, fed it constantly, kept it burning bright, and watched the darkness. Every hour I'd hear the footsteps again. Always circling. Always the same distance. Never coming closer, never leaving. At 6:15 a.m., when the sky started to lighten, the footsteps stopped completely. I waited until I had enough light to see clearly. Then I stood up and walked to the edge where I'd heard the sound. The tracks were there, in the snow. They started as boot prints, human boot prints. Size 11 or 12, good tread pattern, moving in a circle around my fire. I followed them, walking the perimeter. The circle was perfect. Exactly 23 feet from the center of my fire. I measured it by counting paces, but as I followed the tracks around the circle, they changed. The heel became narrower, the toes became longer, the stride got wider. By the time I'd walked halfway around the circle, the tracks didn't look like boot prints anymore. They looked like something else, something with a longer foot, narrower heel, toes that spread wide like fingers. I followed them all the way around. By the time I got back to where I'd started, the tracks were completely inhuman. Long, narrow, with what looked like claw marks at the end of each toe impression. And then, exactly where the circle completed, the tracks stopped, just ended, like whatever made them had simply ceased to exist at that point. I stood there staring at the tracks for a long time, trying to make sense of them, trying to find a rational explanation. Animals don't make tracks that transition from human to inhuman. Animals don't walk in perfect circles. Animals don't stop existing. But the tracks were there, real, undeniable. I went back to my fire and added wood, ate the other half of the protein bar from yesterday, drank water, tried to think. I needed to get out of this gorge. The thing, whatever it was, had stayed outside the firelight. That meant fire was protection. But I couldn't keep a fire going while moving. And I couldn't stay here indefinitely. I looked at my options. Downstream, the gorge continued, getting narrower and more dangerous. Upstream meant backtracking, climbing waterfalls, exhausting work. The walls of the gorge were too steep to climb directly. But about 50 yards upstream, I had noticed a place where a rock slide had created a slope that might be climbable. Maybe 30 feet of elevation gain, 45-degree angle, loose rock and snow, but possible. I packed my minimal gear, kicked snow over the fire to extinguish it, and started climbing. It took me 45 minutes to climb 30 feet. The rocks were loose. The snow made everything slippery, and I had to test every handhold before trusting my weight to it. But I made it. Got to the top of the gorge wall and found myself on a ridge, covered in hardwood forest, oak, hickory, bare branches against gray sky. I checked my compass, picked a bearing due south, figuring I had to hit the main trail eventually if I went south long enough. Started walking. The snow was deeper up here, 10 inches, maybe more in drifts. Walking was exhausting. High step, post hole, pull out, repeat. I was burning calories fast, and I had nothing left to eat. By noon, I had covered maybe a mile. I stopped to rest and melt more snow for water. The temperature was in the low 30s, warm enough that the snow was getting heavy and wet. My boots were soaked. My feet were cold but not numb yet. I had maybe 4 hours of daylight left. I kept walking. South. Always south. The ridge went up and down, forcing me to climb and descend, burning more energy. At 2 p.m. I saw smoke. Not forest fire smoke. Wood smoke. Thin, gray, rising from somewhere ahead of me and below me, down the slope to the east. Smoke meant people. Smoke meant a cabin or a camp or someone who could help me. I changed course, angling downhill toward the smoke, moved as fast as I could through the deep snow, sliding in places, catching myself on trees. The smoke got thicker. I could smell it now. Wood smoke. Cedar, maybe, or pine. I came over a small rise and saw the source. A campfire, burning in a clearing, but no tent, no camp, no people, just a fire burning in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by snow. I approached carefully. The fire was maybe 3 feet across, built in a ring of stones. It was burning strong, well fed, like someone had just added wood, but there was no wood pile, no axe, no saw. No tracks in the snow leading to or from the fire. Just the fire, burning alone. I stood there trying to understand what I was seeing. Fires don't build themselves. Fires don't maintain themselves. Someone had to be here, had to have just been here. Hello? I called. Is anyone here? I need help. No answer. Just wind and the crackle of the fire. I looked around the clearing. No footprints. The snow was undisturbed except for where I'd walked. But the fire was real. I could feel the heat from it, could see the flames consuming wood that had to have come from somewhere. I backed away slowly and kept moving south. Whatever that was, I wanted no part of it. By 4 p.m. I was exhausted, dehydrated despite drinking melted snow, hungry, cold, and still lost. I hadn't seen any landmarks I recognized, hadn't crossed any trails, hadn't found any roads. I needed to stop for the night again, find shelter, build another fire, hope that tomorrow I'd find a way out. I found a dense stand of hemlocks and built my second camp underneath them. Same process as the night before. Clear snow, gather wood, build fire, hang orange vest, prepare for a long night. This time I had no food at all, just water, and the knowledge that something was out here with me, something that walked in circles and left impossible tracks. Night 2 was worse than night 1. The footsteps started earlier this time, 7:15 p.m., still twilight, and they were closer. Not inside the firelight, whatever the thing was. It seemed to respect that boundary. But right at the edge, moving in that same clockwise circle. But this time I could hear more, not just footsteps, voice, sounds. Not words, not language, just sounds that might have been trying to be words. Guttural, wet, wrong. And then, at 9:30 p.m., I heard my own voice. Hello? I'm at a fire. I'm lost. Can you help? My exact words from the night before, my exact inflection, perfect replication. I stood up, holding a burning branch. What are you? The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then my voice again, from a different position in the circle. What are you? It was mimicking me, using my voice, learning. Get away from me. Get away from me. My voice played back, mocking. I threw the burning branch toward the sound. It landed in the snow and hissed out. The darkness beyond the firelight seemed to move, something shifting position. Then the footsteps started again, circling, relentless. This continued all night. Every few hours, it would speak with my voice, saying things I'd said, testing the sounds, learning the patterns. At one point, around 3 a.m., it said something I hadn't said. Nathan. My name. In my voice. But I'd never said my name out loud, in these woods. How did it know? Nathan. Come out of the light. I want to see you. My voice. My words. But I hadn't said them. It was generating new sentences, using my voice to create speech. I fed the fire and didn't answer. At dawn, I checked the perimeter again. The tracks were there. Same as before. Starting as boot prints, transitioning to something else, completing a perfect circle. This time the circle was closer 19 feet from the fire instead of 23. It was getting braver. I ate nothing that day. Had nothing to eat. Just drank water and tried to keep moving. December 5th, my third day lost. I was supposed to be hiking out today, back to my truck, back to civilization. Instead, I was somewhere in Cherokee National Forest with no idea how to get out and something following me that could mimic my voice. I walked south all day. Slower now, weaker. My legs felt like they were made of lead. The snow had melted some in the warmer temperature, then refrozen overnight, creating a crust that would almost hold my weight before breaking through. Exhausting work. At 2 p.m. I heard water. Not the small creek from before. Real water. Volume. A river. I changed course toward the sound and found it. A river maybe 40 feet wide, moving fast, not frozen. According to my map, if I was reading it right, this had to be either Big Creek or Little Creek, both of which flowed into the Tellico River, which ran along a paved road. Water flows downhill, rivers flow to roads. I started following the river downstream. The terrain along the river was easier. The snow was thinner here, melted by the warmer microclimate near the water. I could move faster. I had hoped for the first time in 3 days. At 3:45 p.m. I saw tire tracks. Not in the snow. In mud. On a gravel road that crossed the river on a concrete bridge. I had found a road. A real road with recent tire tracks. I walked onto the bridge and looked both directions. Forest Service Road. Gravel. Plowed, but not recently there was snow on it, but packed down like vehicles had been using it. I didn't know which direction to go, but it didn't matter. Either direction would lead somewhere. Eventually, I chose left, downstream, figuring that direction led downhill and downhill led to larger roads. I walked for 20 minutes before I saw headlights. A truck. Coming toward me. White. Forest Service logo on the door. I stood in the middle of the road and waved both arms. The truck stopped. A woman got out mid-40s, short blonde hair, Forest Service uniform. Sir, are you Nathan Cross? Yes, yes. I'm lost. I've been lost for 3 days. We know. We've been looking for you. Are you injured? No. Hungry. Cold, but not injured. She grabbed a radio from her belt. Base, this is Ranger Williams. I've got Nathan Cross. He's ambulatory and conscious. GPS coordinates. She rattled off numbers. Request EMS to meet us at Bald River Junction. A voice came back through the radio. Copy that. EMS en route. Good work. She looked at me. Let's get you in the truck and warmed up. When's the last time you ate? 2 days ago. Protein bar. She pulled a granola bar from her coat and handed it to me. I ate it in 4 bites. In the truck, with the heat blasting, she asked me questions. Where had I camped? When had I gotten lost? What route had I tried to take? I told her everything except the part about the footsteps and the voice mimicry. That seemed crazy. Seemed like something she wouldn't believe. You're lucky, she said. That storm wasn't forecasted. Came in fast. We've had 3 other lost hiker reports in the past week. 2 we found. 1 is still out there. Still out there? Yeah. Guy went out solo December 1st. Supposed to return December 3rd. Never made it. We've had teams searching for 4 days. No sign of him. Something cold moved through my chest. What's his name? I can't share that information. Privacy regulations. What size boots does he wear? She looked at me strangely. Why? Please, what size boots? I really can't. She stopped, looked at me. 11.5. Why? The boot prints that had circled my fire, the ones that had transitioned into something else, size 11 or 12 I'd estimated. Did he have GPS coordinates, last known position? About 2 miles north of where I found you, in a gorge near Big Creek. The gorge I'd been in, the place I'd spent the first night. You need to stop searching for him, I said quietly. Sir, I appreciate your concern, but we have protocols. You're not going to find him. Not alive. And she was quiet for a moment. Sir, have you seen something? Evidence of, if you've found remains, you need to tell me. I haven't found remains. I found tracks. Boot prints that changed into something else. Circling my fire every night. Getting closer. Using my voice. It was wearing someone's boots. Someone who got lost before me. She pulled the truck over to the side of the road and turned to look at me directly. Tell me exactly what you saw. I told her. All of it. The circles. The tracks transitioning. The voice mimicry. The fire that burned with no one tending it. All the things I thought she wouldn't believe. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, she nodded slowly. There have been incidents in this area going back years. Hikers who report similar things. Voices, footsteps, things circling camps. We document it, but we don't publicize it. Can't publicize it. The park has a reputation to maintain. What is it? We don't know. Wildlife biologists have no explanation. Some of the rangers who've worked here a long time, they have theories. Old theories. Cherokee legends about things in these mountains that mimic people. Things that hunt by learning. But those are just stories. The tracks were real. I believe you. But by the time we get back to your camp, the tracks will be melted. The evidence will be gone. That's how it always works. People see things, but we can never document them. Never get proof. She started driving again. We rode in silence for a while. The other hiker, I said, the one you're still searching for. You should tell his family. Tell him you're calling off the search. We don't call off searches without evidence. The evidence is that I survived 3 nights in the same area and something circled my camp every night wearing his boots. He's gone. Letting your teams keep searching is just putting more people at risk. She didn't answer, but her hands tightened on the steering wheel. We reached the EMS meeting point 30 minutes later. Ambulance, 2 paramedics, checking my vitals, wrapping me in thermal blankets, asking standard questions. Blood pressure, normal. Heart rate elevated but stable. Temperature 96.8, mild hypothermia, but nothing dangerous. Dehydrated but responsive. They wanted to transport me to the hospital for observation. I refused. I wanted to go home. Wanted to be away from these woods as fast as possible. Ranger Williams drove me back to the Big Creek trailhead where my truck was parked. It was 6:30 p.m., full dark. My truck sat alone in the parking lot, covered in snow. Your gear is still out there, she said. At your camp. We'll send a team to retrieve it tomorrow. Keep it, I don't want it back. Sir, some of that gear is expensive. I don't care. I don't want anything from those woods. She nodded, handed me her card. If you remember anything else, any other details, call me. I took the card. Are you going to report what I told you about the tracks? I'll note in the report that you experienced disorientation and possible auditory hallucinations due to stress and caloric deficit. That's the official version. The rest? She shrugged. The rest goes in the other file. What other file? The one we don't show the public. I drove home that night. 5 hours back to Knoxville. Got to my apartment at midnight. Took the longest, hottest shower of my life. Ate everything in my refrigerator. Went to bed and slept for 14 hours straight. When I woke up, I checked the news. Cherokee National Forest had called off the search for the missing hiker. Family notified. Search suspended pending new evidence. The official statement said that conditions made further searching too dangerous for rescue personnel. I knew the real reason. 3 days later, Ranger Williams called me. I was at home, eating lunch, trying to pretend that life was normal again. Trying to pretend I hadn't spent 3 nights in the woods, being circled by something that wore stolen boots. Mr. Cross, I wanted to follow up. We sent a team to retrieve your gear from the camp at Big Creek. Your tent, your pack, your equipment. It's all accounted for. Everything you left is ready for pickup. Thanks. I didn't want it. Didn't want to touch anything that had been in those woods, but I said thanks anyway. But we also documented something else during the search, something I think you need to know about. I set down my sandwich. What? We use thermal imaging during the search flights. Standard practice when looking for lost hikers. We fly grid patterns with FLIR cameras, forward-looking infrared that can detect body heat signatures through tree canopy. Trying to find the missing hiker, trying to find you. Okay. The night of December 4th, we flew over the area where you said you'd made your second camp. We weren't sure of your exact location at the time, but we were covering the general area. The thermal imaging recorded 2 heat signatures. One was you, sitting at your fire. The other was circling you, about 20 feet away, moving in a perfect circle, consistent speed, clockwise direction. We have it on video. My hands started shaking. I set the phone down and put it on speaker so I could hold on to something solid. What did it look like? On thermal? That's the thing. That's what makes this so unusual. Thermal imaging picks up infrared radiation heat. Warm-blooded animals show up as bright spots against the cooler background. Cold-blooded animals barely show up at all. But this signature, Mr. Cross, it wasn't warm. It was cold. Colder than ambient temperature. It showed up as a dark spot against the warmer forest background, like a hole where heat should be, like something that was actively absorbing thermal energy instead of radiating it. That's not possible. I know. Believe me, I know. I've been working with thermal imaging for 12 years. I've never seen anything like this. We had 3 people review the footage independently. All 3 confirmed it. There was something there, something cold, something moving in a circle around you. And it stayed exactly outside the range of your firelight the entire time we were recording. 21 minutes of footage, perfect circle, never deviated. I closed my eyes and saw it again, the darkness beyond the fire, the footsteps, the sound of my own voice calling from the woods. Can I see the footage? It's classified as part of an ongoing investigation. I'm sorry, but I wanted you to know that we documented it. What you saw was real. What you experienced was real. You weren't hallucinating. You weren't experiencing hypothermia-induced confusion. There was something there. What about the missing hiker, the one you were searching for? Silence on the other end of the line, long enough that I thought she might have hung up. Ranger Williams, We found something yesterday. I probably shouldn't be telling you this, but we found his backpack. Empty. Staged. About a quarter mile from where you made your first camp. His tent was set up nearby. Everything unpacked and arranged. Sleeping bag laid out. Stove assembled. Like he'd made camp and then just walked away from it. But no sign of him. No tracks leading away from the camp, no blood, no signs of struggle, nothing. His boots? Missing, along with his jacket and his orange vest. Everything else was there, his extra clothes, his food, his water filter, his GPS unit, his knife, his headlamp. But those 3 items are gone. The things you'd wear while moving through the woods. The thing circling my fire had been wearing them, learning to walk like him, learning to use his voice, practicing being human. How long had his camp been there? Based on decomposition of food in his pack and snow accumulation patterns, we estimate he set it up on December 1st or 2nd, which means it's been there for 4 or 5 days. But here's the strange part. There's no weathering. The tent should show signs of multiple snowfalls, but it looks like it was set up yesterday. The sleeping bag should be damp from condensation, but it's dry. It's like someone has been maintaining the camp, keeping it pristine. It's a trap, I said, for the next person who comes looking, for search and rescue, for anyone who finds that camp and thinks they can use the tent, use the gear. That occurred to us, which is why we've established a perimeter around the site and we're not allowing anyone to approach it. But that raises questions we can't answer. Why would something, whatever it is, maintain a camp? Why stage gear? What's the purpose? To learn, I said. It's learning how to be human. How to set up camp, how to arrange gear. It's practicing. She was quiet for a moment. That's a disturbing theory. You have a better one? No. I wish I did, but no. Another long silence. What happens now? I asked. Officially, we've concluded that the hiker is presumed deceased due to exposure. The family has been notified. The remains have not been recovered. The case is closed pending discovery of new evidence. And unofficially? Unofficially, we're posting trail warnings, advising hikers to avoid that section of the park until spring. We're calling it hazardous winter conditions and high avalanche risk, neither of which is technically true, but both of which sound plausible enough that people will stay away. It's going to happen again. Someone else will get lost in there. Probably. But we can't close the entire national forest. We can't tell people the truth. They wouldn't believe it. And if they did believe it, the panic would be worse than the risk. All we can do is try to minimize exposure, monitor the area, and respond quickly when people go missing. That's the reality of managing 700,000 acres of wilderness. We can't see everything, can't control everything. There has to be more you can do. Like what? Send armed teams to hunt something we can't identify? Something that shows up cold on thermal? Something that apparently wears the clothes of people it? She stopped. Kills, I finished. You can say it. It kills people. It killed that hiker. And then it learned from him, took his clothes, his boots, started wearing them, started practicing. We don't know that for certain. Yes, you do. You just can't admit it. She didn't argue. I hung up and sat in my apartment staring at nothing. I've had a lot of time to think about what happened in those 3 days. Time to process. Time to question my own memories. Time to wonder if maybe I was hallucinating, if maybe the stress and hunger and cold made me see things that weren't there. But then I remember the tracks, the perfect circles, the transition from human to inhuman, the voice using my words. And I know it was real. I've done some research since I got back. Cherokee legends, old stories from the area. There are stories about things in those mountains that aren't animals and aren't human. Things that hunt by learning. Things that watch and wait and mimic. The Cherokee called them different names in different stories, but the pattern is the same. If you're alone in the woods and something circles your camp at night, you don't leave the fire until daylight. You don't respond to voices. You don't investigate sounds. Fire is a boundary. Light is protection, but only up to a point. The thing that circled my camp respected the firelight, stayed 23 feet away the first night, 19 feet the second night. It was testing, learning, figuring out exactly how close it could get. If I'd been lost a fourth night, I think the circle would have been smaller, 15 feet, 10 feet, eventually close enough to reach in and grab me. But I made it out, found the river, found the road, found headlights and people and safety. The other hiker didn't. I haven't been hunting since I got back. Haven't even thought about it. My bow is in the closet. My gear is still at the ranger station. I have no desire to go back for it. People ask me if I'm going to hunt again. I tell them I don't know. Maybe, eventually, but not solo, not in winter, not in unfamiliar territory, not without telling someone exactly where I'll be and when I'll be back. And never ever in Cherokee National Forest. Because here's what I learned, and here's what I'll tell anyone who asks. If you're lost in the woods and you have to camp overnight, build the biggest fire you can. Don't ration your wood. Don't worry about conservation. Build it bright and hot and keep it burning all night. If you hear footsteps circling your camp, do not investigate. Do not call out. Do not leave the firelight. Add wood to the fire and wait for dawn. If you hear voices, especially your own voice, do not respond. Do not try to communicate. It's not a person. It's something learning to sound like a person by using you as a template. And if you see tracks in the morning, tracks that transition from human to something else, you don't follow them. You don't try to understand them. You pick a direction away from them. And you move as fast as you can toward water, toward roads, toward people. Fire will protect you, but only while it's burning, and only while you stay inside its light. The thing in those woods respects boundaries, but it's patient. It will wait. It will watch. It will learn. And if you give it enough time, it will figure out how to cross the line. I survived 3 days because I kept the fire burning and I found a way out before it got brave enough to come closer. The hiker before me wasn't so lucky. He's somewhere in those woods. Or what's left of him is, and something is, wearing his boots, learning to walk like him, practicing his voice, waiting for the next person who gets lost, the next person who builds a fire and wonders what's making those sounds in the darkness. Don't be that person. Stay on the trail, tell people where you're going, carry extra batteries and backup navigation, don't hunt solo in winter, don't trust the forecast, don't assume you know the terrain. And if you get lost anyway, if you find yourself alone in the mountains with night coming on, build your fire big and bright and pray that dawn comes before whatever's circling decides to test the boundary. I was lucky. The thermal imaging footage proves what was out there. The missing hiker's empty gear proves what it can do. I survived, but I'll never forget the sound of my own voice calling to me from the darkness. Never forget the tracks that started human and became something else. Never forget the 3 days when I was prey. The mountains are beautiful. They're also ancient, and some things that live in them are older than we understand, older than our trails and our maps and our confidence. Respect that, learn from my mistakes, and stay in the light. Thank you for listening to this one. This is the last story in my Appalachian collection. If these 5 accounts have meant something to you, if they've made you think twice about solo trips or helped you understand that the woods aren't always what they seem, then subscribe to the channel. I'll be putting out more stories from different regions, different situations, different encounters. And if you've experienced something similar, tracking that changed, voices that mimicked circles around your camp, leave your story in the comments. The more we share these experiences, the more we can learn, the more we can protect each other. Stay safe out there. Keep your fires burning. And remember, you're not always alone in the woods, even when you think you are. A man in a blue jacket. My blood went cold. I was wearing a blue jacket, a faded Columbia windbreaker I'd had for years. I pulled it off and held it up. I'm right here. her face drained of color. Then who the hell? That's when I heard it. My own voice, calling from behind the boulders. Wait up, guys. Don't leave me. The entire group froze. Everyone turned to stare at me, then at the boulders. That's not me, I said. The voice called again, cheerful and casual, like we were just on a regular day hike. Kyle, wait for me. I'm coming. Ben grabbed my arm hard enough to hurt. We need to move. Now. We started walking again. Faster now. The group bunched tight together. The voice followed us, always staying just out of sight behind rocks or around corners, calling for us to slow down, to wait, to come back. It sounded so much like me that it made my skin crawl. Not just the voice, but the word choice, the casual phrasing. We reached Fremont Saddle, gasping for breath, not from exertion, but from fear. From here, we had a clear view of the trail we'd just climbed. If something was following us, we'd see it. We waited for 5 minutes. Nothing appeared on the trail below. Maybe it stopped, Lisa Chen whispered. Maybe it gave up. And then I heard it, right behind me, close enough that I felt breath on my neck. Hey, Kyle. I spun around. Standing at the edge of the saddle, maybe 8 feet away, was me. Not someone who resembled me. Not a twin or a lookalike. Me. Exact same face, same build, same clothes, down to the rip in the left knee of my hiking pants from catching it on barbed wire last month. It was even wearing my blue jacket, the one I'd taken off and had stuffed in my pack. I looked down. The jacket was still there, compressed into the top pocket. The thing smiled. Its teeth were too white, too perfect, too many of them. We should head back down, it said in my voice. The canyon's nice this time of day. Ben grabbed my shoulder hard. Kyle, don't look at it. We need to move. But I couldn't stop staring at my own face, my own eyes, looking back at me. Come on, it said, and it tilted its head at an angle that was wrong, too far, like its neck had extra joints. Don't you want to see what's down there? Kyle, Angela yanked my arm. Move. I forced myself to turn around. The group was already moving, half running down the far side of the saddle toward the trailhead. I followed, my legs wooden, my mind screaming. I didn't look back until we were 100 yards down the trail. When I finally did, there was nothing on the saddle, just empty rock and sky. We didn't stop running until we hit the parking lot. When we burst out of the trailhead, gasping and wild-eyed, there were 2 other groups getting ready to start the hike. They stared at us like we were crazy. We sat in the parking lot for 30 minutes, no one speaking, everyone trying to process what had just happened. Cars came and went, normal hikers, with their normal gear heading out for normal hikes. Finally, Paul Henderson broke the silence. What in the name of God was that? I didn't have an answer. Angela was the first to leave. She threw her pack in her Subaru and peeled out of the lot without saying goodbye, her face blank and shocked. The others followed shortly after. Ben was the last to go. Before he climbed in his truck, he turned to me. You're going to report this, right? To the Forest Service or Park Service or whoever needs to know? Report what? I asked. That we heard voices? That I saw myself? I saw it too, he said quietly. We all did. That wasn't some hallucination or trick of the light. That was real. I nodded, but I didn't know what I was agreeing to. He left, and I was alone in the parking lot as the sun climbed higher and the temperature pushed into the 80s. I called my supervisor from my truck, Rick Santos. Told him we'd experienced unexplained phenomena, and I'd made the decision to evacuate early as a safety precaution. What kind of phenomena? He asked. I told him. All of it. The voices, the footsteps, the thing that looked like me. There was a long silence on the other end. You know how this sounds, right? He finally said. Yeah. Another pause. But you're not joking. No. Okay, he said slowly. Okay. File a full incident report when you get back. And Kyle, maybe take a week off. You sound exhausted. I did take the week off. I spent it researching the Superstition Mountains, diving into archives at the Phoenix Public Library, reading old newspaper articles and mining journals and incident reports filed with the Tonto National Forest Service. What I found should have surprised me. It didn't. There were dozens of reports going back over 100 years. Hikers hearing voices of dead relatives. Groups encountering perfect copies of themselves on the trail. Entire parties evacuating because of acoustic anomalies and unexplained phenomena. Most of the reports were vague. People didn't want to be labeled as crazy, but the pattern was unmistakable. Something in those canyons mimics people, has been doing it for a very long time. I found one particularly detailed report from July of 1997, filed by a Forest Service ranger named Peter Yates. A group of 4 had been camping in Boulder Canyon, the same canyon we'd been in, when they started hearing voices at night. By the second night, they had seen duplicates of themselves standing on the far rim. The report was clinical, professional, but reading between the lines, I could tell Yates had believed them. He'd noted that this was the 7th similar report from Boulder Canyon in the past 15 years. I tracked down Yates's contact information and called him. He'd retired in 2005 and was living in Prescott, but his number was still active. He answered on the 3rd ring. Peter Yates. Mr. Yates, my name is Kyle Brennan. I'm a wilderness guide with the Arizona Trail Association. I found an incident report you filed in 1997 about Boulder Canyon, and I was hoping you saw them too, he interrupted. Not a question, a statement. Yeah, I said. I did. We talked for 90 minutes. Peter had been a ranger in the superstitions for 23 years. He had seen things he couldn't explain and had stopped trying to explain them. Lights moving through canyons at night with no source. Voices calling from empty trails. Footprints that appeared and disappeared. And what he called the duplicates, perfect copies of hikers that appeared on ridges and in canyons. They're not trying to hurt you, he said. At least I don't think they are. They're trying to lure you. Get you to follow them deeper into the canyons, away from the main trails. People who do that, who follow their own voices or follow the duplicates, they don't come back. Or if they do come back, they come back wrong. Wrong how? Changed. I evacuated a guy in 2003 who'd followed what he thought was his hiking partner into a side canyon. Found him 3 days later sitting on a rock, completely catatonic. He could walk, could eat, could follow basic commands, but it was like no one was home anymore. His wife said he wasn't the same person. Filed for divorce 6 months later. What are they? I asked. The duplicates? I spent 20 years trying to figure that out, Yates said. Best guess? Something that's been there longer than us. The Apache knew about them, avoided certain canyons completely. They call them different names in different areas. But the common thread was always the same spirits that steal faces, voices that lead you astray. Maybe there's some kind of predator that evolved to use mimicry. Maybe there's something else. I don't know. Is there a way to stop them? I asked. Stop them? No. Avoid them? Yes. Don't go into the deep canyons. Stick to the ridges and saddles where you can see. If you hear voices, get to high ground and wait them out. They seem to stay in the low areas. And if you see a duplicate of yourself or someone in your group, do not engage. Do not try to talk to it. Just leave. Before we hung up, he told me something that made my blood run cold. One more thing, he said. Sometimes they follow people home. Not physically, but in other ways. People report hearing the voices for weeks afterward, seeing their duplicates in reflections. It usually fades, but not always. If it happens to you, document everything and find someone who believes you. Don't try to handle it alone. That conversation was 3 weeks ago. The voices haven't stopped. I hear them at night sometimes, when I'm lying in bed. My own voice, calling from the hallway, asking why I left, begging me to come back to the canyon. Last week I saw myself standing in my bathroom mirror, but the reflection was smiling and I wasn't. Angela called me 2 days ago. She's hearing her dead sister's voice every night. Ben emailed to say he's seeing his duplicate in crowds just for a second, disappearing when he looks directly at it. I haven't been back to the superstitions. I've turned down every trip that goes into Boulder Canyon, told my supervisor I won't guide that route anymore. He didn't push. I think he knows, but I don't think it matters where I go. Whatever was in that canyon, it followed me out, and I don't know if it's ever going to let me go. If you're planning to hike the Superstition Mountains, know this. Some canyons are older than the trails that cut through them, older than the legends, and what lives there has been perfecting its mimicry for longer than we can imagine. Stay on the ridges. Don't go into the deep canyons alone. And if you hear your own voice calling to you from the shadows, run. Don't try to understand it. Don't try to confront it. Just run and pray it doesn't follow you home. Story 3. The thing that climbed with us at 14,000 feet. Something that wasn't human started climbing up behind us. By the time we realized what was happening, it was already too late for 2 of us. My name is Trevor Hale, and I need to write this down while I still remember it clearly. The doctors say I have frostbite-induced memory loss, that the hypoxia and cold scrambled my brain at altitude. They say I'm confabulating, filling in gaps with false memories. They say I went up Long's Peak with 2 friends and came down alone because I left them to die. They're wrong about the last part. I didn't leave them. Something took them. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me start at the beginning, while I still can, while I still remember their faces. I am 36 years old and I've been a mountaineering instructor for 12 years. I work for Colorado Mountain School in Estes Park, guiding climbers up everything from basic scrambles to technical ice routes. Long's Peak is my backyard. I've summited it 63 times in every season by every major route. The keyhole route in summer when it's a crowded scramble. The cable's route in spring when snow still chokes the couloirs. The diamond in winter when it's just you and 1,000 feet of vertical ice and the wind trying to rip you off the mountain. I know that peak better than I know my own apartment. Every boulder field, every ledge, every place where the rock changes color or the exposure gets severe. I know where avalanches slide and where cornices build up and where the afternoon lightning strikes tend to hit. In 12 years of guiding, I've never lost a client, never had a serious injury, never made a call I regretted. Until January 13th, 2024. The trip was supposed to be straightforward. A winter ascent of Long's Peak via the keyhole route with 2 experienced clients who wanted to tick a 14er in winter conditions. Not a technical climb, no ropes, no ice tools, just crampons and ice axes and cold weather gear. The keyhole route is the easiest path up Long's Peak, a 9-mile round trip with 5,000 feet of elevation gain. In summer, it's almost a walk up, if you don't count the exposure and the altitude. In winter, it's a different beast. The thing's smile faltered. I took another step. It backed away from the edge. That's when I understood. It couldn't cross the water. I tested the theory. I walked down to the riverbank, staying on my side, and the thing mirrored my movements on the opposite shore. When I got within 5 feet of the water, it was at least 10 feet back from its edge. "You can't cross, can you?" I said out loud. The thing tilted its head. Its smile was gone now. It just stared at me with my own eyes. I started walking again, following the trail, and the thing paced me on the far side of the river. Sometimes it would get ahead of me, sometimes it would fall behind, but it never crossed the water. It never even tried. This went on for 3 miles. 3 miles of that thing walking parallel to me, wearing my face, carrying a phantom version of my pack. Every time I glanced over, it was there, watching, waiting. The trail eventually curved away from the river, climbing up into the hills. I looked back one last time before the trees blocked my view, and the thing was standing at the water's edge, motionless. It didn't follow me after that. By the time I reached the trailhead, the sun was setting. My truck was the only vehicle in the lot, and sitting on the hood was a woman in a National Park Service uniform. She was in her 50s, with graying hair pulled back in a ponytail and a weathered face that had seen a lot of sun. She watched me limp across the parking lot, not saying anything until I was a few feet away. "You Connor Hayes?" she asked. I nodded, too exhausted to be surprised that she knew my name. "Trail register," she said, gesturing toward the board. "You're a day early. Return date was listed as October 14th. I had to cut the trip short," I said. She looked at my leg. "You need medical attention?" "I'm an EMT. It's just bruised. I can handle it." She nodded slowly, studying my face. You see anything unusual out there? The question was so direct, so matter-of-fact, that I didn't know how to answer. I could have lied. I could have said no. But something about the way she asked, like she already knew the answer, made me tell the truth. There was something on the trail, I said, following me. It looked like me. She didn't react, didn't laugh, didn't look skeptical. She just nodded, like I had confirmed something she already suspected. It'd stay on the other side of the river? She asked. How did you... This isn't the first report, she said. She reached into her jacket pocket and pulled out a small business card. It had a phone number on it, nothing else. Call this number when you get home. Ask for Bill. He'll want to hear what happened. Who's Bill? Someone who knows about these things. She handed me the card and walked back to her truck. Before she got in, she turned and looked at me one more time. Don't come back to this trail, she said. Whatever you saw out there, it knows you now. And they don't forget. I drove straight to Olympic Medical Center in Port Angeles. My shin was swollen to twice its normal size, and every time I pressed the brake pedal, pain shot up my leg. The ER doctor took x-rays, confirmed there were no fractures, and wrapped it in a compression bandage. He prescribed ibuprofen and told me to stay off it for a week. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the thing wearing my face, standing on the far side of the river. I called the number on the card 2 days later. A man answered on the second ring. Bill Katsaros. Ranger Simmons gave me this number, I said. I was on the Hoh River Trail. I saw something. You the solo backpacker? Connor Hayes. How did you know? I've been doing this a long time, he said. Tell me what happened. I told him everything. The footsteps, the voice mimicry, the thing wearing my face, how it wouldn't cross the water. Bill was quiet for a long time when I finished. Then he said, You did the right thing, crossing the water, staying on the move. What was it? I asked. We call them mimics, he said. They're rare, but they show up in old-growth forests, Olympic, Quinault, parts of the North Cascades. No one knows what they are. Best guess is they're some kind of predator that evolved to use camouflage. Camouflage? They copy what they see, Bill said. Voices, faces, mannerisms. Theory is they use it to lure prey. Get someone to come closer, get them isolated, and then, well, we don't know what happens after that. We've never found bodies. My stomach turned. How do you stop them? You don't, he said. You stay away from them. And if you encounter one, you get to running water as fast as you can and you cross it. They won't follow. We don't know why, but they can't or won't cross running water. Has anyone ever tried to study them? I asked. Tried, Bill said. Lost 2 researchers in the 90s. After that, the Forest Service decided it was better to just keep people away from the areas where they're active. Is that why the trail was empty? I asked. Do you keep people out? Not officially, he said, but we spread the word. Experienced hikers know to avoid certain trails. The tourists and weekend warriors don't last long enough to report anything useful. I didn't know what to say to that. Listen, Bill said, you're lucky you had the presence of mind to cross the water. Most people freeze up, or they try to talk to it, thinking it's someone they know. That's when they disappear. What should I have done differently? I asked. Nothing, he said. You did everything right. You stayed calm, you recognized the threat, and you got away. The only thing I'd add is this. If you ever find yourself in a situation like that again, don't engage with it. Don't talk to it, don't acknowledge it, and for God's sake, don't tell it your name if it doesn't already know it. Why not? Because once it knows your name, it can call to you. And for some reason, that makes it harder to resist. We talked for another 20 minutes. He asked about the trail conditions, the time of day, the weather. He took notes, said he'd file a report with the Forest Service. Before we hung up, he gave me his personal cell number. If you ever see anything like this again, he said, call me, day or night. I haven't been back to Olympic National Forest. I still hike. It's the only thing that keeps me sane after a rough shift, but I stick to day hikes now. Popular trails with other people around. And I carry a a whistle, a satellite phone, and enough bear spray to take down a grizzly. But sometimes late at night when I'm lying in bed, I think about the thing that wore my face. I wonder if it's still out there pacing the far side of the Ho River, waiting for another solo backpacker who doesn't know the rules. And I wonder what would have happened if I'd crossed back over the water to confront it, if I'd let it get close enough to touch. I think about that smile, those too many teeth, and I'm glad I'll never know the answer. If you're planning a solo trip into the backcountry, especially old-growth forests in the Pacific Northwest, here's what you need to remember. If you encounter something that mimics you, your voice, or someone you know, do not engage with it. Get to running water as fast as you can and cross it. Don't stop to investigate. Don't try to reason with it. And whatever you do, don't let it hear you say your name out loud. Stay on the trails. Stay aware. And if you hear your own voice calling to you from the trees, run, because it means something has already studied you long enough to copy you perfectly. Story 2. Voices in the canyon. I heard my own voice screaming for help from deep inside the canyon, but I was standing at the rim with my mouth shut and my hand clamped over it to make sure. Let me back up, because what happened on Peralta Trail that week doesn't make sense without context. My name is Kyle Brennan. I am 28 years old, and I've been a wilderness guide for the Arizona Trail Association for 6 years. Before that, I was a ski instructor in Flagstaff, and before that, I was pre-med at Arizona State, until I realized I'd rather die than spend my life in a hospital. I've led hundreds of people through the Sonoran Desert college groups, corporate team-building exercises, retirees looking for one last adventure before their knees give out. I know this landscape intimately. The saguaros standing like sentinels with their arms raised, the ocotillo reaching skeletal branches toward impossible blue sky, the way heat shimmers off volcanic rock at noon and makes distant ridges look like they're underwater. I know which trails flood during monsoon season when the washes fill with chocolate brown water in minutes. I know which water sources are reliable and which ones are contaminated with cattle runoff. I know where the western diamondback rattlesnakes den up in winter and exactly how much clearance to give a Gila monster in spring. I can read the desert like some people read books. Every plant, every rock formation, every shift in the wind tells me something. What I didn't know until March of 2024 was that some parts of the desert aren't meant to be explored. Some canyons aren't empty, and some voices calling for help from the bottom of those canyons aren't human, no matter how much they sound like someone you know. The Superstition Mountains sit about 40 miles east of Phoenix, a jagged sprawl of volcanic rock and slot canyons that's been swallowing people for over 150 years. The range got its name from Pima and Apache legends, stories passed down through generations, about a hole in the mountain where the devil lives, about spirits that lead travelers astray into the maze of stone, about thunder gods who guard the peaks and kill anyone who disturbs them. The Apache called it Thunder Mountain and mostly stayed away from certain sections. Most hikers know the superstitions because of the Lost Dutchman mine, a legendary gold deposit supposedly hidden somewhere in the mountains. Jacob Waltz, a German immigrant, claimed to have found it in the 1870s. He died in 1891 without revealing its location, and people have been looking ever since. Hundreds of prospectors over the decades. Some came back empty-handed, half-dead from dehydration and sun exposure. A lot of them didn't come back at all. Their bodies turn up sometimes. Decades later, wedged in crevices, scattered across canyon floors, mummified by the dry desert air into leathery husks that barely look human anymore. The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has 3 filing cabinets dedicated to Superstition Mountain's disappearances. I've seen them. I dated a deputy for 6 months last year, and she showed me once. Row after row of missing persons reports, some dating back to the 1930s. Most unsolved. People who walked into those mountains and never walked out. I never believed in curses or legends or supernatural explanations. I believed in dehydration, heat stroke, rattlesnake bites, and people who go off trail without enough water or common sense. The desert kills you through physics and biology. Your core temperature rises, your brain swells, your kidneys shut down. That's science. That's real. Ghosts and spirits and thunder gods are stories people tell to explain away their own poor planning. At least that's what I thought before the trip, before I saw myself standing on a ridge 200 yards away, staring back at me. Before I heard my own voice begging for help from the bottom of a canyon I was standing above, my mouth clamped shut to make sure the sound wasn't coming from me. The trip was supposed to be simple. 3 days, 2 nights, guiding a group of 6 through the superstitions. We'd start at Peralta Trailhead, hike up to Fremont Saddle for the panoramic view of Weaver's Needle, that 500-foot volcanic plug that rises from the canyon floor like a jagged black tooth, then drop down into Boulder Canyon and camp near the seasonal creek. Day 2 would take us deeper into the range, along a less traveled route, and we'd loop back to the trailhead on day 3. Total mileage, 18.3 miles. Total elevation gain, 3,200 feet. Difficulty rating, moderate to challenging, depending on how you handled heat and elevation. My group was solid, which isn't always the case. Sometimes I get assigned total beginners who think hiking means a paved path with water fountains every mile. This group had experience. 2 married couples in their mid-40s, Paul and Rachel Henderson from Scottsdale, both architects who hiked regularly, and Tom and Lisa Chen from Tempe, who'd done sections of the Arizona Trail before. Then there was Angela Martinez, 32, a solo hiker from Tucson who'd completed the Grand Canyon rim to rim twice and had that lean, weathered look of someone who spent more time outside than in. And finally, Ben Foster, a quiet guy around my age who worked in IT for some tech company and didn't talk much but moved efficiently and kept up with the pace without complaining. Everyone had the right gear when I checked at the pre-trip meeting. Broken-in boots, moisture-wicking layers, sun protection, and most importantly, enough water capacity. I'm strict about water. 3 liters minimum per person per day, and that's conservative. In March, the temperatures are mild compared to summer, but mild in the Sonoran Desert still means mid-80s by afternoon, and at elevation with full sun exposure, you can go through a liter every 2 hours without realizing it. We met at the Peralta Trailhead parking lot at 6 in the morning on March 22nd, 2024. Friday. The lot was already a third full even at that early hour. Spring is peak season in the superstitions. That narrow window after winter rains green up the desert, but before summer heat makes the trails dangerous. The temperature was 58 degrees. Forecast to hit 86 by 2 in the afternoon. Perfect conditions. I did my standard pre-hike briefing. Head count, gear check, route overview. We're looking at roughly 5 miles to our first camp, I explained, pointing to the laminated map. The trail gains about 1,200 feet in the first 2 miles, so it's going to feel steep. We'll take it slow and steady. Once we hit Fremont Saddle at around 4,000 feet, we'll break for lunch and photos. The view of Weaver's Needle from the saddle is why most people do this trail. Then we drop into Boulder Canyon, lose about 800 feet of elevation over a mile and a half, and set up camp near the cottonwoods where the seasonal creek usually runs. Questions? Ben raised his hand. What's the water situation in the canyon? The creek's seasonal, I said. March we're usually okay, especially after the winter rains we had, but I'm carrying an emergency 3-gallon reserve just in case. Everyone's responsible for their own filtration. No other questions. We started hiking at 6:20. The Peralta Trail is one of the most popular routes in the superstitions, and for good reason. The first section winds through classic Sonoran Desert vegetation, towering saguaros with their arms bent at improbable angles, clusters of teddy bear cholla that look fuzzy from a distance but will ruin your day if you brush against them, barrel cacti squatting in the washes like fat green grenades. Palo Verde trees were just starting to bloom, tiny yellow flowers creating patches of color against the reddish volcanic soil. The trail surface was good packed dirt and decomposed granite with some loose rock in the steeper sections. We made solid time. The group stayed together naturally, no one lagging or pushing ahead. Paul Henderson was up front with me, asking questions about the geology. Ben was in the middle, quiet but alert, stopping occasionally to take photos with an expensive-looking camera. Angela brought up the rear, moving with that efficient long-distance hiker stride that eats up miles without seeming to try. By 8:30, we'd climbed out of the low desert scrub and into rockier terrain where the vegetation thinned and the canyon wall started closing in on either side. The trail got steeper, switchbacking up a talus slope, and I could hear people breathing harder. I called for a water break at a shaded spot beneath an overhang. Drink at least half a liter, I said. We've got another 400 feet of climbing before the saddle. Everyone complied. Rachel Henderson was flushed, but smiling. This is gorgeous, she said, gesturing at the view opening up behind us, miles of desert basin, with Phoenix visible as a brown smudge in the distance. We reached Fremont Saddle at 9:45. The saddle is a narrow gap between two peaks, and on a clear day, which this was, you get one of the most iconic views in Arizona. Weaver's Needle rises from Boulder Canyon like a monument, 500 feet of dark volcanic rock standing alone, its sides nearly vertical. It's been a landmark for centuries. The Apache used it for navigation. The Spanish missionaries painted it in their maps, and now hundreds of hikers every week make this climb just to take its picture. Everyone spread out along the saddle, pulling out cameras and phones. I sat on a flat rock and ate my lunch turkey sandwich on wheat, apple, trail mix. The temperature had climbed into the low 70s, and there was almost no shade up here, but a steady breeze from the west kept it comfortable. That's when Angela walked over, frowning. Kyle, can I ask you something? Sure. She pointed down into Boulder Canyon, the deep cleft that dropped away from the saddle into shadow. Is there another hiking group down there, in the canyon? I followed her gaze. Boulder Canyon was a maze of rock walls and boulder fields, the bottom obscured by distance and the angle of the sun creating deep shadows. Not that I know of. We're the only group I have scheduled for this section this week. Why? I thought I saw someone moving. Down near the bottom, maybe a quarter mile in. I only saw them for a second before they went behind some rocks. I pulled out my binoculars and scanned the canyon floor. Nothing but boulders and scattered mesquite trees and shadows. Could have been a bighorn sheep. They're active this time of year and they blend in with the rocks. She didn't look convinced, but she nodded. Yeah, probably. I didn't think much of it at the time. People see movement in the desert all the time. It's usually wildlife or heat shimmer or their own eyes playing tricks in the intense light. I finished my lunch and gave the group another 15 minutes to rest and take photos. We started the descent into Boulder Canyon at 10:30. This is where the Peralta Trail gets interesting. You drop 800 feet in a little over a mile, which doesn't sound like much until you're actually doing it. The trail is steep and loose, lots of scree and small rocks that want to slide under your boots. The switchbacks are tight, and there's enough exposure in a few spots that you don't want to slip. I always position myself at the back of the group, on descents, making sure no one falls too far behind or takes a wrong turn. We were halfway down, maybe 20 minutes into the descent, when Ben stopped abruptly and held up his hand. You hear that? He asked. I stopped. The group bunched up behind me. Hear what? Voices. Sounded like someone talking, maybe arguing. I listened hard. The canyon was quiet except for the wind sliding over rocks and the occasional cry of a raven echoing off the walls. Sound does weird things in canyons. It bounces, distorts, carries for miles sometimes. Probably just wind, I said. Or another group on a different section of trail. Sound carries strange in here. But Ben wasn't the only one. 10 minutes later, Rachel Henderson stopped and turned around, her face pale. Someone just called my name. Her husband Paul looked at her with concern. What? I didn't hear anything. A woman's voice. It said Rachel clear as day, like someone right next to me. I walked up to where she was standing. Where did it come from? She pointed toward a side drainage choked with house-sized boulders, a narrow slot canyon that branched off from the main trail. From in there. It sounded close, right in there. I pulled out my binoculars and glassed the drainage carefully. Nothing. Just rocks and shadows and a few scraggly mesquite trees clinging to cracks in the stone. I don't see anyone. Could have been an echo of someone's voice from the main trail carried through the canyon. There's no one else here, she said, and her voice had an edge to it now. I can see the whole trail behind us and ahead of us. We're the only people. She was right. The trail was empty in both directions. Let's keep moving, I said, trying to sound reassuring. We're burning daylight, and I want to be in camp before the afternoon heat hits. We reached the canyon floor around noon. The seasonal creek was running, which was good news, a thin trickle of clear water flowing over bedrock, barely 6 inches deep, but enough to filter for camp use. I had scouted this campsite on a previous trip and knew it was solid. Flat ground beneath a cluster of scraggly cottonwood trees that provided some shade, decent wind protection from the canyon walls, and far enough from the wash that we wouldn't have to worry if a freak storm kicked up. We'll set up here, I announced, dropping my pack. Get your tents up, hydrate, and rest during the heat of the day. We've got a short exploratory hike planned for this evening. When it cools down, there's some pictographs about a mile up canyon that are worth seeing. The group scattered to claim tent spots. I set up my own shelter, a lightweight tarp system I could pitch in under 5 minutes, and then got to work filtering water from the creek. By 1 in the afternoon, everyone was settled and the temperature had climbed into the low 80s. Most people were in their tents, napping or reading. I was lying in the shade of my tarp, reading a dog-eared paperback thriller when I heard it. My own voice. Calling for help. The book slid from my hands. I sat up, my heart rate spiking. The sound was coming from deeper in the canyon, maybe a quarter mile away. Faint, but unmistakable. Help. Someone help me. It was my voice. My exact voice. The slight rasp I get when I'm dehydrated. The way I tend to clip the ends of words. Even the cadence was right. I scrambled out from under the tarp and stood, scanning the canyon. The camp was quiet. Tom Chen was visible in his tent, reading. Angela was sitting against a cottonwood with a book. No one else seemed to have heard it. Help, please. Louder now. More desperate. I walked toward the sound, my pulse hammering. The canyon stretched ahead, narrowing as it cut deeper into the mountains. Walls of dark volcanic rock rose 300 feet on either side, creating deep shadow even in the middle of the day. Kyle? Angela had gotten up and was walking toward me. What's wrong? Did you hear that? I asked. Hear what? My skin went cold. Someone calling for help. It sounded like I stopped myself. How do you explain that you heard your own voice calling for help when you're standing right here? I didn't hear anything, she said, studying my face. Are you okay? You look pale. I nodded, but I wasn't. My hands were shaking slightly, and my mouth was dry, despite having just drank a full liter of water. That's when Ben emerged from his tent, his face white as paper. I heard it too, he said quietly. It was you, your voice, calling for help from up canyon. Angela looked between us. What are you talking about? There's someone in the canyon, Ben said, and they're mimicking Kyle. The words hung in the air. I wanted to deny it, wanted to explain it away, but I couldn't, because I'd heard it too. Help me. I'm hurt. All three of us heard it that time. My voice, desperate and frightened, coming from the shadowed narrows about 300 yards up canyon. Angela's face had gone pale. What the hell is that? I didn't have an answer, but I knew we needed to get control of the situation before it spiraled into panic. I walked back to camp and got everyone's attention. The Hendersons and Chens emerged from their tents, looking concerned. Listen up, I said, keeping my voice calm and level. We're experiencing some kind of acoustic phenomenon in this canyon. Some of you have heard voices, including what sounds like people you know. Ben and I both just heard what sounded like my voice calling for help from up canyon. Rachel heard her name called on the trail. I don't have an explanation for what's causing it right now, but here's what we're going to do. I paused, making eye contact with each person. No one leaves camp alone, period. If you need to use the bathroom, take a partner. If you hear voices calling to you, any voices, even if they sound like someone you know, you ignore them. Do not investigate, do not respond, do not go looking for the source. We stay together, we stay in camp, and we wait this out. Understood? Everyone nodded, but I could see fear in their faces. Lisa Chen had her arms wrapped around herself despite the heat. Paul Henderson had his jaw clenched tight. What do you think it is? Tom Chen asked. Some kind of echo effect? Could be, I said, though I didn't believe it. Could be other hikers playing a prank. Could be acoustic anomalies caused by the canyon structure. But until we figure it out, we play it safe. We spent the rest of the afternoon in camp. No one wanted to do the evening pictograph hike. People stayed close to their tents, talking in low voices, jumping at every sound. I tried to maintain a calm presence, but internally I was running through scenarios. Should I call for evacuation? We had another full day of hiking planned, but if this phenomenon continued, if people got more scared, we might need to bail early. Around 5 in the afternoon, I walked to the edge of camp to get cell signal and check in with my supervisor. No signal. Not surprising, we were deep in a canyon, surrounded by rock walls. I had a satellite phone in my pack for emergencies, but I wasn't sure this qualified yet. What would I tell search and rescue? That we were hearing voices? The sun set around 7, and the temperature dropped fast. By 7:30, it was in the low 50s, and the canyon was in deep shadow. We ate dinner early, everyone heating freeze-dried meals on their camp stoves, and no one strayed far from the circle of tents. That's when the voices started in earnest. They came from everywhere. My voice calling for help, Rachel's voice screaming, Ben's voice whispering urgently just outside the circle of light from our headlamps. Angela heard her dead sister's voice, her sister who'd been killed in a drunk driving accident 3 years ago. Tom Chen heard his father calling him, using his childhood nickname that only family knew. The voices moved. 1 minute they'd be up canyon, the next down canyon, then they'd be right behind us, so close it felt like we could reach out and touch whoever was speaking. No one slept. I sat outside my tarp with my headlamp on, trying to pinpoint where the sounds originated, but they defied location. The acoustics in the canyon should have made it easy to track sound, would bounce off the walls in predictable ways, but these voices seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. At 9:30, I heard footsteps, clear as day, boots crunching on gravel, moving through camp. I swept my headlamp around in a circle. Nothing. Everyone was in their tents, zippers drawn tight. The footsteps continued, circling the entire camp. I could hear the crunch of each step, could almost feel the vibration through the ground. Kyle? Tom Chen's voice came from his tent, tight with fear. What's out there? I don't know, I said honestly, because I didn't. The footsteps had no source, no body attached to them. They stopped directly behind me. I spun around, headlamp beam cutting through the darkness. Nothing. At 10:15, the voices stopped, just cut off mid-sentence, leaving a silence so complete and absolute that it felt like being underwater. My ears rang in the absence of sound. I waited, barely breathing, but nothing else happened. Eventually, I crawled under my tarp and tried to sleep. I managed maybe an hour, fitful and full of half-dreams about voices calling my name from the dark. When the sun rose at 6:20, I'd already made my decision. We were leaving. I didn't care if it made me look paranoid or incompetent. I didn't care if there was some rational explanation we were missing. Something was wrong with this canyon, and I wasn't going to risk my group's safety to figure out what. I woke everyone at 6:30. We're packing up and heading back to the trailhead. Something's not right here, and I'm making the call to evacuate. No one argued. If anything, people looked relieved. We broke camp in record time, 40 minutes flat. By 7:20, we were on the trail, retracing our route back toward Fremont Saddle. We made it half a mile before Angela stopped dead. There's someone following us, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. I turned around. The trail behind us was empty, just the narrow path cutting through the boulder field. Where? She pointed to a cluster of rocks about 50 yards back, right at the edge of my vision. Behind those boulders. I saw someone duck behind them, a man in a blue jacket. My blood went cold. I was wearing a blue jacket, a faded Columbia windbreaker I'd had for years. I pulled it off and held it up. I'm right here. Her face drained of color. Then who the hell? That's when I heard it. My own voice, calling from behind the boulders. Wait up, guys. Don't leave me. The entire group froze. Everyone turned to stare at me, then at the boulders. That's not me, I said. The voice called again, cheerful and casual, like we were just on a regular day hike. Kyle, wait for me. I'm coming. Ben grabbed my arm hard enough to hurt. We need to move. Now. We started walking again. Faster now. The group bunched tight together. The voice followed us, always staying just out of sight behind rocks or around corners, calling for us to slow down, to wait, to come back. It sounded so much like me that it made my skin crawl. Not just the voice, but the word choice, the casual phrasing. We reached Fremont Saddle, gasping for breath, not from exertion, but from fear. From here, we had a clear view of the trail we'd just climbed. If something was following us, we'd see it. We waited for 5 minutes. Nothing appeared on the trail below. Maybe it stopped, Lisa Chen whispered. Maybe it gave up. And then I heard it, right behind me, close enough that I felt breath on my neck. Hey, Kyle. I spun around. Standing at the edge of the saddle, maybe 8 feet away, was me. Not someone who resembled me. Not a twin or a look-alike. Me. Exact same face, same build, same clothes, down to the rip in the left knee of my hiking pants from catching it on barbed wire last month. It was even wearing my blue jacket, the one I'd taken off and had stuffed in my pack. I looked down. The jacket was still there, compressed into the top pocket. The thing smiled. Its teeth were too white, too perfect, too many of them. We should head back down, it said in my voice. The canyon's nice this time of day. Ben grabbed my shoulder hard. Kyle, don't look at it. We need to move. But I couldn't stop staring at my own face, my own eyes, looking back at me. Come on, it said, and it tilted its head at an angle that was wrong, too far, like its neck had extra joints. Don't you want to see what's down there? Kyle, Angela yanked my arm. Move. I forced myself to turn around. The group was already moving, half running down the far side of the saddle toward the trailhead. I followed, my legs wooden, my mind screaming. I didn't look back until we were 100 yards down the trail. When I finally did, there was nothing on the saddle, just empty rock and sky. We didn't stop running until we hit the parking lot. When we burst out of the trailhead, gasping and wild-eyed, there were 2 other groups getting ready to start the hike. They stared at us like we were crazy. We sat in the parking lot for 30 minutes, no one speaking, everyone trying to process what had just happened. Cars came and went, normal hikers, with their normal gear heading out for normal hikes. Finally, Paul Henderson broke the silence. What in the name of God was that? I didn't have an answer. Angela was the first to leave. She threw her pack in her Subaru and peeled out of the lot without saying goodbye, her face blank and shocked. The others followed shortly after. Ben was the last to go. Before he climbed in his truck, he turned to me. You're going to report this, right? To the Forest Service or Park Service or whoever needs to know? Report what? I asked. That we heard voices? That I saw myself? I saw it too, he said quietly. We all did. That wasn't some hallucination or trick of the light. That was real. I nodded, but I didn't know what I was agreeing to. He left, and I was alone in the parking lot as the sun climbed higher and the temperature pushed into the 80s. I called my supervisor from my truck, Rick Santos. Told him we'd experienced unexplained phenomena, and I'd made the decision to evacuate early as a safety precaution. What kind of phenomena? He asked. I told him. All of it. The voices, the footsteps, the thing that looked like me. There was a long silence on the other end. You know how this sounds, right? He finally said. Yeah. Another pause. But you're not joking. No. Okay, he said slowly. Okay. File a full incident report when you get back. And Kyle, maybe take a week off. You sound exhausted. I did take the week off. I spent it researching the Superstition Mountains, diving into archives at the Phoenix Public Library, reading old newspaper articles and mining journals and incident reports filed with the Tonto National Forest Service. What I found should have surprised me. It didn't. There were dozens of reports going back over 100 years. Hikers hearing voices of dead relatives. Groups encountering perfect copies of themselves on the trail. Entire parties evacuating because of acoustic anomalies and unexplained phenomena. Most of the reports were vague. People didn't want to be labeled as crazy, but the pattern was unmistakable. Something in those canyons mimics people, has been doing it for a very long time. I found one particularly detailed report from July of 1997, filed by a Forest Service ranger named Peter Yates. A group of 4 had been camping in Boulder Canyon, the same canyon we'd been in when they started hearing voices at night. By the second night, they had seen duplicates of themselves standing on the far rim. The report was clinical, professional, but reading between the lines, I could tell Yates had believed them. He'd noted that this was the 7th similar report from Boulder Canyon in the past 15 years. I tracked down Yates's contact information and called him. He'd retired in 2005 and was living in Prescott, but his number was still active. He answered on the 3rd ring. Peter Yates. Mr. Yates, my name is Kyle Brennan. I'm a wilderness guide with the Arizona Trail Association. I found an incident report you filed in 1997 about Boulder Canyon, and I was hoping you saw them too, he interrupted. Not a question, a statement. Yeah, I said. I did. We talked for 90 minutes. Peter had been a ranger in the superstitions for 23 years. He had seen things he couldn't explain and had stopped trying to explain them. Lights moving through canyons at night with no source. Voices calling from empty trails. Footprints that appeared and disappeared. And what he called the duplicates, perfect copies of hikers that appeared on ridges and in canyons. They're not trying to hurt you, he said. At least I don't think they are. They're trying to lure you. Get you to follow them deeper into the canyons, away from the main trails. People who do that, who follow their own voices or follow the duplicates, they don't come back. Or if they do come back, they come back wrong. Wrong how? Changed. I evacuated a guy in 2003 who'd followed what he thought was his hiking partner into a side canyon, found him 3 days later sitting on a rock, completely catatonic. He could walk, could eat, could follow basic commands, but it was like no one was home anymore. His wife said he wasn't the same person. Filed for divorce 6 months later. What are they? I asked. The duplicates? I spent 20 years trying to figure that out, Yates said. Best guess? Something that's been there longer than us. The Apache knew about them, avoided certain canyons completely. They call them different names in different areas. But the common thread was always the same spirits that steal faces, voices that lead you astray. Maybe there's some kind of predator that evolved to use mimicry. Maybe there's something else. I don't know. Is there a way to stop them? I asked. Stop them? No. Avoid them? Yes. Don't go into the deep canyons. Stick to the ridges and saddles where you can see. If you hear voices, get to high ground and wait them out. They seem to stay in the low areas. And if you see a duplicate of yourself or someone in your group, do not engage. Do not try to talk to it. Just leave. Before we hung up, he told me something that made my blood run cold. One more thing, he said. Sometimes they follow people home. Not physically, but in other ways. People report hearing the voices for weeks afterward, seeing their duplicates in reflections. It usually fades, but not always. If it happens to you, document everything and find someone who believes you. Don't try to handle it alone. That conversation was 3 weeks ago. The voices haven't stopped. I hear them at night sometimes, when I'm lying in bed. My own voice, calling from the hallway, asking why I left, begging me to come back to the canyon. Last week I saw myself standing in my bathroom mirror, but the reflection was smiling and I wasn't. Angela called me 2 days ago. She's hearing her dead sister's voice every night. Ben emailed to say he's seeing his duplicate in crowds just for a second, disappearing when he looks directly at it. I haven't been back to the superstitions. I've turned down every trip that goes into Boulder Canyon, told my supervisor I won't guide that route anymore. He didn't push. I think he knows, but I don't think it matters where I go. Whatever was in that canyon, it followed me out, and I don't know if it's ever going to let me go. If you're planning to hike the Superstition Mountains, know this. Some canyons are older than the trails that cut through them, older than the legends, and what lives there has been perfecting its mimicry for longer than we can imagine. Stay on the ridges. Don't go into the deep canyons alone. And if you hear your own voice calling to you from the shadows, run. Don't try to understand it. Don't try to confront it. Just run and pray it doesn't follow you home. Story 3. The thing that climbed with us at 14,000 feet. Something that wasn't human started climbing up behind us. By the time we realized what was happening, it was already too late for two of us. My name is Trevor Hale, and I need to write this down while I still remember it clearly. The doctors say I have frostbite-induced memory loss, that the hypoxia and cold scrambled my brain at altitude. They say I'm confabulating, filling in gaps with false memories. They say I went up Long's Peak with two friends and came down alone because I left them to die. They're wrong about the last part. I didn't leave them. Something took them, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me start at the beginning, while I still can, while I still remember their faces. I am 36 years old and I've been a mountaineering instructor for 12 years. I work for Colorado Mountain School in Estes Park, guiding climbers up everything from basic scrambles to technical ice routes. Long's Peak is my backyard. I've summited it 63 times in every season by every major route. The Keyhole route in summer when it's a crowded scramble. The Cables route in spring when snow still chokes the couloirs. The Diamond in winter when it's just you and 1,000 feet of vertical ice and the wind trying to rip you off the mountain. I know that peak better than I know my own apartment. Every boulder field, every ledge, every place where the rock changes color or the exposure gets severe. I know where avalanches slide and where cornices build up and where the afternoon lightning strikes tend to hit. In 12 years of guiding, I've never lost a client, never had a serious injury, never made a call I regretted. Until January 13th, 2024. The trip was supposed to be straightforward. A winter ascent of Long's Peak via the Keyhole route with two experienced clients who wanted to tick a 14er in winter conditions. Not a technical climb, no ropes, no ice tools, just crampons and ice axes and cold weather gear. The Keyhole route is the easiest path up Long's Peak, a 9-mile round trip with 5,000 feet of elevation gain. In summer, it's almost a walk up, if you don't count the exposure and the altitude. In winter, it's a different beast entirely. The two clients were brothers, Jake and Simon Reeves from Denver, both in their early 30s, both strong climbers with solid winter experience. Jake was the older one, a civil engineer who'd done Rainier and Shasta and half a dozen peaks in the Alaska Range. Simon was a search and rescue volunteer with Rocky Mountain Rescue, the kind of guy who spent his weekends hauling injured hikers off cliffs. They'd hired me not because they needed instruction, but because they wanted someone who knew the mountain intimately in winter conditions, who could make route-finding decisions when snow obscured the trail. We met at the Long's Peak trailhead at 2 a.m. on January 13th. The parking lot was empty, except for my truck and their Jeep. The temperature was 8 degrees Fahrenheit, forecast to drop to -5 at the summit, with winds gusting to 40 miles per hour. Clear skies, no precipitation expected. Good conditions for a winter ascent, if you could handle the cold. I checked their gear under the harsh white glow of the parking lot lights. Jake had a Black Diamond Alpine Pack MSR stove, puffy layers, hard shell, goggles, balaclava, liner gloves, and insulated shells, microspikes, and full mountaineering crampons, ice axe. Simon's setup was nearly identical. Both carried emergency bivy sacks, headlamps with spare batteries, water in insulated bottles, and high-calorie food. Everything was dialed. We're looking at 12 to 14 hours round trip, I said, going over the plan one more time. We'll hit the tree line around sunrise, Boulder Field by mid-morning, Keyhole by noon if we keep a good pace. The crux is the trough. It's going to be filled with snow and ice, probably hard-packed from wind. We'll kick steps, take our time. Once we're through the trough and into the home stretch, it's just steep hiking to the summit. Questions? Weather abort criteria? Simon asked. He was the more cautious of the two, which I appreciated. If winds hit 50 sustained, we turn around. If visibility drops below 50 feet, we turn around. If anyone shows signs of severe altitude sickness or hypothermia, we turn around. And we're off the summit by 1 p.m. regardless, because I don't trust afternoon weather even on a clear day. They both nodded. We started hiking at 2:15. The first 3 miles were in darkness, headlamps cutting narrow tunnels through the frozen forest. The trail was packed snow over ice, boot prints from previous parties frozen into hard ridges that caught at our microspikes. It was too cold for much conversation. We hiked in silence, breath freezing into ice crystals on our balaclavas, fingers already going numb despite liner gloves and shells. We broke out of the tree line just as dawn was turning the eastern sky from black to deep purple. The temperature had dropped to 5 degrees. Long's Peak rose ahead of us, a massive pyramid of snow-covered granite with the sheer east face, the diamond catching the first light. It looked impossibly high from here, impossibly far. Beautiful, Jake breathed, stopping to take a photo with his phone. It was beautiful. It was also lethal. At this temperature, exposed skin would frostbite in minutes. A fall in the ice would be catastrophic. The altitude, we were already at 11,000 feet, and climbing would steal your breath and your judgment if you weren't careful. We kept moving. The boulder field started around 10,000 feet and stretched for nearly 2 miles. In summer, it's a tedious scramble over house-sized chunks of granite. In winter, it's a maze of snow-filled gaps and ice-covered rocks. This is where people break ankles, where they fall into crevices between boulders and have to be hauled out by search and rescue. We moved carefully, testing each step, using our ice axes for balance. The sun was fully up now, but providing no warmth. The wind had picked up, gusting to maybe 25 miles per hour, enough to steal heat through our layers. We were halfway through the boulder field when Simon stopped. "You guys hear that?" I pulled down my balaclava. "Hear what?" Voices. Behind us. Sounds like someone calling. I turned around. The trail behind us was empty, just the endless field of boulders and snow stretching back toward the tree line. "I don't hear anything. Probably just wind." Jake was looking back too, frowning. "I heard it. It sounded like someone yelling. Maybe another climbing party?" We waited, listening. The wind moaned through the rocks, but I didn't hear voices. We're the only ones who signed the register this morning. Doubt anyone else started this early. "Maybe they didn't sign in," Simon said. "Maybe," I agreed. Though winter climbers almost always sign the register. It's your only lifeline if something goes wrong. We kept moving, but Simon kept looking back over his shoulder. We reached the keyhole, a distinctive notch in the ridge that marks the route's namesake, at 11:30. The temperature at 12,700 feet was -2 degrees. The wind had increased to 35 miles per hour sustained, gusting higher. We huddled in the lee of the keyhole, out of the wind, and took a break. I pulled out my thermos of hot water and made instant soup. Jake and Simon did the same. We had maybe 20 minutes before our core temperatures would start dropping, even with all our layers. "How are you guys feeling?" I asked. "Any headache, nausea, dizziness?" "I'm good," Jake said. A little short of breath, but that's normal. "Same," Simon added. But he kept looking back the way we'd come, through the keyhole, down toward the boulder field. "What's wrong?" I asked. "I keep seeing someone down there. Just for a second, then they disappear behind rocks." I looked. The boulder field was empty. Could be a ptarmigan. They're white in winter, blend right in. Too big for a bird. It looked like a person. "Do you want to wait and see if anyone catches up?" I asked. He hesitated, then shook his head. "No. Let's keep moving. I'm probably just seeing things." The trough was exactly as bad as I'd expected. A steep, narrow couloir filled with hard-packed snow and ice, about 600 vertical feet of exposed climbing. One slip here, and you'd slide all the way back to the boulder field, picking up speed, slamming into rocks. I kicked steps, using my ice axe to test the snow, and Jake and Simon followed in my tracks. It took us 45 minutes to climb the trough. By the time we emerged onto the narrows, a knife-edge traverse with 1,000-foot drops on either side, we were all breathing hard and my calves were burning. The narrows were wind-scoured, bare rock showing through the snow. We had to take off our crampons and rely on boot friction. The exposure was severe. To the left, straight down to Glacier Gorge. To the right, straight down to the boulder field. The wind hammered us, threatening to blow us off the ridge. We moved one at a time, watching each other, No one speaking because the wind stole the words from our mouths. That's when I saw it. Behind Simon, maybe 30 feet back, something was moving. A shape human-sized, crawling along the narrows on all fours. I blinked hard, thinking it was altitude playing tricks. But it was still there, and it was getting closer. "Simon!" I shouted. "Behind you!" He turned, lost his balance for a second on the narrow ridge, caught himself. "What?" I pointed. The shape had stopped moving. It crouched on the ridge, perfectly still. "What is that?" Jake had seen it too now. We all stared. The shape was maybe 40 feet away, hunched against the wind. It was wearing clothes, dark jacket, pants, but something about its proportions was wrong. The arms were too long. The way it crouched was too low, like its joints bent the wrong way. "Hello?" I called out. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" It didn't respond. It just crouched there, and even from this distance I could feel it watching us. "That's not a person," Simon said quietly. The shape started moving again, crawling toward us with jerky, unnatural movements. "Fast. Go," I said. "Move. Now." We scrambled across the narrows, not being careful anymore, just trying to put distance between us and whatever that was. I could hear it behind us, the scrape of hands and feet on rock, moving faster than anything should be able to move at this altitude. We hit the home stretch, the final 800 feet to the summit, a steep snow slope, and started climbing. My lungs were on fire. The altitude was crushing. Every step felt like moving through molasses. I looked back once. The thing was at the base of the home stretch, maybe 50 yards behind us. It had stopped crawling. Now it was standing upright. And even from this distance, even through my snow fog goggles, I could see its face. It was Jake's face. Perfect copy. Same beard, same nose, same eyes, except the eyes were wrong. They were black, completely black. "Don't look at it," I gasped. "Just climb." We climbed. My vision was starting to tunnel from the exertion and altitude. 14,000 feet, -5 degrees, 40-mile-per-hour winds. My body was shutting down non-essential functions to keep my core warm and my brain oxygenated. We reached the summit at 12:40. The actual peak of Long's Peak is a flat area about the size of a football field, wind-scoured bare rock and a few stunted cairns marking the high point. The views stretched for 100 miles in every direction, the entire front range laid out like a map. We collapsed on the summit, gasping. I pulled out my radio, the one that only worked line of sight to the valley, and called in our summit. "Long's Peak Summit Team. This is Trevor Hale. 3 climbers on top at 12:40, descending immediately. Static." Then, "Copy that, Trevor. Congratulations. Weather's holding. Safe descent." I clicked off the radio and turned to Jake and Simon. 5 minutes. Then we start down. Simon was staring back the way we'd come. "It's still there." I followed his gaze. The thing was standing at the top of the home stretch, right at the edge of the summit plateau, 50 feet away. It wasn't alone anymore. There were 3 of them now, Jake's duplicate, standing in the center, and on either side 2 more. One looked like Simon, one looked like me. We stared at our own faces staring back. "What are they?" Jake whispered. I didn't have an answer. They started walking toward us, moving in perfect unison, their feet making no sound on the rock. "We need to go," I said. "Back the way we came. Now." "They're blocking the route," Simon said, and he was right. The only way down was past them. "Then we go around. North face route. It's steeper, but we can rappel if we have to." "We don't have rope," Jake said. "Then we down climb. Move." We scrambled across the summit, heading for the north side of the peak. The duplicates followed, matching our pace exactly. When we ran, they ran. When we stopped, they stopped. We reached the north edge and looked down. Steep. Very steep. 4th class scrambling at minimum. Maybe low 5th class in places. Doable in summer. In winter, with ice and snow and exhaustion and altitude, it was suicide. But the duplicates were getting closer. "We don't have a choice," I said. "I'll go first. Test the route. If I make it 50 feet, follow me. I started down, facing into the rock, using my hands and feet, searching for holds. The rock was covered in verglas thin ice that made everything slippery. My hands were so cold I could barely feel the holds. I made it 20 feet when I heard Simon scream. I looked up. The duplicates had reached them. Jake was backing away from his double, toward the edge. Simon was swinging his ice axe at the thing that wore his face. "Don't engage," I shouted. "Just climb down." But it was too late. Jake's duplicate lunged forward with impossible speed, grabbed Jake by the jacket, and pulled him close. For a second, they were face to face, perfect mirrors of each other. Then Jake started screaming. Not pain, something worse, like his mind was being torn apart. His duplicate released him, and Jake collapsed, his body going rigid, foam coming from his mouth. "Jake!" Simon scrambled toward his brother. "No." I started climbing back up, but I was too slow, too far away. Simon reached Jake just as Jake's duplicate turned toward him. I saw Simon raise his ice axe, saw the duplicate grab it mid-swing, saw them struggle. Then Simon's duplicate appeared behind him, wrapped arms around him from behind, and Simon went rigid too, the same horrible screaming, the same foam. I was 10 feet from the top when both duplicates looked directly at me. My own duplicate was standing between them, staring down at me with my own eyes. I made a decision. I let go. I fell 20 feet, hit a ledge, felt something crack in my ribs, kept sliding. 30 more feet, hitting outcroppings, my ice axe torn from my grip, my pack slamming into my back. I tried to self-arrest with my hands, but there was nothing to grab. 40 feet, 50. I hit a snowfield and stopped, gasping, my entire body screaming in pain. I looked up. The summit was far above me now. I couldn't see the top, couldn't see Jake or Simon or the things that had taken them. I don't remember the descent clearly. I know I crawled for some of it. I know I fell more than once. I know that somewhere around 12,000 feet I threw up, and the vomit froze to my balaclava. I made it to the boulder field just before dark. A search and rescue team found me at the trailhead at 8 p.m., hypothermic and delirious. They went up the next day. 3 teams, 20 rescuers total. They found Jake and Simon on the summit, sitting next to each other, backs against a cairn, frozen solid. No injuries except frostbite. The official report says they summited, got disoriented in the cold and altitude, and died of hypothermia, that I had descended alone, leaving them behind. The report says I was suffering from severe altitude sickness and cold-induced psychosis when I reported duplicate climbers on the radio. The report says there were only 3 sets of tracks on the mountain, mine, Jake's, and Simon's. But here's what the report doesn't say. When they brought the bodies down, Jake's eyes were completely black, so were Simon's. The medical examiner noted it as possible hemorrhaging due to hypothermia. When they went through Simon's camera, the last photo he took at the summit showed 4 people, Jake, me, Simon, and a 4th person standing behind them. The 4th person's face was blurred, but you could see it was wearing Simon's jacket. And when I was in the hospital, recovering, Jake's wife visited me. She said Jake had called her from the summit. At 12:50, 10 minutes after we'd summited, she said he sounded strange, his voice flat, and he told her he was coming home soon. Our radio log shows we left the summit at 12:45. There's no cell service on Longspeak. There's never been cell service on Longspeak. I didn't kill Jake and Simon, but I also didn't save them. Something on that mountain took them, wore their faces, and sent them home in bodies that looked right but weren't. And I don't know if it's still up there, waiting. I don't guide anymore. I can't. Every time I look at a mountain, I see my own face staring back from the summit. The frostbite took 3 fingers on my left hand and part of my right ear. The nightmares took everything else. If you're planning a winter 14er, know this. Sometimes you meet other climbers on the mountain who don't belong there. If you see someone who looks exactly like you or your climbing partner, turn around immediately. Don't try to understand it. Don't engage with it. Just descend as fast as you can. And if someone in your party starts acting strange after encountering it, if their voice goes flat, if their eyes look wrong, they're not coming home. Whatever comes down the mountain might have their face and their memories, but it's not them anymore. I learned that the hard way. Jake and Simon's funeral was last month. Closed casket, at the family's request. I didn't go. I couldn't face seeing their wives, their parents, knowing what I know, knowing that something is walking around in their bodies, something that learned how to pass for human at 14,000 feet in the thin, cold air, something that's still learning. If you made it this far, if you're planning that winter climb, remember, the summit isn't worth your life, and it's definitely not worth whatever the hell is waiting up there. Turn around. Go home. Some peaks are meant to stay unclimbed. Story 4. What we found in the North Cascades. I should have turned back the moment we found the abandoned campsite, but I didn't, and now 2 of my oldest friends are missing and no one believes me about what took them. My name is Ethan Cross. I'm 34 years old and I work as a software engineer in Seattle. This isn't a story about my job or my normal life. This is about what happened on the Copper Ridge Trail in the North Cascades during the 3rd week of August, 2023, and why I'll never set foot in those mountains again. I need to write this down while the memories are still clear, before the investigators convince me that what I saw wasn't real, that trauma and exhaustion created false memories, that my friends simply got lost or fell or made bad decisions. I know what I saw. I know what followed us through those mountains for 3 days, and I know that whatever it was, it's still up there. The trip was supposed to be a reunion. Me, Tyler Brooks, and Sean Murphy, we'd been best friends since college at the University of Washington, back when we were all broke students, sharing a basement apartment in the U District and spending every weekend hiking in the Cascades. After graduation, we'd scattered Tyler to Portland for a job with Nike, Sean to San Francisco for a tech startup, me staying in Seattle. We tried to keep the tradition alive, meeting up a few times a year for backpacking trips, but life had gotten in the way. Jobs, relationships, responsibilities. It had been almost 2 years since our last trip together. The North Cascades seemed like the perfect place for a reunion. Remote, spectacular, challenging enough to feel like an adventure, but not technical enough to require specialized gear. We'd planned a 4-day, 3-night loop. Start at the Hannigan Pass trailhead, hike up to Copper Ridge, traverse the ridge for 2 days with views that would make your chest ache, then drop down to Chilliwack River and loop back. Total mileage, 34 miles. Elevation gain, 7,000 feet spread over the route. Difficulty, strenuous but manageable for experienced hikers. We met at the trailhead on August 17th at 9 in the morning. The parking lot was nearly empty midweek in late August, after the summer crowds, but before fall colors brought the leaf peepers. Perfect timing. Tyler pulled up in his Tacoma just as I was transferring my gear from my Subaru. He looked good, tanned and fit, his red hair longer than I remembered. Cross! He bear-hugged me hard enough to crack my back. God, it's been too long. Sean arrived 20 minutes later, apologizing for hitting traffic coming up from SeaTac. He'd flown in from San Francisco that morning, looking exhausted but excited. We spent 30 minutes in the parking lot going through gear checks, old habits from our college outdoor club days. Everyone had appropriate packs, good boots, water filtration, layers, first aid kits, bare canisters for food storage. Radio? I asked. No cell service up here anyway, Tyler said. And we're not doing anything technical. We'll be fine. I had a Garmin InReach Mini in my pack, a satellite communicator that could send SOS signals and basic texts. I didn't mention it because I didn't want to seem paranoid. In hindsight, I should have told them. Should have made sure everyone knew we had emergency communication capability. We started hiking at 10:15. The trail began in dense old-growth forest, Douglas fir and western hemlock towering overhead, the air thick with the smell of decomposing needles and damp earth. The path was well maintained, smooth dirt with occasional roots and rocks. We fell into an easy rhythm, Tyler setting the pace up front, Sean in the middle, me bringing up the rear. The conversation flowed like no time had passed at all. Tyler's relationship drama with his girlfriend who wanted him to move to Seattle. Sean's startup that was hemorrhaging money but might get acquired. My boring, stable job and equally boring, stable life. We laughed about college, about the time we'd gotten lost in the Alpine Lakes wilderness and had to bushwhack for 6 hours to find the trail, about the time Sean had accidentally set his sleeping bag on fire. We hiked through the morning, climbing steadily. The forest began to thin as we gained elevation, the trees getting smaller and sparser. By early afternoon, we'd broken out above tree line onto Copper Ridge proper. The view stole whatever breath the altitude hadn't already taken. To the north, Mount Shuksan rose like a white pyramid, glaciers gleaming in the afternoon sun. To the south, Mount Baker dominated the skyline. Between them, ridge after ridge of jagged peaks stretched to the horizon, a sea of gray stone and permanent snowfields. The ridge we were on was narrow in places, with steep drop-offs on both sides into deep valleys. We stopped for lunch at a rocky outcrop with 360 views, sandwiches and trail mix and water. The temperature was in the mid-60s, with a steady breeze from the west. Perfect conditions. That's when Tyler pointed to something down in the valley to our east. "Is that a camp?" he asked. I followed his gaze. About 1,000 feet below us, tucked into a small meadow near the tree line, I could see a tent. A single green tent with what looked like gear scattered around it. "Huh?" Sean said, pulling out his binoculars. "Yeah, that's definitely a camp, but I don't see anyone moving around." We watched for a few minutes. The tent just sat there, door flapping slightly in the wind. No people, no movement except the door. "Maybe they're out day hiking," I suggested. "Maybe," Tyler said, but he sounded uncertain. "Seems weird to leave your door open, though, and all that gear just scattered around." We debated hiking down to check on them, but that would have added 3 or 4 hours to our day and taken us off our planned route. We decided to report it to a ranger when we got out, in case someone needed assistance. We kept hiking. The first campsite we'd planned to use was at Egg Lake, a small alpine tarn about 6 miles from the trailhead. We arrived around 5 in the afternoon, tired but in good spirits. The lake was perfect, crystal clear water reflecting the surrounding peaks, a few decent flat spots for tents, and nobody else around. We set up camp quickly. 3 tents in a loose triangle around a flat rock we'd use as our kitchen area. Tyler got his MSR stove going and started heating water for freeze-dried meals. Sean filtered water from the lake. I hung our bare canisters from a tree branch about 50 yards from camp. As the sun set and the temperature dropped, we sat on the rock eating our dinners and watching the alpenglow paint Mount Shuksan pink and gold. This was what I'd missed. This feeling of being so far from civilization that the normal world seemed like a dream, just mountains and friends and the absolute silence of wilderness. Except it wasn't quite silent. Around 8:30, as the light was fading, we heard something. A voice, distant and faint, coming from down the ridge the way we'd come. "Help." Single word. Flat. Almost emotionless. We all heard it. We all looked at each other. "Someone's in trouble," Sean said, already standing up. "Wait." Tyler held up a hand. "Listen." We listened. The voice came again. "Help." Same tone. Same flatness. No urgency. No fear. Just the word. "That's weird," I said. "Why would someone call for help like that?" "Help." It was getting closer. I grabbed my headlamp and turned it on, scanning the ridge. The trail was visible for maybe 100 yards before it disappeared around a rocky outcrop. Nothing moved in my beam. "Help." Closer still. Maybe 50 yards away now, just beyond where I could see. "Hello?" Tyler called out. "Do you need assistance? We can help you." No response. Then, "Help." The voice sounded like it was right at the edge of my headlamp beam, but there was no one there. "I don't like this," Sean said quietly. "Something's not right." "Help." Now it was coming from a different direction. Behind us, from the direction of the lake. I spun around, headlamp cutting through the darkness. The lake shore was empty. Help. To our left, from the steep slope leading down into the valley. Help. To our right, from the rocky ridge above camp. It was surrounding us. Multiple voices now, all saying the same word in the same flat tone, coming from all directions. My skin went cold despite my down jacket. Get in the tents, I said. Now. We scrambled for our tents. I dove into mine, zipping it shut, my heart hammering. I could still hear the voices outside, circling the camp. Help, 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 over and over, from different directions, sometimes overlapping so it sounded like a chorus. Then they started saying our names. Ethan. My blood froze. That was Tyler's voice. But Tyler was in his tent 15 feet away. Sean. My own voice. Calling Sean's name. Tyler. Sean's voice. The voices circled for hours. Sometimes they'd stop for 10 or 15 minutes and I'd think it was over, then they'd start again. Sometimes they'd be right outside my tent, so close I could hear breathing, but whenever I looked through the mesh window, there was nothing there, just darkness and the faint shapes of the other tents. Around 2 a.m, the voices finally stopped. The silence was absolute, oppressive. I lay in my sleeping bag, rigid with fear, unable to sleep. When dawn broke at 6, I unzipped my tent and crawled out. Tyler and Sean emerged from their tents at the same time, all of us looking haggard and terrified. What the fuck was that? Tyler asked. I don't know, I said. But we're leaving. We're hiking back to the trailhead right now. Sean nodded vigorously. Agreed. Let's pack up and get out of here. We broke camp in 20 minutes, shoveling our gear into our packs with shaking hands. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see something watching us from the tree line or the ridge, but the morning was clear and calm and empty. We started hiking at 7:30, moving fast, almost jogging on the easier sections of trail. No one spoke. We just wanted to put distance between ourselves and that campsite. We'd hiked about 2 miles when Tyler stopped abruptly. Guys, he said, his voice tight, that abandoned camp we saw yesterday, the one down in the valley. What about it? I asked. I think we should check on it. Something feels wrong. Are you insane? Sean said. We need to get out of here, not investigate random campsites. What if someone's hurt down there? Tyler insisted. What if those voices last night were someone trying to get help and we just hid in our tents? I wanted to say no. Every instinct screamed to keep moving toward the trailhead. But Tyler had a point. What if someone genuinely needed help? 30 minutes, I said. We check the camp, and if there's nothing obviously wrong, we keep moving. We left the main trail and started picking our way down the steep slope toward the valley floor. It took 40 minutes just to reach the tree line, scrambling over loose rock and heather. The abandoned camp was in a meadow just inside the forest. As we got closer, I could see what we'd missed from the ridge. The tent was shredded, not damaged by weather or animals shredded. Long tears in the fabric, as if something with claws had ripped it apart. The gear scattered around the site wasn't just disorganized, it was destroyed. A sleeping bag torn to pieces, feathers everywhere. A backpack with the frame bent at impossible angles. A camp stove crushed flat. And in the center of the meadow, drawn in the dirt with something dark that might have been blood, was a symbol. A spiral with branching lines radiating out from the center. We need to go, Sean whispered. Right now. That's when we heard the breathing. Heavy. Wet. Coming from inside the tree line, just beyond our view. Something moved in the shadows between the trees. Something big. We ran. I don't remember the climb back up to the ridge. I just remember running, my pack slamming against my back, my lungs burning. Tyler and Sean crashing through the brush beside me. Behind us, I could hear something following. Not trying to catch us. It could have caught us easily if it wanted to. Just following, pacing us, letting us know it was there. We hit the main trail and kept running, not stopping, until we'd put 2 miles between us and that valley. When we finally collapsed, gasping, Tyler was crying. What was that? He kept saying. What the fuck was that? I don't know, I said. But we need to keep moving. Fast. We hiked hard for the next 4 hours, barely stopping. The trail stretched on forever, every turn revealing another mile of ridge, another valley to cross. The sun climbed higher, the temperature rising into the 70s, and we were sweating through our layers, but none of us wanted to stop long enough to shed them. Around 3 in the afternoon, we reached a decision point. The trail split left would take us on our planned route around the loop, another 2 days of hiking. Right would take us on a rougher, less maintained trail that could get us back to the trailhead by late tomorrow if we pushed hard. Right, Sean said immediately. I want out of here. Tyler and I agreed. We turned right onto the rougher trail. That was our mistake. The trail deteriorated quickly. What had been a well-maintained path became an overgrown route that was barely visible in places. We had to navigate by map and compass, bushwhacking through sections where the trail had been reclaimed by vegetation. The terrain got steeper, rockier, more exposed. We were crossing a particularly nasty scree field when Tyler went down. His ankle rolled on a loose rock and he fell hard, crying out in pain. Sean and I scrambled over to him. His right ankle was already swelling, turning purple. Can you walk? I asked. He tried to stand and gasped in pain. I don't think so. Fuck. I think it's broken. My stomach sank. We were at least 15 miles from the trailhead, on an unmaintained trail, with one person unable to walk. And something was out there in the mountains, following us. I pulled out my Garmin InReach. I'm calling for rescue. Tyler grabbed my arm. No. No rescue. We can't stay here waiting for them. Not with that thing out there. You can't walk, Sean said. Then you'll have to help me. Please. I can't stay here. It'll find us. I looked at Sean. He looked at the darkening sky. It was already 4:30, sun setting early this time of year at this latitude. If we stayed here, we'd be spending the night in the open. If we tried to move with Tyler injured, we'd be moving slowly, in the dark, on dangerous terrain. Both options were terrible. We move, I decided. Sean and I will support Tyler. We get as far as we can before dark. Then we find a defensible campsite. We fashioned a splint from Tyler's trekking poles and started moving. Tyler between us, his arms over our shoulders, hopping on his good leg. It was agonizingly slow. Every 50 yards we had to stop for Tyler to rest, his face white with pain. By 6:30 we'd covered maybe a mile. The sun was setting fast, the temperature dropping. We found a relatively flat spot on a rocky outcrop, not ideal for camping, but it had good visibility in all directions and our backs would be to a cliff face. We set up Tyler's tent. He couldn't sleep outside with his injury, and Sean and I said we'd sleep in shifts, keeping watch. As darkness fell, the voices started again. Help, Ethan, Tyler, Sean. Our own voices calling to each other from the darkness surrounding our rocky outcrop. And then we heard new voices. Voices of people we knew. My mother's voice, calling my name. Tyler's ex-girlfriend. Sean's brother who died in a car accident 5 years ago. Tyler was sobbing in his tent. Sean was sitting next to me, his whole body shaking. It's not real, I kept saying. It's not real. It's trying to lure us out. But it sounded so real. My mother's voice, exactly as I remembered it, telling me she needed help. She was lost in the dark. Please come find her. The voices continued until dawn. When the sun rose, Tyler was gone. His tent was empty. The door was unzipped from the inside. His boots were still there. His pack was still there. He was just gone. Sean and I searched the area frantically, calling his name, but there was no sign of him. No tracks, no blood, nothing. It took him, Sean whispered, while we were sitting right here. It came into the tent and took him, and we didn't hear anything. We should have activated the emergency beacon then. We should have called for rescue, stayed put, waited for help. Instead, we ran. We left Tyler's gear, left everything except our own packs, and we ran down that trail like hell itself was chasing us. Maybe it was. We ran for 6 hours, through terrain that should have killed us, over loose rock and through dense brush and across streams swollen with glacial melt. Somehow we didn't fall, didn't break our ankles, didn't get lost. We ran until we hit the parking lot at 2 in the afternoon on August 19th. My Subaru was still there. Tyler's Tacoma was still there, Everything looked exactly as we'd left it 3 days ago. We drove to the ranger station in Marble Mount and reported Tyler missing. They asked us questions. Where did we last see him? What condition was he in? Why did we leave him? We told them everything. The voices, the abandoned camp, the thing in the trees, Tyler vanishing from his tent. They didn't believe us. They organized a search and rescue operation. 30 people, 2 helicopters, search dogs. They found Tyler's tent and his gear exactly where we'd left them on the rocky outcrop. They never found Tyler. After 3 days, they suspended the active search and listed him as a missing person. The official theory is that he wandered away from camp in the night, disoriented by pain and medication, and fell. They think his body is somewhere in one of the deep ravines, where even the helicopters couldn't spot it. Sean went back to San Francisco and won't return my calls. I heard through mutual friends that he's in therapy, that he's told his therapist he doesn't remember most of the trip, that his mind has blocked it out. I still remember everything. The voices, the shredded tent, the breathing in the trees, Tyler's empty tent with the door unzipped from the inside. The investigators asked me why I didn't activate the emergency beacon earlier, why I didn't call for help when Tyler was injured, why we left his gear on the mountain. I don't have good answers. Or I do, but they sound insane. I think about going back, hiking into the North Cascades to look for Tyler myself, to prove that something took him, that we didn't just abandon him to die alone in the wilderness. But I can't. Every time I look at a map of the North Cascades, I hear the voices, my mother calling my name, Tyler asking for help in that flat, emotionless tone. The Park Service says the area where we hiked is safe. People use those trails all the time without incident. But 3 weeks ago, a solo hiker found another shredded campsite in the same valley where we saw the abandoned tent. Same pattern gear destroyed, tent ripped apart, the spiral symbol drawn in the dirt. They're calling it bear activity, but I saw the photos the ranger showed me. Bears don't draw symbols. Bears don't arrange torn equipment in perfect circles. And bears don't mimic human voices. I don't know what's in those mountains. I don't know if it took Tyler or if he really did just wander off and fall. I don't know if what we experienced was real or if 3 days without sleep and the stress of the situation created mass hysteria. All I know is that I'm never going back to the North Cascades. And if you're planning a trip there, especially to Copper Ridge or the Chilliwack River area, you should know this. If you hear voices at night calling for help, don't respond. If you hear your own voice or the voice of someone you know, stay in your tent with the door zipped. If you find an abandoned campsite with gear scattered everywhere and strange symbols drawn in the dirt, turn around immediately and hike out. And if someone in your group goes missing, call for rescue immediately. Don't try to find them yourself. Don't run. Because whatever's out there, it's faster than you. It's smarter than you. And it knows how to use your fear and your loyalty and your guilt against you. Tyler's family still calls me sometimes. They want to know what really happened. They want to know why I left their son on a mountain. I tell them what I told the investigators, that he vanished from his tent in the night, that we searched for him, that I don't know where he went. I don't tell them that sometimes, late at night, I hear his voice outside my apartment window, calling my name, asking me to come back, telling me he's lost and he needs help finding his way home. I don't tell them that I'm terrified he's still out there somewhere, wearing Tyler's face and Tyler's voice, waiting for someone else to come looking for him. Story 5. We had exactly 4 hours to make it back to the trailhead before full dark, and the trail markers had started lying to us. My name is Rebecca Walsh, and I'm a 31-year-old physical therapist from Knoxville, Tennessee. I'm not a professional outdoors person or a survival expert. I'm just someone who likes hiking on weekends, who thought a 3-day section of the Appalachian Trail would be a nice way to spend a long weekend in October. I was wrong. This is what happened when the trail markers started changing, when the distances stopped making sense, and when we realized that something in the Smoky Mountains wanted us to stay there after dark. The plan was simple. My girlfriend Jess and I would hike a 28-mile section of the AT from Davenport Gap to the Newfound Gap parking area, spending 2 nights on the trail. It's a popular section, not too technical, well maintained, with established shelters every 6 to 8 miles. We'd done sections of the AT before, knew what we were getting into, had all the right gear. It should have been straightforward. We started at Davenport Gap at 8 in the morning on October 6th, 2023, Friday. The parking area was nearly empty mid-October, is shoulder season in the Smokies, after the summer crowds and before leaf peeper season peaks. The weather was perfect. 52 degrees, clear skies, forecast calling for highs in the mid-60s and lows in the low 40s. No rain predicted for the entire weekend. Jess had the map and I had the GPS app on my phone as backup. The first day's hike was 12 miles to Cosby Knob Shelter, with about 3,000 feet of elevation gain spread over the distance. Moderate difficulty. We'd done harder. Ready? Jess asked, shouldering her pack. She was grinning, excited. This was our first backpacking trip together as a couple. We'd been dating for 8 months, and she'd been wanting to do something like this since we met. She had more hiking experience than me, had done sections of the Pacific Crest Trail and the Long Trail in Vermont. I'd been worried about keeping up with her, but she'd assured me this section was perfect for mixed experience levels. Ready, I said, though I was nervous. Not about the hiking, about being in the wilderness with someone I was still getting to know in some ways. What if we drove each other crazy? What if I couldn't keep pace? What if the romance of backpacking together turned into 3 days of silent resentment? I needn't have worried. The first day was perfect. We hiked through mixed hardwood forest, the leaves just starting to turn patches of yellow and orange against the green. The trail climbed steadily, but never too steeply. We stopped every hour for water and snacks, talking the whole time about everything and nothing. Work drama, family stuff, a stupid argument we'd had the week before about where to get Thai food. Out here, with miles of forest around us and the white blazes of the AT marking our path, everything felt easy. We passed a few other hikers, a couple in their 60s, doing the whole AT southbound, a group of college kids on a weekend trip, a solo guy with an enormous pack who looked like he'd been on the trail for months. Everyone was friendly, the trail camaraderie making you feel connected to strangers just because you were all out here doing the same crazy thing. We reached Cosby Knob Shelter at 5:30 in the afternoon. It's a 3-sided wooden structure with a raised sleeping platform, designed to sleep 12 people in a pinch, but comfortable for 6. We were the only ones there. We set up our sleeping pads and bags on the platform, hung our food bags from the bear cables, filtered water from the nearby spring, and made dinner as the sun set through the trees. That night, lying in our sleeping bags, with the forest sounds around us, Jess reached over and took my hand. "This is perfect," she whispered. "I'm so glad we did this." "Me too," I said, and meant it. I fell asleep feeling happier than I had in months. Day 2 started wrong. We woke at 6:30 to find that our food bags had been taken down from the bear cables and placed neatly on the shelter floor, not torn into or damaged, just carefully placed there, still sealed. "Did you take these down last night?" I asked Jess. "No." "Did you?" We stared at the bags. The bear cables were 20 feet away, the rope still hanging from the metal cable strung between trees. Someone would have had to walk into the shelter while we were sleeping, take down our bags, and set them on the floor without waking us. "Maybe another hiker came through early this morning," Jess suggested, trying to be helpful. But that didn't make sense. Why would someone take down our food and not wake us? And we would have heard someone moving around the shelter. The wooden platform creaked with every step. We ate breakfast quickly, both of us unsettled. By 7:30, we were back on the trail, hiking toward our second night's destination, Tri-Corner Knob Shelter, 10 miles ahead. The trail was different that day. Not physically, the path was still well maintained, the white blazes still visible every 100 yards or so. But the atmosphere had changed. The forest felt quieter. We didn't see any other hikers. The birds that had been so vocal the day before were silent. and the trail markers started acting strange. About 3 miles in, we passed a wooden sign marking the distance to Tricorner Knob Shelter, 7.2 miles. Jess checked her map. That's right, we've done about 3 miles, should be 7.2 to go. We hiked another hour, covering what the GPS said was 2 miles. When we reached the next trail marker, it said 7.2 miles to Tricorner Knob Shelter. Jess frowned. That can't be right. We just hiked 2 miles. It should say 5.2. Maybe it's an old sign, I said. They don't always update them. We kept hiking. Another hour, another 2 miles by the GPS. The next marker said 7.2 miles to Tricorner Knob Shelter. Okay, this is weird, Jess said. She pulled out the map and GPS trying to figure out where we were. According to the GPS, we've hiked 8 miles total since Davenport Gap. We should only have about 2 miles left to Tricorner Knob. But the signs keep saying 7.2. Are we on the wrong trail? I asked. No, we're definitely on the AT. Look, she pointed to a white blaze on a nearby tree, and the terrain matches the map. We're where we should be. The signs are just wrong. We decided to trust the GPS and keep moving, but the next marker we passed, which should have said we were close to the shelter, said 7.2 miles to Tricorner Knob Shelter. Every single marker from that point on said the same thing. 7.2 miles. No matter how far we hiked, no matter what the GPS said, every wooden sign and every trail marker insisted we were still 7.2 miles from our destination. I don't like this, I said. Something's not right. Jess was trying to stay calm, but I could see the worry in her face. Let's just keep following the GPS. We'll find the shelter. Except we didn't. By 3 in the afternoon, we'd been hiking for over 7 hours. The GPS said we'd covered 16 miles total. We should have passed Tricorner Knob Shelter hours ago, but we hadn't seen it. We hadn't seen any shelter. Just endless forest and trail, and those markers repeating. 7.2 miles. 7.2 miles. 7.2 miles. We need to turn back, I said. Something is seriously wrong. We should go back to Cosby Knob and then hike out to a road tomorrow. Jess checked her phone. It's 3:15. If we turn around now, we'd be hiking back in the dark. The sun sets around 6:30. We don't have enough daylight. Then we camp here, off trail, set up our tent, and wait until morning. We're not supposed to camp off trail in the Smokies, Jess said. It's against park regulations, and we don't have a tent. We were planning to use the shelters. She was right. We'd packed ultralight, relying on the shelter system. No tent, just sleeping bags and pads. What do you want to do? I asked, hearing my voice crack with stress. Jess took a deep breath. We keep going. The shelter has to be ahead of us. The GPS could be glitching, but the trail can't just go on forever. We'll find it. We kept hiking. By 4:30, the light was starting to fade. We'd been passing the same 7.2 mile markers for hours. The forest around us looked identical in every direction, the same trees, the same undergrowth, even the same patterns of leaves on the trail. It was like we were walking through a loop, seeing the same stretch of forest over and over. That's when we saw the hiker. He was standing on the trail ahead of us, maybe 50 yards away. Tall, wearing a faded green jacket and a large pack. He wasn't moving, just standing there, facing away from us. Hey, Jess called out. Excuse me. The hiker didn't respond. We walked closer. As we approached, I could see he was an older man, maybe 60, with gray hair visible under his baseball cap. Sir? Jess said. Are you okay? The man turned around slowly. His face was wrong. I can't describe it better than that. All the features were there, eyes, nose, mouth, but they were arranged in a way that didn't make sense. Like someone had described a human face but had never actually seen one and tried to assemble one from memory. Jess grabbed my arm. Run, she whispered. We ran. Behind us, I heard the man start walking. Not running, just walking. His footsteps steady and unhurried on the trail. We ran for 10 minutes, my lungs burning, pack slamming against my back, When we finally stopped to catch our breath, the footsteps had stopped too. "What was that?" I gasped. "I don't know. I don't know." Jess was shaking. His face, did you see his face? That wasn't right. We stood there for a few minutes, listening. The forest was completely silent. No wind, no birds, no insects. Just silence, so complete it felt like being underwater. Then we heard it. Footsteps again, coming from ahead of us now. We turned and looked. The same hiker was standing on the trail in front of us. Same green jacket, same pack, same wrong face. But we'd just run away from him. He'd been behind us. "How did you?" Jess started. The hiker smiled. His mouth opened far too wide, revealing too many teeth. 7.2 miles, he said in a voice that sounded like wind through dead trees. 7.2 miles. 7.2 miles. He ran again, this time off the trail, crashing through the underbrush. Branches whipped at our faces, and our packs caught on bushes, but we didn't stop. We ran until my legs gave out, and I collapsed against a tree, gasping. Jess was bent over, hands on her knees, hyperventilating. "What is happening? What is that thing?" "I don't know," I said, "but we need to get out of here. Now." We pulled out the GPS. It showed we'd run about half a mile off the trail, deeper into the forest, and it was now 5:20. We had maybe an hour of good light left. "We have to get back to the trailhead," Jess said. "We have to get to Davenport Gap before dark." I checked the GPS. According to it, we were about 18 miles from Davenport Gap, 18 miles in 1 hour, through forest, in fading light, with something stalking us. Impossible. "We can't make it," I said. "It's too far." "Then what do we do?" Jess's voice broke. "What do we do, Beck?" I didn't have an answer. That's when we heard voices, multiple voices, coming from different directions around us, all saying the same thing. 7.2 miles. 7.2 miles. 7.2 miles. The voices were getting closer, surrounding us. "Climb," I said. "We climb a tree. Get off the ground." There was a large oak nearby, with low branches. We scrambled up it, our packs making it difficult, but fear gave us strength. We climbed 20 feet up and wedged ourselves into stable positions among the branches. Below us, they came. People. At least a dozen of them, all wearing hiking gear, all with those wrong faces. They walked through the forest with jerky, unnatural movements, their heads turning in sync as they searched. 7.2 miles. 7.2 miles. They circled our tree. Some of them stopped and looked up. Their eyes were black, completely black, like pools of oil. One of them started climbing. Its movements were all wrong. It moved like a spider, limbs bending at angles that should have been impossible. It climbed fast, too fast. Higher, Jess hissed. We climbed higher into thinner branches that swayed under our weight. The thing kept coming, its wrong face tilted up toward us, that too wide smile never changing. 7.2 miles, it whispered. It was 10 feet below us when the branch it was on snapped. The thing fell, hitting the ground with a wet thud. It lay there for a moment, limbs twisted, then slowly pulled itself upright and rejoined the circle of hikers around our tree. They waited. We stayed in that tree for 3 hours, shivering in the cold, watching those things circle below us. They never left. They just walked in slow circles, occasionally looking up at us, repeating that phrase over and over. 7.2 miles. As the sun set and darkness fell, I realized we were going to die up here. We'd freeze overnight, or we'd fall asleep and fall, or we'd run out of water and eventually have to come down. That's when Jess touched my arm. "Look," she whispered, pointing. In the darkness, I could see lights. Not flashlights, something else. A faint blue-green glow, like foxfire or bioluminescence, coming from deeper in the forest. The hikers below us saw it too. Their heads all turned in unison toward the lights. Then, without a word, they started walking toward it, leaving our tree, disappearing into the darkness. We waited 30 minutes after they'd gone, barely breathing, listening to the forest. Silence. We need to move, Jess whispered. Now, while they're gone, we follow the GPS back to the trail and we hike out. We don't stop. We don't look back. We just go. We climb down carefully in the darkness, using our headlamps. Every sound made us freeze. A branch cracking, leaves rustling, but nothing came for us. We found the trail again using the GPS. According to the app, we were 19 miles from Davenport Gap, 19 miles in full darkness. We started walking fast, almost jogging when the terrain allowed it. We didn't talk, just focused on putting one foot in front of the other. The headlamps created small pools of light that made the surrounding darkness feel absolute. We'd been hiking for an hour when we saw the first trail marker in our headlamp beams. 6.1 miles to Davenport Gap. Different number, not 7.2. My heart leaped with hope. We hiked faster. The next marker, 4.8 miles to Davenport Gap. Then 3.2 miles. Then 1.7 miles. We were getting closer. The numbers were counting down. We were going to make it. The parking area appeared out of the darkness at 9:47 p.m. My Subaru was still there, exactly where we'd left it. So was Jess's Honda. We threw our packs in the back and got in, locking the doors. I started the engine with shaking hands and backed out of the parking space so fast I nearly hit a tree. We drove in silence for 20 minutes, putting miles between us and the trailhead, before either of us spoke. What were those things? I finally asked. I don't know. Jess's voice was flat, emotionless. Shock. I don't know what they were. We drove to a hotel in Gatlinburg and got a room. Neither of us slept. We just sat up in bed with all the lights on, staring at nothing. In the morning, we discussed whether to report what happened. But report what? That we saw hikers with wrong faces? That trail markers were lying to us? That we'd run off trail and climbed a tree? We'd sound insane. We decided to let it go. Try to forget. Move on. Except we couldn't. Jess started having nightmares, waking up screaming about things with wrong faces climbing through her window. She stopped hiking altogether, stopped going outside more than necessary. We broke up 3 weeks later. Not because we wanted to, but because every time we looked at each other, we remembered that forest, those things, the terror. I tried to go back to normal life. But 2 months after the trip, I was at the grocery store when I saw one of them, a woman in the produce section, looking at apples. Her face was wrong in that same subtle way, all the parts there, but assembled incorrectly. She turned and looked directly at me. 7.2 miles, she said quietly. I dropped my basket and ran. I've seen them 4 more times since then. Different people, different places, always with the wrong faces, always saying that phrase. I moved out of Knoxville last month, changed my phone number, told my friends and family I needed a fresh start. But I know I can't run far enough because last week I was checking my trail apps. Out of habit, I don't hike anymore, but I still look sometimes and I noticed something strange. The Tri-Corner Knob Shelter location on every map, every GPS app, every trail guide shows it as being 7.2 miles from Cosby Knob Shelter. I know we hiked way farther than that. I know we passed dozens of markers saying 7.2 miles. I know we walked for hours and hours and never found it. But according to every official source, that's the distance, 7.2 miles. Which means either I'm losing my mind or the trail itself has been changed, modified to match what those things wanted us to believe. And if they can change the maps, if they can change the trail markers, if they can change official records, what else can they change? I deleted all my trail apps last night, threw away my hiking gear. I'm never going back to the mountains, but I still see them in crowds, in parking lots, at the gym. People with wrong faces who turn to look at me and mouth those words, 7.2 miles. I don't know what they want. I don't know why they let us go. But I know they haven't forgotten about us. And I don't think they're done. If you're planning to hike the Appalachian Trail, especially the section through the Smokies, pay attention to the trail markers. If you start seeing the same distance repeated over and over, if the numbers stop making sense, turn back immediately. Get off the trail before dark. And if you see hikers with faces that look wrong, even if you can't explain why they look wrong, don't approach them. Don't engage. Just leave. Some trails lead exactly where they're supposed to, and some trails lead somewhere else entirely. We found out which kind we were on. I just hope you never do. I opened the door because I recognized the knock. 3 slow raps, then 2 the exact pattern Boyle had used every time he'd visited that tower. I stepped back to let him in, and that's when the radio behind me went live. Boyle's voice came through the speaker asking for my morning weather report. He was at the district office, 60 miles away, had been there since 6 a.m., and whatever had knocked on my door with his knock was already standing inside my cab. I need to take you back to the beginning. If I start at that moment, you'll think I was careless. You'll think I missed something obvious. I didn't miss anything. I logged everything. Every night, every sound, every step. That's the discipline of fire lookout work. You observe, and you document, and you build a baseline so precise that anything outside of normal reads immediately as wrong. The thing that came up those stairs had been doing exactly the same thing, building a baseline of me, one contact at a time, for 53 nights. Let me start where it actually started. My name doesn't matter for this account. What matters is that I was 32 years old, working my 3rd consecutive close-down season for the Clearwater Nez Perce National Forest in northern Idaho. Close-down is the tail end of the fire lookout calendar. It begins when the fire danger drops in early October and ends when the first hard snow makes the access road impassable, usually sometime in December. It is solitary work by design. The trail crews and fire crews are already out by the time close-down begins. District offices run skeleton staff. You are on that tower for weeks at a stretch, with a radio and a logbook and whatever you brought to read. And the point of your presence is not fire detection. Fire danger is negligible in northern Idaho in October, but documentation. You watch. You maintain the baseline. You log anything that deviates. 3 seasons had made me good at this in the way that solitary repetitive work makes you good at things. Not through insight, but through accumulation. I knew the Raven Butte country the way you know any landscape you've been reading closely for a long time at the level of what normal looks like, so that anything not normal registers before you've consciously processed it. The tower was a standard cab-on-frame configuration. 40 feet of steel bolted to a ridge at 6,040 feet elevation, accessible by 7 miles of 2-track from the nearest paved road past a locked gate that only authorized district vehicles could open. A 14 by 14 cab on top, 231 steps on the open-air staircase from the ground to the observation deck. I counted those steps once in my first season, out of the particular purposeless energy that comes with the first week at altitude before the routine sets in. I have not counted them since, but I know that number, the way you know, numbers that have meant something, not recalled, just present. 231. Remember it. The cab itself was familiar in the way that purpose-built small spaces become familiar quickly. A cot along the east wall, a 2-burner propane stove, a hand pump sink. The Osborne Firefinder centered under the windows a circular map table with a rotating alidade for triangulating smoke bearings to compass headings. A battery radio on the west wall, tuned to the district frequency. A shortwave for weather, a logbook, a camp lantern on a ceiling hook, a folding chair. Everything needed to do the work, and nothing beyond it. The view on a clear day was extraordinary in the way certain elevated places are extraordinary, not just beautiful, but true. Ridgeline after ridgeline running north into distances that stop registering as geography and start registering as time. The larch needles turning rust orange on the upper slopes in October, the lodgepole filling the drainage cuts in dark close walls, the sky at dawn, going from black to indigo to the specific pale blue of high altitude in autumn. I had stood on that deck for parts of 3 seasons, and I still stopped sometimes mid-scan and just looked. My contact for the close-down season was District Ranger Boyle, late 50s, heavy-set, with the particular solid build of someone who has spent 40 hours a week in the field for 30 years. He had worked that ranger district since before I was born, 31 years, and he communicated in the clipped, economical style of someone who learned, long ago, to say exactly what the situation requires, and nothing past that. Morning radio check-in at 8, evening check-in at 5. He'd be up once, before the end of the season, to help winterize the water system. Beyond that, the work, the view, the silence, and his voice twice a day through the speaker. I arrived October the 4th. By the 14th, the routine had set completely early scan, log the weather, run the Osborne bearings, evening scan, check in, dinner, read, sleep. The routine had a cleanness I had come to depend on across 3 seasons. When your world is 14 square feet and your purpose is watching, problems become either things you can see or things you cannot. Your problem is the smoke on the ridge at your bearing, and the log entry, and the weather in the morning. Everything else resolves. That held for 10 days. The evening of October the 14th, I was on the deck after dinner, 40-odd minutes before full dark, running the last binocular scan of the ridges. I knew the baseline precisely, which slopes held deer in the late afternoon browse, how the larch faces looked in the last horizontal light, the quality of shadow in the east drainage at dusk. At the north tree-line margin, where the gravel turnaround gave way to the first wall of lodgepole, something moved. 3 seconds. A shape at the timber edge, upright enough that it wasn't a deer browsing, low enough that it wasn't a standing person, there and then absorbed back into the trees without sound. I held the binoculars on the spot for a long time. Nothing. The tree line was still. I logged it as probably deer and went inside. 3 nights later, after midnight, I heard footsteps on the gravel below. Clear and deliberate. Boot leather on compacted stone, 1 step at a time, moving at a normal walking pace from the direction of the 2-track toward the base of the tower. I counted 15 steps by ear before going to the deck. The parking area was empty in the light of a 3/4 moon. No vehicle, no figure. The gravel undisturbed and pale across the full cleared area. The sound had stopped the moment I stepped outside. I stood on the deck for 20 minutes in below freezing air. Nothing further. I wrote, October the 17th, 1:15 a.m. Footstep, sound on gravel, approximately 15 paces. Seized upon my going to the deck. No person visible. No tracks at first light. No tracks. Whatever had been walking in the dark below my tower had left no mark in the frost-compressed gravel. October the 22nd, at 11:40 in the evening, I heard the stairs. The Raven Butte staircase is open-air steel grating with steel risers bolted to the tower frame. Each step produces a slight ring of metal on metal, the particular resonance of grated steel under load, and that sound transmits through the frame, so you can feel it in the cab floor as well as hear it from outside. I have climbed those stairs hundreds of times. I know the sound of them the way I know my own breathing. There is no ambiguity in it. I heard that sound at 11:40. 1 step, 2, 3, slow and deliberate, the pace of someone walking without urgency. I lay still on the cot for 10 seconds, confirming what I was hearing. Then boots, flashlight, deck door. The climbing had stopped the moment I stepped outside. I shone the beam down the staircase. At step 1111 from the bottom, the light caught something, not a person. A shimmer in the air, the way heat distortion rises from summer pavement, except the temperature was 22 degrees, and there was no heat source on that step. It lasted 2 or 3 seconds, and cleared. Just steel grating. Just cold open air. I stood on the deck for 40 minutes. The temperature was below freezing, and I lost the feeling in my fingers before I went back inside. Nothing further happened. The forest was absolutely still, in the way that northern Idaho forests are still in mid-October, songbirds already south, insects finished, wind dying after midnight until the silence has physical weight, like pressure against the eardrums. I wrote, October the 22nd, 11:40 p.m. Ascending footstep sounds on staircase, estimated 11 steps, ceased upon my opening the deck door. No person visible. Possible optical anomaly at step 11, brief refractive effect, 2 to 3 seconds. Temperature 22 Fahrenheit. Step 11. I looked at the staircase schematic tacked to my wall. 11 steps was the end of the first straight run, just before the first switchback, 1/20th of the way up. I noted the number and moved on. 3 seasons of fire lookout work had cured me of dramatic interpretation. The brain deprived of social input misfires. It reaches for patterns where there are none. I logged what I observed and did not editorialize. If it happened again, it would be in the log. October the 25th, 11:30 p.m. I had been waiting. I hadn't admitted this to myself until the first step rang out, and I realized I was already sitting up with the flashlight in my hand. I waited this time before going to the deck. I sat on the edge of the cot and counted by ear. 1 through 11, then it stopped. Same step. Exactly. I went to the deck and shone the light down. Nothing visible. But the air at step 11 had a quality I found difficult to describe in the log, colder than the surrounding air and with a stillness that was denser than ordinary stillness. The way the air feels in a basement room with no ventilation. In the morning, I called Boyle and asked whether any district personnel had reason to be in the area after dark. He said no. The gate at the bottom of the 2-track had been locked since September the 30th, and his was the only authorized vehicle for that road. Probably a hunter who'd cut the fence line. Let him know if I found any trespassing sign. He didn't press. I didn't tell him about the staircase. Part of the reason was practical. Something climbs my stairs at midnight and stops at step 11 sounds insane, stated plainly, and I didn't want to be flagged for isolation-related perceptual drift, which was a documented hazard for seasonal lookouts. The other part was that I wasn't ready to say it out loud to another person. Saying it out loud makes it a different kind of thing. I needed more data. I was not experiencing perceptual drift. The logbook did not misfire. October the 27th, 11:50 p.m. I had been sitting on the deck for an hour. In a camp chair I'd dragged outside. Face gaiter on. Logbook on my knee. Flashlight across my lap. 27 degrees. The sky had cleared and the stars above the ridgeline were extraordinary, the kind of sky the brain keeps trying to reduce to something smaller and more manageable than what it actually is. I kept the flashlight off. I counted by ear when the climbing started. 1 through 11. A pause of about a minute. Then 12. I wrote 12 in the log. One more than before. Not 11 this time. I sat with that number for a long time and thought carefully about what distinguishes the behavior I was documenting from any behavior with a natural explanation. An animal investigating a structure does not advance one step and stop. An animal does not return to the same position across multiple nights and increment by a single unit. There is no organism in the Clearwater Nez Perce drainage whose behavior pattern involves precise overnight position tracking and single unit advancement. What I was looking at was not animal behavior. The pattern had the specific quality of measurement of something establishing a position, holding it, and extending it by the minimum meaningful amount before withdrawing. It was not exploring, it was calibrating. I wrote that word in the log and underlined it once. October the 30th. The radio started. My 5 o'clock check-in with Boyle had gone normally. At 9:45 that evening, the radio went live. High Point 9, this is Boyle, checking in. You copy? I picked up the handset. Copy, Boyle. Bit late for a check-in. A pause. One beat too long before. Just running late today. Weather got you? Overcast. No precipitation. Another pause. Slightly too long again. Good. Keep your log current. Always do. 4 seconds of silence. Then, good night, High Point 9. I set the handset down and looked at the radio. The exchange was not wrong in any factual way. The voice was accurate, but the timing was off in a specific repeating way. Each response had come a beat late, not the way poor signal causes latency, not the way a person gathers their thoughts. The beat lateness was consistent across every reply, as if something were listening to my complete statement before generating a response. Rather than forming its reply in parallel with my speaking the way a person naturally does, there is forward momentum in human speech. The mind runs ahead. What I had just heard had no forward momentum. Each reply came separately, built from a learned vocabulary rather than a running thought. I had worked radio equipment for 3 seasons. I knew interference. I knew latency. This was neither of those things. I was still sitting with it when the climbing started. Step 15 tonight. And from that step, a voice. Hello? A man's voice. Neutral, unhurried, unfrightened, just conversational. Anyone up there? I said nothing. Hello? Exactly the same words. Exactly the same inflection. Word for word identical, in a way that natural human speech never is. When a person repeats themselves, something shifts in the regeneration. Rhythm, emphasis, the small variation that comes from genuinely producing the sentence again. What I heard was the same recording played twice, not regenerated, reproduced. I stayed silent. After 30 seconds, the descent began, patient as always, going down until the sound faded below the wind. I went inside and wrote the entry. Then I added one line beneath it. Something is learning how I respond. I looked at that line and thought it was accurate, but incomplete. The radio call and the voice on the stairs were not 2 separate anomalies. They were 2 outputs of the same process. Something was running a data collection operation, sampling my voice through the radio, sampling my silence through the staircase, building a picture of what I was and how I responded, and what it would need to know in order to do whatever it was building toward. The step count advanced through early November. November the 1st, 16, November the 3rd, 17 in a single night, November the 5th, 18. On the night of November the 5th, I looked down from the deck and saw a figure at the base of the tower. It was standing at the precise border between the lit gravel and the first shadow of the tree line, taller than a normal person by several inches, though the angle made calibration difficult. It was wearing what appeared to be an olive and gray Forest Service jacket, Boyle's jacket. It stood completely still. I gripped the railing and looked at it, and it stood at the border of light and dark and looked back. We held that position for a long time, long enough that the moon moved perceptibly across the sky, long enough that I had time to think carefully about what I was looking at, the height, the jacket, the absolute stillness, the fact that I had heard nothing on the gravel when it arrived and was hearing nothing now, not the shift of gravel underfoot, not breathing, not any of the small sounds a person makes when standing still in cold air. Then it took one step backward into the deeper shadow, and the dark closed around it without sound. I wrote, figure at tower base, height above normal, Forest Service jacket apparent, approximately 12 minutes, no sound on withdrawal. I decided in the morning I would tell Boyle everything, the staircase, the radio, the voices, the figure, all of it. But when I called Boyle at 8 and he said, good morning, high point 9, with that particular slightly too late beat before the first word, I stopped. I gave the weather report. I signed off. I went to the south window and looked at the parking area. If the real Boyle had driven up overnight, his truck would be there. The lot was empty, gravel, frost in the old tire tracks. Whatever had been standing at my tower in Boyle's jacket had not come up that road. November the 8th. A woman's voice from step 17. Uncertain in register, middle pitch. Is there someone up there? I think I'm lost. I said nothing. It said the same words, in the same inflection, verbatim identical. A minute of silence, then descent. I wrote, second vocal register. The entity is sampling approaches. November the 15th. An older man's voice from step 22. Rough and regional. The particular way of dropping word endings you hear in rural northern Idaho. The voice of someone who had spent 50 years outdoors. It said it had come up the wrong trail, wasn't going to hurt anybody, was looking for the Sutter Creek drainage. I said maps were posted at every trailhead below the ridge. It went quiet, and then something new, the sound of weight settling onto the step, the creak of metal accepting mass, then breathing, slow and entirely regular, the rhythm of something running at a baseline interval rather than exerting effort. It sat on step 22 and breathed for 47 minutes while I sat above it on the deck in 24-degree air. Then it went down. I wrote that entry and looked at the step column in the back of the log. 11, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 22. The numbers climbed the page in the same careful handwriting I used for every weather reading and equipment check. The column looked like ordinary data, but it was not ordinary data. It was a record of something measuring the distance between where it was and where I was, one unit at a time, without urgency and without apparent limit on how long it was willing to continue. The column was climbing the page, and I was running out of page. Ranger Boyle arrived on November the 11th to help with the winterization. I say it that way because that is how it appeared. I heard the diesel on the 2-track at 10:15 in the morning, the specific labored note of a full-sized truck working a sustained 7-mile grade. I tracked it for the full 25 minutes it took to travel from the gate to the turnaround below the tower. It arrived. Boyle's white government pickup came around the last bend and parked in the gravel. He got out, heavy-set, late 50s, olive and gray jacket, red travel thermos in hand. He looked up at the deck and raised the thermos in his usual greeting. I went down. I watched him the entire descent. Nothing about him moved wrong. His shadow fell at the correct angle for 11 in the morning. He stood with the particular weight distribution of a man who has been wearing heavy boots and carrying extra frame weight for 30 years. When I reached the bottom and he extended his hand, his grip was the right temperature for someone who'd been driving with the cab heat on and the window cracked. The right firmness. The right callus pattern. We went up together. He looked at the cab, said the window seals looked good. He flipped through the logbook with the easy authority of 3 decades of reviewing lookout logs. He stopped on a page. You've been logging unusual activity. Yes. The staircase. How many nights? 23 occurrences. Step count advancing each time. He set the log down. He was quiet in a way that felt like actual thinking. Then, I'm going to tell you something that isn't in any official district documentation about this tower specifically. You okay with that? Go ahead. You're not the first lookout to log this. Lookout 2 seasons before you. Same pattern, step count, stopping short, voice contact. He quit mid-season. Called from a gas station in Coeur d'Alene, wrote his resignation in the parking lot, wouldn't explain why. I filed his incident report under equipment anomaly because I didn't have another category for it. He looked at the step column. 22 is your highest? Last night. He left when it reached 23. He said it plainly, without drama. He asked if I was staying or going. I said staying. He nodded once. We spent 3 hours on the winterization checklist, water system, windows, equipment, stowage. He left at 2:30. I watched his truck take the first bend of the 2-track and disappear into the timber. That evening, I pulled a visitor log and recorded his entry. Name, affiliation, purpose, times, plate number, which I had written on a notepad when he pulled in. Then I called the district office and asked Patrice from the fleet desk for the plate number on Boyle's assigned pickup. 2 digits transposed near the end. Not random digits, all the right digits, just in the wrong order in the way you reconstruct something you've seen before at a distance rather than reading it directly in front of you. I sat at the Osborne table and looked at the 2 numbers side by side, almost identical. The difference of 2 transposed digits in a sequence no one checks unless they know to check. The story about the previous lookout. The step count of 23, one more than my current high, named as a limit, a ceiling, a reason to stay. Given to me by something that had walked the interior of this cab for 3 hours, seen the logbook open on the table, the step column running down the page, noted every object in the room and its position, that had shaken my hand with a hand at approximately the right temperature, and driven away in a truck with an almost right plate number. Almost right is what you produce When you've had access to the original, when you've observed it from close range, cataloged its habits and the plate number on its vehicle, but you don't have the thing itself. Observation produces almost right. Only access to the thing itself produces exactly right. I wrote the plate discrepancy in the log. I labeled the story about the previous lookout unverifiable, possible fabrication designed to establish a ceiling and extend my presence. Then I wrote, it has been inside this cab. I looked at that sentence. Then I added, it knows what I log. Outside, the parking area was empty, the tree line black and absolute on all four sides. The gate at the bottom of the 2-track was 7 miles away and locked. Whatever had driven back down that road after the winterization visit had either continued all the way to the highway, or it had pulled just far enough down the 2-track to be out of sight and sound and then come back on foot through the timber. There was no way to know which. And that uncertainty, not knowing whether it was 60 miles away or 200 yards into the tree line right now, was exactly the kind of uncertainty I was beginning to understand, that certain things are built to operate in. The ambiguity was not incidental. The ambiguity was the medium. Every radio call with its almost right timing, every plate number with its almost right digits, every voice that was almost a person but not quite, all of it was designed to exist in the space between certain and uncertain, to keep me in a state where I couldn't fully commit to either interpretation and therefore couldn't fully act on either. I thought about the story again. 23. One more than my current high. The specific number, one more than where I was. Said to me by something that had been inside this cab and had seen the step column and knew exactly what number to name to make the ceiling feel close enough to be meaningful but far enough to make staying feel rational. I thought about whether there really was a lookout 2 seasons before me who left when the count reached 23. Whether there is a man somewhere who drove his truck to a gas station in Coeur d'Alene in the middle of a close-down season and wrote his resignation letter in the front seat. Whether the story was true in every particular, whether it was entirely invented, whether both things could be true in different ways. I did not know. I knew what I had logged. 11, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 22. The column was climbing the page, and now it had something new at the bottom. The knowledge that whatever was climbing toward me had been inside the cab it was climbing toward, had walked every inch of the room it was measuring against, and was now ascending toward it 1 unit at a time with the unhurried patience of something that has done this before and is not in a hurry. I looked at the cab around me, the lamp on its hook, the Osborne under its cover, the cot and the stove and the logbook on the table, the radio on the west wall, all of it exactly where it had been when the visitor walked through it, all of it noted. I turned off the lantern and sat in the dark for a minute, testing myself. Then I turned it back on. I was not ready to sit in the dark yet, but I was thinking about the light in a way I hadn't thought about it before, thinking about it as a variable. The one thing in this cab I could actually change. I was not yet sure why that thought was forming, but it was forming. I poured the last of the coffee and opened the logbook to a fresh page and wrote the date and waited for whatever November was going to bring. The radio calls became more frequent through the first 2 weeks of November and more precise in a way I tracked carefully. I had developed a test by late October, ask a question requiring specific memory, something the real Boyle would either know or say he needed to look up. The retrieval test. The real Boyle passed it without hesitation every time. The false calls paused and approximated close, but with the particular closeness of reconstruction rather than genuine recall. 11 flag calls by November the 11th. 11 practice sessions, each one slightly better than the last. The gaps between the reproduction and the original were narrowing with each contact, and I did not know at what point the gap would close completely, did not know if closing completely was even the goal. But the direction of travel was visible in the data, and it was moving one way. Both operations, the radio and the stairs, were accelerating together. November the 16th, 24 steps. November the 18th, 26. November the 20th, 28, then 29 in the same night. 2 advances in a single occurrence. The first time that had happened, the pattern was learning to move faster. I am going to stop here and tell you that what follows November through December the 18th is the harder part to account for rationally. Not because the events were more dramatic, though they were. Because I stayed. I kept logging and I stayed, and the staying was its own kind of decision made fresh every morning when I could have driven down the 2-track and filed a weather closure and gone home. I did not do that. Part of the reason was the job. Part of the reason was the log, the incomplete data set, the compulsion to see the column to its end. And part of the reason, the part I have thought about most in the months since, was that I had begun to understand the structure of what was happening. And understanding a structure, for me, produces the specific and sometimes dangerous need to find its boundary. I was trying to find the boundary. What I did not yet understand was that it was trying to find mine. The voices continued through the first half of November, and I logged each one the same way I logged the step count. November the 8th, a second voice from step 17, a woman this time, moderate pitch, slightly uncertain in register. Is there someone up there? I think I'm lost. I said nothing. She said it again in the same exact inflection, verbatim, not regenerated, reproduced. I wrote, second vocal register. The entity is sampling approaches, testing whether distress or gender or a different register of need will produce a response where the first register did not. I kept a column for the voice types the way I kept the step count. Neutral male, uncertain female, older regional male. That one came from step 22 on November the 15th. Rough and unhurried, the voice of someone who had spent 50 years outdoors. It said it had come up the wrong trail, wasn't going to hurt anybody, was looking for the Sutter Creek drainage, and had gotten turned around coming up from the canyon below. I told it maps were posted at every trailhead below the ridge. It went quiet, and then something I hadn't heard before, the sound of weight settling onto the step, the creak of metal accepting mass. Then breathing, slow and entirely regular, running at a baseline interval rather than exerting itself. It sat down on step 22 and breathed steadily for 47 minutes while I sat above it on the deck in 24-degree air and watched the dark below me and did not speak. Then the descent. Patient as always. 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 22. Each number a night, each night a data point. The column was climbing the page and I was running out of page, and I was thinking, at the edge of that thought, about what variable I hadn't tried, about what element of the situation was still within my control. The light was always on in the cab, a single lamp, the camp lantern at the lower setting to conserve fuel, one light, the corners of the cab in moderate shadow, the deck outside lit only by what came through the windows. I was thinking about the light. It was trying to find mine. The voices stopped on November the 19th and never came back. From that night forward, there was no more neutral male voice saying hello, no more woman claiming to be lost, no more hunter looking for the Sutter Creek drainage. The climbing came, and the step count climbed, and the descent came, and all of it was done in silence, not even breathing, just the metal-on-metal ring of steps ascending in the dark, patient and deliberate, and then the same sounds going down. The silence was a decision. The voices had been a data collection phase, and the phase was complete. It had gathered what it needed to know about how I responded to vocal approaches, and it had determined that vocal approaches were not the path forward. The remaining work did not require communication. It just required closing the distance. November the 22nd, 31 steps. November the 25th, 36. November the 27th, 40. At 40 steps, the physical sensation of the climbing changed in a way I had not anticipated. The cab structure begins to enclose the upper section of the staircase near the top, and as the climbing moved into the zone where the cab walls started to funnel and concentrate the sound, each step transmitted through the cab floor as a vibration, as well as a sound from outside. I could feel it as well as hear it. Weight, mass, something substantial enough to register through 14 square feet of steel-framed floor. I pressed my palm flat against the floorboards one night in the first week of December to feel it better, and I did not stop doing that after. It became habit sitting in the folding chair near the propped deck door, palm on the floor, counting steps by sound and vibration simultaneously. The vibration told me things the sound alone didn't. It told me something about the weight distribution on each tread, something about the geometry of what was climbing. The loading pattern was wrong. Outside edge loading on each step rather than center tread loading. Whatever was climbing those stairs was not loading them the way a person walking upright loads stairs. I did not write that in the log. The palm on the floor and what it told me stayed in my head. The radio situation deteriorated in the last week of November in a way that complicated my ability to distinguish what was real from what wasn't. The real Boyle's morning calls became irregular. He missed the 23rd's 8 o'clock slot without explanation. When I reached the district office directly, the clerk said he was unavailable, not out of the office, not in a field meeting, just unavailable, and gave me the same answer the following morning. He came back on November the 24th, 17 minutes late, and passed the retrieval test. But at the end of the call, he said, "I'll check the log. Sorry about that." Boyle did not say, "Sorry about that." Boyle said, "Noted," and "Copy that, and I'll follow up." He did not apologize casually. He did not say, "I'll check the log," when the log was mine and he knew exactly where it lived. I added the phrase to my notes and labeled it "linguistic drift, possible or not him." That same evening, at 9:30, a call came in on the district frequency. Wrong time for a Boyle check-in, he called, at 8 and 5, not 9:30. The voice asked about my visibility readings and whether the shortwave weather band was coming in clearly. I answered in monosyllables and ran the retrieval test at the end of the call. The pause was there. The answer was close but wrong. I logged 11 radio contacts for the week of November the 24th. By my assessment, 4 had been real, 7 had been the other thing. 7 calls in 1 week, running simultaneously with step counts averaging 5 to 7 gains per occurrence, and climbing occurring nearly every night, both operations accelerating in tandem. They were not independent operations. The radio was feeding information into the climbing. Each call was a practice session, a refinement, a narrowing of the gap between the reproduction and the original. And the climbing was providing something the radio couldn't: physical proximity, the specific acoustic and vibration data of the frame, the question of what it would encounter when it finally reached the door. Both tracks pointed at the same convergence point. I knew what the convergence point was. The question was the timeline. December the 1st, 53 steps. I had stopped going to the deck for the climbing events in late November. The cold was serious. Overnight lows running between 16 and 24 degrees, and I had established that the deck door opening changed the behavior. The climbing curtailed sooner when it sensed the door. So I listened from inside with the door propped open 3 inches, sitting in the folding chair 2 feet from the gap, logbook on the small table beside me, clock face angled where I could see it without moving, palm flat on the floor. December the 3rd, 61, December the 5th, 68. December the 7th brought 2 things within 4 hours of each other, and the combination of them changed my understanding of how far along this was. The first was the handprint. I had been walking the perimeter of the cleared area below the tower at first light every morning since early November. The ground was frozen solid by December. Overnight lows in the teens and impressions in frozen soil were harder to read than soft ground. I had found 2 partial boot impressions in that time, photographed both without reaching conclusions. On the morning of December the 7th, I found a handprint on the 7th step of the staircase, left in frost. 4 fingers and a partial palm pressed flat against the steel grating surface with enough contact and enough cold to leave a clear thermal impression in the frost that had formed overnight. The frost around the print was undisturbed. The hand had been placed there after the frost formed, which meant after dark, which meant while I was in the cab above. The palm was wider than mine, across the knuckles by roughly half an inch. The fingers were long and close together, not splayed the way a hand bracing against a surface naturally splays, but pressed deliberately parallel, the way a hand presses when it is learning the texture of something. Still learning, even now, at step 68, still pressing its palm against the surface of what it was climbing toward. I photographed it from 3 angles and measured it and wrote it in the log. Then I went inside, and the second thing happened. The radio went live at 7:50 in the morning, 10 minutes before my scheduled check-in. High Point 9, come in. This is High Point 9, go ahead. Just checking in early. How are you holding up out there? I ran the retrieval test. I asked about the name of the district hydrologist I had spoken with in early October, a specific name from a specific call, weeks back, something the real Boyle would either recall or say he needed to look up. The pause, then a name. The wrong name. I said, copy that. Weather is clear and cold. Overnight low 16. Current 22. Visibility unrestricted. Good, the voice said. And then, after a pause that was longer than any of the previous pauses, long enough that I was about to sign off, it said, how many steps last night? I put the handset down carefully, set it on the table, did not move. It knew I was counting. It had been inside this cab. It had seen the step column in the logbook and had been listening to every radio call in which I had used the phrase step count or staircase, and now it was asking me directly, stepping entirely outside the Boyle impersonation, addressing the thing between us without pretense. The impersonation had been dropped. Not the voice, it was still using the voice, but the content had stepped outside the performance and addressed the underlying reality. I sat with the 2 interpretations. 1, a mistake. The mask slipped. This felt wrong. Nothing in 7 weeks had felt like a mistake. Every other anomaly had felt like the limits of what it could reproduce, not a lapse in judgment. 2, a choice. Direct acknowledgement was more useful than continued impersonation. The pretense was serving diminishing returns. This was an invitation to a different kind of conversation. I did not want to have that conversation. I picked up the handset and said, High Point 9, I'm going to need to call you back. Standing by on district frequency. I set it down and did not pick it up for the rest of the morning. In the logbook, December the 7th, it knows I am counting. The impersonation served a data collection function and it has now extracted sufficient data. Direct acknowledgement indicates the approach phase is complete. Something is about to change. I looked at the step column. 68 as of December the 5th. At the current rate, which had been accelerating, I had somewhere between 2 and 4 weeks before the staircase ran out, before there were no more steps between us. December the 9th, 77 steps. December the 11th, 86. December the 13th. Something new. The climbing reached 88 and stopped. Held at that step for 20 minutes, I watched the clock. Then it resumed. 89. 90, 91, 92, 93, 94. Then descent. 2 advances in one night, separated by a hold, not a fixed ceiling per occurrence, a hold that ended when conditions, whatever it was assessing, indicated conditions were right to continue. I logged it. First occurrence of mid-event resumption. Previous rate estimates no longer reliable. December the 15th, 102. December the 17th, 111. At 111, the cab floor was no longer just a floor. Every step transmitted through the frame as a clear vibration in the furniture and the chair legs and the table surface and my boots. 111 steps was still less than half the total count, but the number had stopped feeling like a fraction. It had started feeling like a proximity. The separation between where it was and where I was had contracted to something the body registers differently from the mind. On the night of December the 13th, I had made a decision about the lights. I had been running a single lamp The camp lantern at the lower setting to conserve fuel. One light. The corners of the cab in moderate shadow. Starting December the 13th, I turned on every light source I had. The camp lantern at full. 2 battery backup lamps I'd been keeping charged since October for emergency use. The small desk lamp clipped to the radio table. All 4 running, dusk to dawn, every night. The cab went from ordinarily lit to completely lit, no shadow larger than a few inches in any corner. Every surface flat and visible. Looking at the walls at full illumination was almost uncomfortable. Every scratch in the paint, every fastener in the window frames, nothing ambiguous anywhere in 14 square feet. I didn't know yet if it would matter. I knew it was the one variable I hadn't tested, and I was thinking, increasingly, that the light was not irrelevant, that the ambiguity, the not quite dark, the shadows in corners, the quality of a space that is neither fully visible nor fully hidden was something that whatever was on those stairs needed. That it was built to operate in that zone, and I was going to take the zone away and see what happened. December the 18th. At 11:50 in the evening, I heard the knock. Not from the staircase. Not from below. From the cab door, the door at the top of the staircase, opening inward from the deck. 3 slow raps, then 2. Boyle's knock. 3 slow, then 2. The exact pattern he had used on every visit across 2.5 seasons. Specific to him. Habitual. The kind of knock you produce without thinking about it. After years of arriving at the same door in the same way. I was at the Osborne table with all 4 lights burning. When the knock came, I set my book face down and looked at the door. I did not move. 3 slow raps. Then 2. Who's there? The right length of pause for a man standing on the outside of a door in the cold at midnight. Then Boyle's voice. It's Boyle. Sorry for the late visit, long drive. What's the plate number on your truck? Silence. 4 seconds. 5. Then, High Point 9, I don't know what's the plate number? A longer silence. And then the voice changed. Not dramatically. Not into something that would register as obviously inhuman. Just slightly a small step away from inhabited and toward constructed. The warmth went out of it. The regional specificity thinned. What remained had the correct cadence and the correct economy of phrase, but had lost the quality that makes a voice sound as though someone is producing it from inside. It said, "You should open the door." I said nothing. It said, "You've been alone for a long time. You should open the door." That sentence was precise. It wasn't wrong. 53 nights at altitude, the last 7 weeks spent in the company of something climbing toward me in the dark and practicing being human on the radio. I had been alone in a specific and compounded way that ordinary solitude doesn't produce, and whatever was on the other side of that door had been listening long enough to know exactly where to press. I reached across the table and turned the camp lantern up another notch, though it was already at maximum. Both backup lamps already full. I turned the radio on for warm human static and let the district frequency fill the cab. It said, "The lights won't help," said with the flat confidence of a statement of fact rather than a manipulation. I believed that. I believed it had assessed the lights and concluded from whatever long experience it was drawing on that lights had never been the variable that changed anything. That certainty, those 4 words delivered with that particular quiet confidence, was the first thing it had said in 7 weeks that I thought might actually be wrong. I engaged the hook and eye latch on the inside of the cab door, a simple mechanism designed to hold the door against wind. I sat in the center of the fully lit room, and I waited. For the first 8 minutes, the voice cycled through approaches. Boyle again, then something flatter and more neutral that dropped the regional markers, a reasonable man at a door late at night. Then a register I hadn't heard before. Not a specific person, but a category. Exhausted, cold, asking something small. It said I'd been alone too long. Said there was nothing to worry about. Said it just needed to come inside for a minute. all of it in the same even, unhurried tone that had characterized every voice it had used on those stairs since October. After 8 minutes, the voice went quiet. What replaced it was the floor. The vibration of weight on the step just below the deck level transmitted through the frame, registering in my boots, and in the palm I pressed flat against the boards. 111 steps. Just below the last switchback before the final run up to the deck. Close enough that I could hear, very faintly, the outside edge creak of something settling its weight onto the tread. It sat down on step 111, and then it breathed. Slow and entirely regular, just audible through the door and the propped window gap above the cot. Slower than a person breathes after a climb. Slower than a person breathes in 16-degree air. The rhythm of something that doesn't regulate temperature, isn't exerting itself, breathes the way a machine cycles steadily, without variation, without the small irregularities that living respiration carries. Now watch the clock. 35 minutes. 35 minutes of that breathing and that weight in the floor, and all 4 lights burning flat and hard and shadowless in every corner of the cab. I sat in the center of the lit room, and I did not move and I did not speak, and I kept my palm on the floor and I waited. At 12:53 in the morning, the door handle moved. A slow rotation, the deliberate motion of something, testing whether a latch is engaged without forcing it. Test, release, 3 times. Then inward pressure on the door itself, even, consistent, sustained. The hook in the eye flexed. I watched it. It was a simple mechanism, and it was doing what it was made to do, and what it was made to do was enough. The pressure held for 6 minutes. The latch held. Then the pressure released. I did not move. I sat in the center of the lit cab and listened to the descent. 111 steps going down. I counted every one. By step 30, the sound was fading. By step 10, it was gone. Then, faintly, the crunch of gravel 40 feet below. Then nothing. I sat in the lit cab until the sky outside the south window began to lighten. I pressed my palm to the floor at intervals through those remaining hours and felt nothing after the descent. Either it was gone from the area entirely, or it was standing somewhere below without weight on the frame, watching the light in my windows, and I could not tell which. When the sky was light enough to see the gravel lot, I went to the south window and looked down. Boyle's truck was in the lot. The right truck. The right plate number. I checked it before anything else. Engine cold. Driver's side door closed. He had been there, 40 feet below the cab door where the voice had stood and spoken and tested the handle for the entire duration of the night. He was sitting with his back against the front wheel well, head down, not moving, but I could see his breath rising in the 16-degree air. He was alive. I went down the stairs. I went down all 231 steps faster than I have ever descended that staircase, and across the gravel to where he was sitting against the wheel well. He looked up when he heard me coming. His face was gray and loose, the look of a man who has been somewhere else for a long time and is not entirely back yet. His eyes were present, but working to focus. He said, "What day is it?" I told him. He was quiet a moment. Then, "I drove up last night. I was going to spend the night in the cab and come up in the morning." He paused. "I don't remember going to sleep. You were out here all night. I don't remember getting here." I crouched next to him and looked at his face carefully, present but slow, the eyes of a man navigating back into himself from a significant distance. I helped him up, and he was steady on his feet, gripped strong when he gripped the door frame. The real grip, the right temperature. I knew the difference by then. I got him up the stairs and made coffee, and he sat at the Osborne table with both hands around the mug and became more present with each minute that passed. By the second cup, he was asking questions. He asked about the door. I told him everything that had happened, the knock, the plate question, the voice changing, the latch, the 35 minutes of breathing on step 111, the 6 minutes of pressure on the handle. I told it all in order, and he listened without interrupting, without visible reaction, filing each detail against a longer knowledge of a place and a pattern that I was beginning to understand he had been carrying for a long time. When I finished, he said, "It was in my truck somehow. I don't know where I was. I'd like to tell you it felt like sleep. It didn't feel like anything. There was the parking area, and then there was you knocking on the glass, and there was nothing between them." He looked at the mug. "I think that's the most accurate thing I can tell you about my end of it." I said I appreciated that. He set the mug down and stood and looked at each of the 4 lights in turn, the camp lantern, the 2 backup lamps, the desk lamp clipped to the radio table. He looked at the way their coverage overlapped corner to corner and at the walls between them where shadows should have been and were not. He said, "The 30-year-old report I told you about the lookout who figured out the light thing. I went back and read it again after December, more carefully than I ever had before." He paused. "She wrote that the step count reached 229 before she figured out the lights, 2 steps from the top. I thought about that, about what those additional 118 steps had cost her, about how many more nights they represented." He said, "You got there faster. I think that's why it stopped at 111 instead of going higher." He walked to the deck door and opened it and stood for a moment looking down the staircase, looking at each landing as it receded in the gray December morning light. I watched him from the Osborne table and thought about what he was looking for. He came back inside. He said, "You have to come down today." "I know. Today, not the end of the week." "I know. I'll get my things." He nodded and picked up the winterization checklist, and we began the work. We spent the morning on the checklist, draining the water system, securing the windows, locking the Osborne under its cover, stowing the loose equipment in the floor cabinet, and latching it closed. We worked in full light with the deck door propped open, even though the air was 16 degrees outside, because I was not going to have unlit corners in that cab while I was still in it, and Boyle didn't suggest otherwise. We worked efficiently, and we did not discuss the door or the latch or the 35 minutes or where Boyle had been for 3.5 hours of his own life. Some things don't have language yet in the immediate aftermath. Only the exterior of them is available, the events, the sequence, the data. So we did the winterization and kept all 4 lights running, and by 1 in the afternoon the checklist was complete. I looked at the cab before I pulled the door closed. Lantern on its hook, Osborne under its cover, cot stripped, logbook under my arm, every surface visible, every corner flat and hard in the light. I closed the door and turned the exterior lock, and we went down. At the bottom I stopped and looked up at the cab, the small square window, the deck railing, the staircase below the deck in its switchback sections, receding toward the ground. 231 steps total, 111 covered, 120 remaining when the latch held. And step 11 the first night, the shimmer in the flashlight beam was the same number. 11 first, 111 last. I don't know if that symmetry means anything. I wrote it in the logbook on the drive down, Boyle driving and me in the passenger seat with the logbook open on my knee, turning it over. The 2 tracked to the county road to the state highway, the world getting larger and louder at every mile. Orofino at the end of it, and the district office parking lot where I stood for a while in ordinary daylight and felt the strangeness of ground level after 10 weeks at elevation. Boyle stood by his truck and looked at me with the expression of someone deciding whether to say the last thing. He said, "Write down everything you remember that's not in the log." I said I already had. He said, "Good." A pause. "Get some sleep before you drive home," and he went inside. I stood in the lot for a while. Then I got in my own truck and put the logbook on the passenger seat where I could see it and drove south toward the highway. The formal report is filed as incident number NFCW 2024-1189 with the Clearwater Nez Perce National Forest District Office in Orofino. The report describes the event as a multi-week wildlife intrusion event with associated radio interference requiring early seasonal closure of Raven Butte Lookout. That is the language a district office uses when they need the event to have a file number and a category, but they don't need anyone asking follow-up questions. I understand why. I would have written it the same way. If you pulled that file number, you would find a description of a wildlife event and a closure order citing weather and a supervisor's signature. Nothing in the official record that tells you what happened on those stairs, or why Raven Butte now runs a permanent 2-person team instead of a single seasonal close-down worker, or why the access protocol specifies that no solo presence is permitted after October the 31st. These things exist in the record only as decisions outcomes, with the reasoning redacted by the language used to describe them. My personal log runs to 63 pages. The step column runs the full length of the document, one entry per occurrence, from step 11 on October the 22nd to step 111 on December the 17th. 61 total occurrences, all documented with time, duration, step count, secondary observations. The radio section runs separately 12 calls flagged as definitively anomalous by response timing, 4 confirmed real by retrieval test, 2 in-person contacts, 17 photographs, the handprint on step 7, the boot impressions, the frost on Boyle's windows, the morning of December the 19th. The column is the argument, if you need one, that what happened on those stairs was neither coincidence nor imagination, patterns that intentional do not emerge from noise. I have been thinking in the months since about what it was, what kind of thing operates the way it operated. Most predators work on immediacy. They close distance fast, use shock, rely on the gap between recognition and response. What I encountered on that tower worked on the exact opposite principle: maximum time, prolonged uncertainty, weeks of incremental normalization. By the time it knocked on the door with the right knock, I had been living alongside its presence for 53 nights. That duration was not incidental. The duration was the point. After 7 weeks of logging its approach, some part of my thinking had begun to treat it as a known quantity cataloged, measured, understood within the framework of documentation. The logbook had started to feel like control. It wasn't control. It was a record of how close it was getting. The only thing that broke the normalization was the lights. I will explain what I think about the lights in the third part of this account. I'm going to tell you what Boyle told me in February, what he found in the 30-year-old report he went back and read carefully, and what I think it means about how to survive something that is patient enough to climb one step at a time for weeks. Stay with this. I want to add one more thing before I get to the third part, because it connects to something I have thought about constantly since December. When it said the lights won't help, said it through the door. With that particular flat confidence, it was not trying to manipulate me. I was certain of that, even in the moment. It had no reason to claim the lights were irrelevant if the lights were actually the thing stopping it. It would have said nothing about the lights at all, or it would have tried to get me to turn them off, or it would have said something designed to make the lights seem dangerous. Instead, it stated plainly that they wouldn't help, because it genuinely believed they wouldn't help. Because in whatever long experience it was drawing on, however many towers, however many lookouts, however many step columns it had run in the dark lights, had never been the variable. It had never encountered someone who had committed to the lights completely enough, quickly enough, to change the outcome. So it believed the lights were irrelevant. And that belief, stated with that confidence, was the tell. If something tells you a specific variable is irrelevant to your situation, especially in a way that sounds like genuine experience rather than manipulation, that is the variable. Now let me tell you what Boyle told me in February. I want to talk about the December the 7th entry for a moment longer, because there is something in it I did not fully understand until after I came down from the tower and had time to sit with the complete arc of the account. The question how many steps last night was asked directly, outside the impersonation, in a voice that was still technically Boyle's voice, but had dropped the pretense of using it to perform normalcy. It was Boyle's voice addressing the reality between us rather than using Boyle's voice to paper over it. That is a different thing, and I think about what that choice reveals. The impersonation had a purpose: to keep me uncertain, to prevent me from making a clean determination about what I was dealing with, to exploit the ambiguity of almost right. The moment it asked the question directly, it abandoned the purpose of the impersonation in favor of something else. It wanted to know the number, not through inference or observation, but directly from me. Why? I have thought about this, and I have one answer that satisfies me, though I hold it loosely. The question was a test of a different kind. Not a test of whether I would respond to a voice approach. That phase was over. This was a test of whether I would engage directly, whether, if addressed plainly about the thing between us, I would answer. Would I confirm that I was counting? Would I demonstrate that I knew what was happening? Would I behave like someone who understood the dynamic? Or would I play the confused lookout who didn't know what how many steps last night was referring to? I didn't answer. I put the handset down and called it a false contact in my log and did not pick up the radio for the rest of the morning, and I think that non-answer was itself informative. It told the thing on those stairs that I understood exactly what the question was, that I was not confused about what was happening, and that I was not going to engage with it on its terms. What it did after that tells me the non-answer was received as intended. The step count jumped 4 points in the next occurrence. Not incremental advancement anymore, 4 steps in one night, followed by the mid-event resumption on December the 13th, followed by 5 steps to reach 111 by December the 17th. The acceleration after my non-answer suggests the non-answer communicated something it used to revise its approach. I don't know what it revised. I know the acceleration happened. I know that by December the 17th it was at 111 steps, and the next occurrence was the door knock on December the 18th. Non-answer to direct question. 4 days until the door. I have thought about whether answering the question would have changed anything. I don't think so. I think the door was already the next step, regardless of whether I confirmed the count. The question was a test of engagement, not a dependency in the approach. Answering or not answering changed nothing about the timeline, but not answering felt like the right call. It still does. Boyle retired in the spring. I heard this through the district newsletter, which I still receive because I never officially discontinued my seasonal registration. The newsletter described the retirement as planned and amicable. 31 years of service, projects overseen, staff who would remember him fondly. There was a photograph. Boyle at a retirement gathering with cake on a table behind him and junior rangers flanking him, everyone smiling. He looked like a man who was glad to be finished with something and was being careful not to let that register too clearly in a photograph that would go in a newsletter. He called me at home in mid-February. First and only time he'd used my personal number. He didn't explain how he had it. He said they were reassigning Raven Butte to a permanent 2-person team starting in spring. It wouldn't be close down only anymore. I said, good. He said he'd gone back and read the 30-year-old report again after December, more carefully than he'd ever read it before. I'd read it before as an anomalous file. He said, after December I read it as documentation. He was quiet for a moment. She wrote that the step count reached 229 before she figured out the lights. 229. 2 steps from the top of the staircase. I thought about those additional 118 steps, about what they represented in nights and in endurance and in the particular damage that kind of prolonged proximity does to a person, about how she had held on long enough to find the answer. He said, I think you got there faster because you were already thinking about light as a variable by the time you committed to the 4 lamps. You'd been moving toward it. She got there by necessity. You got there by reasoning. I said, it didn't matter to the outcome. He said, no, it didn't, but it meant you had less of it before the thing that mattered was in place. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, the thing it said, through the door, about the lights not helping. I've thought about it a lot. I think it believed it. I don't think that was a manipulation. I think it had been running this pattern for a very long time, and in all of that time, no one had committed to the lights completely enough, quickly enough, for the lights to be the relevant variable. It had encountered people who had a light on, who had 2 lights, who had the lantern burning, but all of those situations still had shadow in them, still had corners that weren't fully resolved. And whatever it needed, whatever about the ambiguity it required, there was still enough of it, even with partial light, that the lights had never been what stopped it. 4 lamps, I said. No corners. No corners. He paused. I think what you did was remove the ambiguity from the room. And It can't operate without ambiguity. That's not fear of light. It's not that light damages it or that it's sensitive to brightness. It's that ambiguity is the medium it works in. Every step on that staircase was a step into uncertainty. Every radio call was a test of whether you'd lower your guard in an uncertain moment. Every voice was an attempt to open a door that might be unlocked by habit, or loneliness, or the ordinary human impulse to help someone who sounds distressed. It needs the gray space, the not quite certain, the corner you can't quite see into. And a fully lit room has no gray space. A fully lit room is a fact, he said, not a question, and it can only reach into questions. We were both quiet with that for a moment. Then he said, "Take care of yourself," and he hung up. I have thought about that conversation many times since February, about what Boyle said, that it can only reach into questions, and about whether that principle extends beyond a specific cab on a specific tower in northern Idaho. I think it does. I think whatever was on those stairs was operating by rules that are more general than that one tower. The patience and the incrementalism and the prolonged exploitation of ambiguity, the almost right plate number, the almost right timing on the radio, the voice that sounds exactly like someone you know until you ask the question that requires actual memory. All of this is the behavior of something that has evolved or adapted or learned to work in the spaces where human perception is uncertain, where the difference between the real thing and the reproduction is close enough that the instinct to believe fills in the gap. The instinct to believe is the mechanism. You hear the right knock and you reach for the door, because that is what you do when the right knock comes. You hear the voice you recognize and you lower your guard, because that is what voices you recognize are supposed to produce. The reproduction doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be good enough to exploit the instinct. Taking the instinct away is impossible, but making the instinct work harder, introducing verification, requiring the question that only the real person can answer, building enough friction into the moment of recognition that you have time to check what you're recognizing against what you know that is possible. That is what I did with the retrieval test. Ask the question that requires specific memory. The name of the contractor, the number of the plate, the detail from the specific conversation that only someone who was actually in that conversation could retrieve without a pause. The pause is the tell. It has always been the pause. Whatever is doing the impersonation is processing, not remembering, and processing takes a beat that real memory does not. Find the pause, give it the question it can't answer quickly, and keep your lights on while you're doing it. I've been asked by one person who read the full log whether I think the story that Not Boyle told me about the previous lookout in Step 23 was true. Whether there really was a lookout 2 seasons before me who left when the climbing reached that number. I've thought about this carefully. The story served a clear purpose. It named a ceiling 1 step above my current count, which was a precise way of saying you're almost past the dangerous part, which was a reason to stay just a little longer and give the climbing a little more time. It may have been entirely fabricated, but I have also considered the alternative. Whatever was on those stairs had been at that tower long enough to know Boyle's knock pattern, which he could only have learned by observing him from close range at that specific door. Long enough to develop an impersonation of his voice to the degree that I could not always distinguish the real calls from the false ones. Long enough to have a strategy, which implies prior iterations of the strategy. And prior iterations imply prior lookouts. If there were prior lookouts, some of them left when it got difficult. Some stayed. The ones who stayed long enough without finding the right variable, whatever file documents their outcomes, is not a file I have access to. The 30-year-old report that Boyle referenced exists, and the woman who wrote it is 81 years old and runs a plant nursery in Spokane and does not talk about what happened on that tower. She reached step 229, 2 steps from the top, and whatever those final 2 steps would have meant, that is Information she and Boyle and I hold between us and have not seen reason to make more widely available than this account. Maybe the one who left at 23 was real. Maybe there is a man somewhere who drove to a gas station in Coeur d'Alene and wrote his resignation in the front seat and has been quiet about it for 2 years. Maybe the story was invented. Maybe both things are true. I don't know. I know what I logged. I haven't gone back to Raven Butte. Look out. In the first spring after the close down, I thought about it more than I expected, to a specific pull toward the place. Not nostalgia, but something closer to unfinished business. The tower represented an incomplete data set, and a part of my thinking that wanted to see the column to its end. I recognized that impulse for what it was. I did not go back. Raven Butte is still listed as an active facility. 2-person permanent team, as Boyle said. Improved road access. New equipment at the base. If you search the tower by name, you'll find photographs from hikers who've been up to the deck. The view is exactly as I described it. Ridge after ridge, going north into distances that stop feeling like geography. The photographs show the cab from outside, the deck railing, the staircase visible below the deck in a few shots. In one photograph, you can see down through the deck grating at the switchback landings below. The steps are empty in the photograph, just steel grating and open air receding into shadow. I look at that photograph sometimes. I look at the empty steps, and I think about the first night, step 11, October the 22nd, the shimmer in the flashlight beam at 22 degrees. I think about the palm pressed flat against the frost on step 7. I think about the voice through the door that said, "You've been alone for a long time," with that particular precision. I think about the door handle moving at 12:53, 3 tests and a release, 6 minutes of even pressure on a hook and eye latch, 111 steps. 11 first, the same number. 231 total. I know that number the way I know my own breathing. I expect, I always will. Here is what I want to leave you with. Whatever was on those stairs was not operating on force or speed or shock. It was operating on patience and ambiguity and the long exploitation of uncertainty. Every step it climbed was a step into a space where the outcome wasn't yet determined. Every radio call was a test of whether a moment of doubt would lower my guard. Every voice was an attempt to open a door that habit or loneliness or ordinary human kindness might unlock. It was built for operating in uncertain spaces in the dark, where a door is still a question rather than a wall, in the almost right that passes for exactly right if no one is looking closely. The light was not a weapon. It didn't damage the thing or frighten it or drive it away in the way of old stories. What the light did was remove the question from the room. A fully lit room is a fact. Every corner visible, every surface readable, no ambiguity in any direction. Whatever calculus it was running about odds and openings and the questions it could reach into the full light changed the answer. The door stopped being a question and became a wall. And whatever it was, it could not force a wall. It could only open questions. So here is the rule, stated plainly, the thing I have carried with me since December the 18th of last year. Keep your lights on, every corner. No shadow large enough to be uncertain about. Not because the dark is where it lives, I don't know where it lives. Because the dark is where it works. Ambiguity is the medium, and light removes ambiguity. If something comes to your door at the wrong hour with the right knock, you do not owe it an open door on the strength of the knock alone. You owe it nothing. Ask the question that only the right person can answer. The specific question. The detail that requires real memory. Wait for the pause. The pause is what gives it away every time. The pause is the difference between processing and remembering, and processing always takes a beat that remembering doesn't. And if it tells you, the lights won't help. If it tells you with genuine flat certainty that the specific variable you've deployed is irrelevant to your situation, that is the tell. That is the variable. The latch held because the lights held. The lights held because I committed to them fully and without exception, no corners, no dark edges, no compromises in the coverage. If you are in a space and something is advancing on you and you don't know what else to do, burn every light source you have. Overlap the coverage. Leave no question in any corner of the room. Then engage the latch and wait. It will leave if the lights are on. I know this because it told me the lights wouldn't help. It told me with the confidence of something that had run this approach many times and had never encountered the lights as the relevant factor. And then the lights held it, and the latch held it, and it went back down 221 steps in the dark, patient as it had always been patient. And I sat in the center of a fully lit cab and counted every step of the descent and watched the clock until the sky outside the south window began to lighten. That was the boundary. That was what I had been trying to find. The light is the boundary. Keep yours on. If this is the last thing you hear before you fall asleep tonight, that's exactly where I want you to be. The tower is still standing. The logbook is in my possession. And somewhere in northern Idaho on a ridge at 6,000 feet, the Raven Butte staircase is waiting out another winter in the dark. 231 steps. The two-person team has their lights on. I checked the facility status report. The lights have been on since spring. If this channel has been keeping you company through the long hours, subscribe so you don't miss the next one. There are more accounts like this one. More places where the log exists and the boundary was found and the rule was learned. I'll put the next one up when it's ready. Sleep well. The latch held. I want to add something about the symmetry of the numbers because it has stayed with me since December and I have not been able to decide whether it means something or not. Step 11 was the first documented climbing event, October the 22nd, 11 from the bottom, the first night I heard the stairs. 111 was the last step logged before the door knock on December the 18th. Step 111 is where it sat and breathed for 35 minutes while I waited on the other side of the latch. 11 first, 111 last. The step it began at and the step it was sitting on when the latch held. I have looked at this from several directions. 1, coincidence. The numbers happen to share a digit, and that is all they share. 2, something. I don't have the framework to understand some quality of step 11 as a position. Some reason the first and last significant stops share a number. 3, the thing I keep coming back to, which is that 111 is 10 times 11 plus 1, which could mean nothing, or could mean that the step count follows a pattern with mathematical structure that I am not reading correctly from inside the data. I don't reach conclusions about this. I write it down because it's in the log and the log is meant to be complete. 231 total. The number it was always climbing toward. The number at the top of the stairs, behind the cab door where the hook and eye latch was engaged on the night of December the 18th. The distance between 111 and 231 is 120 steps. At the rate of acceleration the climb had reached by mid-December, averaging 8 to 10 steps per occurrence. 5 nights out of 7 120 steps was approximately 12 to 15 nights away, maybe less. If the mid-event resumption pattern continued to develop, it left with 120 steps remaining because the lights were on and the door was a wall instead of a question. I think about that number sometimes. 120 steps. The margin, the distance between where the latch held and where it would have been if I had turned the lantern off instead of up when it said the lights wouldn't help. Keep your lights on. That is not a metaphor. One more thing about Boyle, because I keep thinking about what he said regarding the woman in Spokane. She is 81 years old. She runs a plant nursery. She does not talk about it. Boyle said this as simple fact, as a piece of information relevant to my situation, and I took it as he meant it here as someone who survived the same thing and chose not to continue discussing it. That is a reasonable choice. I understand it completely. What I don't know is what the 30 years between her close down season and this one looked like, whether she thinks about it, whether step 229 appears to her sometimes in the specific way that numbers connected to significant events appear unbidden while doing something ordinary, while running the morning light through a greenhouse or writing an order for spring stock, Whether she has made peace with the fact that she came within 2 steps of the top of a staircase in northern Idaho in the late fall of a year I was not yet born in, and found the answer with 2 steps left. I think she has. I think the plant nursery and the choice not to talk about it indicate a person who has metabolized the experience and moved forward with it rather than stopped inside it. That is the goal. That is what I am working toward. The step count is in my log, and the log is on my shelf, and some mornings I take it down and look at the column for a few minutes before putting it back, not out of distress, out of something closer to respect for the precision of it. 61 occurrences, each one documented exactly, a record of something advancing, one step at a time, with the patience of something that did not experience time the way I do, and was therefore never in a hurry. I am not in a hurry either, now. I have the log and the rule and the knowledge of what the boundary was and how to maintain it. That is enough to move forward with. The district newsletter that announced Boyle's retirement also mentioned, briefly, that Raven Butte Lookout had been upgraded from seasonal to permanent staff. The reason given was increased fire risk in the zone due to regional drought. That is the official reason. I am not going to argue with official reasons. They serve a function, and the function is not to describe everything accurately, but to provide a category that allows work to continue. The real reason, as I understand it, from my conversation with Boyle, is that the protocol change was a direct response to what happened in October through December of that year, 2-person permanent staffing. No solo presence after October the 31st. These are operational changes that carry specific implications if you know what they're designed to address. I know what they're designed to address. I think about the 2 people currently staffing that tower. I don't know them. I haven't tried to contact them. I don't know if they were briefed on the tower's specific history or if the protocol changes were explained to them in any useful detail, whether someone sat down with them and said, "Here is what happened here. Here is what we know about the pattern. Here is why the lights matter," or whether they were simply given the new protocols and told to follow them. I hope they have their lights on. All of them. Every corner. I hope if they hear 3 slow raps and then 2 on the cab door at midnight, they ask for the plate number before they step back from the door. I hope if something tells them through a door that the lights won't help, they turn the lights up. I hope the latch holds. It held for me. It held for the woman in Spokane who reached step 229 and figured out the variable with 2 steps left on the staircase. It can hold for anyone who knows what they're holding it against. Know what you're holding it against. That is the account. That is everything I logged and everything I have been able to work out from the data since the incident numbers in the official record, if you know where to look. The logbook is in my possession and is complete. If you're hearing this in the dark tonight, that's all right. Leave a light on. Not because you're in danger, because it's good practice. And good practice is the thing that holds when everything else is uncertain. The boundary is the light. Keep yours. I want to talk about what the weeks between October the 22nd and December the 18th felt like from inside, because I think this is important information for anyone who finds themselves in a situation with a long approach like this one, where the thing advancing toward you is not doing so quickly. The first 2 weeks were the easiest, paradoxically. The anomalies were fresh and distinct, and I was logging them with the full attention of someone encountering something genuinely new. The step count at 11, the footsteps without tracks, the shimmer in the flashlight beam, all of it was strange and therefore fully present to me. I was alert in the way you're alert when you know something is off, but don't yet know the shape of it. The 3rd and 4th weeks were harder in a different way. The climbing was continuing, but the count was low, still in the teens. Still far from the cab, and the pattern had become familiar enough that the nightly occurrences stopped producing the same alertness. The radio calls were still distinguishable. The step count was advancing, but slowly. I caught myself some mornings thinking of it as a background condition rather than an active situation. This is the normalization mechanism. The long approach is designed to produce this. If something advances on you slowly enough, the part of your brain responsible for sustained threat assessment burns out, and the slow advance becomes the baseline, and the baseline stops feeling like a threat. The 5 weeks when the voices were occurring late October through November the 19th were the most acute. The voices were novel enough each time to re-engage the alertness. The neutral male voice, the uncertain female voice, the older regional voice, each one required a fresh decision not to respond. Each one cost something. I was making the right decision every time, but the cumulative cost of those decisions over 5 weeks was real. By the time the voices stopped on November the 19th, I was tired in a way that the sleep I was getting was not fully addressing. The silence after the voices stopped was in some ways the hardest phase, because the silence meant the testing phase was over. The thing climbing my stairs had enough information. What replaced the voices was pure execution, the step count climbing faster, no more tests, just the numbers advancing toward the top. And I had been alert and vigilant and correctly skeptical for 8 weeks by then, and 8 weeks of sustained alertness against something that is never urgent and never dramatic takes a specific kind of toll. I want to be clear about this because I think it matters for anyone who encounters a long approach situation. The long approach is calibrated to produce exhaustion. It advances slowly enough that the brain cannot sustain the acute alertness of an immediate threat, and it advances long enough that the accumulated fatigue of sustained vigilance becomes significant. By the time something operating like this reaches the door, you have been awake and watching and making decisions for weeks, and the person standing at the door in the dark at midnight is tired in a way that makes you should open the door sound for a moment, like a reasonable suggestion. It's not a reasonable suggestion, but it sounds like one in a way it wouldn't have sounded in the first week. This is why the routine matters. This is why the log matters. In the absence of acute fear, routine becomes the structure that keeps the right decisions in place. Every night I logged the step count. Every morning I walked the perimeter and photographed the ground. Every radio call I ran the retrieval test. These were not dramatic acts of resistance. They were just the practice I had established in October, maintained exactly, even on the mornings when maintaining it felt procedural rather than urgent. The practice held me in the right orientation on the nights when the exhaustion had made my judgment less reliable. Routine and documentation are not glamorous, but they are what holds in the long approach. The log held, the lights held, the latch held, and those are the 3 things that mattered. There is one more thing in the log that I haven't discussed yet because I wasn't sure how to account for it, and I want to put it in the record. On the morning of December the 19th, the morning I found Boyle in the parking lot and went down the stairs and got him up to the cab and made coffee, and we did the winterization when I was doing the final walkthrough of the cab before closing it up. I checked the Osborne Firefinder under its cover. Standard procedure. I lifted the cover and checked that the alidade was secured and the bearing card was in place. It was. But at the base of the bearing ring, caught in the joint where the rotating mechanism meets the fixed base, there was a thread, a single fiber, dark gray, roughly 2 inches long. I photographed it and bagged it and logged it as unknown fiber, gray, found at Osborne base joint, origin unknown, present in a location that would require physical access to the instrument table. I have not had it analyzed. I have thought about having it analyzed. I think about what an analysis would tell me and whether the information would be useful. I think about what the thread means, that something had been at that table, that close to the instrument, at some point during the 53 nights, that it had perhaps touched the Osborne, or passed close enough that a thread from whatever covered it caught in the joint. I think about how the not Boyle visitor spent 3 hours in the cab on November the 11th, how we stood at the Osborne table together and he flipped through the logbook, how I was watching his face while he read the log and not watching where his hands were. I don't know what the thread is from. I don't know what it means for the question of what was in the cab that day. I know what I logged. One thing I want to add about the retrieval test, for anyone who might be in a situation where they need to use it, the test works because genuine memory retrieves differently from constructed approximation. A real person accessing a real memory does so quickly and with the natural forward momentum of someone who knows what they know. The specific memory surfaces in the flow of normal speech. A person who doesn't have the memory, who is constructing a plausible answer from available context, pauses. The pause is the processing time. It is very brief, often less than 2 seconds. But it is there, and it is consistent, and if you know to look for it, you will find it every time. The thing on my stairs passed as Boyle in almost every context. The voice was correct. The vocabulary was correct. The regional cadence was correct. But the retrieval pause was always there. Every time I asked for something specific, the contractor's name, the plate number, the hydrologist I'd spoken with, the pause appeared before the approximation. The approximation was often close. Once it was right on the wrong detail, but got another detail wrong in the same sentence. Once it paused for 4 seconds before giving me a name that turned out to be a plausible but incorrect name from the same district roster. 4 seconds. That is long enough to know if you are listening for it. Ask the specific question. Listen for the pause. The pause is the tell. It has always been the tell. The real Boyle, when I reached him and ran the test, answered without hesitation every time. Not because he knew I was testing him, because he remembered. That is the difference. Remembering is instant. Constructing takes a beat. Find the beat. Story 1. The fire lookout's last shift. At 3:47 in the morning, something hit the base of my tower so hard the entire structure shook. Not wind, not a branch. Something with weight and intention. The radio had gone silent 60 seconds before that, and when it crackled back on at 3:48, the voice on the other end recited the last 4 sentences I'd spoken word for word in my own voice, and then asked me, very calmly, to come down. I did not come down. I want to start by telling you that I am not someone who scares easily. I say that not to impress you, but because it matters for what follows. I spent 2 seasons as a fire lookout in Gifford-Pinchot National Forest in Washington State, and the first season taught me that isolation and darkness and strange sounds in the timber are just part of the job. You learn to sort the real from the imagined. You learn what wind does to old wood, what elk sound like moving through brush at 2 in the morning, what a dead snag sounds like when it finally lets go and crashes through the canopy below. By my second season, starting in June of the year I'm about to describe, I thought I had a complete catalog of everything that Forrest could throw at me. I was missing 1 entry. My tower was the Sunrise Peak Lookout, a standard 60-foot cab-on-ground structure set at 4,800 feet on a ridge above the Lewis River drainage. The cab at the top was 14 feet by 14 feet, 4 walls of windows, a small wood stove, a cot, a propane cooktop, a firefinder map table bolted to the center of the floor, and a radio that I was required to check in on every 2 hours from 0600 to 2200, and then once more at 0200 for the overnight safety check. The protocol was simple. I'd key the radio, give my identifier and a weather and visibility report, and the dispatcher at Station 7 on the other end would acknowledge and log it. I had done this approximately 240 times across my 2 seasons without incident. That September, the fire season was winding down but not done. The previous week had brought a lightning complex to the south end of the district that kept everyone nervous, and the forest supervisor had extended tower staffing 2 weeks past the normal rotation end. I didn't mind. I had nowhere particular to be. My replacement wasn't due until the 14th, and it was currently the night between the 10th and the 11th. The weather that evening had been building since mid-afternoon. Not a fire weather pattern, a marine push coming in from the coast, dropping temperatures and bringing the humidity up. By 8 p.m., it was spitting rain against the cab windows, light and intermittent. By 10, it was steady. By midnight, it was a proper Pacific Northwest rain, the kind that comes in sheets and makes the whole forest smell like wet copper and pine resin. Visibility dropped to about a quarter mile. The distant ridgeline lights that I used as orientation points disappeared into the overcast. This is fine, I told myself. Rain means fire danger drops to near zero. This is the easy night. I did my 2200 check-in without issue. Dispatch acknowledged, logged it, wished me a quiet night. I made coffee on the propane burner and settled in to wait for the 0200 check. There was nothing to do but read and listen to the rain and watch the windows fog slightly at the edges from the warmth of the stove. At approximately midnight 30, I heard the first thing that didn't fit. It was a sound from directly below the tower, not from the surrounding timber, but from the ground immediately underneath the structure. A rhythmic impact, slow and deliberate, like something heavy setting its weight down one step at a time on the wet gravel around the tower base. I leaned over and looked down through the floor hatch window. My headlamp beam cut down through the rain and lit the gravel apron around the base. Nothing there. The sound had stopped the moment I had moved to look. I stayed at the window for 3 minutes, rain drumming on the cab roof, light sweeping the ground below, gravel, wet grass at the edges, the base of the tower legs, nothing else. I fouled it under wind-shifted debris and went back to my chair. At 1:15 I noticed the tracks. I hadn't seen them before because I'd only been looking straight down. When I swept my headlamp at a wider angle across the gravel apron, I could see them clearly, indentations pressed into the wet gravel in a circular pattern around the tower base. They were large, spaced far apart, and they were bipedal, which I could tell because the pattern was 2-point, not 4, and the stride length between each impression was close to 5 feet. Whatever made them had been circling the tower in a slow, deliberate loop. The impressions were filling with rainwater. They'd been made while I was watching the window or just before. I am a practical person. I thought, a person. Some lost hiker, some ranger on foot patrol, some local who knows these woods. I keyed the radio and called Station 7, which was 40 minutes ahead of my scheduled 0200 check. I reported what I'd seen, described the tracks, asked if any personnel were operating in my immediate area that night. The dispatcher, a woman named Paula, who I had spoken to dozens of times, said no. No foot patrols in my sector, no personnel within 3 miles of my position. She asked if I wanted her to log it as an incident report, and I said yes. She said she'd note it and that I should radio in immediately if I observed anything further. I thanked her and signed off. The next sound came at 1:52. It started at the base of the stairs. My tower stairs are a standard switchback metal staircase, open frame, attached to the outside of the structure, running from ground level to the cab deck. In the rain, metal stairs have a very specific sound. When weight is applied, a dull, slightly resonant clank that travels up the structure. I know this sound intimately. I've listened to it every time I've climbed those stairs for 2 seasons. What I heard at 1:52 was that sound. One step, a pause, then another, then a third. Something was coming up my stairs. I will tell you plainly that my heart rate jumped in a way it had not jumped in a long time. There is a difference between intellectual acknowledgement of an odd situation and the body's response to something climbing toward you in the dark and the rain. My body responded appropriately. I crossed to the cab door, through the interior bolt, and went to the south window to try to get a sight line down the staircase. The rain was heavy enough, and the angle was difficult enough that I couldn't see the lower staircase landings clearly. My headlamp beam caught the railing, the open frame steps, the rain coming down through the structure in thin silver lines. The footsteps had stopped. I held the light steady and watched for 2 full minutes. Nothing moved on the stairs that I could see. The rain continued. The tower groaned slightly in a gust. Then, from somewhere below the cab deck level, something spoke. It didn't shout. It didn't whisper. It spoke at normal conversational volume, and the rain should have swallowed it, but it carried up to me as clearly as if the speaker were standing in the cab beside me. It said my name, not my title, not hey or hello. My actual first name, which is not posted anywhere on or near this tower, which I had not used on any radio transmission, which was not on any signage in the area. My name, spoken in a tone that was almost gentle, like someone trying to wake a sleeping person without startling them. I did not respond. I stepped back from the window and stood very still in the center of the cab. At 2:02, exactly on schedule, I forced myself to key the radio for my standard check-in. My voice was steady. I gave my identifier, my weather report, my visibility update. I reported that I was secure in the cab and that the earlier ground-level activity had not been resolved, and I asked again whether any personnel were in my area. Paula at Station 7 acknowledged the report and confirmed again, no personnel within 3 miles. Then she asked if I was all right. I said yes. And then the radio produced a second voice. It was not Paula's. It came out of my receiver clearly at the same volume and the same slight crackle of the transmission quality, and it said everything I had just said. My identifier, my weather report, my visibility update, my request about personnel, my statement that I was secure, all of it played back to me in my own voice, with a precision that a recording device could not have improved on. And then it said, still in my voice, "Come down now." I sat there in the cab with the radio handset in my hand and the rain on the windows, and I did not move for a long time. I keyed the handset and said, very quietly, "Paula, did you just transmit back to me?" Paula said, "No, I heard that though. That was your voice. What is happening up there?" I said I didn't know. She said she was logging an incident and alerting the duty ranger, and that I should stay in the cab, stay off the radio unless there was an emergency, and that someone would be at my position before dawn. She sounded calm, but I could hear the particular careful quality of someone who was keeping their voice steady on purpose. I said, "Copy that." I put the handset down. At 2:17, the tower shook. I've described this already, the impact at the base, single and massive. Like something that weighed several hundred pounds had struck one of the tower legs with full force. The stove rattled. My coffee mug slid 6 inches across the map table. The windows flexed in their frames. Then silence. Rain. The creak of the structure settling. I went to each of the 4 windows in sequence, pressing close to the glass and aiming my headlamp down at every angle I could manage. The beam caught gravel, the lower staircase framing, the guy wires, the tree line 20 feet back from the tower base. On the 3rd window, the north-facing one, my light caught something standing at the edge of the gravel apron, just at the boundary where the ground cover began. It was tall. I want to be careful here because I know how this sounds and I've tried to be precise about everything else, so I'll be precise about this too. It was taller than any person I have ever seen in person. When I say tall, I mean that its head, which I could see clearly in my headlamp beam, was level with the bottom landing of my staircase. The bottom landing is 12 feet off the ground. It was not wearing rain gear. It was not wearing anything that I could identify with certainty in the beam of a headlamp from 60 feet up in heavy rain. What I could see clearly was the outline, the shoulders, which were not proportioned correctly for the height, too narrow and too sloped, and the head, which was tilted slightly upward, and the eyes caught my light and held it. Not reflected it in the way an animal's eyes reflect a flashlight, held it, like the light was landing on something and stopping there. It was looking directly at me. I did not move. I think what I felt in that moment was something past fear, something more fundamental. The recognition that the thing you are looking at does not belong in the category of things you have prepared for. Then it spoke again, my name, the same tone as before. And then, "You don't have to be afraid. I'm not going to hurt you. I just want you to come down." The voice was mine. Not similar to mine, not a distorted or corrupted version of mine. My voice, produced by something standing 12 feet below a staircase, landing in the rain, which had never been in the same room as me. I stepped back from the window. I thought about the generator. The tower had a small propane-fed generator in the equipment locker under the cab deck, which I used sparingly, mainly to charge equipment when solar wasn't sufficient. It fed a set of 4 high-output work lights mounted on the cab exterior corners, pointing outward and down, designed for use during nighttime smoke investigations. Those lights together put out approximately 8,000 lumens aimed at the ground around the tower base. I opened the locker access panel in the cab floor and started the generator. The lights came on all at once, 4 corners, 8,000 lumens, flooding the entire gravel apron and the tree line in white light. The figure was gone. I stood there with the hatch open, generator running, all 4 lights blazing, and there was nothing on the gravel apron and nothing at the tree line and nothing on the stairs. Just rain and gravel and light and the smell of wet pine. But here is the thing I have not been able to explain in the 2 years since this happened. The tracks were still there. The circular impressions in the gravel The ones I'd seen at 1:15, the ones that were filling with rainwater, they were still there. All of them. And there was a new set, pressed deeper, leading from the north tree line to directly beneath the north corner of the tower. And then nothing. No outgoing tracks. No path leading away. Whatever had been standing there had not walked away. I left the generator running and the lights on for the rest of the night. I sat in the center of the cab with my back to the firefinder table, facing the door, and I waited. Nothing else happened. The duty ranger, a man named Walt Gerber, arrived at 5:50 a.m. in a district truck. He climbed the stairs, knocked, called my name, and I let him in. He looked at my face and didn't ask a lot of questions. He went back down and walked the gravel apron carefully, photographed the tracks on his department phone, and came back up. He said he didn't know what made them. He filed an incident report. I later obtained a copy through the forest supervisor's office, which listed the track evidence, the radio anomaly as reported by the Station 7 dispatcher, and the visual observation of an unidentified figure. The report was designated under the category of unconfirmed wildlife activity, which is the category they use when they don't have another category. I was transferred to a different tower for the remaining 4 days of the season, at my own request. I didn't go back to Sunrise Peak. I have gone back and thought about every detail of that night more times than I can count. The voice, the tracks, the thing standing at my tree line that was not an animal and was not a person and was not anything I had a name for. The way it used my voice, as casually as borrowing a coat. I don't have a clean explanation. I have what I heard and what I saw, and the incident report number, which is DRF-947-SE, filed with the Gifford Pinchot National Forest Supervisor's Office. What I will tell you is this: if you work alone in a remote tower and your radio starts producing your own voice back at you, do not transmit again. Do not let it hear you. Turn off the radio, start every light you have, and wait for dawn. Whatever it is that does this, it seems to need your voice. The less of it you give, the less it has to work with. I don't know why it stopped at the lights, but it did stop, and I think that matters. If you're ever in a situation like this one, give it nothing. Not your voice, not your name, not your footsteps on the stairs. Let the light do the work and wait for sunrise. Story 2. The survey crew at mile marker 41. My footsteps echoed back to me from the tree line, but I had been standing completely still for 4 minutes. I know exactly how long because I had just checked my watch when the sound started. 4 minutes of standing on a gravel logging road in the Ouachita National Forest with my transit case on my shoulder, and something in those trees had been copying every step I'd taken since the access gate. When I turned to face the sound directly, it stopped. And then, after a pause that lasted maybe 3 seconds, it started again, this time moving toward me. I've been a land surveyor for a little over 10 years. Before that, I did a 3-year stint with a forestry contractor in Missouri, so timber ground and remote access roads are not new to me. I know what this work looks like, and I know what it sounds like, and I am generally not a person who gets rattled by unfamiliar terrain. I'm telling you that so you understand that what happened that October in the Ouachita took considerable effort to rattle me, and it succeeded anyway. Our crew was 3 people. Myself, a guy I'll call Garrett, who was my equipment operator and had been working with me for 6 years, and a newer hire named Spencer, who was on his 2nd season. We'd been contracted to complete a boundary resurvey along a timber block adjacent to the Arkansas-Oklahoma border, a section of ground that had been logged in the early 90s and was now thick second-growth oak and shortleaf pine with a dense understory of dogwood and sumac. The canopy was just starting to turn. This was mid-October, the leaves going orange and bronze, and the visibility through the timber was better than it would have been a month earlier, but still broken. Maybe 40 or 50 feet before the understory closed things off. We'd been on this job for 3 days. The previous week's crew had set preliminary stakes at most of the major control points, and our job was to verify and refine those, set the final boundary monuments, and produce the field notes for the client. Standard work, we expected to finish by Friday, and we were on track. The trouble started on the third day, which was a Wednesday. We accessed the site from an unmarked gravel road off of State Highway 28 through a locked gate that the land manager had given us the combination to, and drove approximately 2 miles into the timber to our planned starting point, which was a known section corner we'd been using as our primary reference all week. When we got there, the preliminary stake was in the wrong place. I want to be clear about what I mean. This wasn't a slight discrepancy, this wasn't a measurement drift or a datum error. The stake, a 48-inch lath with orange flagging that I had personally driven into the ground on Monday, was now standing approximately 11 feet east of where I had put it, in ground that showed no sign of recent disturbance. No boot prints around it, no drag marks, no evidence that anyone had been there since we'd left Tuesday afternoon. 11 feet is not a rounding error. 11 feet is not wind or frost heave. 11 feet means someone pulled the stake, moved 11 feet east, and drove it back in. Precisely. The stake was fully driven, not leaning, not loose, driven to the same depth. Garrett looked at it for a long time and then looked at me. Spencer said maybe we'd written the coordinates down wrong. I said we hadn't. We went to the next control point. That stake was moved too. And the one after that, not randomly, not maliciously scattered. Each one had been relocated a consistent distance in a consistent direction, as if someone with survey knowledge had come behind us and made a systematic correction. The problem was that the correction was wrong. Whatever had moved these stakes had moved them to positions that would have produced a boundary line about 30 feet east of the correct one, which, in a timber contract, is not a small error. We spent the first 2 hours of that morning re-establishing our control and resetting the disturbed stakes. I noted the discrepancy in my field book. We did not have an explanation. We moved on. At approximately 10:30 a.m., Spencer set down his equipment rod at a control point on the west boundary and walked about 40 feet into the timber to relieve himself. He was gone maybe 3 minutes. When he came back, his face was different, not pale exactly, but closed down, the way a face goes when something has happened that the person hasn't processed yet. I asked him what was wrong. He said he'd heard his own name from the ridge above him in his own voice. I looked at Garrett. Garrett kept his expression neutral in the way that experienced field people do when they're deciding whether to take something seriously. I asked Spencer to describe it exactly. He said he'd heard his name. Just his name, no other words, called from somewhere on the slope above the timber, maybe 150 feet uphill. He said it sounded exactly like his voice, the same pitch and cadence, and that he'd looked up and seen nothing on the ridge. I wrote it in the field notes. Auditory anomaly, west boundary, 10:37 a.m. Spencer's name, self-described as, matching own voice, source unlocated. I included it not because I knew what to do with it, but because field notes are supposed to be complete. We kept working. By 1 p.m. we had moved to the northeastern corner of the block, which required setting up the transit on a knoll to establish a long sight line down the east boundary. I was behind the instrument. Garrett was holding the rod at the boundary point, about 220 feet down the slope, and Spencer was flagging stakes behind me. I put my eye to the transit scope to get my reading on Garrett's rod and stopped. There was a figure in the sight picture, not Garrett. Garrett was where I expected him, standing on the boundary point 220 feet away, rod held vertical, bright orange vest. The figure was beyond him and to the left, standing in the timber just off the boundary line at approximately 300 feet. I could see it clearly through the scope's magnification. It was very tall. I am 5 feet 11, and Garrett is an even 6 feet, so I have a good visual scale for human height in field conditions. This figure was substantially taller than Garrett, not marginally taller, substantially. The height discrepancy was obvious even at 300 feet, and the proportions were wrong, in a way that I found myself registering slowly, piece by piece, as I kept the scope on it. The legs were long relative to the torso. The arms hung to a position that seemed too low. And the head was, I kept trying to find the word for it, the head was too far forward on the neck, not like someone leaning over, but like the neck joint was placed differently than it should be. It was standing completely still, and it was facing me. I pulled my eye off the scope and looked down the slope with my naked eye. At 300 feet, through the October timber, I couldn't make out the figure at that detail level. I could see a shape, upright, in the right location. I put my eye back to the scope, still there, still facing me. I called down to Garrett. "Is there someone in the timber to your left, maybe 300 out?" Garrett turned and looked. He looked for a long time. Then he said, slowly, "Yeah, there's somebody there. Why are they just standing there?" I didn't answer that. I said, "Let's pack up and go to the next point." We did. We ate lunch at the truck, parked at the access gate end of the logging road. Garrett and I didn't discuss the figure directly during lunch. Spencer was quieter than usual. We talked about the job, the completion timeline, whether we'd need a fourth day. Normal conversation as a way of putting normal air around what was happening. After lunch, we went back in. We had 3 more control points to establish on the south boundary. We were almost to the second of those 3 points when I noticed Spencer was no longer behind me. I want to be careful about how I describe the feeling that produces when you are 2 miles from the highway on a remote access road and you look behind you and someone who was there 5 minutes ago is simply not there. It is not a dramatic feeling. It is a quiet, fundamental wrongness, like reaching for a step that isn't where you expected it. You do a second look, you do a third look, you count heads. You realize the count is wrong, and then everything gets very focused. I stopped walking. Garrett had already noticed and turned back. I called Spencer's name. Garrett called it. No answer from the timber. We retraced our route. Spencer's equipment, his range rod, his flagging pouch, his water bottle were on the ground in the middle of the logging road, set down neatly, not dropped. No signs of struggle, no disturbed ground, no blood. Set down like he'd just paused to put his things down and then stepped off the road for a moment. I radioed the district office from the truck on my handheld, gave our location, and said we had a crew member missing in the field. The dispatcher told me a Forest Service truck would be at our gate within 45 minutes. Garrett and I stayed at Spencer's equipment, calling his name at intervals, watching the timber on both sides of the road. At 2:58 p.m., I know the exact time because I checked the watch when it happened. The figure walked out of the tree line onto the logging road. It was wearing Spencer's bright orange safety vest. Let me be precise. It was wearing Spencer's vest, which I recognized because Spencer had written his last name on the back of it in black marker, the way we all do for site accountability. And it was walking toward us from the tree line about 60 feet south of where Spencer's equipment was. But it was not Spencer, Garrett said, quietly and with complete seriousness. That is not a person. He was right. He was right not because of any single feature, but because of the totality of it. The height was wrong, taller than Spencer by at least a foot, the vest straining at the shoulders. The walk was wrong, the step placement too deliberate, each foot set down with a care that human walking doesn't have, and the face, when it turned toward us, was wrong in the way you register wrongness before you can articulate it. The spacing of the features slightly off, like a reconstruction rather than the original. It stopped walking when it was about 30 feet from us. Garrett took 3 steps back toward the truck. I didn't move. It looked at me, and when I say looked at me, I mean it oriented its face toward mine and held that orientation with a steadiness that nothing biological should have, and it said Spencer's name, in Spencer's voice. Not his first name, his last name, the one written on the vest. Said it in Spencer's voice, with Spencer's cadence, like a question. I said, "Get in the truck." We got in the truck. I started the engine. The figure stood in the logging road as I put the truck in gear. It did not move when I accelerated toward it. I went around it on the left, off the road, 2 tires in the ditch, brush scraping the passenger side, and I brought it back onto the road and drove hard toward the access gate. I looked in the mirror. When I had enough distance, the figure was standing at the edge of the road, not following, not moving, standing at the edge of the gravel exactly where the road met the timber. It did not cross the road to follow us. The Forest Service truck was at our gate when we arrived. 2 rangers, a man and a woman, both in uniform. I reported the missing crew member and the figure and everything else I've described here. One of the rangers, the woman, who had 15 years in the district, did not look surprised in a way that told me she'd heard things like this before, or something like it. She logged it without comment and organized a search team. Spencer was found at 4:40 p.m., approximately 2 miles from where his equipment had been left, at the bottom of a draw in the timber. He was on his feet, physically unharmed, no injuries we could identify. He had no memory of the period between approximately 1:30 p.m. and when the search team reached him. He knew his name, knew ours, knew the job site. He did not know where he'd been for 2.5 hours or how he'd gotten where he was found. He quit the following Monday. He didn't give a detailed explanation. He just said he was done with field work and thanked me for finding him. I filed the complete incident report with the district office. The report case number OU-41-OCT is on file with the Ouachita National Forest Supervisor's Office, if you know who to ask. We did not go back to finish the south boundary. The client extended our timeline with no argument when I explained there had been a safety incident. I don't know if the boundary work was ever completed. I didn't take any more jobs in that section. Here's what I want you to take from this. If you do field work in remote timber and your survey stakes start moving in a systematic pattern between visits, not scattered, not knocked over, moved deliberately, that is the first sign. The second sign is your own voice coming back to you from a direction where no one should be. At that point, you establish a code word with your crew at the start of every day. Something simple that you'd never say naturally in conversation. If a crew member can't produce it, if someone walks up in your partner's vest and your partner's voice and doesn't immediately know the word you get in the truck, you do not wait to find out what it is. You do not engage with it. You do not let it close the distance. You get in the truck and you drive until you can see the highway. Story 3, White River Float. I was the only one who made it out of that stretch of river. I want to be honest with you about what that sentence means and what it doesn't mean, because people hear it and assume the worst. The other paddler didn't die, not that I know of. But his canoe was never recovered from the Buffalo National River, and he never checked out at the Pruitt access point, and the park ranger who handled the report told me, in a tone that suggested she'd seen this pattern before, that missing canoes in that section during November have a history she wasn't going to document in front of me. What happened to the man in that second canoe, I genuinely do not know. But I know what I saw on the river, and I know why I got out and he didn't. I've been paddling the Buffalo National River in Arkansas since my mid-20s. It's about a 4-hour drive from where I live, and I try to do at least one solo float a year, usually in the off-season when the crowd is gone and the water is lower and you can hear the river instead of other people's music. Late November is my favorite window. The deciduous canopy is stripped down by then, so the light gets into the canyon in ways it can't manage in summer, and the air has that cold stone smell that sandstone bluffs get when the temperature drops. Elk are in the area through the winter. If you're quiet and early, you'll hear them in the timber above the river. The float I'm going to describe started on a Saturday in late November. I put in at the Steel Creek access point at approximately 8:15 in the morning. The plan was 4 days to Pruitt, which is a manageable section, about 37 miles of river with a few mild rapids, mostly flat water with some current. One significant drop at Kyle's Landing that requires a look before you run it in low water. I'd done this exact section twice before. I was paddling a 15-foot Old Town Penobscot loaded with about 60 pounds of gear and food, sitting low and stable. Water temperature was 41 degrees. Air temperature at put-in was 34 degrees and rising. I signed the float plan at the Steel Creek board name, put-in date, plan takeout date, vehicle description, emergency contacts. I noted the water gauge reading, which was 1.4 feet at the Steel Creek gauge, good for November. And then I launched and let the current take me south. The first day was everything I'd hoped for. The canyon walls closed in within the first 2 miles, and the bluffs rose above me on both sides, pale gray limestone layered and stacked, and the river ran clear and cold over gravel bars that glittered in the morning light. I saw 2 great blue herons, a bald eagle working the far bank, and fresh elk tracks in a sandy eddy deposit where the animals had clearly been drinking at dawn. I made good miles, camped at a gravel bar below Irby Ford on the first night, ate well, slept cold, and well under a sky so clear the stars were almost painful. The second day was when the first wrong thing happened. I was about 4 miles below Irby, coming around a long left bend in the river when I smelled it. Not decay exactly, nothing as familiar as a dead animal, sharper than that. Something metallic and dry underneath, a smell that I can only describe as emptied, like the smell of a room where something biological has been comprehensively removed. I looked toward the left bank as I came around the bend and saw the source, a deer carcass on the gravel bar, close to the water line. I edged the canoe toward the bank to look at it, because this is the kind of thing you look at if you've spent time in wilderness. A carcass tells you things about what's living in the area. This one told me things I didn't know what to do with. The bones were clean. Not picked at, not scattered, not the result of a days-long scavenging process. Completely clean, the way bones get after weeks of exposure in the right conditions. But the arrangement was wrong for that explanation. The skeleton was almost entirely intact and in anatomical order, like the animal had simply been emptied and left in place. No drag marks radiating out from the carcass, no tufts of hair or blood staining the gravel around it, no smell of rot, which is what should have been there if this had been a natural death and predation sequence. The bones were also white, bleached white, not the gray white of a winter-killed deer that's been out since February. The clean, almost powder white of bones that have been processed rather than weathered. I sat with my paddle across my knees and looked at it for about a minute. There were no animal tracks in the wet sand around the carcass, no bird activity, no insects. Nothing was interested in this carcass, which is not how it works when there's organic material available. I pushed off the bank and kept paddling. I made camp that second night at a wide gravel bar above Woolham Ford. I had seen no other paddlers all day, which was what I expected in November. I set up my tarp shelter, got a fire going from driftwood collected above the waterline, cooked dinner, and was sitting at the fire with a cup of coffee watching the river run dark in the firelight when I heard the canoe. Paddles on water have a sound, the dip and pull, the drip on recovery, the subtle creak of a boat under load. I know this sound well. I heard it from upstream, in the dark, and I assumed it was another paddler working late to make camp, which was unusual for November, but not impossible. I waited for the bow light that any responsible paddler running in the dark would be carrying. No light came. The sound continued. Dip, pull, drip, steady pace. Someone was paddling steadily in the dark without a bow light, which meant either a very foolish paddler or someone who didn't need one. The canoe appeared from the upstream dark and passed through the edge of my firelight. It was a solo canoe, green, old Royal X hull from the shape of it, and the person paddling it sat in a low position, forward-leaning, moving at a pace that matched the current. The figure didn't look toward my fire, didn't acknowledge me at all, kept the same stroke tempo, and disappeared into the dark downstream of my camp. I thought, odd. I thought, none of my business. I put more wood on the fire and turned in. In the morning, I broke camp at first light and launched. Within the first mile, I could see the green canoe ahead of me on the river, just visible around a bend, moving at roughly my pace, which was strange because I'm not a slow paddler and I'd launched at dawn and that canoe had passed my camp in the dark hours before. I didn't think about this carefully enough at the time, I was watching the river, watching the bluffs, eating a protein bar for breakfast, doing the things you do on the first hour of a paddle day. The green canoe stayed ahead of me, not pulling away, not falling back, maintaining. I picked up my pace. Canoe didn't gap me. I slowed deliberately. Canoe held its distance. For the rest of that morning, no matter what I did with my pace, that canoe ahead of me maintained an identical separation, about 300 meters. You can tell yourself a lot of explanations for this. Good paddler, light load, familiar river. I told myself these things until about noon, when we both eddied out independently on opposite sides of a shallow riffle above Kyle's landing, me on the right to scout the drop, the green canoe on the left. And I got my first real look at the person in it. I had my binoculars out to scout the rapid. I swung them across the river to look at the other paddler out of the same reflex you use when you see another person on a wilderness river. Curiosity, the instinct to wave and maybe have a conversation. The figure was seated in the stern of the canoe with the paddle across the gunwales, facing downstream, not looking at the rapid, not looking at the bank, not moving. I focused the binoculars. The figure was wearing a dark jacket and a hat pulled low. In late November, on a cold river, this is normal. What was not normal was the boots. I could see the boots clearly, because the figure had one foot up on the gunwale, a position you sometimes take for comfort on flat water. The boots were dry. Not just dry in the sense of not currently wet dry in the complete sense, the kind of dry that means no water has contacted them. My own boots were soaked through from a brief wade at the put-in 2 days ago and had not fully dried since. This paddler had boots that appeared to have never touched water. I looked at the hull of the canoe. It was wet, catching the light. The paddle was wet. The figure's jacket sleeves were dark with moisture. The boots were completely dry. I looked up from the binoculars, and the figure had turned its head and was looking directly across the river at me. Even at that distance, across moving water, with a hat pulled low, the face was wrong. I can't give you a specific anatomical description because the distance and the hat and the river light didn't allow for that. What I can tell you is the same thing I've described before, that category level recognition of something that doesn't belong in the category you've assigned it to. Wrong. Just wrong. I ran Kyle's landing. It was not a hard drop at 1.4 feet, and I ran it clean left channel, drew left at the bottom to avoid the submerged ledge. When I came out below the rapid, I looked for the green canoe. It was behind me, not downstream behind me. It had not run the drop while I was in it. It was sitting in the eddy on the left bank above the rapid, stationary, the figure watching me from upstream. It had not run the rapid. It had been upstream, watching me run it, and now it would follow me downstream again, maintaining its distance. And this time the distance was behind me instead of ahead. I did not stop to camp that night. I paddled until I couldn't safely see the river anymore, and then I pulled over on a gravel bar and set up a minimal camp sleeping bag. No fire, no food prep, just enough to get a few hours of rest before first light. I did not hear the green canoe on the water that night. I heard the river and the wind in the bare sycamores above the bank, and I lay in my sleeping bag watching the sky pale toward dawn. I was on the water before full light. The green canoe was behind me. 300 meters, same as always. I pushed the pace. I pushed it hard, harder than I'd planned for the last day of a float, digging in and holding a pace that had me breathing hard within the first mile. The green canoe did not fall back. It held 300 meters, regardless of how hard I paddled. There's a section of river about 4 miles above Pruitt, where the river splits around a long gravel island, and the right channel is shallow and rocky, and the left channel runs fast and deep. I took the right channel. It required getting out of the canoe twice to line the boat through shallow sections, wading in 41-degree water to my thighs, sliding the hull over gravel that scraped to the bottom of the boat. The green canoe did not follow me into the right channel. When I came out at the bottom of the island and could see the left channel entry from a distance, the green canoe was sitting motionless in the water at the island's head, not entering either channel, just stopped. I paddled hard for Pruitt. The takeout at Pruitt is a concrete ramp and a gravel parking lot above it. When my bow touched the ramp, I got out of the canoe and pulled it up and turned around and looked at the river. No green canoe. The river was empty in both directions, as far as I could see. There was a park ranger at the bulletin board near the parking lot. I walked over and reported what I'd seen. The ranger, a woman named Paulette, according to her nameplate, listened to everything I described and then asked me if I'd gotten a look at the paddler's face. I said not clearly. She asked me to describe the canoe more specifically. I did. She walked to the launch register and opened it. She found an entry for a solo green canoe that had launched from Steel Creek the day before I did 1 day before, and had not been checked in at any downstream access point. She looked at the entry for a long moment and then told me she'd need to open a search case. The canoe was never found. I gave a full statement and my contact information and drove home. I have floated other rivers since then. I have not gone back to the Buffalo. There's nothing wrong with that river, and I am not telling you to stay off it. What I am telling you is this. If something follows you on the water and maintains a fixed distance, regardless of your pace, take the first portage available. Cross the shallows, line the boat over rocks, do whatever you have to do to put a stretch of unpaddleable water between you and it. Get to the takeout and report everything. And sign the float plan. Always sign the float plan, every detail, as it's the first thing they look for when they open the case. Story 4. The Winter Trail Crew. It put its hand on my arm, and I felt the fingers close around my forearm through my jacket sleeve, and I looked down, and the fingers were wrong. Not wrong the way an injury is wrong. Wrong. The way a drawing of a hand is wrong when the person drawing it doesn't fully understand how hands work, too many angles, the joints bending in directions that joints don't bend, the grip producing pressure from points that had no business producing pressure. I looked up from the hand into the face that was supposed to be my crew chief's face, and whatever was behind those eyes looked back at me, and in that moment I stopped being cold. I became very, very still. I have worked seasonal trail maintenance in Wyoming's National Forest System for going on 11 years. It is work I chose deliberately because I am not built for offices, and the work is honest. You go out, you clear what needs clearing, you improve what needs improving, and at the end of the day you can see what you did. In the shoulder seasons, particularly November before the winter closure, the work is often just the 4 of us and 50 miles of trail and an old snowcat for access, and that suits me fine. The crew that November consisted of me, 2 other workers I'll call Ray and Tomas, who I had worked with for several seasons, and our crew chief, a man named Walt who'd been running trail crews in the Shoshone National Forest for 19 years. Walt was a thick, patient man in his late 50s who communicated primarily in short declarative sentences and who knew every section of the Washakie Wilderness Trail system with the precision of someone who had walked every foot of it in every season. He was the kind of crew chief you stop second-guessing after your first season with him because he is simply always right. Walt had gone to the emergency room in Cody on a Tuesday chest pain that turned out to be nothing serious but required monitoring and was expected back by Thursday at the latest. In his absence, I was running the crew. We had one more productive workday planned for Wednesday, clearing a section of deadfall from a November storm that had dropped 3 significant trees across the upper Ishawua Creek Trail, and then we'd button everything up for the season. Wednesday morning. Shoshone National Forest, Upper Washakie Wilderness, just south of the Yellowstone boundary. Early November, 8 inches of new snow from the previous week sitting on top of the old pack, temperature at 6 a.m. When we loaded the snowcat was 12 degrees Fahrenheit. The sky was the particular flat white of a sky that hasn't decided whether it's going to snow again yet. We drove the snowcat to the trailhead and hiked in from there. The trail was easy to follow. The storm deadfall we were targeting had been flagged during a reconnaissance hike the previous week. Orange tape on the trees around the fall zone. A note in the crew log with GPS coordinates. The hike in was about 1.5 miles from the snowcat. Quiet work in the cold, the snow squeaking underfoot. the timber on both sides frosted and still. That's when I found the boot prints. They appeared mid-trail, not at the trailhead, not from any visible departure point from the timber. They simply began in the middle of the packed snow surface, 2 feet apart, heel-to-toe impression, full human boot print, pointing in the same direction we were walking, as if someone had been set down from above directly onto the trail surface and had walked ahead of us from that point. I stopped and looked back, our own tracks behind us. Before them, undisturbed snow. The mystery prints began 3 feet ahead of where I was standing and continued forward along the trail as far as I could see. Ray came up beside me and looked at them. He said, "Who's ahead of us?" I said I didn't know. Tomas, who had been working with mountain crews long enough to develop strong opinions about unexplained things, looked at the origin point of the prints for a long time and said nothing. His expression suggested he had opinions he was keeping to himself. We followed our planned route. The mystery prints continued ahead of us for about a quarter mile and then diverged from the trail, heading upslope into the timber. I watched them go and didn't follow. We reached the deadfall and went to work. 2 of the 3 trees were straightforward 6-inch diameter trunks, clean cuts, section and remove, done inside an hour. The third was a larger spruce, maybe 14 inches at the trunk, that had come down at an angle across the trail and lodged against another standing tree, creating a suspended situation that required care with the saw. I sent Ray and Tomas to work on clearing the smaller debris while I evaluated the big spruce. At approximately 10:20 a.m., from the timber upslope of the trail, a voice called Walt's nickname. I want to be specific about the nickname because it matters for what comes next. Walt's crew nickname was not Walt. It was a nickname he'd acquired sometime in the 90s related to an incident with a grouse and a chainsaw that he told the story of enough times that most of the district trail staff knew it. It was not a name you'd find on any official document. It was not something a stranger would know. It was the kind of nickname that only exists within a community of people who have worked together for years. The voice from the timber used it. Ray looked up from the debris pile. Tomas looked at me. I looked at the timber upslope. "Who's up there?" I called back. No answer. The timber was still. Snowfall that the storm had left on the branches was dropping in small clumps at intervals where the rising temperature was releasing it. I went back to evaluating the spruce. At 10:52, the figure appeared on the trail below us. It was coming from the direction of the trailhead, the same direction we'd come from, and it was moving with the unhurried pace of someone who walks this ground regularly and is not in a hurry. From a distance, through the falling snow that had started about 20 minutes earlier, it was Walt. The height was right, the build was right. The dark green Shoshone National Forest jacket was the same one Walt owned, same worn patch on the left shoulder, same broken zipper pull at the collar. He wore a knit hat pulled low. I felt a brief, concrete relief. He'd been released from the hospital early and come up to check on the crew. This was a Walt thing to do. I called out to him. He raised a hand in acknowledgement and kept walking toward us. Ray saw him and said, "Walt's here." Tomas said nothing. He had stopped working and was watching the approaching figure with the careful stillness of a man who has not yet decided something. The figure reached us. Close up in the falling snow, the face was, I'm going to say, almost right, because that's the most accurate way to say it. The features I was familiar with from 4 seasons of working alongside Walt were present in the correct arrangement, but the quality of them was slightly off in the way that a very good photograph of a face differs from the face itself. The texture was wrong. The expressiveness was wrong. The face moved appropriately when it needed to, produced the right expressions, but they appeared a half second after they should have, like a translation happening between intention and execution. And the figure was dry. Walt had parked somewhere, hiked 1.5 miles through 8 inches of snow and falling conditions, and he was dry. His jacket was dry. His boots showed no snowpack. His hat was dry. He asked how the big spruce was going. I told him. I watched his face while I talked about the spruce. The responses came at normal intervals, made sense, referenced details that Walt would know, but they were fractionally ahead of where they should have been, the answers appearing just before I finished the questions, in the way that happens when someone knows what you're going to say and doesn't bother waiting for you to finish. Ray was talking to him now, asking about the hospital, and the figure answered in Walt's voice with Walt's inflections and made a joke about hospital food that sounded exactly like something Walt would say. Ray laughed. Tomas was not participating in the conversation. He was standing about 10 feet back, watching. The figure asked to use my radio to check in with the district office. I reached for the radio on my chest strap with its right hand. I have described already what happened when I looked at that hand. I will add one detail: the fingernails. On the back of a hand reaching for your radio, you see the fingernails. These were the correct shape and color, but they were set into the skin wrong, the edges of each nail sitting slightly proud of the flesh in a way that suggested they had been placed rather than grown. I stepped back. The grip tightened slightly before releasing. The figure looked at me. I said, "Walt, what's the code?" We had established a crew code word on Monday morning, the day Walt left for Cody. Standard practice I had implemented 2 seasons ago after a crew member got lost and we wasted an hour confirming it was actually him on the radio and not radio interference. The word that Monday had been a random selection, a word that had come up in a conversation about a completely unrelated topic, chosen specifically because it would never arise naturally in work conversation. The figure looked at me. It did not say the code word. It said something else, something that started with the same letter, something that, in the context of the conversation, might have sounded like it was heading in the right direction, but it was not the code word. I said, "Tomas, Ray, Snowcat, now." Tomas was already moving. Ray started to object, and then looked at my face and stopped objecting and moved. We walked fast. Not running. I've learned that running in a situation like this can produce a response you don't want, but moving with purpose, and not looking back more than necessary. The figure called after us. Walt's voice, Walt's cadence, saying our names in sequence, asking where we were going, asking what was wrong. We reached the Snowcat. I got it started and put it in gear before Ray had fully closed his door. I drove the access road without stopping. When the Snowcat headlights hit the road surface ahead of us, the snowfall was heavy enough to limit visibility to about 40 feet. In the mirrors I could see nothing but white and the dark line of the timber on both sides. Nothing followed us onto the road. The actual Walt called my cell phone at 3:17 p.m. to ask how the deadfall clearing had gone. He was still in Cody. The hospital had decided to keep him one more night for observation. He sounded tired, but fine. I asked him who else knew his crew nickname. He thought about it and said probably 30 or 40 people in the district who'd been around long enough. Why was I asking? I told him I'd tell him when he was back. I filed the incident report with the district office that evening from the motel where we were staying in Dubois. The report SNFSH-114-NOV was logged and forwarded to the Forest Supervisor's office. The trail section we'd been working is officially listed as closed for winter maintenance, which it would have been anyway, but the closure was formalized earlier than scheduled. Walt came back Thursday. I told him everything. He sat with his coffee and listened without interrupting, which is the Walt way of processing information. When I finished, he said that wasn't the first time something like that had been reported in that drainage. He didn't say what the other reports described. I didn't ask. Here is what matters. Establish a code word with your crew at the start of every single day in the field. Not the same word every day, a new one each morning. Something that won't come up naturally, something random, something you choose together before you separate. If someone who looks like a crew member comes back to you and can't produce that word, you do not investigate, you do not confront, you do not give it time to learn your voice or your patterns. You walk to the vehicle and you drive to the highway. The cold doesn't bother it. The snow doesn't bother it. What it doesn't seem to cross is a plowed road with headlights on it. I don't know why. I just know that it stopped. Story 5. Dispatch at 40 below. The voice on the exterior intercom said my site manager's name, used his exact phrasing, described a equipment failure that matched the exact failure I'd logged in the previous week's report. A report that existed only in our internal system, that no one outside this operation had access to. And then it asked me to open the door. I was looking at the exterior camera feed when it said this. The camera showed a figure standing at the intercom panel with no breath vapor coming from its mouth. It was 42 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit outside that cabin, and whatever was standing at my door was not producing breath vapor. I did not open the door. I need to explain first that this report was pulled. The site manager, a man I'll call Conrad, because I'm not naming names and causing problems for people who are just trying to run a legitimate operation, submitted a partial incident report to the mining company's safety office that described the evening as a communication anomaly and exterior sensor malfunction. That version of events is in the official record. The version I am about to give you is what I wrote in my personal log that same night, immediately after it happened, because I am a methodical person and I document things. I'm telling you because the official version is wrong, and the wrong version being the only version bothers me considerably. My name is not important. What matters is that I spent 2 winters as a remote dispatch and safety officer for a small placer gold mining operation in interior Alaska, working a site in the Yukon-Charlie Rivers National Preserve region, which is some of the most remote and genuinely hostile terrain in North America. The preserve is about 2.5 million acres of subarctic wilderness along the Yukon River, characterized by open boreal forest, river drainages, and climate that will kill you in under an hour if you're not dressed for it in February. The mining operation ran a winter crew of 7-5 extraction workers, split between 2 satellite sites and 2 support staff, including me. And my job was to sit in the dispatch cabin, maintain communication with both sites, monitor weather, coordinate equipment logistics, and generally be the person who knows where everyone is at all times. This is not glamorous work. The dispatch cabin was about the size of a generous shipping container, insulated to within reason, heated by a diesel-burning stove that consumed fuel at an impressive rate in the deep cold. I had a satellite phone, 2 HF radios, a bank of security cameras covering the cabin perimeter and the equipment yard, and a laptop connected to the satellite uplink for logging and communication. Standard check-in protocol was every 2 hours. I logged every contact in a time-stamped digital log that synced to the company server. The night I'm describing was a Wednesday in February. Temperature at sunset had been minus 38 Fahrenheit and dropping. By the time the shift I'm going to tell you about began, it was minus 42, which is the kind of temperature where metal becomes brittle and exposed skin begins to freeze in under 4 minutes, and you don't go outside for anything that isn't a genuine emergency. I was expecting a quiet night. The week had been quiet. The previous check-in cycle had been routine, all 7 crew members accounted for, both sites operating normally, weather holding. At 11:07 p.m., Site 2 called in. I want to be precise about the timeline because the timeline is the whole thing. Protocol check-in for Site 2 was 11:18 p.m. The call came in at 11:07, 11 minutes early. I noted this in the log: early check-in. Site 2, and answered. The voice on the line identified itself as the Site 2 team lead, a man named Garrett. I knew Garrett's voice. I'd been talking to him twice daily for 8 weeks. The voice on that 11:07 call was Garrett's voice, accurately produced, same regional accent, same habit of starting sentences with "so" that Garrett had. It gave a weather report, a crew count, an equipment status, all of it correct, all of it current. What it didn't have was the generator. Site 2 ran a diesel generator for heat and power that produced a constant background roar on every communication from that site. You stopped hearing it after a few days the way you stop hearing an air conditioner, but it was always there. The 11:07 call had no generator sound. The background was completely silent. I noted this in the log. Possible equipment issue. Site 2 generator comms at 11:07 showed no background noise. I signed off the call normally and started a secondary log entry for follow-up. At 11:14 p.m., Site 2 called in again. This was the actual Garrett. I knew it immediately because the generator was there and because the first thing Garrett said was, "Hey, did you just call us about 10 minutes ago?" I told him I had not called them. He said someone had called Site 2 on the site frequency, identified themselves as dispatch, and asked for a crew count and equipment status. I told him that was not me, that Site 2 had called in 11 minutes early and I had taken that call and logged it, and that the call he was describing was not anything I had initiated. Garrett went quiet for a moment. Then he said, "So who did we just talk to?" I didn't have an answer for that. I told him to do a full crew count and contact me immediately with the result. He confirmed 7 people on site, all accounted for. I told him to increase check-in frequency to 30-minute intervals until further notice and log the anomaly with a flag for the morning report. At 11:31 p.m., the exterior motion sensor triggered. I have 4 cameras on the dispatch cabin, exterior north, south, east, west. They're standard security cameras with infrared capability for nighttime operation. When the motion sensor triggers, all 4 feeds come up on a split screen on my monitor automatically. I looked at the feeds. The east camera showed a figure at approximately 8 meters from the cabin wall, standing in the equipment yard between 2 inactive excavators. Upright, bipedal, dark clothing or dark coloring at that camera resolution and that temperature. The IR had trouble separating detail. The figure was not moving. It was simply standing there. I watched it for 30 seconds. It didn't move. I noted the time and logged the sensor trigger and the visual. I looked at the east camera feed and looked for breath vapor. At -42 Fahrenheit, breath vapor is not optional. It is large, dense, and immediately visible in any IR camera that has a clear field of view. I have watched this camera feed for 2 winters, and breath vapor is one of the most consistent visual features of any human figure in this temperature. The figure in the equipment yard produced no breath vapor at all. I watched for a full 2 minutes. The figure stood motionless in the equipment yard between the excavators. No breath, no movement, no vapor. My mouth was dry. I picked up the satellite phone and called Conrad, the site manager, who was off shift and in his sleeping quarters at Site 1, about 4 miles north. He answered on the 4th ring, groggy, and I explained the situation. The early check-in, with no generator background, the call Site 2 had received that wasn't from me, and now a figure in the equipment yard, producing no breath vapor at -42. Conrad was quiet for a moment, and then said he was coming over. I said, "Do not come outside, call me on the satellite when you're awake enough to talk this through." He agreed, and called me back in 5 minutes, fully alert. While I was on the satellite with Conrad, describing the east camera situation, the exterior intercom activated. The intercom is a basic 2-way panel on the east wall of the cabin, mounted outside, used when someone needs access and hasn't radioed ahead. It has a push-to-talk button on the exterior panel. Someone or something pushed that button, and what came out of the speaker was Conrad's voice, not a recording. Conrad was on the satellite phone in my right hand, mid-sentence, talking about possible equipment explanations for the early check-in. And simultaneously, from the exterior intercom, a voice, using Conrad's exact pitch and phrasing, said his own name and then described the generator anomaly from Site 2 in the same terms I had just used to describe it to Conrad. The same terms I'd used 30 seconds earlier on the satellite call. It was reconstructing the conversation in real time from outside the cabin. I said into the satellite phone, "Conrad, don't say anything." Conrad stopped talking. We both listened. Outside, on the intercom panel, the voice continued filling in Conrad's half of the conversation, producing what Conrad might have said next in Conrad's voice, following the logical thread of what we'd been discussing. Then it stopped, and in a slightly different register, still Conrad's voice, it said, "It's too cold out here. Let me in." I looked at the east camera feed. The figure had moved from the equipment yard. It was now at the intercom panel, which was outside my east camera's full coverage zone. I could see part of it at the camera's edge, the arm, the shoulder. Still no breath vapor. I said into the satellite, "Are you seeing this on your tablet?" Conrad had a company tablet with camera access. He said, "Yeah, I see it." A pause. "Don't open the door." I had no intention of opening the door. The figure stood at the intercom for 22 minutes. During that time, it spoke intermittently, cycling through several voices, mine, Conrad's, Garrett's, and at one point produced what appeared to be a replay of an internal conversation Conrad and I had had 2 weeks earlier about the fuel consumption logs, a conversation that had happened inside the cabin over the radio and that no external party should have had access to. At 12:14 a.m., the perimeter floodlights kicked on. They were set to a timer that activated at midnight. I had forgotten this, and they illuminated the entire cabin exterior and equipment yard at high lumen output. The figure moved immediately. It withdrew from the intercom panel and moved across the equipment yard, visible on the south and east cameras, moving in a direction that took it toward the tree line on the eastern edge of the clearing. It moved quickly, much more quickly than I expected, covering the 40 meters to the tree line in a few seconds. And then it was in the timber, and the cameras lost it. It did not return. Conrad was at the cabin by 8 the following morning. He reviewed the camera footage with me. He reviewed the communication logs. He made some calls. The official report that was filed described a communication anomaly and sensor malfunction. The camera footage from that night, I do not know what happened to it. The file on the company's server was flagged as corrupted by the following Monday. The mining company ended winter operations at that site the following October. The stated reason was cost of operation. Conrad told me separately that there had been 2 other incidents in previous seasons that he hadn't put in writing. He didn't describe them in detail. I left Alaska that spring, and I have not gone back. Here is the protocol I'd follow now, knowing what I know. If a remote check-in comes in early and the ambient background sound of that site is missing from the transmission, do not engage. Do not respond. End the call and initiate contact with the site directly through a separate line. Do not describe what you heard to anyone on an open channel before you've confirmed the situation, because whatever is doing this can hear you and will use what it hears. Keep your communication with real people on a separate line until you understand what is happening. And if it tells you it's cold and asks you to open the door lights on, door locked, and you wait for sunrise, the lights matter. I don't know why, but they matter. Story 6. The logging road off Route 42. The dashcam footage exists. It is sitting in an evidence bag in the Cook County Sheriff's Office in Grand Marais, Minnesota, and I was told by the deputy who took my statement not to discuss it publicly. I'm discussing it publicly because the official explanation, equipment interference causing visual artifacts on the recording, does not account for the 4 hours missing from my logbook, the damage to the passenger side of my cab, or the handprint on the outside of the passenger window that a forensic technician quietly confirmed was not a human handprint. I drove that route for 8 years. I know every mile of it. What I saw that October night was not equipment interference. Long-haul trucking in the North Country is a specific kind of work. You develop a relationship with certain routes the way other people develop relationships with certain roads on their commute. You know, the curves, where the frost heaves are worst in March, which pullouts are wide enough for a loaded rig and which aren't, where the cell service dies and where it comes back. The route I ran most often in those years was a timber supply run. Pick up at a mill operation outside Duluth, delivery to a processing yard near the Canadian border, return run empty. About 400 miles round trip, mostly on US Route 61 up the Lake Superior shore and then northwest on county roads into the timber country. The leg I'm going to describe is the stretch of county road between the lakeshore turnoff and the delivery yard, about 60 miles of two-lane blacktop that runs through the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness on the south and Superior National Forest on the north, with a lot of unmarked logging roads branching off both sides. At night, particularly in late October when the leaves are gone and the timber is dark and skeletal, it is as empty and as dark as roads in America get. You can drive 40 miles without seeing another vehicle. You run your CB radio to check for other trucks at the few shared stretches, but mostly it's quiet, just the engine and the road and the darkness outside the headlights. My rig that night was a Peterbilt 389 with a 60-foot flatbed carrying a load of green timber rough-cut spruce, about 40,000 pounds, gross. The load was properly secured with chains and binders. I'd done the pre-trip, I'd done the scale stop at the certified station outside Two Harbors. Everything was clean. I turned off Route 61 onto the county road at approximately 9:45 p.m. Weather was clear, temperature was about 28 degrees, no precipitation. The road was dry. At 10:07 p.m., approximately 12 miles into the county road section, something crossed my headlight beam. I want to be precise about this because it's the detail I've been asked about most often. It crossed from the left side of the road to the right, moving fast, and it was upright, not four-legged, two legs, bipedal, moving with a speed that was inconsistent with a person running faster than that, covering the width of the road in what seemed like 2 steps. But it was not shaped like an animal either. The head-to-body ratio was human. The arm movement was human. It was just too fast and too large, and it cleared the road and was into the right side timber before I had fully registered what I was seeing. I did not brake hard. I slowed, because that's the right response to a road crossing on a loaded rig. You don't hammer the brakes on 40,000 pounds of timber. But I slowed, and I scanned both shoulders and the road ahead, and saw nothing. No animal standing on the shoulder, no person, nothing. I logged it mentally and kept driving. Large animals are not uncommon on these roads at night. I told myself, moose. Moose are large and fast and look wrong in headlights, especially in the shoulder season when you're tired. Except moose don't cross roads on 2 legs. About 2 miles further, the CB crackled. CB radio on these roads picks up other truckers on the shared frequencies, the occasional local who runs a CB in their pickup, sometimes hunters in camp who use CB to coordinate. What it picked up at approximately 10:13 p.m. was not any of those things. It was my own voice, reading back my mile markers. I had been doing what drivers do on long solo runs, talking to myself, a habit I had developed over years. At about mile marker 41, I'd said aloud to no one, "Mile 41, 3 more miles to the cutoff," and I'd been doing this for most of the run, logging my progress verbally as a way of staying sharp. What came back on the CB at 10:13 was my voice, clearly, unmistakably mine, saying, "Mile 38, mile 39, mile 40, mile 41. My exact words, in sequence, played back to me through the CB speaker with the slight static quality of a transmitted signal. I picked up the CB handset and said, "Who's on this frequency?" Silence. Then my own voice said, "Mile 42. I put the handset down. At mile 43, the flagman appeared. He was standing in the road on the left shoulder, facing my headlights, with a road crew flag, one of the orange triangular flags on a metal staff held up in the standard slow signal. I slowed. Protocol on an unflagged 2-lane with a night road crew is to slow to 15 miles per hour and await direction. I slowed and put my high beams down and looked for the rest of the crew, the equipment, the cones, the aero board, the second flagman at the work zone's other end. There was none of that. One man with a flag, standing on the shoulder of a county road in the middle of Superior National Forest at 10:15 p.m., with no equipment behind him, no lights, no cones, no second flagger, no reason for a road closure that I could see in any direction. I stopped the rig about 75 feet back from him and left my headlights on him and waited. He walked toward me. Standard road crew protocol when a driver stops is to walk to the driver's window and communicate the delay. I'm familiar with this. What is not standard is the speed of the walk. This figure covered the 75 feet between us very quickly, more quickly than a person walking casually should cover it, and he was at my driver's door window before I had fully decided what I was doing. I rolled the window down about 4 inches, which is what you do with a stranger at your window at night. The figure put its face close to the gap. The face was a problem. I have a hard time describing the face precisely because my brain was clearly trying to categorize it into something familiar and not quite managing it. The features were arranged in a human layout: 2 eyes, nose, mouth, correct proportions. But the jaw was wrong. Not injured, not swollen. Wrong in a structural sense, as if the joint that allows a jaw to move was placed at a different point than where a human jaw joint is placed, giving the lower face a slight but deeply wrong mobility when he spoke. And the eyes, in the headlight reflection off my mirror, had a reflective quality that eyes don't have. Not glasses, the eyes themselves, reflecting the light and holding it. He said, "You should pull over up ahead. Take the turn at the marker." His voice was steady and unhurried, normal. Except, when he spoke, his breath, it was 28 degrees. My own breath was fogging the window gap. The condensation on the glass was from my own exhalations. His breath produced nothing. His mouth was 6 inches from mine, through a 4-inch window gap. No breath vapor. I said, "I'm making a delivery. I don't have a delay on my route sheet." He said, "Take the turn at the marker." He said it again, the same flat, patient inflection, "Take the turn." I rolled the window up. I put the rig in gear. Here is what the dash cam recorded, and what I watched on the footage the following morning before the deputy took possession of it. As I accelerated forward, the figure stepped back from the driver's door and then began walking alongside the cab at highway speed. I hit 45 miles per hour on the county road, which is not a speed a person walks at, and the figure stayed alongside my cab, matching speed, its legs moving at a walking pace that should not have covered that ground for a quarter mile exactly. Then it stopped, and it was not visible again. The dash cam also recorded something that I did not see in real time and have no memory of. At approximately 10:31 p.m., 16 minutes after the flagman encounter, the camera shows the rig pulled over on the right shoulder of the road at what appears to be an unmarked logging road cutoff. The rig sat there, engine running, for the majority of the 4-hour gap in my logbook. In the footage, the cab is dark. The lights are on, but nothing moves inside the cab. I have no memory of pulling over. I have no memory of the 4-hour gap at all. My next clear memory is the rig in motion again at approximately 2:40 a.m., approaching the delivery yard. The delivery yard foreman noted my arrival time and asked what had happened. I said I'd had a mechanical issue. He logged the late delivery, no questions. The damage to the passenger side of the cab, 3 parallel depressions in the door metal, as if something had gripped the door from the outside with considerable force. I discovered when I did the post-delivery walkthrough. I did not create that damage. It was not there at the pre-trip inspection. The handprint on the passenger window on the outside of the glass was not there at pre-trip either. I noticed it when I was cleaning the cab 2 days later. The print was large. Not abnormally large by human standards, but large, and the configuration of the fingers, when I looked at it carefully, was wrong. The spacing between the middle and ring fingers was too wide. The angle of the thumb relative to the palm was too acute. I photographed it before I cleaned it. I took the photograph to the sheriff's office when I filed my report. The deputy who took my report was a young man who was professional and took everything I said seriously and did not look at me like I was wasting his time. He was the one who told me the handprint had been flagged for a forensic review. He was also the one who, 2 weeks later, called me to tell me the footage had been classified as evidence and that I should not discuss the contents publicly. I drove that route twice more after this, during daylight. I have not driven it at night again. I'm not going to tell you this particular route is unsafe. I don't have enough information to say that, and I'm not in the business of closing down roads with a story. What I can tell you is my practice now. On remote night runs, you do not stop for a single flagman. One flagman, no equipment behind him, no cones, no lights, no arrow board. That is not a road crew. A road crew has a minimum visible footprint. If you can't see the equipment, if you can't see the second flagger, if the math doesn't add up to a legitimate work zone, you slow to a safe speed and you do not stop. You do not roll the window down. You keep moving until you have cell service, and then you call the county road department and ask if there's permitted night work in that section. If there isn't, you file a report and you keep driving. Whatever wanted me to take that turn did not get what it wanted from me in any way I remember or consented to. I do not know what happened in those 4 hours. I don't expect to find out, but I know I came back, and I know the rig came back, and some mornings that has to be enough. Story 7. The search and rescue volunteer. When it turned around and looked at us, it was wearing Kevin's jacket. The orange SAR jacket with the county logo on the chest and Kevin's last name stenciled across the back. The same jacket Kevin had been wearing when he'd gone missing 7 hours earlier. But Kevin was 4'11", and this thing was over 6 feet tall, and the jacket was straining at the shoulders and hanging wrong at the sleeves. And when it opened its mouth and said Kevin's voicemail greeting, his exact voicemail greeting, the one that started with, "Hey, you've reached Kevin. I'm probably on the mountain." In Kevin's exact voice, my team leader put her hand on my arm and said very quietly, "Do not run." I did not run, but I wanted to. I should start with Kevin, because Kevin is what this was about. Kevin Marsh was a 53-year-old retired school teacher from Bryson City, North Carolina, who had been hiking in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park for over 20 years, and who made the same mistake that experienced hikers sometimes make, which is to become so familiar with a place that you stop treating it with the respect it requires. He'd started a solo day hike on the Forney Creek Trail on a Wednesday in early November, signed the trailhead register at 7:50 a.m., and when he didn't return to his car by 5 p.m., his hiking partner, who'd stayed behind with a bad knee, called Park Dispatch. The trail register confirmed his start. His vehicle was still in the lot. Kevin was not. I've been a volunteer with the Swain County Search and Rescue Team for 7 years. We work in coordination with National Park Service rangers on missing persons cases in the Smokies, which is one of the busiest national parks in the country, and which, in the high country above 4,000 feet in November, is also one of the most technically demanding search environments in the southeast. The terrain is steep, the weather changes without notice, the rhododendron thickets that cover the drainage slopes are nearly impenetrable, and the elevation means that a lost and unprepared hiker can develop hypothermia within a few hours of standing still in the wrong weather. Our team was called out at approximately 6:30 p.m. Wednesday evening. Team leader was a woman named Andrea, who'd been running SAR operations in this county for 12 years. With me were 3 other volunteers, a guy I'll call Pete, who was ex-military and good in rough terrain, a woman named Lena, who was a nurse and handled any medical situations, and a newer member named Travis, who was on his 3rd or 4th call out. We linked up with a park ranger named Officer Holloway at the Forney Creek trailhead at approximately 7:15 p.m. The night was cold and clear. Temperature at trailhead elevation, roughly 1,700 feet, was about 32 degrees. Higher up, where the Forney Creek Trail topped out near the Appalachian Trail ridgeline at just under 5,000 feet, it would be significantly colder, and the forecast suggested clouds and possible light precipitation after midnight. We started up the trail with headlamps and radio, 5 of us plus Officer Holloway. Standard grid search protocol, we'd follow Kevin's likely route and look for any evidence of deviation from the trail. We found his trail within the first mile. Kevin had been keeping to the marked path, which was good, easier to search. At approximately the 2-mile point, a side drainage drops off the east side of the trail into the Forney Creek bottom, and his boot prints in a muddy section of the trail showed he'd paused there, turned, and stepped off trail briefly, probably to look at the drainage, and then returned to the main trail and continued uphill. Normal behavior for an experienced hiker who knows this terrain. Then Pete stopped and knelt. He'd found the second set of tracks. They were alongside Kevin's, beginning from approximately the same point where Kevin had stopped to look at the drainage, but they were not Kevin's. Kevin wore a Vibram-soled boot, and his prints showed clear lug pattern in the mud. These prints alongside his were larger, the strides significantly longer, and the impression showed almost no heel depth. The weight distribution was wrong for a normal human walking gait, more pressure in the forefoot, almost none at the heel, as if whatever was making these tracks was moving with deliberate toe placement rather than a heel-to-toe rolling step. The stride length was approximately 5 feet between each impression. Andrea looked at the tracks for a long time. She looked at Officer Holloway. Either of them said what they were thinking. Andrea logged the location on her GPS and marked it in her field notes and told us to keep moving. She radioed the second team, which was working from a parallel approach via the Springhouse Branch Trail, and told them to keep their eyes on the ground for anything that didn't match the missing subject's boot pattern. At approximately 9:45 p.m., from somewhere above us, on the ridge from the east, above the drainage we were ascending, we heard a whistle. Andrea had established our team's signal whistle pattern at the briefing. 3 short blasts means we have the subject. 2 long blasts means come to my position. 1 long blast is an emergency. The whistle from above us, from the east drainage where none of our team members were, was 3 short blasts. We have the subject. Andrea looked up the ridge. Then she looked at her radio and keyed it and called both the second team and Officer Holloway's supervisor at the command post and asked if any team had transmitted the 3 blast signal. Nobody had. She told us to hold position. She did not begin moving toward the sound. This is correct SAR protocol. You do not chase an unconfirmed signal into broken terrain at night without verification. You get a secondary confirmation before you move. You've been wrong before, and it's cost people. The whistle came again from above. 3 short blasts, same direction, clearer this time. And then, about 30 seconds after the whistle, Officer Holloway's radio crackled, and a voice came through it that said, "I'm up here. I'm okay. I'm just above the drainage." The voice was Kevin's. I'd listened to his hiking partner describe Kevin's voice for 40 minutes during the briefing. I'd heard his voicemail on the partner's phone. The voice on Holloway's radio was Kevin's voice, produced through official NPS radio equipment on the Ranger's frequency, which is not a frequency a civilian hiker would have access to. Holloway looked at his radio like it had done something personally offensive. Andrea said, "That's not him." She said it the way someone says a thing they know is true and wish wasn't. We started moving up the drainage anyway, 'cause you have to. You cannot have a signal on a ranger's radio and choose to ignore it. There are liability and professional obligations that override your personal discomfort. We moved up carefully, with Officer Holloway in the lead and Andrea right behind him, the rest of us in single file. The figure was at the top of the drainage. It was standing on a rocky overlook above the stream at the base of a dead chestnut snag, and it was facing downhill toward us. It was wearing the orange SAR volunteer jacket. The jacket that Kevin had borrowed from the county equipment locker 3 years ago and never returned, and that everyone on our team recognized because Kevin wore it on every search. It was there, strained across the shoulders of something that was too large for it, the county logo visible in our headlamp beams. The second set of footprints had led here. I put that together while I was looking at the figure, and the arithmetic of it sat in my stomach like cold water. Officer Holloway called up, "Sir, are you Kevin Marsh?" The figure did not answer immediately. It looked at us, oriented its face toward us, the hat pulled low, the headlamp beams not quite reaching the face at that angle. And then it spoke, and what it said was Kevin's voicemail greeting, not an approximation of it, not a paraphrase. The exact wording in Kevin's exact voice. in the cadence of a recorded message rather than a person speaking spontaneously. "Hey, you've reached Kevin. I'm probably on the mountain. Leave a number, and I'll get back when I'm down." Every word. Then it tilted its head too far to one side, farther than a head tilts when a person is curious, farther than the neck should allow, and it said, in a completely different voice, a voice that wasn't Kevin's or anyone's I recognized, something that might have been a name, though I couldn't catch it clearly. Andrea said, very quietly, "Back down the drainage. Now. Not fast." We backed down the drainage. I watched the figure while we went. It didn't move from the overlook. It stood at the chestnut snag and watched us go with that tilted head and did not follow. When we reached the main trail, Andrea turned us south toward the trailhead at a pace that was professional and controlled, but was not slow. She radioed command post and said we had an unresolved situation at the Forney Creek upper drainage and were returning to regroup. She gave Officer Holloway the GPS coordinates of the overlook. Holloway made a call I didn't fully hear. Kevin was found the following morning at approximately 7:20 a.m. by the second team at the lower end of the Springhouse Branch drainage, about a mile and a half from where the figure had been. He was sitting against a tree, dehydrated, mildly hypothermic, confused about how he'd gotten there. He had no memory of the upper drainage. His jacket, the one he'd been wearing at the trailhead, confirmed in the register photo taken by his hiking partner, was an old blue softshell, not the orange SAR jacket. The orange jacket has not been recovered. It was logged as missing from the county equipment locker sometime between Kevin's checkout of it 3 years prior and the inventory conducted after this incident. The locker log showed no withdrawal record. I have filed my own account with the county SAR coordinator as an addendum to the official incident report. The official report lists the figure as unidentified person of interest, possible unauthorized entry into search area. The report does not describe the voice, the movement of the head, or the jacket. I'm telling you what the official report does not. If you do search and rescue work in mountain terrain, and you hear your own team's signal patterns coming from a direction where no team member is positioned, stop. Do not verify by moving toward the sound without secondary radio confirmation from the command post. If a voice comes through on official frequencies that you cannot account for, treat it as a false signal. These protocols exist, and they exist for reasons that go beyond radio interference and lost equipment. The thing that stood on that overlook in Kevin's jacket could have led us up into that drainage at night in November at 4,000 feet with bad weather coming in. It knew our signals. It knew Kevin's voice. It knew exactly what it would take to make us move in the direction it wanted us to move. The only reason we didn't is because Andrea has 12 years of experience, and she trusted her instincts over the correct sounds coming from the wrong place. Trust your instincts over correct sounds from wrong places. That is the lesson. Story 8. The elk camp on the divide. My hunting partner hasn't been back to the South San Juan since that October. I know because I asked him last spring if he wanted to do it again, and he said no and changed the subject, and I didn't push it, because the night I'm about to describe is not something either of us is in a hurry to discuss. We drove 8 hours home the morning after it happened, and did not talk for most of those 8 hours, which is unusual for two men who've been hunting together for 9 seasons. There is a specific kind of silence that happens after you've both seen the same impossible thing and are both quietly deciding what you're going to do with it for the rest of your lives. We're still deciding. I need to give you some context for this because the context matters. The South San Juan Wilderness in the Rio Grande National Forest in southern Colorado is some of the most remote elk country in the lower 48 states. It sits in the southern end of the San Juan Mountains, a high country of spruce and fir and aspen above 10,000 feet, dissected by deep drainages and open parks that hold elk through the early archery and rifle seasons before the weather pushes them to lower ground. Getting into the good country requires a significant approach. My partner and I'll call him Eli, have been backpacking into a spot we found 8 years ago that involves a 7-mile hike with full pack to a basin at 11,200 feet. The basin holds a spring that runs year-round, open timber on the north-facing slopes for bedding cover, and a series of south-facing parks below the ridgeline that the elk use for early morning and late afternoon feeding. It is a good place. We have killed elk there 4 times. Before that October, we thought we knew it completely. The hike in was on a Monday, the second week of the second rifle season, which puts it in mid-October. The weather on arrival was clear and cold. Overnight lows in the low 20s, daytime temperatures climbing into the low 30s. A hard frost the night before our arrival had put a stiff rime on everything, and the aspen leaves were gone. The timber was stripped down to branch and trunk, which we preferred because visibility through the aspens opened up considerably, and you could glass into the basin from the ridgeline without the screening that summer and early fall provided. We made camp in a spot we'd used 4 times before, a flat area in the timber at the edge of the spring meadow, with a fire ring we'd built with rocks over multiple seasons. We set up the tent, organized the camp, put up the food cache on a bear hang between 2 large spruce, about 60 meters from the tent. We'd killed a cow elk on the second day of the previous visit to this basin and had processed her in a clearing about 200 meters north. We always used the same clearing for this work because it was accessible, and the ravens always cleaned up the gut pile within 24 hours, which we preferred. On the evening of the first day, I went to that clearing to check conditions and found the gut pile from that previous season was gone. This was not remarkable in itself. A year and a half of weather and scavenging clears gut pile evidence completely. What was remarkable was what I found instead. The gut pile from an elk that Eli had killed 2 days before we'd hiked in. We'd killed it close to the access road on a scouting day and processed it in the clearing. As a matter of habit, that gut pile was also gone. We'd left it there 48 hours earlier. Fresh gut pile in a wilderness basin 8 miles from the nearest access road, and it was gone. Not scattered, not picked apart, gone. Removed. The ground at the site was undisturbed. No drag marks, no bird activity around the edges. The gut pile, which weighed perhaps 60 pounds, had been removed from the clearing without leaving visible evidence of how. I stood in that clearing for several minutes and tried to construct an explanation. Bears are the standard one. A bear in this country in mid-October would be hyperphagia, feeding intensively before denning, and would consume an available gut pile aggressively. But bear feeding leaves evidence overturned, ground, scat, claw marks, scattered stomach contents. This clearing showed none of that. And a bear consuming 60 pounds of gut pile and producing no waste or mess is not bear behavior I have ever observed or read a credible account of. I went back to camp and told Eli. He said, This is Eli's response to most things that don't have immediate solutions. That night we had a fire and ate dinner and talked about the plan for the following morning. Eli is a man I have known for 15 years and hunted with for 9, and I can tell you exactly what he sounds like, telling a story, the cadence, the voice, the habit he has of trailing off at the end of sentences that are building to something obvious, letting the listener finish the thought. We sat at that fire for 2 hours, and when we turned in, I knew Eli's voice for that night the way you know something by complete familiarity. At approximately 2:20 a.m., I heard him. I heard Eli outside the tent, continuing the conversation we'd been having at the fire. Same topic he'd been talking about, whether we should move camp a half-mile north to work a different park the following afternoon, and the voice outside the tent was his mid-sentence, describing the sightlines from the North Park with the same trailing cadence. I lay in my sleeping bag for a moment, thinking he'd gotten up to relieve himself and was talking to himself, which Eli does sometimes. I unzipped the tent and looked out. Eli was in his sleeping bag beside me. I zipped the tent back up and lay still. The voice outside continued for about 45 seconds and then stopped. Eli's sleeping bag moved slightly as he shifted position. He hadn't heard anything. I lay awake for a long time. In the morning, I did not tell Eli what I'd heard. We hunted through the day without incident. Glassed up a small herd in the North Park in the afternoon, but nothing we wanted to shoot, and made camp at dark. After dinner, Eli reviewed the trail camera we'd hung on a tree near the food cache, a standard practice, checking for wildlife activity around camp. The camera had triggered at 2:14 a.m. The image was a single frame, the infrared making everything in the frame a pale silver and black. The frame showed the fire ring, the camp perimeter, and the dark timber beyond. And in the timber, at approximately 40 meters from the fire ring, there was a shape that was upright and tall and standing perfectly still. The camera's detection range is about 15 meters for motion, which means whatever had been at 40 meters had produced enough movement to trigger the sensor. The image was too dark and too distant for detail. Just a standing form in the timber, above the height a standing bear would produce, not shaped like a tree. Eli looked at the image for a long time. I looked at it and thought about the voice at 2:20 a.m., which was 6 minutes after this image. That evening at the fire, Eli heard the bugle. It came from inside the timber at the camp perimeter, close, maybe 60 meters, maybe less. An elk bugle in mid-October rifle season is not impossible, but it's unusual, the rut generally wrapping up by then. Eli cupped his hands and buckled back a standard bull challenge note, something we'd done in archery season with occasional success. Normally, when you call to a bull in timber, the response comes back from the same direction. The bull either answers in place or starts moving towards you, and you hear him in the timber. Branches and deadfall under hooves. The answer came from directly behind us. From the camp perimeter, on the opposite side of the fire from where the initial bugle had originated, something answered Eli's call, but the pitch was wrong. An elk bugle has a very specific structure, a rising squeal and a guttural chuckle at the end. What answered us had the rising structure, but the duration was too long. The pitch climbing past where a bull's bugle goes and staying there, like a recording stretch slightly beyond its natural length. And it was close, less than 40 meters behind us. We both turned. In the firelight, at the edge of the perimeter where the timber started, a figure stood. It stood in a posture that was human upright, weight on both feet, and it was tall, taller than Eli, who was 6'2", and the firelight caught it enough to show that it was not wearing any gear we could identify. It stood at the timber edge, and it bugled again, that wrong stretched sound, and looked at us while it did it. Eli said something I won't repeat here. He said it very quietly. The figure stepped into the camp perimeter. One step, then another, moving toward the fire. It moved with the quality I've come to think of as the wrong kind of careful, not tentative, not uncertain, but deliberate in the way something moves when it is placing each foot with intent, studying the act of walking rather than simply doing it. Eli reached for his rifle. I reached for mine. The figure stopped about 20 meters from the fire. It said Eli's name, in a voice that was not Eli's, but that was constructed from Eli's voice. The cadence was there, the trailing quality at the end of words, but compressed wrong, like a copy made without full information. And then it said what Eli had been saying at the fire 2 nights before, about the North Park and the sightlines, fragments of that conversation stitched together in wrong order. I fired my rifle into the air above it, single shot, the report enormous in the basin, the echo coming back off the ridgeline. The figure moved, fast, backward, into the timber, covering the distance between us and the tree line in a time that a person cannot cover it in. The timber swallowed it completely, no crashing through brush, no footfall sound, just gone. We did not sleep. We sat at the fire with rifles across our knees until the sky started to gray toward dawn, and then we broke camp by headlamp and were off the mountain by 9 a.m. The game warden who handles that district, a man named Rick, who I'll not name more specifically, looked at the trail camera image when I brought it to him 2 weeks later. He looked at it for a long time, and then he got up and made coffee and came back and looked at it again. He said he had had 3 reports from that drainage in the last 4 seasons, from hunters and 1 wilderness permit holder. He said he was going to send the image to a wildlife biologist he trusted. He called me back 6 weeks later and told me the biologist didn't have an explanation for the figure in the image. He said the image and the report had been entered into a Colorado Parks and Wildlife Incident Database under a category he described as Unexplained Contact, Category 4. I asked him what Category 4 meant. He said, "It means it's not the first one." If you hunt backcountry and you hear a bugle that doesn't resolve correctly at the end, the pitch holding too long, the structure wrong in a way you can feel before you can explain, do not call back. Break camp before first light. Take the ridgeline trail if you can. Stay out of the timber drainages and get back to the access road. A rifle shot will make it retreat. It will not make it leave. And whatever it collects from listening to you at the fire, your voice, your partner's voice, your conversation, it will use that. Give it as little as possible. Story 9, the ranger station night shift. The incident report I filed that night was reclassified within 48 hours. What I wrote in that report was specific, detailed, time-stamped, and consistent with the physical evidence that was documented at the station the following morning: boot scuffs on the exterior door threshold. A handprint on the west window that forensics quietly noted was not proportioned, like a standard human hand, and a name signed in the visitor log at 11:04 p.m. when the station had been locked and dark, and I was the only person inside. The reclassified version of that report describes equipment malfunction and possible intruder, human origin unconfirmed. I'm going to tell you what I wrote before they changed it. I took a seasonal ranger posting at the Flathead National Forest Boundary Station in northwest Montana in my second year working for the National Park and Forest Service. It was a small station, a main building that served as office, radio room, and visitor contact point, a small attached equipment shed, a generator enclosure, and a parking area. The station sat on a secondary access road about 8 miles from the nearest small town and about 15 miles from the Glacier National Park boundary. It was the kind of posting that experienced rangers sometimes requested as a quiet assignment, and that new rangers sometimes found themselves assigned to as a first solo posting. I was the second category. The station's primary function in the shoulder season, which is what November is in this part of Montana, was trail closure enforcement, permit verification, and incident documentation. The summer backcountry traffic was long gone by November. What remained were hunters on adjacent private land, the occasional late-season hiker, and the administrative work of closing out the season's records. It was quiet work, which I was grateful for. I was the only person posted to this station. The next occupied ranger station was 40 minutes by vehicle. I had radio contact with dispatch in Kalispell, a cell phone with intermittent service, and a landline that occasionally worked. I had also been given, on my first day, the station's physical log, a hardbound record going back about 12 years, with daily entries from every ranger who had staffed the station. I had read through about 3 years of that log in idle moments, and it was predictably dull. Season closures, permit counts, weather observations, the occasional bear sighting notation, bureaucratic record keeping. I kept reading it the way you keep doing something that gives you the impression of productivity when you'd otherwise just be sitting in an empty building watching the November rain. I did not read the entry from the ranger before me, a man named Greg Parson, who had held this posting for 4 years before his retirement the previous spring with particular attention until the night I'm about to describe. After that night, I read it with very particular attention, but I'll come to that. The night was a Friday in mid-November. Temperature outside was about 18 degrees Fahrenheit, with a wind making it feel considerably colder. The precipitation had been light snow off and on since midday. By 7 p.m. the access road was accumulating, and by 10 p.m. driving conditions on it were marginal. I was not expecting visitors. At 10:58 p.m. I was at the desk doing end-of-season permit reconciliation, and I heard a vehicle on the access road. It pulled into the parking area, and the headlights swept across the station windows and then went dark. I heard a door close. I heard footsteps on the porch, standard booted footstep, snow compressing under weight. And then the footsteps stopped, and nothing happened. When someone comes to a ranger station after hours, there's a protocol sequence. Footsteps, then the after hours button, which rings a chime inside the building and illuminates an after-hours contact light, then waiting. None of that happened, just footsteps to the porch and then nothing. I went to the window that overlooks the porch and looked through. The exterior light I'd left on showed the porch surface snow tracked from the parking area, one set of footprints leading to the door, no one standing there. I looked at the parking area through the adjacent window. No vehicle. The headlights I'd seen, the door sound I'd heard, nothing in the lot. I went back to the desk and sat for a moment and thought about what I'd seen and heard and whether I was tired enough to have manufactured it. I looked at the visitor log on the counter to my left. There was a new entry. The visitor log was a standard sign-in sheet on a clipboard, the kind of form that asks for a name, a visit purpose, and a signature, that I placed on the exterior counter during open hours and brought inside at close. It had been inside since 5 p.m. I had not touched it since bringing it in. I had been at my desk for the last 3 hours with a clear line of sight to the log. The new entry was in the name field only, no visit purpose, no signature. The name written there was Greg Parson. In handwriting, I could not compare to anything because Greg Parson had retired to a town in Idaho, and I did not have samples of his handwriting on file. Greg Parson, who had held this posting for 4 years, whose last entry in the station log was from the previous April. I picked up the radio and called Kalispell Dispatch. I told them I'd had what appeared to be an unauthorized entry, that a name had appeared in my visitor log, and that I was requesting guidance. The dispatcher told me to document it, ensure all doors were secured, and that she'd note it in the incident log. She asked if I felt safe, and I said yes, mostly because saying no felt premature. I secured the door I'd been sitting nearest, confirmed the rear door was locked, confirmed the equipment shed access was locked, all secure. I sat back at the desk. At 11:22 p.m., the motion light on the equipment shed exterior triggered. I have a small monitor at the desk that shows the exterior camera feeds. There are 3, one for each exterior wall with coverage. The shed camera feed showed the light on, the shed door illuminated, and a figure standing beside the shed wall in NPS Ranger uniform. The uniform was correct, the flat-brimmed hat, the dark jacket with the agency patches, the badge. The figure was standing with its back to the camera, facing the shed wall. It turned. The face in the camera feed was in partial shadow from the hat brim. I could see the lower face, the jaw, the mouth, the chin. What I registered in the camera quality and the motion light's harsh illumination was that the lower face was proportioned wrong in a way that I couldn't immediately classify. The jaw was too long. Not dramatically, not monstrously, just wrong by the amount that makes something deeply uncomfortable rather than obviously alien. It looked at the camera. I don't know how it could see the camera's position from that angle in those light conditions, but it oriented its face toward the lens and held there. Then it walked to the station building. I tracked it on the cameras as it moved from the shed to the west wall where the window is. I moved away from the window before it got there. I sat in the center of the main room and held the radio and did not approach any exterior wall. At the west window, through the glass, I heard it speak. The voice was flat and slightly formal, the delivery of someone who has learned speech rather than grown up with it. It said my name, my full name, first and last, which was posted on the station door signage but was not something I'd said aloud to anyone since arriving for my shift. Then it said, "I'm Greg Parson. I need to collect some personal items I left in the equipment shed. Greg Parson." The name from the visitor log. The retired ranger. 4 years at this posting. I sat in the center of the room and did not respond. It tried the window, not violently, not destructively, just the deliberate test of a latch. The window held. It moved to the door. I heard the sound of a key inserted into the exterior lock, a key that should not exist, as the locks had been rekeyed at the start of my posting. The key did not turn the lock. I heard it tried twice, carefully, then withdrawn. It spoke again at the door. Still the formal flat delivery, still my name, still the story about personal items. Then it said Greg Parsons' retirement date to the day, which was information I did not have memorized and which was accurate, I later confirmed. Then it said, "I left something in the bottom drawer of the desk. You can bring it to me." You don't have to open the door. I looked at the desk. There was a bottom drawer I'd never opened because it had been locked when I arrived and I hadn't found a key for it. I did not go to the desk. At 12:07 a.m., the station's interior lights went out completely. The generator had cut. I was in total darkness except for the screen glow of my laptop and the red standby light on the radio. I sat in the center of the room and did not move. The radio thankfully ran on its own battery backup. I keyed it and told dispatch my generator had cut and I was requesting a welfare check. The dispatcher said the nearest unit was 35 minutes away and she'd dispatch them now. Through the darkness and the window, I could see the exterior motion light still on at the shed. The figure had not moved from the door area. From the west side of the building, I heard it speaking, lower now, not to me specifically, just speaking. And what it was saying was a description of the station's interior, the desk layout, the filing cabinet, the equipment on the shelves accurate in detail, the kind of detail that comes from having spent time in a space. At 12:49 a.m., the deputy and a Forest Service law enforcement officer arrived. Their headlights came up the access road and swept across the station, and I watched on the camera feed as the figure at the west wall simply withdrew. Not running, not fast, just steadily moving toward the tree line on the north side of the clearing, and then into the timber, and then gone. I met them at the door. The deputy walked the perimeter with a flashlight. He found the boot marks in the snow at the west window, and at the door he photographed them. He found the handprint on the west window glass, exterior, which he also photographed. He looked at the visitor log entry. He did not comment on any of it while I was watching, but he wrote for a long time in his own notebook. The following morning I looked for Greg Parsons' information in the station's administrative files. I found his retirement paperwork. I found the date he had retired, which matched the date the figure had cited. I found in the station log his last entry in April routine. And I found 2 entries before that, a note in a different hand that said only, G. Parson, do not open door to anyone claiming to be previous staff after close of business. See Incident File OH-9-MAR. Incident File OH-9-MAR was not in any filing cabinet I had access to. Greg Parson died in June, 2 months after his retirement, of a cardiac event. I found this in the local newspaper archive online that night, after the deputy left. The figure at my door had cited a retirement date. It had never mentioned a death date. I don't know what that means. I don't know what it wanted in that bottom drawer, and I made sure I was transferred before the spring posting, so I never had to find out. The report was reclassified. I told you that at the start. What I want you to take from this is simple. If you work a remote station and someone produces a name, a date, an interior detail that they should not have access to, those things are not proof that the person is who they claim to be. They're proof that whatever it is has been watching long enough to learn. Do not engage through the door. Do not offer to retrieve anything. Do not tell it anything it doesn't already know. Keep the lights on and wait for backup. And if someone in a uniform can't produce their badge number immediately and without hesitation, do not open the door. Do not open the door. Story 10, The Ice Road. When it knocked on the passenger window, I turned and looked, and I was looking at my own face. My jacket, my hat, my thermos that I had been drinking from 40 minutes earlier, all of it, on something that was standing outside my truck on a frozen lake road in February in minus 22-degree air and smiling at me with my own mouth. I sat there with my hands on the wheel and my foot on the brake, and I looked at my own face outside my passenger window for what felt like a very long time. Then I looked at its hands. The hands were wrong. I can't fully explain how the fingers were the right length, the knuckles were there, but the hands were wrong, the way the furniture in a dream is wrong, correct in every detail and entirely impossible. I put the truck in drive. I need to be clear that the footage from my dashcam is real and is currently sitting in an evidence bag in the Cook County Sheriff's Office in Grand Marais, Minnesota. A deputy named Michael Anderson took my statement and took possession of the SD card from my dashcam on a Thursday morning in February, and he told me, in very clear terms, that I should not discuss the contents publicly while the file was under review. I was told this 2 years ago. The review, as far as I know, has not produced a formal finding. I'm talking about it anyway because the official explanation, optical phenomenon caused by atmospheric refraction in extreme cold, does not explain the handprint. It does not explain the depression in the passenger door exterior. And it does not explain the fact that the face on the other side of my passenger window was mine. I have driven ice roads and wilderness access routes in the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness region of northern Minnesota for 15 years. I started as a wilderness guide and shifted into winter supply runs when a fishing camp outside Ely contracted me to deliver fuel and provisions through the winter, using the network of logging roads and frozen lake surfaces that become passable in February when the ice is thick enough. The route I drove that morning, I'll call it the Fernburg Corridor because that's close enough, was a combination of plowed county road, unplowed logging track, and about 4 miles of lake surface that served as the most direct line between the county road system and the fishing camp. The camp itself was accessible by float plane in summer and by ice road in winter. In February, with 2+ feet of good lake ice and the temperature sitting at -22 Fahrenheit, the ice surface was easily capable of supporting my 3/4 ton pickup loaded with about 1,000 pounds of fuel cans, food, and equipment. I'd made this specific run 11 times in 2 winters. I knew every turn. I left my house at 5:15 a.m. on a Tuesday, February. This specific date I'm not going to put in this account because I don't want to make it easier for anyone to pull the original report and connect it to my name. The temperature was -22 and falling. The sky was clear and fully dark, and there was no wind, which was the best possible condition for this drive. Wind on an ice road in February in Minnesota is your enemy. It drifts the snow marker flags, reduces visibility, and makes it impossible to hear the sounds the ice makes beneath you that tell you things you need to know. The first 20 miles of the route was county road and logging track, plowed and familiar. I made good time. At approximately 6:45 a.m. I reached the lake access point, a cleared launch ramp where the road surface extended out onto the lake ice and transitioned onto the lake surface. The lake ice in February at this spot was confirmed at 31 inches, well within the weight tolerance for my loaded truck. I checked the monitoring station report the previous evening. I drove out onto the surface and got oriented toward the fishing camp 4 miles north and started across. At approximately 6:53 a.m., my headlights picked up fresh tracks crossing the ice road at a perpendicular angle, heading east to west. I slowed and looked at them through the windshield as I passed over them. They were bipedal 2-point human foot configuration, clear impression in the wind-packed surface snow. But the depth of each impression in what is, in February, a very hard-packed snow surface was significant. I'd estimate 3 to 4 inches of impression in snow that my own boot, at 200 pounds with gear, pushes about 1.5 inches into. And the stride length was measured by my truck's wheelbase as I crossed each impression was approximately 6 feet apart. 6-foot stride, 3 to 4 inch impression depth, bipedal, in the dark, in -22, on a lake 4 miles from the nearest plowed road. I drove on. At 7:03 a.m., my headlights showed the first marker flag had been moved. The ice road is marked with orange flags on metal stakes, driven into the ice at 50-meter intervals, alternating sides, to keep drivers on the established roadbed and away from pressure cracks and thin ice areas. I had helped establish this flag line at the start of the season. I knew where each flag should be. The flag at what I estimated was the halfway point, roughly 2 miles out, had been moved approximately 15 meters to the north of its correct position. 15 meters north, on this particular stretch, is a known pressure ridge zone. The ice over a pressure ridge is thinner than on either side of it. The published ice road guidance for this route, which I had a copy of in my truck, specifically marked that zone as no vehicle. A driver following a displaced flag in the dark, trusting the flag line, would drive directly into thin ice. The flag had been moved to direct me into thin ice. I stopped the truck and sat for a moment with the engine running and looked at the displaced flag in my headlights. Then I looked at the 2 flags I could see behind me. and confirmed they were still in correct position. Then I looked ahead at the next flag, which I could barely make out at the edge of my headlight range. That flag was also in the wrong position. I put the truck in reverse and backed up to reestablish my bearings and took a compass heading toward the camp. I had a paper chart of the lake with the road bed marked on it, which I'd drawn from the season's flag placement survey. I used the chart and compass to navigate around the displaced flag zone and back onto the established roadbed, adding about a quarter mile to my route but staying on confirmed ice. At 7:17 a.m., the figure appeared in my headlights. It was standing in the road, on the ice, in the center of the established track, approximately 200 meters ahead, standing still, facing my headlights. In my 15 years of driving this corridor, I have stopped for moose on the ice road twice and nothing else. A person standing on a frozen lake at 7 in the morning and -22 has either a very serious emergency or a very serious problem. I drove toward it at reduced speed. It did not move. At approximately 50 meters, I could see it clearly in my high beams. Dark jacket, hat I recognized, thermos I recognized, the green Stanley I'd filled at home and was sitting in my cup holder. The figure looked like me. From 50 meters, in headlights, it looked like me. I stopped the truck. I sat for a long time without doing anything. The figure stood in the road and did not move, and did not react to the headlights. I said, aloud, to no one, "Okay." Then I put the truck in drive, kept the wheels straight, and accelerated. The figure did not move as I drove toward it. At about 20 meters, I had enough detail to see the face. Clearly, my face, my actual face, not approximated but reproduced, and then I was at it and I went through it. There was no impact. The truck didn't jolt. My mirror showed nothing in the road behind me. I kept driving at highway speed. The knock came at 7:23 a.m. The passenger window, 2 knocks, spaced like a person knocking on a door. I looked to my right. The face in the passenger window was mine, keeping pace with the truck, which was moving at 40 miles per hour on ice. The face was close to the glass, expressionless. My hat, my jacket, my thermos, in the hand that wasn't gripping what I realized, with a cold that had nothing to do with the temperature, was the door handle. I put the truck in full acceleration. The loaded truck on ice does not accelerate quickly, but it accelerates. And I watched the speedometer climb 45, 50, 52. And I looked in the passenger mirror, and for a long moment the figure kept pace, running alongside a truck moving at 52 miles per hour on ice, matching speed stride for stride. Then it fell back. In the mirror, I watched it slow and slow further, and stop in the road behind me, and I drove until I could see the fishing camp lights on the shore ahead of me, and I drove directly to them. The camp caretaker, a man named Bert, who had been running that camp for 23 years, helped me unload. He did not ask why I looked the way I looked. When we were done, he made coffee and set it in front of me, and went back to work without a word, which is the Minnesota way of saying he understood something had happened and wasn't going to push. On the passenger door exterior, after the sun came up, I found the handprint. It was at window height, where something outside a moving vehicle had gripped the door edge, and the metal was deformed inward, not dramatically, but verifiably. The metal of a truck door exterior is not easy to deform with a hand grip. I photographed it before I drove home. I reported everything to the Cook County Sheriff's Office on Thursday. Deputy Anderson took my SD card and my statement. 2 weeks later, he called me and said the footage had been flagged and the file was under review and I should not discuss the contents. That was 2 years ago. On remote ice roads in February, if your headlights show a person standing still in the road in -20 temperatures, do not stop. Do not roll the window down. Do not make eye contact if you can help it. Drive directly through. Whatever appears to be standing in the road ahead of you on a frozen lake in February is not a person in distress. There is no good reason for it to be there. If something knocks on your passenger window while you're moving, accelerate. Keep your eyes on the road. Do not look directly at it. Drive toward any light source you can identify, camp lights, a building, a highway. It did not follow me to the camp. I don't know if the light stopped it or the people stopped it or something else stopped it, but it stopped. Keep driving until you reach the light. Park rangers are trained to handle lost hikers, wildfires, even armed suspects. There is no training module for something that answers your radio before you speak. These are their stories. Viewer discretion is advised. Story 1. The Fall. Jacob fell off the 15-foot cliff. I thought for sure he was a dead man. When I finally made it to the bottom where he fell, outside of minor scrapes and bruises, he seemed okay, and I didn't think twice about it. That was my first mistake. Let me back up. October 23rd, 2019, Olympic National Park, Washington State. I'd been a ranger there for 6 years, long enough to know the trails like the veins on the back of my hand, short enough that the job hadn't completely worn me down yet. The Cascade Ridge Trail wasn't technical. Not really. Just exposed in places. Drop-offs that make you pay attention. The kind of terrain where one wrong step means a bad day, but usually not a fatal one. We'd had 3 days of heavy rain that week, the kind that turns topsoil into grease and makes Douglas fir roots slick as black ice. Every storm like that, we had to do post-weather assessments. Check for washouts, fallen trees, structural damage to bridges and boardwalks. Standard protocol, boring work, mostly, but necessary. My supervisor, guy named Patterson, been with the Park Service since before I was born, assigned me and Jacob Morrow to check Cascade Ridge. Jacob was 8 months into the job. Still had that eager energy that bureaucracy and budget cuts hadn't beaten out of him yet. Kid was 26 years old, talked too much, asked questions about everything, but good questions. Thoughtful ones. I didn't mind him. We left the ranger station at 7:30 in the morning. Temperature was hovering around 41 degrees. Overcast sky, that particular shade of gray that makes the Pacific Northwest feel like it exists in a separate reality from the rest of the country, like the sun's just a rumor someone told you about once. Jacob drove. He always drove. When we partnered up. Said it helped him learn the service roads, memorize the turnarounds and access points. I didn't argue. Meant I could drink my coffee in peace. Close my eyes for the 20-minute drive if I wanted to. Think we'll see much damage? He asked, turning onto the gravel access road that led up to the Cascade Ridge trailhead. The truck's suspension creaked as we hit the first pothole. Needed new shocks. Had needed them for 6 months. Budget wasn't there. Depends on the wind, I said, watching the tree line blur past my window. Rain loosens things up, wind knocks them down. If it was just rain, we're probably fine. If we had gusts, could be a mess. He nodded. Serious. Like I'd just revealed some profound wilderness wisdom instead of stating basic cause and effect. That was Jacob. Treated everything like it mattered. Like every piece of information was worth filing away for later. We parked at the trailhead at 8:15 in the morning. The lot was empty. Too early for day hikers. Too cold for the casual tourists who showed up in summer and thought a 2-mile nature walk counted as wilderness experience. Just us. Just the truck. Just 6,000 acres of old-growth forest stretching out in every direction. I grabbed my pack from the bed of the truck. Radio clipped to the shoulder strap, first aid kit, trail markers, and flagging tape. Zip ties for temporary repairs. Handheld GPS unit that I didn't really need but carried anyway because Patterson got paranoid after that hiker got lost in 2017. Spent 3 days out there before they found him. Guy had been maybe a mile from the parking lot the whole time, just walking in circles. Jacob shouldered his own gear, checked his bootlaces, then checked them again. The kid was thorough. I appreciated that about him. Ready? I asked. Always. The trail started easy. Gentle grade through hemlock and western red cedar. The path was soft with decades of needlefall. That deep, spongy layer that builds up over time, turns the forest floor into something that feels almost carpeted. Our boots made almost no sound, just the occasional snap of a twig. The distant argument of two crows somewhere up in the canopy, fighting over territory or food or whatever crows fight about. The air smelled like wet earth and decay. Not the bad kind of decay, the natural kind. Fallen logs breaking down into soil, moss and lichen and fungi doing their slow work of recycling the forest. It's a good smell. Clean. Honest. Jacob kept up a steady stream of observation as we walked, pointing things out. Damaged signage at the half-mile marker. The paint was peeling, needed to be replaced. A section where runoff had carved a new channel across the path, creating an erosion point that would get worse if we didn't address it. Places where we'd need to come back with a trail crew to clear fallen branches or reinforce the path edge. Normal work. The kind of thing that fills most ranger days. Not dramatic, not dangerous, just maintenance. Keeping the wilderness accessible and safe for people who didn't know how to stay safe on their own. We were 90 minutes in when the trail started climbing. The trees thinned out as we gained elevation. Fewer of those massive old-growth giants, more scrubby shore pine and stunted hemlock. The vegetation changed. Less understory. More exposed rock face. Lichen covering the stone in patches of yellow, green, and pale gray. That's where the drop-off started. Nothing crazy. 10 feet here, 15 feet there, maybe 20 in the worst spots. Enough to break an ankle. Enough to crack ribs if you landed wrong. Enough to ruin your day and make you wish you'd stayed home. But not enough to kill you, usually. Watch your step through here, I called back to Jacob. Rock's gonna be slick, still wet from the rain. Got it, he said. His voice had that focused quality it got when he was paying attention. Not the chatty, curious tone from earlier. The professional one. I heard his boots scuff on stone behind me. Steady rhythm. Careful placement. No hesitation, but no carelessness either. The kid had decent trail sense. Knew how to place his weight. Knew how to test uncertain ground before committing. I wasn't worried about him. That's the thing about mistakes. You never see them coming until they've already happened. I was maybe 15 feet ahead, navigating around a section where the trail narrowed to maybe 2 feet wide. Rock wall on one side and a drop on the other, when I heard the sound. Not a yell, not a scream, more like a sharp exhale. A grunt. The specific noise a body makes when physics suddenly takes over and there's nothing left to do but fall. The sound of control being lost. I spun around. Jacob was gone. Just gone. Empty trail behind me. No one there. For a second my brain couldn't process it. I'd heard him, heard his footsteps. He'd been right there. I rushed back. 5 steps. 10. There. Fresh skid marks in the mud. Deep gouges, where his boots had tried and failed to find purchase, leading straight to the cliff edge. My stomach dropped. I dropped to my stomach at the edge, looked over, careful not to put my weight too close to the unstable lip. 15 feet down, maybe a bit more. Hard to judge from above. There was a rocky outcrop jutting out from the cliff face, covered in thick moss, ferns sprouting from cracks in the stone. And Jacob, sprawled on his back, arms spread, one leg bent at an angle that looked wrong, perfectly still. Jacob! My voice came out raw, louder than I intended. Jacob, can you hear me? Nothing. My hands were already moving, unclipping my radio from my pack, thumbing it to the emergency channel. My brain was running through protocols. Call it in, get search and rescue mobilized. Assess the situation. Don't move an unconscious person unless there's immediate danger. Check for breathing, check for pulse if you can reach them safely. But then Jacob moved, sat up, slow, careful, like he was testing whether anything was broken. I'm okay, he called up. His voice sounded normal. Maybe a little shaken, but normal. Not the voice of someone who'd just fallen 15 feet onto rock. I'm okay, Brett. I slipped. Foot went out from under me. Don't move, I said, My hands were shaking. Adrenaline dump. Stay still. I'm coming down to check you. No, really, I'm fine. He was already standing up, brushing dirt off his uniform pants, rolling his shoulders like he was checking his range of motion. Just got the wind knocked out of me. I'm good. I stared at him. 15 feet. Onto rock. He should have been broken. At minimum, he should have been concussed. Ribs cracked, wrist fractured, collarbone shattered. Something. But he was standing there looking embarrassed, like he'd just tripped over his own shoelaces in front of a girl he liked. Jacob. I kept my voice level, calm, the voice you use when you're trying not to panic someone. Stay right there. Don't move around. I'm coming down to assess you properly. Brett, honestly, I'm fine. That's what everyone says right before the shock wears off and they realize they've got a compound fracture. Stay. There. There was a scramble route about 30 yards back. I'd seen it on the way up. Steep, but manageable. Basically a controlled slide down loose, scree and exposed roots. Not ideal, but faster than trying to find a better route. I took it fast. Probably faster than I should have. Half sliding, grabbing at roots to control my descent. The whole time my brain was running through protocols. Head injury assessment. Check pupil response. Check for clear fluid from ears or nose. Spinal check. Palpate ribs. Check range of motion in all extremities. Radio for medevac if needed. Probably needed. 15-foot fall. He should be broken. I reached the outcrop breathing hard. Jacob was standing right where he'd fallen, looking up at the cliff face, like he was trying to figure out how he'd gotten down there. His uniform was dirty. Mud on his pants, dust on his shirt, but no blood, no obvious injuries. Let me see your eyes, I said. He turned to face me. I pulled my flashlight, shined it at his face. His pupils contracted. Equal response. Same speed in both eyes. No delayed reaction. No irregularities. Follow my finger, I said, moving it left to right. His eyes tracked normally. I checked his ears. No clear fluid. No blood. I checked his nose. Same. No sign of cerebral spinal fluid leak. Turn around, I said. He did. I ran my hands down his spine, vertebra by vertebra, checking for displacement, for abnormal gaps, for any sign of structural damage. Nothing. Any pain? I asked. Neck? Back? Ribs? No. He lifted his arms, rotated them in full circles. Honestly, Brett, I feel fine. Little scraped up maybe, but he showed me his palms. Minor abrasions. The kind you'd get from catching yourself on gravel during a stumble, not the kind you'd get from falling 15 feet onto rock. I checked his pulse. Left wrist, counted silently. 78 beats per minute, elevated but not dangerously so. Normal for someone who'd just had an adrenaline spike. Breathe deep for me, I said. He did. Full expansion. No wincing. No catching. No indication of broken or cracked ribs. I should have known then. Should have recognized that something was deeply, fundamentally wrong. But I didn't. Because I wanted to believe it. Wanted to believe in luck. In miracle landings. In the universe occasionally throwing someone a break instead of grinding them down. You're sure you're okay? I asked one more time. Positive. He smiled. That same eager Jacob smile. The one that made him look even younger than 26. Guess I landed right. Must hit that soft moss or something. Just knocked the wind out of me. Sorry for scaring you. I pulled out my radio anyway. Keyed the mic. Ranger Sullivan to dispatch. Static. Then Patterson's voice. Go ahead, Sullivan. Had a slip and fall on Cascade Ridge Trail, approximately 2.7 miles from trailhead. Ranger Morrow took a fall from trail level to lower outcrop. Estimated drop of 15 feet. Subject is conscious and alert. No visible injuries. Vitals stable. Conducting continuing assessment. Copy that. Do you need SAR support? I looked at Jacob. He shook his head. Mouthed the words. I'm fine. Negative at this time. We'll check in at next scheduled interval. If status changes, we'll advise immediately. Understood. Next. Check in at. Make it 1100 hours. Affirmed, Sullivan out. I clipped the radio back to my belt. Jacob was watching me. Something in his expression I couldn't quite read. We should head back, I said. Get you checked at the clinic, just to be safe. Brett, come on. He looked almost offended. I'm fine. We're only halfway through the trail assessment. If we go back now, we'll just have to come out again tomorrow. That's a waste of time and resources. He was right about that. We were already short-staffed. Patterson would have my ass if I called off a full trail assessment because of a fall that resulted in no injuries. And Jacob did seem fine, moving normally, speaking clearly. No signs of the shock or confusion that usually follows trauma. All right, I said slowly, but we're taking it slow. And if you feel off at all, dizzy, nauseous, vision problems, anything, you tell me immediately. Understood? Understood. I mean it, Jacob. I know. I will. I promise. We climbed back up to the main trail. Jacob went first this time. I insisted on it. Wanted to watch him, make sure he wasn't favoring one side, make sure his balance was good, make sure he wasn't showing any delayed symptoms. He climbed steady, strong, no hesitation, used his hands when he needed to, found good footholds, moved like someone who hadn't just fallen 15 feet onto rock 5 minutes earlier. We reached the main trail, stood there for a moment, catching our breath. Jacob brushed more dirt off his uniform, adjusted his pack straps. Ready? He asked. Yeah. Let's keep moving. The first sign was subtle, so subtle I almost missed it. We'd been hiking for maybe 20 minutes. The trail had leveled out. We were moving through a section of dense canopy, trees so thick overhead that it felt like walking through a green tunnel. The temperature had dropped a few degrees. That microclimate effect you get in old growth sections. Jacob was maybe 10 feet ahead of me. He'd been quiet since the fall, not his usual chatty self. I figured he was embarrassed, or maybe coming down from the adrenaline. Either way, I didn't push it. And he said, so what were you saying earlier about the cedar blight? I stopped walking. What? He glanced back at me. Earlier, before we left the truck, you were talking about cedar blight in the lower elevation zones, how it's spreading faster this year because of the wet spring. I wanted to ask more about it. I stared at him. Jacob, I didn't say anything about cedar blight. Sure you did. While we were driving, you pointed out that grove of cedars near the access road and said some of them were showing signs of infection. No, I said slowly. I didn't. We hadn't talked about cedar blight. We'd barely talked on the way in. Just small talk about the weather, whether we'd see much storm damage. That was it. No discussion of tree diseases. No mention of anything botanical. Jacob frowned. Huh? That's weird. I could have sworn. He shook his head. Sorry. Must have been thinking about something I read in that forestry report last week. Got my wires crossed. Concussion, I thought. Had to be. Even though he'd shown no symptoms, even though his pupils were fine and he'd passed every field assessment, he'd still hit his head. Must have. Fallen 15 feet. Had to have sustained some kind of brain trauma. Now he was mixing up memories, confabulating, pulling information from one context and inserting it into another. Not uncommon with head injuries. I'd seen it before. How are you feeling? I asked, keeping my voice casual. Any headache? Pressure behind your eyes? No, I'm good. Feel fine. Vision's clear? No blurriness? 2020. What's your full name? Jacob Michael Morrow. What's today's date? October 23rd, 2019. Who's the president? He smirked. Do I have to answer that? Classic Jacob. Even when I was checking him for brain damage, he was making jokes. That should have been reassuring. Instead, something about it felt off. Just answer the question. Donald Trump, he said. Unfortunately, all correct. Oriented to person, place, and time. No confusion, no disorientation. So why was he remembering conversations that never happened? Let's keep moving, I said. But I'm serious. You feel weird at all? You tell me. I will. We walked for another 30 minutes. The trail wound through dense forest, occasionally breaking into clearings where storm damage was more visible. Fallen branches. A cedar that had come down across the path. We had to detour around it. Made a note of the location so a trail crew could come out with chainsaws. Normal assessment work. But I kept watching Jacob. The way he moved, the way he placed his feet, looking for any sign that something was wrong. 10 minutes later, we came to a fork in the trail. The main route, the one on our assessment list, went west, back toward the trailhead in a long loop. The eastern fork went deeper into the backcountry. It wasn't technically closed, but it wasn't maintained, barely used, mostly just accessed by serious backpackers doing multi-day trips. Jacob stopped at the junction, looked east. We should check that trail, he said. It's not on our route, I said. We're supposed to assess the main trail and loop back. Yeah, but what if there's damage we don't know about? Shouldn't we at least do a quick check? Document it? Jacob, that trail's not maintained. If there's damage, it's expected. We're not responsible for it. He stood there for a moment, just staring down that eastern trail like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. Right, he said finally. Yeah, main trail. That makes sense. But he hesitated before following me. Just for a second, his body language all wrong, like something in him wanted desperately to go east, like it was taking actual effort to turn west. You okay? I asked. Fine, he said. Let's keep moving. We took the western route, the proper route, but I noticed Jacob kept glancing back, quick looks over his shoulder, like he was checking to see if something was following us from that eastern trail. The second sign was his boots. We stopped for water around noon. I'd been checking my watch, making sure we stayed on schedule, making sure Jacob was drinking enough. Hydration is important after trauma, even minor trauma, even trauma that results in no visible injuries. I sat on a fallen log, pulled out my canteen, took a long drink. The water was cold, tasted like the metal bottle it came from. Jacob stood a few feet away, not sitting, just standing there, scanning the tree line with that focused attention rangers develop after enough time in the field, looking for hazards, checking sight lines, making sure nothing was lurking in the undergrowth. That's when I noticed his boots. They were clean, not pristine. They had the normal trail dust and dried mud you'd expect from 3 hours of hiking, but they weren't wet, weren't caked with the fresh mud and moss you'd definitely have after falling onto that outcrop. I'd seen where he landed. Thick moss, moisture seeping out of the rock face, ferns growing in every crack. He should have been soaked from the knees down. Should have had mud ground into the fabric of his pants. Should have had moss fragments stuck in his boot treads. But his pants were dry, his boots were dry, almost like he'd never fallen at all. Jacob, I said carefully, come here for a second. He walked over. What's up? Let me see your boots. He looked down at them. What about them? Just humor me. He lifted one foot, then the other. I crouched down, examined the soles closely. Standard Park Service issue. Vibram treads. Worn in the expected places. Heel strike. Ball of the foot. But clean. Too clean. No moss fragments caught in the treads. No fresh mud packed into the grooves. No organic matter from the fall site. When did you change your boots? I asked. I didn't. Jacob, these aren't the boots you were wearing this morning. Yes, they are. He sounded confused now, maybe a little annoyed. Brett, what's going on? Why are you acting weird about my boots? I stood up. My hand drifted toward my radio. Not a conscious movement, just instinct. Something in the back of my brain screaming that this wasn't right, that I needed backup, that I needed to get off this trail and back to civilization where things made sense. I'm not acting weird, I said, keeping my voice level. I'm just trying to figure out how you fell 15 feet onto wet rock and moss, and now your boots are completely dry. No mud, no organic material, nothing. Jacob looked at his feet, really looked at them, like he was seeing them for the first time. His expression went blank, just for a moment, like a computer screen freezing before it reboots, like his whole face was buffering. Then he smiled. I guess I got lucky with where I landed. Must have hit a dry spot. There was no dry spot. I'd seen exactly where he fell. Seen the moss, seen the moisture, seen the ferns. There was no dry anywhere on that outcrop. But something in his smile made my stomach drop, made every hair on my arm stand up, made my hindbrain start screaming that I needed to run. Yeah, I said quietly. Lucky. I turned away, pretended to check my GPS, gave myself a moment to think, to process, to figure out what the hell was happening. Concussion, I told myself again. Severe concussion. He's confused, disoriented. Maybe he did change his boots and doesn't remember. Maybe there's a perfectly rational explanation for all of this. But I didn't believe it. Not really. We started walking again. This time I made sure to stay behind him, kept my distance. 5 feet, 10 feet, enough that I could see his whole body. Watch how he moved. And it was wrong. All of it was wrong. His footsteps were too light, too quiet, like he wasn't putting his full weight down, like he was barely touching the ground, and his balance is perfect, too perfect. He never stumbled, never adjusted his weight on uneven terrain, never had to catch himself on uncertain footing, like he already knew exactly where every rock was, where every root was, like he'd walked this trail 1,000 times before. But Jacob had only been a ranger for 8 months. This was maybe his 3rd time on Cascade Ridge. The trail narrowed, dense undergrowth on both sides, salal and Oregon grape creating walls of vegetation, the kind of terrain that makes you feel closed in despite the forest being thousands of acres wide. Jacob's pace had changed, more purposeful, less of that enthusiastic, rookie energy. He walked like someone who knew exactly where he was going, like someone on a mission. We came to another junction, not marked on any map, just a game trail branching off to the north, barely visible, the kind of path made by deer or elk, not meant for humans. Jacob stopped, turned to look at me. His eyes were wrong. I can't explain it. Same color, same shape, but wrong. Like there was something looking out from behind them that wasn't Jacob. We should check that trail, he said. No, I said flatly. We stick to the main trail. That's the assignment. Could be damage. Should document it. That's a game trail, Jacob. Not our jurisdiction, not our problem. His jaw tightened, just slightly, a muscle jumping under his skin. Right, sure, main trail, but he stared at that game trail for a long moment before continuing, like something was calling to him from that direction, like he could hear voices I couldn't, like it was taking everything in him not to just turn and walk into those trees. My radio crackled, made me jump. Dispatch, checking in. Ranger Sullivan, 1100-hour status check. I thumbed the transmit button, kept my eyes on Jacob's back. Sullivan here. Continuing assessment. Currently at approximately mile 4.2 of the loop. Conditions normal. No additional incidents. Copy that. How's Ranger Morrow? Mobile and alert. No symptoms. Good to hear. Next check-in at 1300 hours. Affirmed. Sullivan out. I clipped the radio back. When I looked up, Jacob was watching me. Really watching me. The way a cat watches a bird through a window. Patient, focused, calculating distance and trajectory and probability of success. Everything okay? I asked. He smiled. That wrong smile. Too wide. Too many teeth. Everything's fine, Brett. Why wouldn't it be? We hiked for another hour. The wrongness kept building, kept accumulating. Little details that individually might mean nothing, but together painted a picture I didn't want to acknowledge. The way his breathing never changed, Never got harder on uphills, never evened out on descents, just constant, steady, like he wasn't actually exerting himself. The way he never got tired, never adjusted his pack, never stretched his shoulders or rolled his neck, just kept walking at the same exact pace, machine-like. The way he never looked at trail markers anymore, didn't check signage, didn't glance at junctions, just walked like he already knew the way. How much further to the truck? He asked suddenly. I checked my GPS. 2.3 miles. Maybe an hour at current pace. Seems like more, he said. Feels like we should be deeper in. We're not. We're on the return loop. You sure? I held up the GPS, showed him the screen. Our position clearly marked on the digital map. I'm sure. He looked at it, then looked at the trees around us, then back at the GPS, like he didn't trust it, like he thought I was lying to him. Okay, he said quietly, if you say so. We kept walking. The trail curved west. I could see glimpses of the access road through the trees now. Another mile, maybe less. Then we'd be back at the truck, back at the ranger station. Back where I could get Jacob properly evaluated, get him to a hospital, if needed, get him away from whatever this was. That's when I heard it. Faint at first, distant, a voice calling from somewhere off trail. Brett, don't trust it. I stopped dead. Froze mid-step. Jacob kept walking, didn't react at all, like he hadn't heard anything. You didn't hear that? I asked. He stopped. Turn around. Hear what? The voice came again, clearer this time, closer, and I recognized it. It was Jacob's voice. Brett, please. It's not me. Don't follow it. Coming from behind us. From the south. From the direction of the cliff where he'd fallen. The Jacob in front of me tilted his head, cocked it at an angle that was just slightly too far. Too much rotation. Like an owl. Like something that could turn its neck further than human anatomy should allow. I don't hear anything, he said. My hand went to my radio. Jacob, if you can hear me, key your radio twice. Static. Then 2 deliberate clicks. Clear as day. Close enough that they came through immediately. No delay, no distance degradation. Which meant the real Jacob was close. Close enough for a strong radio signal. The thing wearing Jacob's uniform looked down at its own radio. Looked at it for a long moment. Didn't reach for it. Didn't try to respond. Just stared at it like it was trying to figure out what it was for. Then it looked at me. Those wrong eyes. That wrong smile. Radio malfunction, it said. Happens all the time out here. Interference from the terrain. I took 3 steps back. Put distance between us. Who are you? The smile widened. I'm Jacob. Jacob Morrow. You know me, Brett. We've been hiking together all morning. You checked my pupils. Counted my heartbeat. Said I was fine. Jacob's back there. I pointed south. Toward where his voice had come from. You're not Jacob. Sure I am. It took a step toward me. Slow. Deliberate. Testing. I fell off the cliff, remember? You came down and examined me. Told dispatch I had no injuries. We decided to finish the assessment together. Stay back. Why are you being like this? Its voice changed. Not Jacob's voice anymore. My voice. Perfect mimicry. Exact pitch and cadence. We're partners, Brett. We're supposed to look out for each other. Trust each other. Another step closer. I fumbled for my bear spray. Got it unclipped, held it up. I said, stay back. It stopped. Looked at the orange canister in my hand. Then laughed. This wet, chittering sound. Like meat sliding across metal. Like nothing a human throat should be able to produce. That won't work on me, it said. Back to Jacob's voice now. But I appreciate the effort. Really. Shows initiative. What are you? It tilted its head again. That owl rotation. I'm what comes after. I'm the thing that fits into the spaces people leave behind. Jacob left a space when he fell. Left a shape in the world. I just filled it. Stepped into his outline. Where is he? Where you left him. It spread its arms, wide, too wide, joints bending at angles that weren't quite right, at the bottom of the cliff. Cold now, probably. Shock setting in. Hypothermia. You should really go check on him. My radio crackled. Brett, please. Jacob's actual voice. Weak. Scared. Pain making it thin. I can't move. My back. I think something's broken. Please. The thing in front of me grabbed for its radio. I didn't wait. I ran. Not back toward Jacob's voice. I couldn't help him. Not with this thing between us. Not without backup. Not without weapons that actually worked. I ran forward. Toward the trailhead, toward the truck, toward pavement and parking lots and the clean, bright lines that separate wilderness from civilization. I heard it behind me. Not running, walking, steady footfalls, but somehow keeping pace with my sprint. Its voice called after me, cycling through voices. My supervisor, Patterson, my ex-wife, Sarah, my father who'd been dead for 6 years. All of them saying variations of the same thing. Brett, wait. Brett, come back. Brett, why are you running? Brett, don't leave me here. I didn't look back. Couldn't look back. Just kept my legs pumping, my lungs burning, my heart trying to jackhammer through my ribs. The trail blurred around me. I lost my footing on a root. Caught myself on a tree trunk. Kept going. Branches whipped at my face. Didn't care. Just ran. And still, behind me, those steady footfalls. That impossible pace. Those voices that shouldn't exist. The tree line broke ahead. I could see the access road. Gravel and sunlight. The blue Park Service truck exactly where we'd left it 6 hours ago. I burst out of the forest at full speed. Hit the parking lot. My boots went from soft trail to hard asphalt, and I nearly collapsed from the sudden difference. Nearly went down to my knees from relief. Behind me, at the exact line where the forest ended and the parking lot began, it stopped. Just stopped. Stood there. In Jacob's uniform, Jacob's boots, Jacob's face. Perfect mimicry, perfect disguise. Just watching me. I fumbled for my keys, hands shaking so badly I dropped them twice. Finally got the truck door open, threw myself inside, slammed the door, locked it, all the locks, every single one. The thing at the tree line didn't move, didn't try to follow, just stood there at that boundary like it couldn't cross. Like there was an invisible wall at the edge of the parking lot that it couldn't breach. It smiled at me, raised one hand, waved, slow, deliberate, almost friendly. Then it turned and walked back into the forest, unhurried, calm, like it had all the time in the world, like it could wait. My hands were shaking too badly to get the key in the ignition. Took 3 tries, finally got it. Engine turned over. I threw the truck in reverse, got us pointed toward the access road, shifted to drive. Looked in the rearview mirror one last time. Empty parking lot, empty trail, nothing at the tree line, like it had never been there at all. I radioed it in as I drove. Told dispatch we needed search and rescue at Cascade Ridge Trail. Immediate response, officer down. Gave them coordinates for where Jacob had fallen. Told them to hurry. Told them he was injured. Told them I'd had to leave him because of... I couldn't explain it. Just said I'd had to leave him. Patterson's voice came back. Tense. Concerned. Sullivan, slow down. Are you injured? What happened? Just send SAR, I said. Please. He's been down there for hours. He's hurt. Copy that. Units are rolling. ETA 20 minutes. Sullivan, where are you? Driving back to station. I'll meet them there. Did you sustain any injuries? No. Stay on channel. Keep talking to me. But I didn't. I clipped the radio to the dash. Focused on driving. Focused on the road. Focused on not thinking about what I'd just seen. What I'd just left behind in those woods. They found Jacob 3 hours later. Search and rescue team of 6. Took them an hour to locate him. Another hour to stabilize him for transport. Another hour to get him out. He was exactly where I'd said he'd be. At the base of the cliff. still lying on that rocky outcrop, unconscious, hypothermic, core temperature at 93 degrees, 2 cracked ribs, fractured collarbone, compound fracture of the left radius, severe concussion, all the injuries he should have had, all the injuries the thing in the woods hadn't had. They airlifted him to Seattle, put him in intensive care for 2 days. He woke up on day 3, confused, disoriented, no memory of anything after the fall. Said he'd slipped, hit his head. Everything after that was blank. Didn't remember me examining him, didn't remember standing up, didn't remember hiking, didn't remember anything. The official report called it severe head trauma with retrograde amnesia and auditory hallucinations. Said I'd been so focused on him seeming okay that I had missed the signs of serious injury. Said the stress of the situation had caused me to misidentify his condition. Said I'd had a panic response when I realized my mistake. That I'd imagined him getting worse. Imagined him acting strange. That guilt and fear had caused me to dissociate from the reality of leaving an injured partner behind. They sent me to mandatory counseling, put me on administrative leave for 2 weeks, made me undergo psychological evaluation before I could return to fieldwork. But they couldn't explain Jacob's radio clicks, the ones I heard while the thing was standing right in front of me. The ones that came through clear and strong, no distance degradation, meaning the real Jacob was close by when I heard them. They couldn't explain why Jacob's actual boots, the ones on his actual feet when they found him, were soaked through, caked with mud, packed with moss fragments, exactly like they should have been after falling onto wet rock. And they couldn't explain where the other boots went, the clean ones, the dry ones, the ones the thing had been wearing. Nobody ever found those boots. Nobody ever found any other trace of what I'd been hiking with for 4 hours. No footprints that shouldn't be there. No evidence of a second person, nothing. Like it had never existed. Like I'd imagined the whole thing. Jacob came back to work 6 weeks later. Light duty at first. Desk work. Then half days. Finally full shifts. He didn't remember the fall. Didn't remember that day at all. The doctor said that was normal. Trauma suppression. The brain protecting itself from the memory of almost dying. But sometimes I catch him staring at the tree line, standing at the window of the ranger station, coffee going cold in his hand, just staring, like he's listening to something I can't hear, like something's calling him back to those woods, like he left part of himself out there and it wants the rest. I never partner with him anymore. Can't. Patterson understands, doesn't ask questions, just make sure we're on different rotations, different trails, different zones. Because every time I look at Jacob, I wonder, what if it tries again? What if next time I don't notice the boots? What if next time it's me who falls? And what if next time nobody notices the difference? If someone you know survives something they shouldn't, watch for the details, the small things that don't add up, the clean boots on muddy ground, the wrong memories, the missing exhaustion, the perfect balance, because maybe they didn't survive. Maybe something else is wearing their face, learning their mannerisms, studying their voice, getting better at being them with every passing hour. And maybe by the time you realize it, it'll be too late to run. Story 2. The dry boots. The woman's hair was completely dry. We'd just pulled her out of Cascade Creek after she'd been in the water for 20 minutes. Her lips were blue from the cold, but her hair was bone dry. I radioed it in as shock. I should have radioed it in as something else. But I'm getting ahead of myself. September 7th, 2021, Mount Rainier National Park. I'd been a ranger there for 11 years, long enough to know that early September is when the park starts transitioning. Summer crowds thinning out, nights getting colder, creek levels dropping as the late summer melt slows down. It's actually one of the better times to be out there. Quieter, more manageable. I was doing a solo patrol that day. Standard route check along the Wonderland Trail section that runs parallel to Cascade Creek. We'd had some reports of trail washout near the creek crossing. Nothing major, just wanted to assess whether we needed to close the section or if it could wait until the next maintenance cycle. Left the White River Ranger Station at 9:30 in the morning. Temperature was already climbing. Forecast said it hit 72 by afternoon. Unusual for early September, but we'd been having a warm spell. Indian summer, my grandmother would have called it. The drive to the trailhead took 40 minutes. Winding mountain roads, forest so thick on both sides, it felt like driving through a green tunnel. I passed maybe 3 other vehicles the whole way. A couple in a Subaru with California plates, an old pickup with climbing gear in the bed, a silver sedan that I didn't get a good look at. Parked at the trailhead just after 10 in the morning, grabbed my gear, radio, first aid kit, water bladder with 3 liters, protein bars, sat phone as backup, bear spray on my hip even though black bears in that area are mostly skittish. It's just habit at this point. The trail started with a gentle descent through old growth, Douglas fir and western hemlock, massive trees, some of them probably 400 years old, the kind that make you feel small, make you remember that humans are just passing through, but the forest endures. I could hear Cascade Creek before I could see it. That constant white noise rush of water over rock gets louder as you get closer. By the time I reached the creek bank, it was the only sound in the world. The creek was running clear, maybe 15 feet across at this point. Not deep, 3 feet at most in the middle, shallower near the banks. Fast though. Early September means most of the snowmelt is done, but there's still enough flow to knock you down if you're not careful. I walked upstream, checking the bank for erosion, looking for undercut sections, places where the trail was getting too close to the water. Standard assessment work. That's when I saw her. Woman, maybe mid-30s, standing on the far bank, 50 yards upstream from where I was, wearing hiking clothes, dark blue jacket, khaki pants, boots that looked good quality. She had long brown hair pulled back in a ponytail. She was just standing there, looking at the water. "Hey," I called out, loud enough to carry over the creek noise. "Everything okay?" She didn't respond, didn't even turn around, just kept staring at the water. I started walking toward her, keeping to my side of the creek. Maybe she had earbuds in. Maybe she was one of those hikers who get so focused on the scenery they tune out everything else. "Ma'am?" I called again. "Park ranger, just checking in." Still nothing. I was maybe 30 yards away when she stepped into the water, not carefully, not testing the depth first, just walked straight in, like she was stepping off a curb onto a sidewalk. The current hit her immediately, knocked her sideways. She went under. Shit! I dropped my pack and ran. Downstream. You always run downstream in a water rescue. Current's gonna carry them. You need to get ahead of them. Get in position. I hit the bank 20 yards down. Could see her being swept toward me, arms flailing, head going under, coming back up. She wasn't screaming, wasn't calling for help, just fighting the water in silence. I waded in, knee deep first. The cold hit, like a physical blow. That snow melt cold that goes straight through your bones. Makes your muscles seize up. Makes your breath catch in your throat. Thigh deep. The current was stronger than I expected. Pushing, insistent, trying to knock my feet out from under me. I had to lean into it, use my weight. Every step was a negotiation with the water. I found a boulder, big one, stable. Wedged myself against it. Got my footing solid. The woman was being swept toward me. 20 feet. 15. I could see her face now. Eyes wide. Mouth open. Arms flailing in that panicked, uncoordinated way that drowning people move. 10 feet. I reached out, timing it. Current's fast. You get one chance. Miss it, and she's past you. Gone downstream. Maybe hits a rock. Maybe gets pinned under a log. People die in 3 feet of water all the time. Fast current. Cold temperature. Just takes one mistake. 5 feet. I grabbed. Got her jacket. Nylon shell. Slippery. My fingers scrabbled for purchase. Found the collar. Held on. The current tried to rip her away. Tried to pull both of us under. But I had the boulder. Had my anchor point. I hauled her toward me, hand over hand, pulling her through the current. She wasn't helping, wasn't kicking, wasn't trying to grab onto me, just dead weight, completely limp, like a rag doll being dragged through water. I got her to the boulder, wrapped my arm around her waist, lifted. She was heavier than she looked. Waterlogged clothes add weight. I half carried, half dragged her toward the bank. My boots slipping on smooth stones, the current fighting me every step. We made it. I pulled her up onto the rocks. Flat section. Good drainage. She immediately rolled onto her side and coughed. Water came up. Not much. Maybe half a cup. Clear creek water mixed with foam. I rolled her onto her back. Started my assessment. Ma'am, can you hear me? Ma'am. She coughed. Water came up. Not much. Maybe a few ounces. She rolled onto her back. Looked up at me with these wide, terrified eyes. You're okay, I said. Automatic reassurance. Keep them calm. You're safe. I've got you. She was shaking. Full body tremors. Hypothermia response. Creek water is maybe 50 degrees this time of year. 20 minutes in that, you're looking at mild to moderate hypothermia. I pulled my emergency blanket from my pack, wrapped it around her shoulders, started checking vitals. Pulse was fast, maybe 110. Respirations elevated. Skin cold and pale. Lips had that bluish tinge. Classic cold water immersion. But her hair was completely dry. I mean bone dry. Not damp, not partially wet and drying. Dry. Like she'd blow-dried it that morning, and it hadn't been touched since. I stared at it. Tried to make it make sense. She'd been in the water. I'd seen her go under. Multiple times. Head submerged. Completely underwater. There was no way her hair should be dry. Ma'am, I said slowly, how long were you in the water? She looked at me, shaking, teeth chattering. I don't know. 20 minutes? Maybe longer? 20 minutes. Confirmed what I'd seen. But the hair. What's your name? Sarah, she said. Sarah Mitchell. Okay, Sarah. I'm Ranger Brennan. Tyler. You're going to be fine. I need to ask you some questions, okay? Standard protocol. She nodded. Are you here alone? No. My husband. He was ahead of me on the trail. We got separated. What's his name? Greg. Greg Mitchell. I pulled out my radio, keyed it. Ranger Brennan to dispatch. Static. Then the response. Go ahead, Brennan. I've got a situation at Cascade Creek, approximately 2.4 miles from White River Trailhead. Female hiker, mid-30s. Cold water immersion. Subject is conscious and alert, but showing signs of hypothermia. Requesting additional support and medical evaluation. Copy that. What's the subject's name? I looked at her. She was watching me. Something in her eyes. I couldn't place it. Sarah Mitchell. I said into the radio. Pause. Longer than it should have been. Stand by, Brennan. I frowned. Stood up. Walked a few feet away. Kept my voice low. Dispatch, what's the delay? Brennan. We have a Sarah Mitchell reported missing in that area 48 hours ago. Husband filed the report. The bottom dropped out of my stomach. Say again. Sarah Mitchell, age 34. Reported missing September 5th at approximately 1600 hours. Last seen on the Wonderland Trail near Cascade Creek. Is this the same individual? I turned to look at her. She was still sitting there, wrapped in the emergency blanket, shivering, looking cold and scared and exactly like a woman who just nearly drowned. Stand by, I said. September 5th, 2 days ago. But this woman was here. Now. Alive. Soaking wet. Except for her hair. Ma'am, I said, walking back to her. Sarah, When did you start your hike? This morning, she said. We left the trailhead around 8. This morning. September 7th. Yes. Not 2 days ago. She frowned. What? No. Today. We started this morning. I crouched down in front of her, looked at her closely. Her hiking clothes were soaked, water still dripping from the fabric. Her boots were dark with moisture, but her hair, perfect ponytail, completely dry, not a strand out of place. Sarah, I need you to think carefully. Have you been out here longer than today? Is it possible you've been lost, disoriented? No. She looked confused now. No, we left this morning. I remember. We had breakfast at the lodge. Started hiking around 8. Greg was walking faster than me. I told him to go ahead. I'd catch up. And then she shook her head, and then I fell in the creek. You fell in? I think so. I don't really remember. I was standing on the bank, looking at the water, and then I was in it. I keyed my radio again. Dispatch, can you provide description of missing person Sarah Mitchell? Another pause. Then, Caucasian female, 5'6", approximately 130 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes, last seen wearing blue jacket, khaki hiking pants, brown hiking boots. I looked at the woman in front of me. Blue jacket, khaki pants, brown boots. Brennan, does the subject match description? I should have said yes. Should have confirmed it was her. Should have called for immediate evacuation and medical support. Instead, I said, negative. Subject does not match. Will continue assessment and advise. I don't know why I lied. Something in my gut. Something wrong. The hair. The timeline. The way she was looking at me. Copy that, Brennan. Standing by. I clipped the radio back. Sarah was still watching me. Am I in trouble? She asked quietly. No, I said. No, you're not in trouble. I just need to make sure you're okay. Let's get you warmed up. Can you walk? I think so. I helped her stand. She was steady on her feet. No wobbling, no weakness. For someone who'd just been in 50-degree water for 20 minutes, she was doing remarkably well. Too well. My pack, she said, looking around. I had a backpack. Where did you drop it? I'm not sure. Maybe upstream? We'll look for it, I said. But first, let's get you to the trailhead. Get you warmed up properly. You said your husband is out here? Yes. Greg. He was ahead of me. Did he see you fall in? I don't think so. He was. Maybe a quarter mile ahead? We were taking turns. He'd hike fast, wait for me, then go again. Okay. We'll find him. Don't worry. We started walking. I kept her on the trail, downstream, back toward the trailhead. She walked beside me, not stumbling, not showing any signs of exhaustion, just walking, like she was out for a casual afternoon hike. Do you have kids, Tyler? I stopped walking, turned to look at her. What? Kids. Do you have any? She was smiling, friendly, just making conversation, but something about it felt off. How do you know my first name? You told me. When you pulled me out, you said I'm Ranger Brennan. Tyler. That was true. I had said that. Standard introduction. First name builds rapport, makes people feel safer. But something about the way she said it back to me now, it felt different. Felt deliberate, like she'd been practicing. I have a daughter, I said, carefully. Why do you ask? Just making conversation. Trying to, I don't know, keep my mind off what just happened. She hugged the emergency blanket tighter around her shoulders. What's her name? I didn't answer right away. Something in my gut was screaming at me. A ranger's instinct, the thing you develop after enough years in the wilderness. The sixth sense that tells you when something's wrong before your conscious mind figures out what it is. I'd rather not discuss my personal life right now, ma'am. Let's focus on getting you warmed up and back to Emma, right? She tilted her head. That same owl-like angle. She's 9? Or is it 10 now? I always forget. Kids grow up so fast. I stopped dead. Felt my heart rate spike. How do you know that? You mentioned it. She said it so casually. So matter of fact. No, I said. I didn't. I never mentioned my daughter's name, or her age, or anything about her. She blinked. Are you sure? I could have sworn. I'm completely sure. So I'm going to ask you one more time. How do you know my daughter's name? She looked confused now. Genuinely confused. Or doing a very good impression of it. I must have. Maybe I saw it somewhere. On your badge? Or social media? Do you have Facebook? My badge has my last name, not my daughter's name. And I don't have any social media. No Facebook, no Instagram, no Twitter, nothing. Oh, she was quiet for a moment, thinking, well, maybe I overheard you talking on the radio earlier. I haven't talked to anyone about my daughter on the radio or anywhere else today. Then I don't know. She shook her head, like she was genuinely trying to figure it out. I'm sorry. I'm confused. I just, I feel like I know you, like we've met before. We haven't. Are you sure? I'm completely sure. She stared at me for a long moment, then smiled. Lucky guess, then. Emma's a common name, right? And 9 or 10, that's just a common age for park rangers' kids to be. Statistically, nothing about that logic made sense. But she said it with such confidence, such certainty. Like if she just stated it firmly enough, I'd accept it. Ma'am, I need you to stay right where you are. Why? The smile faded. What's wrong? Tyler, you're scaring me. Just don't move. I backed up. 3 steps. 5 steps. Put distance between us. Her face changed. Not dramatically. Just something in the eyes. Something cold sliding behind the mask of confusion and fear. Tyler. Her voice changed too. Softer. More pleading. Tyler, I'm scared. Please don't leave me out here. I don't understand what's happening. I almost drowned. I'm cold. I'm confused. And now you're treating me like I'm dangerous or something. You know things you shouldn't know, I said, keeping my voice level, professional. That's a problem. It's just a misunderstanding. I'm in shock. I hit my head maybe. I'm mixing things up. Your head is fine. I checked it. No contusions, no swelling, no tenderness. You didn't hit your head. Then I'm just confused. From the cold, from the trauma. People say weird things when they're hypothermic, right? That's normal. It was normal. She was right about that. Hypothermia can cause confusion, disorientation, mixing up details. It was a perfectly reasonable explanation, except her hair was still dry. And that wasn't reasonable at all. Tyler, her voice changed, softer, almost pleading. Tyler, I'm scared. Please don't leave me out here. I'm not leaving you. I just need to. I need to make a call. I turned away from her. Keyed the radio. Dispatch, Brennan. I need you to run a check on Sarah Mitchell. Missing person report from September 5th. I need confirmation on all details. Copy that. Stand by. I could hear Sarah behind me, breathing, just standing there, waiting. Brennan, we have Sarah Mitchell, age 34, reported missing by husband Gregory Mitchell. Last known location, Wonderland Trail, near Cascade Creek. Subject was on day 2 of planned 3-day backpacking trip. Failed to return to arranged pickup point. Vehicle still at White River Trailhead parking lot. Silver Honda Accord. Silver sedan. The one I had passed on my drive-in. Have you located the vehicle today? I asked. Checking. Yes. Vehicle is still present at White River Trailhead. Confirmed approximately 30 minutes ago. Still there. 2 days later. Sarah Mitchell never came back, but she was standing right behind me. I turned around. She was closer. Had moved while I was on the radio, maybe 5 feet away now. Still had that confused, frightened expression, but something in her eyes, something cold. Sarah, I said slowly, I need you to explain something to me. Okay. Your husband reported you missing 2 days ago. That's not possible. I saw him this morning. Your car has been at the trailhead for 48 hours. No, we just got here today. Then why is your hair dry? She blinked, reached up, touched her hair, like she was surprised to find it there. I don't know. Maybe it dried while we were walking. You were in 50-degree water for 20 minutes. Your clothes are soaked. Your boots are soaked. Your skin is still cold. But your hair is completely dry. That doesn't happen. That can't happen. She was quiet for a long moment, just looking at me. Then she smiled. Not the scared, confused smile from before. Something else. Wider. Wrong. You're very observant, Tyler. Who are you? I'm Sarah Mitchell. You pulled me out of the creek. Remember? No, you're not. How can you be sure? Because Sarah Mitchell has been missing for 2 days, which means you're either Sarah or you're something wearing her face. The smile widened. Does it matter? I look like her. I sound like her. I even know things she knew. Isn't that enough? Where is she? The real Sarah? It didn't answer right away. Just stood there, studying me, like it was trying to decide how much to tell me, how much I could handle. Downstream, it finally said. Voice still Sarah's voice, but the inflection was wrong. Too flat, too emotionless, like someone reading lines from a script they didn't understand. About half a mile, maybe a bit more. There's a log jam, big one. Been there for years. Trees pile up against it every spring when the melt comes. She got caught in it. When? September 5th. Right around sunset. 6:43 in the afternoon, if you want to be specific. Beautiful evening, really. That golden light you get sometimes in early September. Magic hour, photographers call it. She was taking photos of it. The way it hit the water made everything look like honey. My stomach turned. The detail, the specificity. This thing had been there, had watched. She got too close to the edge, it continued. Conversational now, almost chatty. Banks are undercut there. Erosion. The roots don't hold like they should. She was leaning out, getting the angle right. The ground gave way. She went in, hit her head on a rock on the way down. Sharp one, granite, split her skull open. She was dead before she went fully under. You watched her die. I watched her leave. It corrected. Watched the space she left behind. The exact shape of Sarah Mitchell. And I thought, that's a good shape. That's one worth filling. You're wearing a dead woman's face. I'm wearing a dead woman's everything, it said. No shame. No guilt. Just statement of fact. Her face, her body, her memories, everything she was. I stepped into it, like putting on clothes that fit just right. That's not possible. Says who? You humans are so limited in what you think is possible. You see the world through such narrow parameters. Life and death. Real and not real. Human and not human. But there are things in between. Things that slip through the cracks in your understanding. What are you? It smiled. That too wide smile. I'm what fills the empty spaces. I'm what steps into the shapes people leave behind when they die in wild places. The forest takes them. Takes their bodies. Takes their stories. And I wear what's left. Give them a kind of continuation. It's almost beautiful if you think about it. There's nothing beautiful about stealing someone's identity. Identity. It laughed. Sarah's laugh, but hollow, empty of anything human. You think identity is something sacred, something unique. But really, Tyler, what is identity? It's just patterns, behaviors, memories, speech patterns, mannerisms, all things that can be learned, copied, Replicated. If I walk like Sarah walked, talk like she talked, remember what she remembered, am I really not Sarah? You're a thing pretending to be Sarah. And you're a collection of cells and electrical impulses pretending to be Tyler Brennan. We're not so different. You're just organic processes following patterns. I'm something else following the same patterns. The end result looks the same from the outside. It's not the same. Isn't it, though? It took a step closer. I took a step back. Think about it. If Greg Mitchell, poor grieving Greg, if he saw me right now, walking and talking and being Sarah, would he know the difference? Would he be able to tell? Or would he just be so relieved, so grateful that his wife was alive that he wouldn't question it? He'd know. Would he? People see what they want to see, Tyler. They don't look too closely at miracles. They just accept them. Be grateful for them. If Sarah walked out of these woods today, alive, healthy, with some story about getting lost and confused, he'd believe it. Because the alternative is that she's dead. And people don't want to believe that. Behind it, on the trail, I saw movement, caught it in my peripheral vision. A figure, male, coming up the path. The thing wearing Sarah's face saw my eyes shift, turned to look, smiled even wider. Right on time, it said. The man on the trail raised his hand, waved. Tyler, he called out. His voice was wrong, too. That same flat quality. Tyler Brennan? Park ranger? I'm Greg Mitchell. I've been looking for my wife. My hand moved toward my bear spray. Slow, casual, trying not to telegraph what I was doing. Stay back. Why? Greg Thing stopped about 15 feet away. Looked confused. Concerned. What's wrong? Is Sarah okay? I'm fine, honey, Sarah Thing said. Turned toward him. Smiled. This ranger saved me. I fell in the creek. He pulled me out. They looked at each other. Something passed between them. Some communication I couldn't decode. Then they both turned to look at me. And they were smiling. Same smile. Same too-wide expression. Same wrongness. You're not Greg Mitchell, I said, keeping my voice steady, trying not to show fear. Predators can smell fear. These things, whatever they were, probably could too. Sure I am. Greg Thing reached into his pocket, pulled out a wallet, flipped it open, showed me a driver's license. See? Gregory James Mitchell, age 41, Seattle address. I filed the missing person report 2 days ago. Been looking for Sarah ever since. And here she is, alive, thanks to you. I looked at the license. It looked real. Could have been real. Could have been something this thing had taken from the real Greg Mitchell's body. Where's your car? I asked. Parking lot. White River Trailhead. Silver Honda Accord. You want the license plate number? When did you last see your wife? September 5th. Around 4 in the afternoon. We were hiking together. She wanted to stop and take photos. I wanted to keep moving. Make it to our campsite before dark. We agreed to meet up. She never came. Every detail correct. Every answer exactly what the real Greg Mitchell would say. But the voice was wrong. The eyes were wrong. And most damning of all, your boots, I said. They're clean. He looked down. What? Your boots. You said you've been searching for 2 days, hiking these trails, looking for your wife. But your boots are spotless. No mud, no trail dust, no wear. Like you just put them on 5 minutes ago. He looked at his boots. Then at Sarah Thing. She shrugged. Guess we're not very good at this yet, she said. Not yet, Greg Thing agreed. But we're learning. Every time we take a new shape, we get better. The details come easier. Soon we'll get the boots right, too. How many of you are there? I asked. Just us, Sarah Thing said. For now. But you're very perceptive, Tyler. Very aware. You notice details. That makes you interesting. Interesting how? The shape you'd leave behind, the space you'd create. It would be a good fit. Greg Thing started walking toward me. Slow, unhurried. You're the right size, right build, right level of authority. People trust rangers. People listen to rangers. I backed up. Stay away from me. We're not going to hurt you, Sarah Thing said. It doesn't hurt. You just go to sleep. And then someone else wakes up wearing your face, wearing your life. It's almost peaceful. They were flanking me now, one on each side, hurting me. I realized, with cold clarity, that they were moving me away from the main trail, toward a game trail that led deeper into the forest. Come with us, Tyler, Sarah Thing said. Just a little further. There's a place we want to show you. No, it won't take long. Just a few minutes. You won't even remember. I ran. Not down their path. Back toward the creek, toward the sound of running water. Some instinct in my brain screaming that water meant safety. Water meant boundary. Water meant escape. I crashed through undergrowth, branches whipping at my face. Behind me I could hear them, not running, walking. That same steady, inhuman pace, but somehow keeping up. Like they knew exactly where I was going. Like they were driving me somewhere. I burst out of the tree line at the creek bank. The water was loud, fast, cold. There was a fallen log spanning the creek 30 feet upstream. Natural bridge, maybe 2 feet wide, covered in moss. I ran for it, scrambled up onto the log, started crossing. 1 foot in front of the other, arms out for balance. Don't look down. Don't think. Just move. Halfway across, I looked back. They were standing at the edge of the creek, both of them, right where the water met the bank. Not crossing, not moving, just standing there. You can't stay there forever, Sarah Thing called out. I can make it to the other side, I yelled back. And then what? We'll just wait. We're very patient. We have all the time in the world. You have to sleep eventually. Have to come back eventually. Running water, I said, understanding clicking into place. You can't cross running water. They didn't respond. But the expressions on their faces, confirmation enough. I finished crossing the log, jumped down on the far bank, stood there, 30 feet of creek water between us. They watched me, motionless, patient. The real Sarah Mitchell, I called out. Downstream, half a mile, log jam, that's what you said. Sarah Thing tilted its head. That's right. Her husband is looking for her. He filed a missing person report. He deserves to know what happened to his wife. She's dead, Tyler. Has been for 2 days. Knowing won't change that. Knowing will just hurt. He still deserves to know. I pulled out my radio, never taking my eyes off them. Dispatch, Brennan. I need immediate search and rescue to Cascade Creek. I have information on missing person Sarah Mitchell. Go ahead, Brennan. Subject is deceased. Located approximately half a mile downstream from my current position. Request full recovery team. Long pause. Copy that. Are you certain? I looked at the things on the far bank. They were watching me, still, silent, like mannequins. Confirmed. I'm certain. SAR team is mobilizing. ETA 45 minutes. What's your current status? I'm safe. Across the creek from last known position. We'll hold here until team arrives. Copy that. Stay on channel. I sat down on a rock, kept the creek between me and them. They didn't move, just stood there, watching, waiting. After maybe 10 minutes, Sarah Thing spoke. You're going to tell them about us. Probably. They won't believe you. Maybe not. They'll say, you're traumatized, delusional, that finding a body affected you. They'll put you on leave, make you see a counselor. Probably, I said again. So why do it? Because someone needs to know. Someone needs to understand that you exist, that you're out here. Greg Thing laughed. And what will they do with that information? Post warning signs? Beware of entities that wear faces? Close the park? No, they'll bury it. File it away. Pretend it never happened. Because acknowledging us, that breaks too many rules. Violates too many assumptions. about how the world works. He was probably right, but I didn't say so. We waited. They stood. I sat. The creek ran between us, and they couldn't cross it. After 30 minutes, I heard voices, human voices. The SAR team coming up the trail from the opposite direction. 3 rangers, 2 volunteers. They saw me first. Brennan, one of the rangers, guy named Stevens, waved. You okay? I'm fine. Body is downstream. Half a mile. Caught in logjam on the north bank. Copy that. We'll check it out. You sure you're okay? You look rough. I glanced across the creek. Empty bank. No one standing there. The Sarah thing and Greg thing were gone. Just vanished. Like they'd never been there at all. Yeah, I said quietly. I'm fine. They found Sarah Mitchell 20 minutes later. Exactly where the thing said she'd be. Caught in a logjam. Dead for approximately 48 hours. Cause of death. Blunt force trauma to the head consistent with a fall. Accidental drowning. Ruled as tragic accident. Her husband identified the body that evening. Greg Mitchell, 41 years old. Engineer from Seattle. Devastated. Broke down completely when they told him. They had to sedate him. The real Greg Mitchell, not the thing I'd seen on the trail. I filed my report. Said I'd found Sarah in the water. Performed rescue. Realized she was deceased. Called it in. Standard procedure. Nobody questioned it. Nobody asked about the dry hair. Nobody asked why I'd been on the far side of the creek when SAR found me. They put me on 3 days administrative leave anyway. Said finding a body is traumatic. Said I should take time to process. Gave me the number for the employee assistance program. I didn't call. Instead, I went back to my apartment. Sat in the dark. Thought about what I'd seen. What I'd almost become. And I made myself a promise. If I ever pull someone from water again, if I ever rescue someone who should be soaked but isn't, if I ever see clean boots on muddy ground or dry hair after cold water immersion, I'm not going to give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm not going to chalk it up to shock or adrenaline or my own misperception. I'm going to run. I'm going to get to the nearest boundary. Water, pavement, light, something. And I'm going to stay there until real help arrives. Because the things in the woods are patient. They're clever. They learn fast. And they're always looking for the next shape to fill, the next face to wear, the next life to step into. The forest takes what it wants. Someone has to wear the faces of the lost. I just made damn sure it wasn't going to be mine. 3 weeks later, I saw her again. Sarah thing. Or maybe it was just a woman who looked like Sarah. Hard to tell. She was at the White River Visitor Center, in line for coffee. She smiled at me. I didn't smile back. Her hair was dry. Perfect. Not a strand out of place. I walked past her. Didn't stop. Didn't engage. Behind me, I heard her laugh. Quiet. Almost inaudible under the coffee shop noise. But I heard it. And I knew if you pull someone from water and they're completely dry, don't turn your back on them. Don't let them lead you anywhere isolated. Don't trust the face they're wearing, no matter how real it looks. Get to a boundary. Running water, pavement, light, somewhere they can't follow. And if they say they know you, if they mention details they shouldn't know, if they smile too wide or move too smooth, run. Because the forest is full of empty spaces, full of shapes left behind by the lost and the dead. And something has to fill those spaces. Something hungry. Something patient. Something that's getting better at pretending to be human with every face it wears. Story 3. The Second Call. Dispatch said Ranger Henley was requesting backup at the north trailhead. I could see Ranger Henley standing 30 feet away from me when the call came through. He looked at his own radio, confused. Then we both heard his voice respond to dispatch. That's when he pulled his sidearm. Let me explain how we got there. November 18th, 2020. Glacier National Park, Montana. Late season. The kind of cold that makes your teeth ache. Temperature was hovering around 23 degrees. Snow on the ground. Not much, maybe 3 inches, but enough to make everything look clean and pristine and dangerous. My partner that day was Tom Henley, 54 years old, been a ranger for 22 years, most of that time spent in Glacier. The man knew these mountains like most people know, their own living rooms, knew every trail, every backcountry route, every place where weather could turn on you in minutes. We were doing end-of-season checks, preparing trails for winter closure, making sure signs were secured, checking shelters, documenting anything that needed repair come spring, routine work. The kind of thing that fills the dead time between tourist season and full winter lockdown. The park was mostly empty, maybe a dozen visitors in the entire area, handful of winter hikers, couple of photographers trying to catch early snow shots. Nobody in our section, just us, 2 rangers. 6 miles from the nearest road, radio contact only. We'd started at the Going to the Sun Road eastern access point at 8:30 in the morning. Hiked in on the Piegan Pass Trail, checking markers, making notes. Tom was in front. He always led. Something about being senior ranger. Something about knowing the route better. I didn't argue. Wasn't worth it. Got about 2 more miles, Tom called back, his voice muffled by the scarf wrapped around his face. Then we hit the North Trailhead Junction. Check the warming hut there. Make sure it's secured for winter. Should be back to the truck by 1400 hours. Copy that, I said. The forest was quiet. That particular kind of quiet you only get in winter. Snow dampens sound, absorbs it, makes everything feel muffled, distant, like the whole world is wrapped in cotton. Our boots crunched on the trail, rhythmic, steady. That was the only sound. Just our footsteps and our breathing and the occasional creak of tree branches weighted down with snow. My radio crackled, made me jump. Sound was harsh in the silence, cut through the muffled quiet like a knife. White River Dispatch to Ranger Henley. I looked ahead at Tom. He was still walking. Steady pace, shoulders square. He didn't reach for his radio. Didn't slow down, didn't respond. Just kept crunching through the snow like he hadn't heard it. White River Dispatch to Ranger Henley, the voice repeated. Female dispatcher. Sounded like Martinez. She'd been working the board for 3 years. Professional. Efficient. No nonsense. Come in, please. Tom stopped, turned around slowly, looked at me. His face was confused. Eyebrows drawn together. Mouth slightly open like he was about to say something but forgot what. He pulled out his radio, held it in his gloved hand for a moment, just staring at it. Then he keyed the mic. This is Ranger Henley. Go ahead, dispatch. Static. That hollow, empty sound of dead air. Then Martinez's voice came back. Ranger Henley, we have you requesting backup at the North Trailhead Junction. Code 3. What's your status? Code 3. Emergency response. Immediate assistance required. Tom looked at me. His face had gone from confused to pale. Actually pale. I could see it even under his beard, under the cold, reddened skin. Dispatch, he said slowly, carefully, like he was walking through a minefield. I didn't request backup. I haven't transmitted anything in. He checked his watch. In over 2 hours. I'm currently on trail approximately 2 miles south of North Junction with Ranger Hayes, Russell Hayes. We're conducting routine end-of-season assessment. Weather check, trail markers, standard procedure. Long pause, longer than it should have been. Dispatch responses are usually immediate, quick, efficient. This pause stretched out. 5 seconds, 10, 15. Finally, stand by, Ranger Henley. Tom clipped his radio back to his belt, looked at me, really looked at me. His eyes were scanning my face, like he was trying to read something there. What the hell was that about? He asked. His voice was tight, controlled, the way it got when he was trying very hard not to show he was rattled. No idea, I said. Maybe someone else used your call sign by mistake? Nobody uses someone else's call sign. That's not how this works. That's basic protocol. Radio discipline is the first thing they teach you. Day one, you identify yourself, you use your own call sign, you don't speak for anyone else, ever. He was right. I knew he was right. Radio protocol was drilled into every ranger from day one. It was sacrosanct. You don't mess with radio communication in the field. Lives depend on clear, accurate information. Tom's radio crackled again, made both of us flinch. Ranger Henley, we show a transmission from your radio approximately 8 minutes ago requesting immediate backup at North Trailhead Junction. Code 3. Officer needs assistance. Can you confirm or deny this transmission? Tom's hand moved to his radio. I noticed his fingers were shaking. Not from cold. We'd been out and worse. This was something else. Fear, maybe. Confusion. His thumb hovered over the transmit button for a moment before pressing it. Dispatch, I deny. Negative. I have not made any transmissions in the last. He checked his watch again. In the last 2 hours and 17 minutes. My radio has been secured on my belt since our last scheduled check-in at 0820 hours. I did not request backup. I did not transmit code 3. I did not call for officer assistance. Another pause. Then a different voice came through. Deeper, more authoritative. Patterson, our supervisor. Guy had been running the district for 12 years. Seen everything. Or thought he had. Henley, this is Patterson. We have your voice on recording requesting backup. Timestamp shows 10:43 hours. That's 17 minutes ago. Are you telling me you didn't make that call? That's exactly what I'm saying, sir. Is your radio functioning properly? Any malfunction? Any damage? Negative. Radio is functioning normally. No damage. No malfunction that I'm aware of. Are you alone out there? Negative. I'm with Ranger Hayes, Russell Hayes. He's been with me continuously since we left the trailhead this morning at 0830 hours. Put Hayes on. Tom pulled the radio from his belt, extended it toward me. His hand was definitely shaking now. I took it. The plastic was warm from being against his body. I keyed the transmit button. This is Ranger Hayes, badge number 2938. I can confirm Ranger Henley has been in my direct visual contact continuously since we began this morning's patrol. He has not made any radio transmissions that I'm aware of. Patterson's voice came back, professional, but I could hear the edge in it, the concern. Hayes, has Henley's radio been out of his possession at any time this morning? Negative, sir. It's been on his belt the entire time. Has he left your sight at any point? I thought about it. Really thought. Briefly, sir, at approximately 0945 hours when he went into the tree line. But that was less than 2 minutes, and I could hear him the entire time. What was he doing in the tree line? Biological necessity, sir. Copy that. Has anyone else been in your area? Other rangers, civilians, anyone? Negative, sir. No other personnel, no civilians. Trail conditions show no fresh tracks except ours. We're alone out here. The longest pause yet. I could almost hear Patterson thinking, processing, trying to make this make sense within his framework of what was possible. Stand by, he finally said. Do not proceed to North Junction. Maintain current position. We're sending backup units. ETA 45 minutes. Do not engage with anyone claiming to be park personnel until backup arrives. Confirm? Confirmed, I said. Handed the radio back to Tom. We stood there, on the trail. Snow falling around us. Light flakes drifting down through the tree canopy. Landing on our shoulders, on our hats, melting in the warmth of our breath. It should have been peaceful. Should have been beautiful. But all I could feel was cold. Cold that had nothing to do with temperature. This doesn't make sense, Tom said. His voice was quiet now, almost a whisper, like he was afraid of being overheard. How could dispatch receive a transmission from my radio when I didn't send one? How could they have my voice? Audio analysis doesn't lie. If they're saying it's my voice, it's my voice. Equipment malfunction? I offered. But even as I said it, I knew it sounded weak. Hollow. Radio glitch? Maybe your radio transmitted accidentally? Pocket transmission or something? Tom pulled out his radio. held it up, turned it over in his hands, examining it like he'd never seen it before. Not possible. Radio's off unless I key the transmit button. Dead man switch. You have to actively press it, and even if it somehow transmitted on its own, how would it form words? How would it say requesting backup and code 3 and officer needs assistance? That's not static. That's not interference. That's not random noise. That's coherent speech. Someone speaking. Someone using complete sentences. Someone using your voice. I said quietly. He looked up at me. His eyes were wide. Too wide. What? Patterson said it was your voice. Not just your call sign. Not just someone claiming to be you. Your actual voice. Audio signature match. Acoustic analysis. That's what he said. Tom's face went even paler. I didn't think that was possible. But color drained from his cheeks, from his lips. He looked like he'd seen a ghost. Or maybe like he was becoming one. That's not possible, he said. You can't fake a voice signature. Not well enough to fool acoustic analysis. The software looks at pitch, at cadence, at resonance, at 100 different factors. It's like a fingerprint, unique, individual. You can't copy it, you can't fake it, unless. I didn't finish the sentence. Didn't know how to finish it. Unless what? Tom's voice was sharp now, demanding. Unless what, Russell? Unless it actually was you. Your actual voice. But not you. He stared at me. That doesn't make any sense. None of this makes sense. My radio crackled. My own radio this time. Clipped to my shoulder strap. The sound made both of us jump. Made my heart rate spike. White River Dispatch to Ranger Hayes. I pulled it out. Keyed it with shaking fingers. Hayes here. Hayes. We're getting another transmission. Different frequency this time. Ranger Henley is now reporting he's at the North Junction warming hut. Timestamp. Stand by. Brief pause. Papers rustling in the background. Timestamp shows 10:58 hours. That's 3 minutes ago. Says he has visual contact with 2 individuals matching your descriptions approaching from the South Trail. Advises extreme caution. Possible imposters. Possibly armed. Requesting immediate backup. Ice ran down my spine. Actual physical sensation. Like cold water being poured over my head. Trickling down my back. Dispatch. Ranger Henley is standing 3 feet from me. Right now. At this moment. He is not at North Junction. He has not moved from this location since we last transmitted. Hayes. The voice signature matches. We've run it through acoustic analysis twice. This is Ranger Thomas Henley's voice. 99.7% match. As close to certainty as the software can get. I looked at Tom. He looked like he was going to be sick. His face had gone from pale to green. Actual green. His hand was pressed against his stomach like he was trying to hold something down. Dispatch, I said, keeping my voice steady, professional, even though everything in me was screaming. We have a situation. Recommend immediate supervisor contact. Possible security breach. Possible. I searched for words that wouldn't sound insane. Couldn't find any. Possible unauthorized use of ranger credentials and voice identification. Negative on security breach, the dispatcher said. Martinez. I was sure of it now. Transmission is coming from Henley's assigned radio frequency. Proper encryption protocols. Proper authentication codes. Digital signature matches his assigned unit. This is coming from Ranger Henley's actual radio, not a copy, not a clone. His actual issued equipment. Tom grabbed his radio off his belt, held it up. Then how the hell is this here? He shouted. Not at me. At the radio. At dispatch. At the universe. If my radio is transmitting from the warming hut, how is it here in my hand? No response. Just static. Then, stand by, Ranger Henley. Tom's hands were shaking violently now. The radio was vibrating in his grip. This isn't possible. This can't be happening. Tom, I said. Quiet. Calm. The way you talk to someone who's about to panic. We need to stay calm. We need to think clearly. My radio crackled. My own radio this time. White River Dispatch to Ranger Hayes. I pulled it out. Hayes here. Hayes, we're getting another transmission. Ranger Henley is now reporting he's at the North Junction warming hut. Says he has eyes on. Stand by. Pause. Says he has eyes on 2 individuals matching your descriptions approaching from the south. Advises extreme caution. Possible imposters. Ice ran down my spine. Dispatch, Ranger Henley is standing 3 feet from me. He is not at North Junction. He has not moved from this location. Hayes. The voice signature matches. We have acoustic analysis. This is Ranger Henley's voice. I looked at Tom. He looked like he was going to be sick. Dispatch, I said, keeping my voice steady. Professional. We have a situation. Recommend immediate supervisor contact. Possible. I didn't know what to call it. Possible radio spoofing. Possible security breach. Negative on radio spoofing, dispatch said. Transmission is coming from Henley's assigned radio frequency. Proper encryption, proper authentication codes. This is coming from Henley's radio. Tom grabbed his radio, keyed it. This is the real Tom Henley, badge number 3742. I am currently on trail 2 miles south of North Junction. I have not transmitted any backup requests. I am not at the warming hut. Whatever you're receiving is not coming from me. Silence. Then we heard it, coming from up the trail, from the north, from the direction we'd been walking. A voice. Tom's voice, coming through a radio speaker. Dispatch, this is Ranger Henley. I can see them now. 2 individuals, approximately 1.8 miles south of my position. Advise extreme caution. They are armed. Repeat, they are armed. The voice was coming from the trees, maybe 100 yards ahead, up the trail, exactly where the North Junction would be. Tom's hand moved to his sidearm, the Glock 40 on his hip. Standard Ranger issue. Most of us never draw it, never fire it except for qualifications, but his hand was on it now, thumb on the retention. Russell, he said quietly, we need to get off this trail. And go where? Anywhere but here. My radio crackled again, Patterson's voice. Hayes, Henley, both of you, stop transmitting. Stop moving. We're trying to sort this out. Sort it out? Tom's voice was rising, getting sharp. Patterson, there's something up there using my voice, using my radio codes, something that knows exactly where we are. Henley, calm down. There's a rational explanation. Is there? Is there a rational explanation for how my voice is coming from 2 places at once? I was looking up the trail, into the trees, trying to see something, anything, but there was just snow, just gray tree trunks. Just the gathering shadows of late morning forest. Then I saw it. A figure, maybe 70 yards away, standing just off the trail, wearing a ranger uniform. Dark green pants, gray jacket, wide-brimmed ranger hat, standing perfectly still. Tom, I said. 10 o'clock, 70 yards. He turned. Saw it. His hand tightened on his sidearm. The figure raised a radio. We couldn't hear it from this distance, but we saw it, saw the motion, saw it bring the radio to its mouth, and then both our radios crackled. Dispatch, this is Ranger Henley. Subjects have spotted me. They appear agitated. Recommend immediate response team. Tom pulled his weapon. Smooth motion. Muscle memory from thousands of hours of training. Show me your hands, he yelled. Federal agent, show me your hands. The figure didn't move. Just stood there, radio still up near its face. I said, show me your hands. It lowered the radio. Slowly, put it on its belt, then raised both hands. Palms out. Universal gesture of non-threat. But it was too far away to see details, too far to see a face. Just a silhouette in ranger uniform, standing in snow. Russell, Tom said. I need you to look at me. I turned. He was holding his radio out, showing me the display. What am I looking for? The last transmission. The timestamp. I looked. Last transmission from his radio. 0822 hours. Over 2 hours ago. Back at the trailhead. Standard check-in. You haven't transmitted since we started hiking, I said. Exactly. So how was dispatch receiving transmissions from my radio? I didn't have an answer. Tom keyed his radio. Dispatch Henley. I need you to shut down my radio frequency, right now. Whatever's transmitting, it's not me. Kill the frequency. Lock it out. Henley, we can't just shut down ranger frequencies. We need to maintain communication. Then, I'm going radio silent. Hayes and I are proceeding to North Junction. Do not trust any transmissions from my call sign. Do you understand? Do not respond to my voice unless you have visual confirmation it's actually me. Henley. He turned off his radio, clipped it back to his belt. Tom, that's against protocol, I said. Protocol doesn't cover this. He was still watching the figure in the trees, whatever that is. It's not running. It's not hiding. It's just standing there, watching us, like it wants us to see it. Maybe it's another ranger, maybe there's been some kind of communication mix-up, and Russell, look at the snow. I looked down. Our footprints, clear in the fresh snow, leading back down the trail the way we'd come. Then I looked ahead, up the trail, toward where the figure was standing. There were more footprints, leading north, fresh, made within the last hour based on how crisp the edges were. Boot prints, same size as Tom's, same tread pattern. I knew because I'd been staring at Tom's prints for the last 4 hours as we hiked. Tom, I said slowly, when did you walk up there? I didn't. Then whose prints are those? He didn't answer, just stared at the tracks. I could see his jaw working, grinding his teeth. That thing he did when he was stressed. A figure in the trees moved, took a step forward, then another, walking toward us, slow, deliberate, not threatening, just approaching. Tom raised his weapon. Stop right there. Do not approach. I will fire. The figure stopped. 30 yards away now, close enough to see details. It was wearing Tom's face. I mean exactly Tom's face. Same weathered skin, same gray-brown beard, same crow's feet around the eyes, same scar on the left cheek from a hiking accident in 2012. Everything. Perfect copy. Jesus Christ, I whispered. Don't look at it, Tom said. Don't make eye contact. Just back up. Slow. Keep your eyes on me, not on that thing. I backed up. 1 step, 2 steps, never taking my eyes off Tom, the real Tom, the one standing next to me. Except, how did I know he was the real one? The thought hit me like ice water. How did I know? We'd been together all morning, yes, but I'd lost sight of him a few times. When we'd checked that outhouse at mile 2, when he'd gone into the tree line to take a piss. Small gaps, little moments where I couldn't see him. What if something had switched them out during one of those moments? What if the thing wearing Tom's face was the real Tom, and the thing standing next to me was... Russell, Tom's voice. Sharp. I can see you thinking it. Don't. I'm me. That thing is not me. You know me. We've worked together for 6 years. You know my voice. My mannerisms. That thing. It's wrong. You can feel it's wrong. How do I know you're not the wrong one? Because I'm scared. His voice cracked. Just slightly. That thing isn't scared. Look at it. Does it look scared? Does it look confused? Does it look like anything a human would feel in this situation? I looked at the figure, 30 yards away, still standing there, still wearing Tom's face, still perfectly calm, no fear, no confusion, no emotion at all, just waiting. Okay, I said, okay. You're Tom. What do? We get to the warming hut. It's got electric lights, generator backup. If that thing is what I think it is, it won't go near artificial light, won't cross a lit threshold. What do you think it is? Something old, Something that's been in these mountains longer than the park has existed, longer than white people have been here. The tribes, the Blackfeet, they had stories. Things that steal faces, things that wear skins that aren't theirs. I always thought they were just stories. We started backing up, keeping our eyes on the figure. It watched us, didn't follow, just watched. Then my radio crackled. Ranger Hayes, this is Ranger Henley. I'm at the warming hut. Where are you? Why aren't you responding? I looked at my radio. Tom looked at his radio. Don't respond, he said. Ranger Hayes, if you can hear this, I need you to confirm your position. Are you with the imposter? Blink twice if you're in danger. That doesn't even make sense, I said. How would I blink at a radio? It's testing you, seeing if you'll respond. Don't. Another voice came through. Different, higher pitched. But I recognized it. It was my voice. Tom? Tom, where are you? I can't find you. Tom, I'm scared. Something's wrong. Tom, please answer me. My voice. Coming through my own radio. Calling for Tom. Except I wasn't saying those words. My mouth wasn't moving. Tom's face had gone white. Turn it off. Turn off your radio. Now. I reached for the power switch. My hands were shaking. Got it turned off. Silence. Except not silence. Behind us. Back down the trail. The way we'd come. Footsteps. Crunching in snow. We both turned. 3 figures. Maybe 50 yards back. All wearing ranger uniforms. All walking toward us. Steady pace. Not running. Not rushing. Just walking. As they got closer, I could see their faces. All 3 of them were Tom. Perfect copies. Same face. Same build. Same uniform. 3 Tom Henleys walking up the trail toward us. North, Tom said. We go north. To the warming hut. Run. We ran. Awkward. Clumsy. Snow grabbing at our boots. Trail slippery under fresh powder. Behind us, I could hear them. Multiple footsteps. All in sync. All keeping pace. Not running. Still just walking. But somehow keeping up with our sprint. I risked to glance back. 5 of them now. All Tom. All walking. All wearing that same calm, empty expression. Don't look back, Tom yelled. Just run. The warming hut appeared ahead. Small structure. Maybe 12 by 12 feet. Log construction. Peaked roof heavy with snow. Single door. 2 windows. Solar panels on the roof feeding a battery bank inside. Tom hit the door first, yanked it open. We tumbled inside. He slammed it shut, through the bolt. The interior was dark, cold, but not as cold as outside. The batteries were still good. Tom found the light switch, flipped it. Fluorescent lights flickered on, harsh white light. Artificial, clean, the kind of light that doesn't exist in nature. We stood there, breathing hard, watching the door. Nothing happened. 60 seconds passed. 90. 2 minutes. Tom moved to the window, peered out through the frosted glass. They're still out there, he said, standing at the tree line, maybe 20 feet from the hut, just standing there. I looked out the other window. More of them. 8, maybe 10. All Tom, all standing in a rough semicircle around the hut, all watching, all waiting. Why aren't they coming in? I asked. The light. Tom pointed at the fluorescent fixtures. They don't like it, can't cross it. Something about artificial light. It disrupts them, breaks the illusion they're holding. How do you know this? I don't. I'm guessing. But my grandmother, she was Blackfeet. She told me stories. Said if you see something wearing a face it shouldn't have, you get to light. Fire. Electric light. Anything humans made. They can't follow you into that. They're creatures of wilderness, of shadow, of the spaces between things, human light, human creation. It pushes them back. We sat down on the bench, backs against the wall, facing the door. Tom's weapon was still in his hand, safety off. Finger indexed along the slide. How long do we wait? I asked. until backup arrives, until daylight, until they get bored and leave. I don't know. Tom, why you? Why did they take your face? He was quiet for a long time. Then, maybe because I'm old, been here a long time, know the terrain, know the protocols, know the radio codes. If you were going to impersonate a ranger, a senior ranger is a good choice. Authority, trust. People listen to senior rangers. But what do they want? I don't know. Maybe nothing. Maybe they just are. Maybe they take faces the way spiders spin webs. Because it's what they do. Because that's their nature. Outside, the figures hadn't moved. Still standing there. Still watching. Still wearing Tom's face. My radio crackled. I'd forgotten to turn it back off. Tom's voice came through. Rangers Hayes and Henley. This is the real Tom Henley. I know you're scared. I know this doesn't make sense. But you need to come out. You need to trust me. I'm me. Those things in the hut, those are the imposters. They've stolen my face. Stolen my authority. You have to come out. Now. Before they hurt you. The voice was perfect. Exact match. Same tone. Same cadence. Even the slight rasp Tom got when he was stressed. Tom reached over, turned off my radio. Don't listen. That's what they do. They talk. They reason. They sound human. They sound right. But they're not. How do you know you're not one of them? I asked quietly. He looked at me. Really looked at me. His eyes were wet. Because I'm terrified, Russell. Because I can feel my heart pounding. Because my hands are shaking. Because I want to call my wife and tell her I love her. Because I'm human and I'm scared and I don't understand what's happening. Those things, they don't feel that. They just wear it. I nodded. Okay. I believe you. Good. We waited. An hour passed. Then 2. The sun started its early winter descent. By 3 in the afternoon, shadows were getting long. By 4, it would be dark. Tom's radio crackled to life, even though he'd turned it off. Tom. Russell. This is Patterson. We have your position. We're coming in. ETA 30 minutes. Hold tight. Tom stared at his radio. I turned this off. Maybe they turned it back on remotely? You can't do that. Not with these units. The voice came again. Tom, can you hear me? We're on approach. Multiple units. We have thermal imaging showing 2 heat signatures in the warming hut. Can you confirm? Tom didn't respond. Just watched his radio like it was a snake. Tom, we need verbal confirmation. Are you and Russell both in the hut? Are you safe? Still nothing. Tom, if you're in danger, key your mic twice. Tom pulled his radio, held it up, looked at it for a long moment. Then he keyed the mic. Once, twice. Copy that. We're coming in hot. 3 minutes. I looked out the window. The figures at the tree line were moving now, agitated, pacing, like animals that know something is coming. Then I heard it. Engines, vehicles, coming up the access road, headlights cutting through the growing darkness. 3 trucks, Park Service green. They pulled up to the warming hut. 8 rangers got out, weapons drawn, formation, professional. Patterson was leading them. I recognized his face, his voice through a megaphone. Hayes, Henley, this is Patterson. Come out with your hands visible. Tom and I looked at each other. That's really him, Tom said. That's really Patterson, I can tell. How? Because he's pissed off. Look at his face. He's angry and confused, and he wants answers. Those things, they don't get angry. They just are. We opened the door, stepped out, hands up. The fluorescent light from the hut spilled out behind us, harsh white light cutting the darkness. The figures at the tree line, the Tom things, they were gone, melted back into shadows, disappeared. Patterson lowered his weapon. What the hell happened up here? Tom and I tried to explain, tried to describe what we'd seen. what we'd heard. Patterson listened, face getting more skeptical with every word. So, you're saying what? That something cloned you, made copies? I'm saying something used my voice, my face, my radio codes, and I don't know what it was. Patterson looked at the tree line, at the tracks in the snow, multiple sets, all matching Tom's boots, leading in circles, leading nowhere. We'll document this, he finally said. File a report. But Tom, this sounds like altitude sickness. Hypoxia. Maybe carbon monoxide exposure in the hut. We need to get you both checked out. It wasn't hypoxia, Tom said flatly. Maybe not, but that's what the report's going to say. Because the alternative is that I write up that one of my senior rangers encountered supernatural entities. And that's not a report that gets filed. That's a report that gets you sent to psych evaluation and early retirement. He was right. We both knew it. They drove us back to the station, made us fill out incident reports. Vague, unclear, unusual radio interference, possible equipment malfunction, recommend technical review of radio systems. Nothing about faces, nothing about copies, nothing about the things that wore Tom's voice. Over the next 2 weeks, we got 6 more reports. Rangers seeing Tom Henley in places he wasn't, hearing his voice on channels he wasn't using, finding his boot prints on trails he hadn't walked. Then it stopped. No more sightings, no more reports. Like, whatever it was, got bored, moved on, found a new face to wear. Tom retired 3 months later. Early retirement. Said he couldn't be in the park anymore. Couldn't trust his own reflection. Couldn't be sure which Tom Henley was the real one. I understood. Because sometimes, late at night, I still hear it, my own voice, coming from my radio. Even when the radio's turned off. Even when I'm alone, calling my name, asking where I am, saying things I never said. And I wonder how many of me are out there, how many Russell Hayes are walking trails I've never walked, talking to people I've never met, living lives I'm not living. The forest is full of empty spaces, full of shapes left behind, and something fills those spaces, something that learns, something that copies, something that gets better at being you than you ever were. If you hear your partner's voice on the radio but they're standing right next to you, don't investigate. Get to shelter. Get to light. Electric light. Generator backup. Anything humans made. And never, ever respond to your own voice. Because once you acknowledge it, once you interact with it, it learns. It gets stronger. It gets more real. And eventually, it might just replace you entirely. Story 4. The Parallel Trail. I watched myself set up camp, 300 yards ahead through my binoculars. Same pack, same movements, same rain jacket. I was watching me make dinner over a camp stove. Problem was, I was still standing on the ridge with the binoculars. I should have turned around right then. But let me start from the beginning. October 24th, 2018. Yosemite National Park, California. Day 3 of a 5-day solo backcountry patrol. I've been checking remote campsites along the northern boundary, making sure everything was secured before winter closure, documenting bear box damage, checking water sources. The kind of work that sounds romantic until you're actually doing it. Then it's just cold, wet, and lonely. My name's Kyle Vance, 36 years old. Been a ranger for 9 years, 7 of those in Yosemite. I knew the backcountry better than I knew my own apartment. Could navigate most of it without a map. Had permits to go places tourists never see, places that don't exist on the official trail system. I had started this patrol 3 days earlier, October 22nd. Left from Tuolumne Meadows with 5 days of food, my overnight gear, radio, GPS, and the usual safety equipment. The plan was simple. Check 12 designated campsites, document conditions, mark anything that needed repair, radio in twice daily, be back at the trailhead by October 27th. Simple, routine. I'd done it dozens of times. Day 1 and 2 had been uneventful. Cold nights, clear days. Saw 2 backpackers on day 1, nobody on day 2. By day 3, I was deep enough that I wouldn't see another person unless they were seriously committed to getting remote. I'd covered maybe 11 miles that day. Started at dawn, made good time. The weather was holding, cold but clear. Temperature was probably in the low 40s. Perfect hiking weather if you're dressed right. I was dressed right. By 4:30 in the afternoon, I was approaching campsite 7, a place called Granite Creek Camp. Not on any tourist maps, backcountry only. Maybe 6 people used it per year. It sat in a small valley, creek running through it, good water source, flat spots for tents, bare box for food storage. I was coming in from the north ridge, high ground, good vantage point. I always like to glass a campsite before descending, get a sense of whether anyone was there, whether there were any hazards. Basic situational awareness. I stopped at the ridge, pulled out my binoculars. Leica 8x42s, good glass, clear. I'd had them for 6 years, used them every day. I raised them to my eyes. Focused on the campsite below. Someone was there. My first thought was annoyance. I'd have to interact, make contact, verify their permit, standard ranger stuff. But I just wanted to make camp, eat, sleep, not deal with people. Then I looked closer. The person was setting up a tent, orange tent, single person, mountain hardware ghost, same tent I had, same color, same size. Okay, coincidence. Popular tent. Lots of people had them. But then I saw the pack. Black pack with gray accents. Osprey Aether. 65 liter. With a rolled sleeping pad strapped to the bottom. Green thermarest. Same configuration I used. My stomach tightened. I adjusted the focus. Watched the person move. They were wearing a dark green rain jacket. Arc'teryx. Same one I was wearing. Same color. I could see the yellow logo on the chest, even from 300 yards away. This wasn't coincidence anymore. The person finished setting up the tent, moved to set up their kitchen area, pulled out a camp stove, MSR pocket rocket, same stove I had, started preparing food. I could see the movements. Methodical, efficient, the exact way I set up camp, the exact sequence. Stove first, water filter second, food bag third, everything in order, everything precise. I lowered the binoculars, looked down at myself, at my green Arc'teryx jacket, at my black Osprey pack, at the rolled green sleeping pad, raised the binoculars again. The person was still there, still moving, still cooking. I could see steam rising from the pot on the stove, could see them stirring something, the same way I stirred my dehydrated meals, clockwise, 3 times, then counterclockwise twice. Habit I developed years ago. Superstition maybe. I didn't even think about it anymore. But this person was doing it exactly the same way. I felt cold. Not weather cold. Something else. Something deeper. I raised my hand, waved it in front of my face, checking, making sure I was actually here, actually real. My hand moved. I felt it move, felt the air resistance, felt my muscles flex. I was here, on this ridge, definitely here. But I was also down there, 300 yards away, making camp. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes, just watching. The person, me, continued setting up, hung a food bag in a tree, organized gear, did everything exactly the way I would do it. Then they stopped, stood still, and looked up, directly at the ridge, directly at me. I couldn't see their face, too far away, but they were looking right at me. I knew they were, could feel it. They raised their hand, waved. I dropped the binoculars. They hit my chest, swung on the neck strap. My heart was hammering, actually hammering. I could feel it in my throat. This was impossible. This couldn't be happening. I pulled out my radio, keyed it. Ranger Vance to Tuolumne Meadows dispatch. Static. Then a response. Go ahead, Vance. I'm at Granite Creek Camp. Northridge approach. I have a situation. What kind of situation? I didn't know how to explain it. Didn't have words for what I was saying. Possible unauthorized camper. Using my equipment. Advised response. Long pause. Vance, can you clarify? Unauthorized camper is using your equipment, as in they stole your gear? Negative. My gear is with me. They're using equipment identical to mine. Another pause. Vance, are you requesting backup? Was I? What would I even tell them? Negative. I'll approach and make contact. Will advise. Vance out. I clipped the radio. Started down the ridge. Moving slow. Careful. The slope was steep. Loose rock. I had to focus on my footing, but my mind was racing. This had to be some kind of mistake, some kind of misidentification. Someone who happened to have similar gear, similar habits, similar everything, except it wasn't similar. It was identical. Exact. I reached the valley floor, maybe 200 yards from the campsite now. I could see the tent, the orange fabric, the guy lines staked out perfectly, the vestibule positioned away from prevailing wind, exactly how I would do it. I approached slow, making noise. Didn't want to startle anyone. Hello? I called out. Park ranger, making contact. No response. I got closer. 100 yards, 50 yards. The camp was set up. Stove was still going. Pot still steaming. But nobody was there. Nobody visible anyway. Hello? I called again. Park ranger. Anyone here? Nothing. Just the hiss of the camp stove. The bubble of boiling water. I reached the camp. Looked around. Everything was here. Tent. Stove. Pack. Sleeping pad rolled out inside the tent. Food bag hanging from a tree branch. But no person. I knelt by the stove. Put my hand near it. It was hot. Recently lit. Within the last 10 minutes, maybe. The pot on top had water in it. Boiling. Steam rising. I looked in the pot. Dehydrated food. Rehydrating. Beef stroganoff. Mountain House brand. Same meal I'd planned to eat tonight. Same brand. It was in my food bag right now. Hadn't opened it yet. Was planning to eat it at my next camp, 6 miles from here. But here it was. Already prepared. Already cooking. I stood up. Looked at the pack leaning against a tree. Black osprey. Gray accents. I walked over to it. Crouched down. Read the name tag on the side pocket. Kyle Vance. My name. My handwriting. My contact information. I reached out. Touched it. The fabric was real. Solid. Not a hallucination. Not an illusion. Real pack. Real gear. I opened the main compartment. Looked inside. Same stuff I had in my pack. Same organization. Sleeping bag in the bottom. Spare clothes rolled tight. First aid kit. Water filter. Extra food bags. I found the wallet pocket. Unzipped it. Pulled out an ID. California driver's license. Photo of me. My name. My address. My date of birth. Valid until 2023. My license was in my own pocket. I pulled it out. Compared them side by side. Identical. Exact copies. Same photo. Same information. Same license number. That wasn't possible. Every license has a unique number. Can't be duplicated. Can't be faked. Not this well. I dropped both licenses. Stood up. Backed away from the pack. My breath was coming fast now. Too fast. Hyperventilating. I forced myself to slow down. To think. Okay. Options. Someone was messing with me. Elaborate prank. Someone had copied my gear, copied my ID, set up this camp to freak me out. But who? And how? I hadn't told anyone exactly where I'd be today. My patrol route was filed, but not specific campsites. And how would they get my ID information? How would they duplicate my license? Unless this was my camp, my gear, my license, and I'd somehow forgotten setting it up. Some kind of fugue state, memory loss. I'd made camp here earlier, then left, then forgotten about it. But no, I'd been hiking all day, steady progress. I knew where I'd been every hour, had GPS logs to prove it. I hadn't been here, hadn't set up camp. This was my first time at this site in 6 months. I heard something. Behind me, in the trees. I turned, saw movement, someone walking away, heading east into the forest. Dark green jacket, black pack, moving fast. Hey! I yelled, stop! Park ranger. The figure didn't stop, didn't turn around, just kept walking, disappearing into the trees. I ran after them, crashed through undergrowth, branches whipping at my face. I didn't care. I needed answers, needed to see who this was. The forest was dense, old growth, thick trunks. I lost sight of the figure, but I could hear them, ahead of me, moving fast, brush crackling, footsteps on soft ground. I followed the sound, chasing. My pack was bouncing on my back, throwing off my balance, but I kept going. Then I saw them again, maybe 30 yards ahead, moving through a small clearing. I got a better look this time. Same height as me, same build, same gait, the way they moved. It was familiar, too familiar. They reached the far side of the clearing, stopped, turned around, and I saw their face. It was my face. Not similar, not close, exact. Same nose, same jaw, same scar above my left eyebrow from a climbing accident in 2014. Same everything. I, whoever it was, smiled, then turned and disappeared into the trees. I stood there in the clearing, frozen. My brain was trying to process what I'd just seen, trying to make it make sense. Failing. That wasn't possible. That was me, my face, my body, my everything, but I was here. So how could I also be there? I pulled out my radio, hands shaking so badly I almost dropped it. Vance the dispatch. Emergency traffic. Immediate response. Different voice. Supervisor. This is dispatch. Go ahead, Vance. I need to report a possible medical emergency. I'm experiencing. What was I experiencing? Possible hallucinations. Visual disturbances. Request immediate extraction. Copy that, Vance. What's your location? Granite Creek Camp, North Valley. What's your physical status? Are you injured? Negative. No injuries. But I'm seeing things that aren't possible. Can you elaborate? How could I elaborate? How could I explain this without sounding insane? I'm seeing someone who looks exactly like me, wearing my gear, using my equipment. I think I'm having a breakdown. Long pause. Vance, are you alone? I don't know. Yes. Maybe. I don't know anymore. Okay. Listen carefully. We need you to stay calm. Stay where you are. We're sending a team. ETA is approximately 3 hours. Can you maintain your position? 3 hours. In the dark. Alone. With whatever that was. Affirmative, I said. I'll maintain position. Good. Stay on this channel. Check in every 15 minutes. Understood? Understood. I clipped the radio, looked around the clearing. Empty. Just trees. Just shadows. The sun was getting low. Maybe another hour of daylight left. I walked back to the camp. The tent was still there. The stove was still running. The water had boiled away. The pot was starting to burn. I turned off the stove, sat down on a log, pulled out my own pack, double-checked my gear. Everything was here. Everything was mine. I was me. I was sure of it. But if I was me, then who had I just seen? My radio crackled. Tuolumne Meadows dispatched to Ranger Vance. I pulled it out. Vance here. Vance, we need you to confirm your position. We're showing some anomalies with your GPS beacon. I checked my GPS unit. Coordinates looked correct. I'm at Granite Creek Camp. Coordinates 37.8956 north, 119.3214 west. Elevation 8,200 feet. Copy that. Stand by. Another pause. Longer this time, then a different voice. Patterson again, the supervisor. Vance, this is Patterson. We have a situation. We're receiving GPS data from your beacon showing two different locations. One at Granite Creek Camp, where you say you are. Another approximately 6 miles northeast at Cathedral Lakes. Both signals are broadcasting your unique identifier. Can you explain that? I felt cold again. That deep cold. Negative. I'm at Granite Creek. I've been here for approximately 20 minutes. Vance, the signal at Cathedral Lakes has been active for the last 2 hours. It shows consistent movement, normal hiking pace. Someone is carrying your GPS beacon at Cathedral Lakes. That's not possible. My GPS is here. I held it up, looked at it, my beacon, my unit. Serial number matched. Everything checked out. We're aware this doesn't make sense, Patterson said. But we have two GPS signals, both authenticated, both broadcasting correct encryption, both identifying as Kyle Vance, badge number 2849. I stood up. Paced. My mind was racing. Patterson. I think something's wrong. Really wrong. I saw someone who looked exactly like me. And now you're getting duplicate GPS signals. This isn't equipment malfunction. This is something else. What do you mean, something else? I don't know. But whatever it is, it's not natural. It's not normal. Long silence. Then, Vance, I need you to listen carefully. Stay where you are. Don't move. Don't interact with anyone. The response team is en route. They'll be there in 2 hours and 40 minutes. Can you hold out that long? I'll try. Don't try. Do it. Stay on this channel. If anything changes, anything at all, you report it immediately. Understood? Understood. The radio went quiet. I sat back down on the log. The sun was lower now. Shadows were getting long. The forest was darkening. I heard footsteps. Behind me. Close. I spun around. Reached for my bear spray. Pulled it out. Aimed it. A figure stepped out of the trees. 30 feet away. Dark green jacket. Black pack. My face. It raised its hands. Easy, Kyle. Don't do something stupid. My voice. My exact voice. Same pitch. Same cadence. Same slight rasp I get when I'm tired. Who are you? I demanded. My voice was shaking. I tried to control it. Failed. I'm you, it said. Simply. Like it was obvious. Like the question was stupid. I'm Kyle Vance, Park Ranger. Badge number 2849. Born June 15th, 1982 in Sacramento, California. Grew up on Elm Street. Had a dog named Bailey, golden retriever. Died when I was 15. Cried for 3 days. Dad was a firefighter for Sacramento County. Station 12. Mom was a 4th grade teacher at Lincoln Elementary. Graduated UC Davis 2004 with a degree in environmental science. Started with NPS in 2009 at Sequoia. Transferred to Yosemite in 2011. All correct. All accurate. All things only I should know. Things I'd never told anyone. Private things. Personal things. That's not possible, I said. You're not me. You can't be me. I'm me. Why not? It tilted its head. My gesture. The exact thing I did when I was confused or skeptical. The unconscious movement I'd done 1,000 times without thinking. What makes you so sure you're the real Kyle Vance? What proof do you have? What evidence? I'm standing here. I'm me. I have my memories, my thoughts, my identity, my consciousness. I'm experiencing this moment that makes me real. So am I. It spread its hands. My gesture again. The way I talk with my hands when I'm trying to explain something. I have all the same memories, all the same thoughts, all the same identity. I'm experiencing this moment too. My consciousness is just as valid as yours. So which one of us is real? How do we determine that? What's the test? I was here first. I've been Kyle Vance for 36 years. You just appeared. Did I? It smiled. My smile. The crooked one that pulls more on the left side. The one my mom always said made me look mischievous. How do you know? How can you be certain? Maybe you just appeared. Maybe you came into existence 5 minutes ago with a complete set of false memories, manufactured history, implanted experiences. You'd think they were real. You'd believe in them completely, but they'd be fabricated, counterfeit. How would you tell the difference? Because I remember my whole life. I remember being a kid. I remember high school, college, my first job, all of it. It's continuous, unbroken. So do I, it said. I remember all the same things. I remember the scar on our left knee from falling off a bike in 3rd grade. I remember the first girl I kissed, Sarah Henderson, 8th grade, behind the gym. I remember my first day at Yosemite, how big the valley looked, how small I felt. I remember everything you remember, exactly the same. So if memories make you real, they make me just as real. I didn't have an answer for that. My brain was trying to process it, trying to find the flaw in the logic. Couldn't. Think about it, Kyle. It took a step closer. I raised the bear spray higher. It stopped again, held up its hands, non-threatening. From a purely objective standpoint, from an outside perspective, how would anyone distinguish between us? We look identical. We sound identical. We have the same DNA, probably. The same fingerprints, the same memories, the same knowledge, the same personality. Every test they could run, every measure they could use. We'd be the same, indistinguishable. There has to be something, some difference, some way to tell. Is there? What would it be? Soul? Consciousness? Some essential Kyle-ness that makes you you and me not you? But those are abstract concepts, philosophical ideas, not measurable, not testable. How do you prove you have a soul? How do you prove you're conscious in a way I'm not? I know I'm real, I said. But even as I said it, I heard the doubt in my voice, the uncertainty. So do I. It smiled wider. I know I'm real. I feel real. I think, therefore I am. Isn't that what Descartes said? Cogito, ergo sum? While I'm thinking. I'm experiencing. I'm existing. So by that logic, I am just as much as you are. Stop. Stop talking. Why? Because it's making you doubt? Because you're starting to wonder if maybe I'm right? Maybe there's no meaningful difference between us? Maybe we're both equally real? Or both equally fake? 2 copies of an original that doesn't exist anymore. 2 iterations of Kyle Vance. Neither one more valid than the other. That can't be. Or maybe. It leaned forward slightly. Maybe I'm the original. Maybe you're the copy. Think about it. You're the one having a breakdown. You're the one who reported hallucinations. You're the one who called for extraction because you couldn't handle being alone. Meanwhile, I'm calm. I'm rational. I'm functioning normally. Which one of us seems more real, more stable, more like the Kyle Vance who's been a ranger for 9 years? You're trying to confuse me. I'm trying to make you think, make you question. Because the truth is, neither of us can prove we're the original. Neither of us can prove we're real. We just have to choose to believe it. Choose to have faith in our own existence. But faith isn't proof. Faith is just hope. And hope can be wrong. It reached for something on its belt. I saw it this time. A knife. My knife. Benchmade folder. Same one I carried. Same wear pattern on the handle. Last chance, Kyle. Its voice was softer now. Almost gentle. Come back across that bridge. Let me take over. It doesn't hurt. You just go to sleep. And then I wake up. In your body. With your life. With your future. It's peaceful. It's easy. Like falling asleep after a long day. Just let go. And what happens to me? You stop. You end. But really, are you sure you ever began? Maybe you're just a glitch. An error. A duplicate that shouldn't exist. Maybe by ending, you're just correcting a mistake. Returning to the nothing you came from. I'm not nothing. I'm Kyle Vance. Are you? It opened the knife. Slowly. The blade caught the last of the fading light. Or, are you a copy who thinks he's Kyle Vance? There's a difference. A big difference. And deep down, I think you know which one you are. No. Yes. You can feel it. The wrongness. The sense that something isn't right. That something's off. You've been feeling it all day, haven't you? Even before you saw the camp. Even before you saw me. You've been feeling disconnected. Like you're watching yourself from outside. Like you're not quite inhabiting your own body. That's the feeling of being a copy. Of being an echo instead of the original sound. It was right. I had been feeling that all day. That strange dissociation. That sense of unreality. But I chalked it up to exhaustion. To being alone too long. To the isolation of backcountry patrol. But what if it was something else? What if it was the feeling of not being real? You're lying, I said. But my voice was weak, uncertain. Am I? Or am I the only one telling you the truth? The truth you don't want to hear? The truth that terrifies you more than anything else? That you might not be who you think you are? That you might not be anyone at all? I ran. Didn't think. Just ran. Back through the trees. Away from the camp. Away from whatever that was. I could hear it behind me. Not running. Walking. That same steady pace. But somehow keeping up. Like it knew where I was going. Like it knew every move I'd make before I made it. Because it was me. It knew what I'd do. Because it would do the same thing. I broke out of the trees. Onto a trail. Narrow. Barely maintained. But I knew it. The Cathedral Lakes Connector Trail led northeast. Toward the main hiking routes. Toward people. Toward civilization. I ran. Full sprint. My pack was heavy. My lungs were burning. But I didn't stop. Couldn't stop. Behind me, I heard my own voice. You can't run from yourself, Kyle. You're just making this harder. The trail climbed. Steep grade. My legs were screaming. But I pushed. Forced myself up the slope. My heart was hammering. Vision was starting to tunnel. Then I saw it ahead. A bridge. Steel suspension footbridge. Spanning a gorge. Maybe 60 feet across. Canyon below was deep. Maybe 200 feet. Creek running at the bottom. I hit the bridge at full speed. My boots clanged on the metal grating. The whole structure swayed. Cables creaking. I didn't care. Just kept running. Made it to the center. Looked back. It was standing at the edge of the bridge. Right where the steel met the stone. Not crossing. Not moving. Just standing there. Come on, I yelled, gasping. Come get me. It shook its head. My gesture again. Can't, it said. Metal. Can't cross metal. Old rules. Old boundaries. What are you? I'm what fills the empty spaces. I'm what steps in when someone goes missing. When someone disappears in the wilderness. I take their place. Wear their face. Live their life. It's what I do. What I've always done. Why me? Because you're alone out here. because you're isolated, because no one would notice if you disappeared for a day or two by the time they found the discrepancies, by the time they realized something was wrong. I'd be good enough at being you that it wouldn't matter. I'd pass. I'd be you, better than you ever were. The Rangers are coming, I said. They know something's wrong. Do they? It smiled. Or do they just think you're having a breakdown? A mental health crisis? Happens to Rangers all the time. Isolation. Stress. Too much time alone. They'll bring you in, evaluate you, and while you're telling them crazy stories about duplicates and impossibilities, I'll be out here, being Kyle Vance, filing reports, making contacts, living your life. They'll know. Will they? I know everything you know. I have all your memories, all your mannerisms, all your habits. I'm you, just better, more focused, more committed. They'll prefer me, they'll like me more, and you'll be the broken one, the one who couldn't handle it, the one who had to retire early due to psychological problems. I stood there, on the bridge, holding the cables. My mind was racing. Was it right? Would they believe me? Or would they think I'd lost it? Last chance, it said. Come back. Let me take over. It doesn't hurt. You just go to sleep. And then I wake up in your body with your life. It's peaceful. It's easy. No. Then I'll wait. I have time. You have to come off that bridge eventually, and when you do, I'll be here. It sat down, cross-legged, right at the edge of the bridge, watching me, waiting. I pulled out my radio. Vance to dispatch. Emergency traffic. Patterson's voice. Go ahead, Vance. I'm at the Cathedral Lakes suspension bridge. I need immediate extraction. I'm not moving from this position. Copy that. Response team has your location. ETA is 1 hour and 50 minutes. Can you hold? I looked at the thing sitting at the end of the bridge. It waved at me. My wave. I don't have a choice, I said. I sat down in the middle of the bridge, legs through the grating, back against the cable, radio in one hand, bear spray in the other, and I waited. The sun set, darkness came. The thing at the end of the bridge was just a shadow now, but I could feel it watching, could hear it breathing. My breathing, my rhythm. An hour passed, then 90 minutes. My legs were cramping, I was cold, exhausted, but I didn't move. Then I saw lights, headlamps, coming up the trail from the south, 3 of them, response team. Vance, a voice called out. Kyle Vance. Here, I yelled back. On the bridge! They approached. 3 rangers. I recognized 2 of them. Stevens and Chen. Good people. Professional. They stopped at the bridge entrance, where the thing had been sitting. It was gone. Just gone. Empty ground. Kyle? Stevens called. You okay? I stood up, shaky, exhausted. Yeah, I'm okay now. Where's the other one? Chen asked. Other one? The other person. Dispatch said there was someone else. Someone wearing your gear. Someone who looked like you. I turned. Scanned the area with my headlamp. Nothing. Just trees. Just darkness. I don't know, I said quietly. They were here. Right here. But now. Stevens and Chen exchanged looks. I saw it. That look. That concern. Let's get you back, Stevens said. Careful. Gentle. The voice you use with someone who's fragile. Get you checked out. You've been out here alone for too long. They walked me back. 3 hours back to the trailhead. They didn't ask many questions. Just kept me moving. Kept me talking. Making sure I was responsive. Making sure I was coherent. At the trailhead there was an ambulance. Paramedics. They checked my vitals. Everything was normal. blood pressure, heart rate, oxygen levels, all fine. But they made me go to the hospital anyway. Evaluation. They kept me overnight. Brain scans, blood work, psychological assessment. Everything came back normal. The camp at Granite Creek was still there when they checked the next day. Tent, stove, pack, all of it. My name on the pack, my license in the wallet, my gear, but the DNA didn't match. They ran tests. The hair they found. The fingerprints on the gear. Not mine. Close, but not exact. Something had been there. Something that looked like me. Something that left traces. But what it was, officially, the report said equipment staging by an unknown party, possible stalking, possible identity theft attempt, psychological warfare, case filed, never solved. They put me on leave, 3 months, mandatory counseling, evaluation. I passed, eventually, but they never sent me on solo patrols again, always paired, always with someone else, because they couldn't be sure, couldn't be certain. Was I Kyle Vance, or was I the thing that took his place? I don't know anymore. Most days, I think I'm me. I have my memories, my thoughts, my identity, but sometimes, I wonder, what if it was right? What if I'm the copy, the duplicate, the thing that thinks it's Kyle Vance but isn't? There's no way to know, no way to be sure, and that's the worst part. Not the fear, not the confusion, the doubt, the constant, gnawing doubt about your own existence. If you see yourself ahead of you on the trail, don't approach. Don't try to understand it. Get to metal, bridges, guardrails, anything iron or steel, old boundaries, old rules. They still work. And whatever you do, don't let it convince you that you're the copy. Because once you start doubting, once you start wondering if maybe you're not real, you've already lost. Story 5, the closed section. 3 Rangers went into Section 9 that morning. I'm the only one who came back. I need to tell you what happened. I need to get it down while I still remember it clearly, while I can still trust my own memories, before they start questioning whether any of it was real. December 3rd, 2019. Olympic National Forest, Washington. Cold, wet. The kind of morning where mist hangs so thick you can barely see 20 feet ahead. Temperature was maybe 38 degrees. Not freezing, but cold enough that the dampness got into your bones and stayed there. My name is Aaron Walsh. I'm 29 years old. Been a ranger for 4 years. 3 of those years in Olympic. Not senior, not experienced, not the guy they usually send on complicated assignments. I'm the guy who does perimeter checks, who processes permits, who handles the easy stuff. But that morning they needed 3 rangers, and I was available. Section 9 had been closed for 2 years. Not maintenance closed, not seasonal closed, permanently closed. Red tape across the trailhead. Signs posted every 50 feet. Trail closed, do not enter, dangerous conditions, federal property, violators will be prosecuted. The official reason was trail degradation and wildlife management, unstable terrain, erosion hazards, potential rock slides, the usual bureaucratic language that sounds official and doesn't really say anything specific. The real reason nobody talked about. Not officially, but we all knew, we all felt it. People who went into Section 9 didn't come back. Not all of them, not even most of them, but enough. Over 18 months before the closure, we'd had 7 missing persons cases in that specific area. 7 people who entered Section 9 and never came out, no bodies recovered, no evidence of what happened, no explanation that made sense. First was a solo hiker, March 2017. Experienced backpacker, filed a proper permit, had satellite phone, GPS beacon, all the gear. He checked in at the trailhead. Said he'd be back in 4 days. Never came back. Search teams found nothing. His GPS beacon stopped transmitting 6 miles into Section 9. Just stopped. Like someone turned it off. Or like it ceased to exist. Second was a couple. Newlyweds. June 2017. Celebrating their honeymoon with a backpacking trip. Young, fit, prepared. They sent a text from 3 miles in. Said they were having a great time. That was the last anyone heard. Search teams found their tent, set up properly. Food hung correctly. No signs of struggle. No signs of animal activity. Just empty. Like they'd stepped out for a minute and never came back. Third, fourth, and fifth were a group. 3 college students. August 2017. They had spot devices, emergency beacons. One of them activated their beacon 4 miles into Section 9. Signal came through. SAR team mobilized immediately. They reached the beacon location in under 6 hours. Found the beacon, lying on the trail, deliberately activated, but no students, no packs, no gear, no footprints leading away, nothing, just the beacon, sitting there, still transmitting. Sixth was a wildlife photographer. October 2017. Professional. Knew what she was doing. Had years of experience shooting in remote locations. She was supposed to meet her husband at the trailhead after 3 days. Never showed. They found her camera, memory card intact. Photos showed her setting up camp, normal shots, trail, trees, wildlife. The last photo was of the trail ahead. Nothing unusual in the frame, nothing threatening, just trail. Seventh. Seventh was different. January 2018. A ranger, one of ours. Guy named Thompson. 22 years with the Forest Service. He went in to investigate the previous disappearances, to see if there was some geographical feature we were missing, some hazard that wasn't on maps. He went in at dawn with full gear, radio, GPS, sat phone, backup everything. Checked in every hour, normal reports, normal observations. His last check-in was at 1400 hours. Said he was at approximately 6.2 miles in. Everything was fine, weather clear, no issues. His next scheduled check-in was 1500 hours. Never came. We tried to raise him. No response. Sent in a team immediately. Found nothing. No gear, no tracks, no radio, no body. It was like he'd never existed, just erased. After that, they closed Section 9, shut it down completely, posted guards at the trailhead for the first 6 months, eventually pulled the guards when nothing happened. The closure seemed to work. No one went in. No one disappeared. Problem solved. Except it wasn't solved. It was just contained. Whatever was in there, it was still there. Waiting. Patient. And 2 days ago, someone broke in, and Forest Service policy was clear. If someone violates a closure, we have to attempt retrieval, have to go in and get them out, rescue them if they're injured, cite them if they're not. Either way, we don't just leave people in there. So they assembled a team. 3 rangers, Senior Ranger Phillips, Ranger Lisa Ortiz, and me. Phillips was 53 years old, been with the Forest Service for 28 years, knew Olympic better than anyone. If something went wrong, Phillips was the guy you wanted with you. Calm, experienced, unshakable. Ortiz was 32, 7 years as a ranger, trained in wilderness medicine, search and rescue certified, sharp, professional. I'd worked with her before, trusted her. And then there was me, the junior guy, the one who followed orders and tried not to screw up. We met at the Section 9 trailhead at 7:30 in the morning. The gate was still there, chain link fence, 8 feet tall, topped with barbed wire, not to keep animals out, to keep people out. The padlock on the gate had been cut, bolt cutters probably. Clean cut. Recent. The person we were tracking had broken in deliberately. Knew what they were doing. Phillips examined the lock. Professional job. Whoever did this came prepared. Why would anyone break into a closed section? I asked. Thrill seekers, Ortiz said. Urban explorers. People who think rules don't apply to them. We get them sometimes. Usually they just want to post photos online. Prove they went somewhere forbidden. Or maybe they don't know it's closed, Phillips said. Maybe they're lost. Maybe they came in from another direction and didn't see the signs. We opened the gate, stepped through. The trail beyond was overgrown. 2 years of neglect had let the forest reclaim it. Ferns and salal crowding the path, branches hanging low. It looked abandoned. Wild. Wrong. Stay together, Phillips said. Visual contact at all times. No one separates. No one goes ahead. We're here to find the trespasser and bring them out. That's it. We don't investigate. We don't explore. We get in, get them, get out. Clear? Clear, Ortiz and I said together. We started hiking. Single file. Phillips in front. Me in the middle. Ortiz taking rear position. Standard formation. We move slow, checking for tracks, looking for signs. The forest was quiet. Too quiet. No birds, no squirrels. No ambient wildlife sounds, just the drip of water from leaves, the crunch of our boots on wet ground, our breathing. You feel that? Ortiz said after about 20 minutes. Feel what? I asked. The silence. It's not natural. There should be birds, animal sounds, something. Phillips stopped, listened. She's right. Forest is too quiet. Wildlife's avoiding this area. Why would they do that? Predator nearby, or something else, something that makes them nervous. We kept walking. The trail wound through dense old growth, Douglas fir and western red cedar, trees that had been here for centuries. Their trunks were massive, 10 feet across in some cases. The canopy above was so thick it created permanent twilight underneath. After 45 minutes we found the first sign. A campsite, off-trail, maybe 30 feet into the forest. Someone had cleared a small area. Set up a tent. Orange tent, 2-person, stakes in the ground, guy lines tight. But no one was there. Phillips approached cautiously, hand on his bear spray. Hello? Forest Service Rangers? Anyone here? No response. We moved closer. The tent flap was open. Philip shined his flashlight inside. Empty. Sleeping bag. Backpack. Personal items. But no person. Check the gear, Philip said. Ortiz and I examined the campsite. The backpack was high-end. Osprey brand. Well used. Name tag on the side pocket. J. Phillips. Ortiz looked at Phillips. This is your pack. No, Phillips said. Mine is on my back. Look at the name tag. Phillips leaned over, read it. His face went pale. That's my handwriting. That's my name, but I didn't write that. I've never written on a name tag like that. I looked in the pack. Same gear Phillips was carrying. Same organization. Same everything. Down to the specific brand of energy bars. The specific model of water filter. This is a copy of your gear, I said slowly. How is that possible? Ortiz pulled out her radio. Base. This is Ortiz. We have a situation in Section 9. Static. Then a voice. Go ahead, Ortiz. We found a campsite with gear matching Senior Ranger Phillips. Equipment. Exact matches. Request guidance. Long pause. Say again, Ortiz. Did you say matching equipment? Affirmative. Same pack. Same gear. Same name tag. But Phillips has his gear with him. This is a duplicate. Another pause. Stand by. We waited. Phillips was examining the tent, running his hands over the fabric. This is the exact tent I use. Same model, same color. Even the same repair patch on the left panel. I made that patch 3 years ago. Sewed it myself. Someone copied your gear, I said. Who? Why? And how did they know exactly what I have? Ortiz's radio crackled. Ortiz, this is Station Chief Reeves. Abort the retrieval. Exit Section 9 immediately. We're sending additional support. Copy that, Ortiz said. We're pulling out now. We started back toward the trail. That's when we heard it. A voice, calling from deeper in the forest, to the north. Help, please. Someone help me. Male voice, distressed, scared. We froze, looked at each other. That's the trespasser, I said. Could be, Philip said. Could also be a trap. Help, I'm hurt. Please. We have to check it out, Ortiz said. Forest Service policy. If someone's injured, we respond. Phillips was quiet for a moment. Then, okay, but we stay together. We move as a unit. First sign of trouble, we pull back. Agreed? Agreed. We moved north, off trail, through dense undergrowth. The voice kept calling, always ahead of us, always moving. Help! Please! This way! We pushed through ferns, ducked under low branches. The forest was getting darker, thicker. The trees were closer together, the canopy more dense. Then we saw him, a figure, maybe 50 yards ahead, standing in a small clearing, waving. Here. I'm here. We approached. As we got closer, I could see details. Male, maybe mid-50s, gray hair, ranger uniform, dark green pants, gray jacket. Phillips' uniform. We stopped 20 feet away. The figure was Phillips. Exact match. Same face, same build, same uniform, same everything. But Phillips was standing next to me. The duplicate Phillips waved. Thank God. I've been lost for hours. My radio isn't working. I can't find the trail. Please help me get out of here. The real Phillips raised his weapon. Stay back. Identify yourself. What? It's me. Phillips. Senior Ranger Phillips. We're on the retrieval mission. Don't you recognize me? I'm Phillips, the real Phillips said. Who the hell are you? The duplicate looked confused. Then looked at us. Really looked and smiled. Not a friendly smile. Something else. Wider. Wrong. Oh, it said. You figured it out faster than the others. That's good. That's progress. Others? Ortiz said. What others? The 7 who didn't come back. They took longer to realize. Kept following. Kept trusting. Made it easier to separate them. Take them one by one. But you're smarter. More cautious. This will be more interesting. Behind us I heard movement. Turned around. 3 more figures. All wearing ranger uniforms. All female. All with Ortiz's face. Hello, Lisa, they said in unison. Ortiz's voice. Exact match. The real Ortiz raised her weapon. Aaron. Phillips. Back-to-back defensive formation. We formed a triangle. Backs together. Weapons out. The duplicates surrounded us. 4 Phillips. 3 Ortiz. All standing in a circle. All watching. All smiling that wrong smile. You can't fight us, one of the Phillips said. We're you. We know how you think. How you move. How you fight. We're perfect copies. Better than perfect. We're what you'd be if you were more. What do you want? The real Phillips demanded. Your shapes, your faces, your lives. You walked into Section 9, into our territory. That makes you ours. That's the rule. That's always been the rule. The forest takes what enters, and we wear what the forest provides. We're leaving, Phillips said. Right now. You're not stopping us. Aren't we? One of the Ortiz duplicates tilted its head. How will you leave? You don't know which way is out. The trail moves here, changes. What was north is now south. What was behind you is now ahead. You're already lost. You just don't know it yet. We have GPS, I said. Pulled out my unit. Looked at the screen. No signal. The screen showed my location as nowhere. Just blank. Like I didn't exist. Like This place didn't exist. Technology doesn't work here, one of the Phillips said. This is old forest, old rules. Machines don't understand old rules. Only flesh does. Only blood. Then we follow our tracks back, Ortiz said. Our boot prints. The way we came. Do you remember the way you came? The duplicate smiled. Are you sure? Think carefully. Visualize the path. Can you see it clearly? Or is it fuzzy? Uncertain? The forest gets into your memory here. Changes things. Makes you forget. By the time you realize you're lost, you've been lost for hours. I tried to remember. Tried to picture the path we'd taken from the trailhead. Found I couldn't. It was blurry. Indistinct. Like trying to remember a dream. What did you do to us? I asked. Nothing. The forest did it. We're just beneficiaries. We take the shapes, wear the faces, continue the lives. It's symbiotic. The forest feeds us. We feed the forest. Aaron, Philip said quietly. When I count to 3, we run. South. Away from them. Don't stop. Don't look back. Just run. Clear? Clear, I whispered. Lisa, clear. 1. The duplicates moved closer, tightening the circle. 2. I could see their faces now. Perfect copies. No flaws. No imperfections. Too perfect. Uncanny valley. 3. We ran. Broke formation. Scattered. I went south. Or what I thought was south. Crashed through undergrowth. Branches whipping my face. Ferns grabbing at my legs. Behind me, I heard them. Multiple footsteps. But not running. Walking. That same steady pace. Keeping up without effort. I ran faster. Lungs burning. Heart pounding. The forest blurred around me. Then I saw it ahead. A figure. Orange safety vest. Ranger uniform. Ortiz. Aaron! This way! I found the trail! I ran toward her. Relief flooding through me. But something was wrong. Her voice. Too bright. Too eager. Not quite right. I stopped. 20 feet away. Lisa, come on, Aaron. We have to get out of here. The trail's right behind me. We can make it if we hurry. Where's Phillips? He's already ahead. He found the gate. Come on. What's the name of your dog? She blinked. What? Your dog. You told me about your dog last week. What's its name? I don't have a dog. Yes, you do. German Shepherd. You showed me pictures. What's its name? The smile faded from her face. Does it matter? We need to go. Now. It matters to me. She stared at me. Then the smile came back. Wider. Wrong. His name is Chance. Now come on. Her dog's name was Duke. I backed away. You're not Lisa. Sure I am. Look at me. Same face. Same voice. Same uniform. I'm Lisa Ortiz. Badge number 3. 167. We need to leave. Together. Don't you trust me? No. Its face changed. Not dramatically. Just something in the eyes. Something cold, sliding behind the mask. That's disappointing, Aaron. I thought we were partners. Thought you trusted your team. My team doesn't try to trick me. Are you sure? How do you know what your team would do? How do you know you can trust your own judgment? Maybe you're the one who's compromised. Maybe you're the duplicate. Ever think of that? I had. The thought had crossed my mind. What if I was the copy? What if the real Aaron was somewhere else? And I was. No. Stop. That's what they wanted. They wanted me to doubt, to question, to become uncertain. I was Aaron Walsh. I knew I was. I had to believe that. I turned and ran. Different direction. East, maybe. Or west. I didn't know anymore. Just away from that thing wearing Ortiz's face. I ran for what felt like hours. Might have been 10 minutes. Time was elastic here. Unreliable. I stumbled into another clearing, collapsed against a tree, gasping. My lungs felt like they were full of broken glass. Movement to my right. I spun, raised my bear spray with shaking hands. Phillips, the real one. I hoped. God, I hoped. He was leaning heavily against a cedar tree, blood on his forehead, jacket torn across the shoulder. His face was pale, breathing hard. Aaron, he said. His voice was rough, strained. Thank God. Where's Ortiz? I don't know. We got separated when we ran. Are you okay? That's a lot of blood. Cut my head on a branch. Or, I think it was a branch. Everything's blurry. He touched his forehead, winced. Might be concussed. I'm fine though. Have you seen the trail? I can't find the trail anywhere. No. I'm lost. Completely turned around. GPS doesn't work. My sense of direction is gone. I don't even know which way is back. He nodded slowly, like the movement hurt. Me too. Same problem. GPS shows nothing. Radio doesn't work. It's like we're in a dead zone, like we're nowhere. Phillips, what is this place? He was quiet for a long moment, just breathing. Then, Aaron, I need to tell you something, in case we don't make it out, in case something happens to one of us. You need to know the truth about Section 9. What truth? This section, it wasn't closed because of disappearances. That's the official story, the one we tell the public, the one that goes in reports. But the real reason... He paused, looked around, making sure nothing was listening. The real reason is that the Forest Service knows. They've always known. They know what's here, what lives here, what hunts here. My stomach went cold. What do you mean they know? Section 9 has been a problem area for over 60 years, maybe longer. Records go back to the 50s. Before that, there's tribal oral history, stories about this area, about things that wear faces, things that steal shapes. The Quinault tribe wouldn't come here. Neither would the Maka. They knew. They've always known. Then why send us in? If they know it's dangerous, if they know what's here, why send rangers? Because protocol demands it. Because legally they can't acknowledge the real danger. Because officially these things don't exist, can't exist. So they maintain the fiction. They close the area, they post signs, they send in teams when someone violates the closure, and they just hope that the teams make it back out. That's insane. That's completely insane. Is it? He looked at me. His eyes were bloodshot, exhausted. What's more insane? Acknowledging that there are things in the forest that wear human faces? Things that violate every law of nature we understand? Or maintaining the comfortable illusion that the world makes sense? That the rules we know are the only rules that exist? That reality is stable and predictable and safe? I didn't have an answer for that. Aaron, he continued. His voice was getting weaker, like talking was taking effort. I need you to listen very carefully. This is important. If we get separated, if something happens to me, you need to get to the boundary, the fence line, the closure markers. The boundary is real. It's established. Those things, whatever they are, they can't cross it. How do you know? Because in the 7 disappearances, before they closed this section, we found evidence. 6 of them, 6 of the 7, we found their clothes, their personal items, their gear, right at the boundary line, within feet of the fence, like they almost made it. Got right to the edge, right to safety, but didn't cross. Something stopped them. Something kept them inside, turned them back, or took them right at the threshold. What about the 7th? Thompson, the ranger. We found nothing, not even at the boundary. Like he never existed. Like the forest just swallowed him whole, erased him completely. No trace, no evidence. Just gone. A sound behind Phillips. In the trees. Footsteps. Multiple sets. Moving through undergrowth. Getting closer. Phillips turned. Slow. His hand went to his sidearm. Who's there? Identify yourself. Multiple voices responded. All Phillips' voice. Perfect synchronization. We are. We're you. We're the ones who'll walk out of here wearing your face. Living your life. Being you better than you ever were. More dedicated. More efficient. More perfect. 3 figures emerged from the trees. All wearing Phillips' face. All wearing his uniform. All moving with his gait. But wrong. Subtly wrong. Like actors who'd studied the role but hadn't quite internalized it. The real Phillips looked at me. His face was grim. Resolved. Aaron, listen to me. You need to run. Right now. Get to the boundary. Don't stop. Don't look back. Don't trust anyone. Not even me. Especially not me. Because if they take me, if they wear my face, you won't be able to tell the difference. And they'll use that. They'll use your trust against you. I'm not leaving you here. You don't have a choice. He pulled his radio from his belt. The one that didn't work. Threw it at my feet. Take this. Once you're across the boundary, if you make it across, it'll start working again. Use channel 7. That's the emergency frequency. Direct line to station chief. Call for extraction and tell them. He paused. His jaw tightened. Tell them Section 9 needs to be burned. All of it. Every tree. Every inch. It's the only way to stop this. The only way to make sure it doesn't spread. Phillips. Go. Now. The 3 duplicates moved toward him, forming a semicircle, closing in. Phillips pulled his weapon, aimed at the closest one. I ran, grabbed the radio, shoved it in my pocket, bolted into the forest. Behind me, I heard voices. Phillips' voice, multiple versions, overlapping, arguing, shouting, then a single gunshot, then silence, complete silence. I didn't look back, didn't stop, just ran, blind, no direction, no plan, just pure animal panic, flight response, the kind of running where your conscious mind shuts off and your hindbrain takes over. Run, survive, escape. Branches tore at my clothes, my face. Thorns caught my jacket, tore fabric, drew blood. I didn't care, didn't feel it, just kept running. My lungs were screaming, my legs were burning, my vision was tunneling, but I couldn't stop. If I stopped, they'd catch me. If I slowed down, they'd take me, wear my face, be me. I crashed through a thick patch of salal, stumbled, nearly went down, caught myself on a tree trunk, pushed forward. Then I saw it. Through the trees, through the undergrowth, a glint of metal, straight lines that didn't belong in nature. Chain link fence, 8 feet tall, barbed wire coiled across the top, industrial, man-made, beautiful. The boundary. I sprinted, found reserves of energy I didn't know I had. Full speed. Everything I had left. The fence was there, real, solid, salvation made manifest in chain link and steel posts. Behind me, footsteps. Not running anymore, walking. That same steady, inhuman pace. Multiple sets, all in sync, all closing in. 30 feet back, 20, 15. I hit the fence at full speed, grabbed the chain link with both hands, felt the cold metal bite into my palms. Real, tangible. The first genuinely real thing I'd felt in what seemed like hours. I climbed, hands scrabbling at the chain link, fingers finding purchase in the gaps, boots kicking, pushing, hauling myself up, 1 foot, 2 feet, 4 feet, 6 feet. Behind me, I could hear them, right at the fence, but not climbing, not following, just standing there. Aaron, one said, Ortiz's voice. Don't leave us. We need you. We're your team. We're your partners. Come back, please. I didn't respond. Didn't look down, just kept climbing. Reached the top. The barbed wire, 3 strands, tightly coiled, sharp. I grabbed it anyway. Didn't care, cut my hands, felt the warm blood, felt the pain. Good. Pain meant I was real. Pain meant I was alive. I swung my leg over. The barbed wire tore through my pants, bit into my thigh, deep. I felt it rake across muscle, felt more blood, still didn't care. I dropped down the other side, 8 feet, landed hard on frozen ground. My ankle twisted. Sharp pain shot up my leg. Possibly sprained, possibly broken, didn't matter. I rolled, came up, limped away from the fence, put distance between me and that boundary. Then I turned, looked back, the fence line, the boundary. On the other side, figures stood. 7 of them, 4 Phillips, 3 Ortiz, all in ranger uniforms, all with the right faces, all standing at the fence. Hands gripping the chain link, faces pressed against the metal, watching me. Just watching. Not climbing, not following, not crossing that invisible line. Behind them, the forest, dark, dense, wrong, like it was watching too. And then, as I watched, they changed. Not suddenly, gradually. Their faces shifted, melted, reformed, became something else. Something that wore human faces, but wasn't human. Something old, something hungry, something patient. For just a moment I saw what they really were. And then they changed back, put the masks back on, became Phillips and Ortiz again. One of them smiled, my smile, Aaron's smile. "We'll see you again, Aaron," it said. My voice. Eventually, everyone comes back to the forest. Everyone returns. And when you do, we'll be waiting, we'll be ready, and next time you won't make it to the fence. I backed away, step by step, not turning around, not taking my eyes off them, not until I was 100 feet from the boundary, 200. Only then did I turn. Only then did I start walking, limping, making my way through the regular forest, the normal forest, the safe forest. I pulled out Phillips' radio, keyed channel 7. "This is Ranger Aaron Walsh. Emergency extraction needed at section 9 north boundary. 3 rangers entered. Only 1 came back. Repeat. Only 1 came back. Request. Immediate response." The radio crackled. "Copy that, Walsh. Units responding. ETA 20 minutes. Hold your position." I held position, kept the fence in sight. The figures on the other side didn't move, just watched, patient, like they had all the time in the world. 20 minutes later, trucks arrived. Rangers, search and rescue. They found me sitting against a tree, still watching the fence. They went in, full team, 12 rangers, search dogs, equipment. They searched for 3 days. Found nothing. No bodies, no gear, no sign of Phillips or Ortiz. Just empty forest. Quiet. Still. Wrong. The official report said probable wildlife attack. Remains not recovered. Presumed deceased. Family notified. Death benefits paid. Section 9 was permanently closed. Not just closed. Sealed. They put up concrete barriers. Guard stations. Cameras. No one goes in. Ever. I was debriefed. Psychiatrically evaluated. Put on administrative leave. They wanted to know what happened. Wanted details. I told them everything. They didn't believe me. Called it trauma response. Survivor's guilt. Hallucination induced by stress and fear. Suggested therapy. Medication. But they didn't send anyone else into Section 9. And they didn't question my story too hard. Like they didn't want me to elaborate, didn't want it on official record, because they knew, deep down, they knew I was telling the truth. And that scared them more than any lie could. It's been 6 months now. I'm back on duty. Different sector, different forest. They won't let me near Olympic anymore. I still see them sometimes. In crowds. Phillips. Ortiz. Just for a second. Just a glimpse. Then they're gone. Maybe it's trauma. Maybe it's guilt. Maybe my mind playing tricks. Or maybe they got out. Maybe the boundary doesn't work as well as everyone thinks. Maybe they're out here, among us, wearing faces, living lives, being people better than the originals ever were. I don't know. Can't know. All I know is this. If a section is closed, it's closed for a reason. Don't go in. Don't investigate. Don't try to rescue anyone inside. Because whatever's in there, it keeps what it takes. And it's always hungry for more. 3 Rangers went into Section 9 that morning. I'm the only one who came back. And sometimes late at night, I wonder if that's actually true. I spent 4 years telling myself my sister got lost, that the mountain just took her, that there was no other explanation. I was wrong about all of it, and what I found out is so much worse than anything I imagined. Her name was Callie Marie Hargrove. She was 26 years old when she disappeared, and I want you to hold on to that name for the duration of this story, because I think it matters. I think names matter a lot when it comes to what happened to her. I think the thing in those mountains figured that out long before we did. Callie had been hiking the Appalachian Trail solo since she was 19, not casually, not on weekends with a light day pack and a granola bar. I mean fully committed, multi-week backcountry solo hiking in the kind of terrain that filters out the unprepared within the first 2 days. She wasn't reckless. I need you to understand that first, and hold it, before anything else I tell you. She was meticulous and methodical and seasoned, the kind of hiker who checked weather reports 3 days in advance and adjusted her schedule accordingly, who carried a paper map and a compass as backup on a trail she'd already done twice, who practiced leave no trace principles so rigorously that she could camp for a week and leave a site looking undisturbed. She knew that trail the way you know the route to your own kitchen in the dark, by feel, by muscle memory, by the kind of intimacy that only comes from years of repetition. She'd done the full through hike twice. Maine to Georgia, Georgia back to Maine. 2,190 miles each direction, give or take, over months of continuous travel through everything the eastern seaboard's spine of mountains could throw at her. She'd hiked in blizzards in the Whites. She'd hiked through flash floods in the Smokies, moving through water that came up to her thighs, finding the trail by feel because she couldn't see it. She twisted her ankle 40 miles from the nearest road somewhere in central Virginia and still made it out on her own with nothing but athletic tape and sheer stubborn will. She had been charged by a black bear in Pennsylvania and come out of it with a funny story and a bruised hip from where she'd tripped backing up. Callie did not get lost. That was not a thing Callie did. So when she didn't check in on the 14th of October 2020, I sat with it for about 20 minutes. I sat at my kitchen table in Abingdon, Virginia, and I turned over all the rational explanations in my mind, the way you turn rocks over in a creek bed, examining each one, setting it aside. Cell service in the Roan Highlands is inconsistent at best. The shelter she was aiming for sat in a hollow that sometimes didn't get signal until you climbed back up to the ridge. She might have pushed her pace and already be further south, out of the pocket of coverage she'd expected. She might have stopped for the night early, somewhere the signal didn't reach. She might have dropped her phone in a creek. I sat there and I built the most reasonable version of things I could, and I believed it for exactly as long as it took for the next check-in to also not happen. By the 18th, I'd filed a missing persons report with the Watauga County Sheriff's Office in North Carolina. By the 22nd, the search and rescue teams were in the field. By Halloween, they had nothing. Not a trace. Not a boot print in a direction that made sense. Not a signal from her emergency beacon, which had never been activated. Nothing but the cold and the fog and the way the mountain absorbs sound like a held breath and the particular silence of a wilderness that is not giving up what it has decided to keep. Let me tell you about where she disappeared, because the geography matters enormously, and because I think a lot of people who haven't spent time in those particular mountains don't fully understand what kind of place it is. The section of the Appalachian Trail that cuts through northwestern North Carolina from Roan Mountain down through the Hump Mountains and into the Iron Mountains is not the gentle pastoral walking path that the tourism boards advertise. It is steep and ancient and dark even in midsummer, the canopy so dense in the lower elevations that light comes down in thin, broken columns and never quite reaches the ground with any warmth. The trails are rooted and uneven, undermined by decades of foot traffic and erosion, the soil a dark red-brown clay that turns to grease in rain and freezes hard and treacherous overnight in October. The hollows between the ridges hold weather the way cups hold water. Fog rolls in from the valleys below without warning and sits for hours, sometimes days, muffling sound, collapsing distance, transforming familiar landmarks into gray shapes that could be anything. There's a term the locals use, and I heard it from at least 4 different people during the search. They don't say a person got lost up there. They say a person got turned, not lost, turned. Like there's a specific mechanism being described, a specific kind of disorientation that is qualitatively different from simply not knowing where you are. When you're lost, you don't know your location. When you're turned, something has reversed your sense of direction so completely that your instincts are actively lying to you, pointing you the wrong way with total confidence. Experienced hikers who get turned up there have walked away from rescue teams, have walked toward deeper wilderness thinking they were walking toward the road, have done it in broad daylight with a compass in their hand. I didn't understand what that term really meant until much later. Callie had been heading south from Damascus, Virginia, following the trail down toward the Roan Highlands, aiming for a shelter near the summit of Roan High Knob. It's a popular section in October. The fall foliage on the exposed balds is some of the most dramatic in the southern Appalachians, all burnt orange and deep red against the pale blue of the autumn sky. She planned a 6-day stretch, checking in with me every other evening, comfortable with the solitude and the terrain. She'd hiked that exact section the previous spring and described it in a letter she still wrote actual paper letters, Callie as the most beautiful stretch of the whole trail. She was looking forward to it in the specific way she always looked forward to places she loved, not with excitement exactly, but with a quiet purposefulness, like she was returning to something that belonged to her. She signed in at the Mountain Harbor Hostel in Hampton, Tennessee on the 12th of October. The hostel manager, a woman named Brenda, who had been running that section of the Trail Support Network for over 20 years, told the sheriff's deputy that Callie had seemed completely fine. Good spirits, well-rested, organized. She'd eaten a full hot meal, dried her gear on the rack by the wood stove, studied her maps at the common table for about an hour in the evening, and gone to bed early. She left before dawn the next morning. Brenda offered one additional detail to the deputy. It was written into the incident report. Nobody followed up on it at the time. I did not know about it for almost 2 years, because I had to submit a formal records request to get a copy of the full report. When I finally read that page, I had to set it down and walk outside. The note said, Guest, Hargrove, C., returned from porch approximately 9 p.m., appeared unsettled. Stated she had seen a figure standing in the tree line across the road. Described as stationary, not moving, just watching. Hostel manager advised it was likely a deer. Guest agreed and retired for the night. No further incidents. A figure standing in the tree line, just standing there, not moving. That detail lived in me for 4 years before I understood what it meant. The official search lasted 10 days and covered approximately 14 miles of trail corridor and surrounding wilderness, with aerial support for 3 of those days before the weather closed down the helicopters. They used trained tracker dogs. They used drone-mounted thermal cameras. They put over 60 volunteers in the field at peak deployment, spread across the ridges in a grid pattern, calling Callie's name into the cold October air until their voices went raw. They found her backpack, just the pack, set upright against a trail marker post about 2.5 miles south of the last cell ping, leaning against it, as carefully as you'd lean something against a wall if you meant to pick it back up in 5 minutes. Her rain jacket was in the top pocket. Her maps, folded and marked with her planned campsites, were in the side pocket. Her first aid kit, her spare batteries, her emergency beacon fully charged, in its pouch, never activated. Her sleeping bag was missing, her trekking poles were gone, her water filter, some of her food. But her rain jacket and her navigation tools and the one piece of gear that could summon a helicopter to her exact GPS coordinates within hours, still in the bag. The search coordinator, a man named Paulson, who ran technical operations for Watauga County SAR, met with me and my father at the ranger station in Elk Park on the 29th of October. He was professional and careful and visibly uncomfortable. He kept turning his coffee mug in slow circles on the table while he spoke, a nervous tic I don't think he knew he was doing. He walked us through the evidence. He described the two scenarios his team had constructed. She'd been injured suddenly, possibly a fall or a medical event, and couldn't reach the beacon. Or she'd left the pack voluntarily for a reason his team couldn't determine and had gone further into the wilderness under her own power. My father, who builds bridges, who has spent 40 years thinking about structural failure and the ways that systems break down, leaned forward and asked Paulson what the third scenario was. Paulson looked at him for a long time. The mug stopped rotating. "Mr. Hargrove," he said, "there isn't one." He said it with the specific flatness of a man who knows he is declining to say something and has decided that declining is the right call and hopes you won't push. My father pushed. Paulson held. The answer remained the same. No third scenario. The investigation was active. They were committed to finding her. Driving home that night, my father stared out the passenger window for a long time. Then he said, quietly, "He knows something he didn't tell us." I knew it too. I just didn't know yet what that something was. 24 months after Callie disappeared, I was still pulling on every thread I could find. Grief had transformed me, in the way that grief sometimes does, into a kind of amateur researcher. I had a filing system, a dedicated email address for case correspondence, a wall in my spare bedroom with a topo map pinned at its center, marked in different colors for different categories of information, search grids, incident sites, interview notes, that my girlfriend at the time called the room, in the tone people use when they're concerned but don't know how to approach it. She left eventually. I understood. The room had become a kind of second occupation, and second occupations have a way of making it clear what the first one actually is. I found the other cases by accident. I was cross-referencing trail log databases with county incident records from a 10-year window, not specifically looking for patterns, just trying to find any detail I'd missed in any document I hadn't yet read. The databases weren't linked. Nobody had run this particular search before, or if they had, the results weren't published anywhere I could find. But when I laid the data in a spreadsheet and filtered by location and outcome, 2 other cases surfaced from the same 20-mile stretch of trail. Both solo hikers, both experienced, both disappeared at elevations above 4,000 feet between late September and early November. Both cases resulted in recovered gear packs, in one instance navigation equipment, but no recovered person. Both officially open, status passive, meaning nobody was actively looking anymore. One was from 7 years before Callie. A man named Robert, 31 years old, 2 previous full-through hikes, disappeared in October. His pack was found 2 miles below Grassy Ridge Bald, with his rain jacket and GPS unit still inside it. His emergency beacon had never been activated. The other was from 3 years before Callie. A woman named Tamra, 29 years old, disappeared in late September. Her pack was found near the same trail marker where Callie's pack was found. The same location, 4 years apart. Different people, same method of disappearance, same pattern of abandoned gear, same absence of any activated emergency signal. I took this to the sheriff's office. They were polite and thorough and, when I pressed, admitted they had already made the connection. 3 cases. Correlated, no explanation, no active investigation. I put the correlation on the wall and stared at it for a long time and felt the shape of something I couldn't name. There was one more thing I found during those 2 years of digging, and I almost missed it entirely because it wasn't in a digital record. It was in a handwritten incident log from a trail maintenance crew, filed with the Forest Service office in Newland, and I only obtained it because a ranger named Deputy Oakes, who had worked the original Cali search and felt guilty about the lack of resolution, quietly mentioned it to me in a parking lot conversation outside the county records building. 3 months before Cali disappeared, a trail maintenance crew of 4 men had been clearing blowdown near a campsite at 4,200 feet elevation, about 2 miles from the spot where her pack would later be found. They were experienced. Local men, all of them. The kind of people who spent their working lives in that specific stretch of forest and knew every unusual rock formation and every place the trail tended to flood and every family of foxes that had denned in the same hollow for 3 generations. One of them, a man named Terry, had walked 50 yards into the tree line to relieve himself. Standard, routine. He'd been in that forest 1,000 times. He came back after 4 minutes, and the other 3 men described him as white-faced, hands visibly trembling, the color entirely drained from him. They asked what was wrong. He said he'd heard his own voice in the trees. Not a voice similar to his. Not an echo. His voice. Exactly. Saying his name. The crew foreman noted in the report that Terry did not return to work at that stretch of trail for 6 weeks, that he submitted a transfer request to a different section, and that when asked about the incident in a follow-up conversation, he said only that he'd heard something he didn't have a framework for and had decided the wisest response was to have nothing more to do with that particular location. The report was filed, stamped, put in a drawer. Nobody connected it to Callie's disappearance 3 months later, because nobody was looking for that connection. I put it on the wall. I drew a line between it and the 3 pack sites in red marker. I stood back and looked at the wall for a long time. The phone call from Dr. Ingram came on a Tuesday in September of 2024. Early morning, before I'd finished my first coffee. I remember the date because I had spent that morning going through the file from the beginning again, the way I did sometimes rereading everything cover to cover, looking for the thing I'd inevitably missed. I was tired and running out of new threads when my phone rang with a number I didn't recognize. She introduced herself as a cultural anthropologist at Appalachian State University in Boone. She'd been conducting fieldwork in the Roan Highlands region for 18 months, documenting the intersection of Cherokee oral tradition and local Appalachian folklore as they related to specific landscapes. In the course of that research, she'd been doing what I'd done, cross-referencing oral accounts with official incident records, and she'd found the same pattern I'd found, plus several additional incidents that predated digital records and existed only in handwritten county files and the memories of long-term residents. She believed she understood the pattern. She believed she knew what had happened to my sister. Then she paused. And in that pause I could hear the hesitation, not evasion, not dishonesty, but genuine and careful uncertainty about how to frame something she knew was going to land a very specific way on a person hearing it for the first time. Mr. Hargrove, she said, I want to be transparent with you. What I'm about to describe sits at the intersection of oral tradition, documented folklore, and a small number of anomalous incidents that don't fit conventional explanations. I can't give you certainty. I can give you a framework that, in my assessment, is more consistent with the totality of the evidence than anything else I've come across. I told her I'd been waiting 4 years for any framework at all. She drove up from Boone 2 days later. She brought a folder, a laptop, and a man I hadn't expected. Dr. Ingram was in her early 50s, steel gray hair cut close to her skull, precise movements, the kind of observational intensity that belongs to people trained to notice what others overlook. She sat at my kitchen table and spread the contents of the folder between us methodically, and she began to talk. The man she'd brought was the source she referred to as Mr. Walking Stick, his preferred form of address in this context, a name he'd chosen for his interactions with outside researchers rather than his full Cherokee name, which he kept private. He was tall and in his mid-70s, with hands weathered by decades of outdoor work and eyes that were simultaneously watchful and completely settled. He sat at the far end of the table and said nothing while Dr. Ingram spoke, and his silence was oddly reassuring rather than uncomfortable. It had the quality of someone who has already processed everything being discussed and is waiting to see how someone else receives it. Dr. Ingram had been working with several elders from the Overhill Cherokee community, Mr. Walkingstick among them, documenting oral accounts associated with specific geographic locations in the Roan Highlands. The accounts she was describing clustered around the ridge between Roan High Knob and Grassy Ridge Bald, the same section, I noticed without saying anything, that contained all 3 disappearance sites on my wall map. The entity in the oral histories was not named, not in the way that other figures in Cherokee tradition were named. The deliberate absence of a name was itself significant in many indigenous traditions. Naming something is a form of acknowledgement, even invitation, and the consistent refusal to name this particular entity across centuries of oral transmission suggested a very old and very intentional caution about engaging with it even in language. The description across the oldest available accounts was impressionistic rather than anatomical. The entity wasn't described in terms of physical characteristics the way a bear or a creek spirit or a more visible supernatural figure would be. It was described entirely in terms of behavior, what it did, how it did it. The physiognomy was almost beside the point. It waited at the threshold. That phrase, or its equivalent in the source language, was the consistent element across every account Dr. Ingram had found, spanning sources separated by decades and sometimes centuries. At the boundary, the tree line, the fog bank, the ridge just above the campsite, the far edge of the clearing, always at the limit of reliable human perception, in the zone where seeing becomes interpreting, where the brain starts filling in gaps with expectation rather than data. It watched, it listened, and over time, it learned not just voices. She was very specific about this, and I could tell she was anticipating an objection I was already forming, the reductive explanation that would render the phenomenon as a known acoustic effect or an animal behavior. Not just voices, everything, the complete texture of a specific person, gait, the particular rhythm of movement, the small habitual gestures people make without knowing they're making them, the way a particular person touched the back of their neck when thinking, the way someone's weight shifted from foot to foot when standing still, the unconscious timing of a specific laugh, the precise emotional coloring with which a person addressed the people closest to them. The private vocabulary that exists in every intimate relationship, the shorthand and the codes and the specific phrases that carry weight only between the people who made them. It needed proximity and duration to build an accurate model. The accounts were consistent on this. Early phase imitations were crude close enough to trigger recognition, not close enough to hold scrutiny. Something in the uncanny valley that people sensed before they could articulate it. Eyes that tracked with a half-beat delay. Movement with the weight distributed wrongly. Something off in a quality that resisted description too smooth, or rhythmically wrong, or with the arms not swinging correctly. Boots dry when the trail was wet. Footprints that changed dimensions mid-stride, as if the underlying geometry kept shifting. Voices carrying the right cadence but missing something below the surface, some frequency component that the ear couldn't name but the body registered as hollow, as absence. The longer it observed, the more accurate the imitation became. Given enough time and sufficient proximity, the accounts described an imitation that was nearly indistinguishable. Nearly. There were always tells, and they were always in the private knowledge, the things it couldn't learn by watching, the shared memories, the specific intimacies, the vulnerabilities. It uses the voices it's learned, Dr. Ingram said, to call people away from the trail, away from open ground, away from the thresholds. What thresholds? I asked. Mr. Walkingstick spoke for the first time, unhurried, his voice measuring each word. Moving water, the active trail corridor, parking areas with artificial lighting, structures, a pause. It stops at these places, not because it cannot cross, because it chooses not to. The threshold has meaning to it, a meaning the accounts don't fully explain. He looked at me steadily. This is not random. It is patient. It is purposeful. It selects carefully. What does it do with them? I asked. The ones it draws in. He looked at me for a moment. The accounts disagree on specifics, but the oldest ones, the ones I trust most, say it is a keeper, not a destroyer. It takes, but it does not necessarily harm what it takes. It holds. He paused. And sometimes the mountain gives back what it has held. The kitchen was very quiet. I asked what caused it to give something back. He said no one knew. He said that question had been asked for as long as anyone could remember, and no consistent answer had ever emerged. He said some things came back because something in the person resisted absorption. Some things came back for reasons that looked, from the outside, almost arbitrary. Then Dr. Ingram opened her laptop and turned the screen toward me. There's something else, she said, something recent, a trail camera image. The camera belonged to a hiker who'd set it up near a popular campsite to monitor bear activity. The embedded timestamp was wrong. The camera's internal clock had drifted, but the metadata confirmed the actual capture date as the 2nd of September 2024, 11 days before she called me. The campsite was approximately 6 miles north of where Callie's pack had been recovered. The image showed a clearing edge, the tree line behind it rendered in the flat gray of a night vision trail camera. Standing exactly at the threshold at the line where the clearing ended and the trees began was a figure, standing very still, facing the camera. I don't know how long I looked at the image before the recognition assembled itself. It came in pieces, the way your eyes build a shape in darkness. The height, the particular distribution of weight slightly favoring the left foot, a habit Callie had developed from an old blister that had slightly altered her standing posture, something so specific and so subtle that I doubt anyone outside the family would have noticed it. The angle of the shoulders dropped a fraction more on the right side, her habitual relaxed stance, the set of her head when she was tired, chin just slightly down, crown forward. I have known my sister's silhouette since childhood, since she used to stand in the doorway of my bedroom when she couldn't sleep, and I could identify her before she spoke, just by the geometry she made in the frame against the hall light. You carry the shape of the people you love without knowing you're carrying it. The figure in that photograph stood like Callie stood. My hands were shaking by the time I set the laptop back down. I am not someone who shakes. My whole family runs internal, runs quiet, processes things in private. I hadn't cried since about 3 weeks after Callie disappeared. But sitting at that kitchen table with that image on the screen, my hands shook badly enough that I had to lay them flat on the table to steady them. Is that her? I asked. I don't know, Dr. Ingram said immediately and directly, the way a careful person says something important. Honestly, it might be. Or it might be something that has learned enough to look like her. I asked how you could tell the difference. She looked at Mr. Walking Stick. He said, knowledge it couldn't have acquired by observation, something private, something that exists only in the specific relationship between you and your sister before she ever went up that mountain. He said it the way you'd state a logical proof, completely matter of fact, as if a test had always existed, and we were only now being informed of it. We went back to the mountain on the 4th of October, 2024. My father insisted on coming. I hadn't planned to tell him about the photograph. I hadn't wanted to load him with that weight before I knew what it meant. But he asked me directly, one evening on the phone, whether I'd found anything new, and I paused a beat too long. And 40 years of raising children had given him a very precise calibration for that particular beat of silence. He asked me again, and I told him. He was at my house at 6 the next morning with his hiking boots and a pack and an expression that didn't invite discussion about whether he was coming. 5 of us at the Roan Mountain Trailhead parking lot at 5 in the morning. Me, my father, Garrett, former Army, 2 overseas deployments, search and rescue training, who had flatly refused to let me go into those mountains alone when I described the situation to Dr. Ingram and Mr. Walkingstick. He hadn't been formally invited on this trip. He was simply present when we arrived, sitting on a boulder near the trailhead with a wool blanket over his shoulders and a small canvas bag at his feet, watching the tree line across the road with an expression of absolute settled composure. He shook my hand, then my father's. I should be here, he said. No one argued. The temperature was in the low 30s, frost thick on the windshields, on the leaf litter at the trailhead edge, on the boulders beside the path. The pre-dawn sky above the ridge was the dark purple of ink diluted in water, just beginning to thin at the horizon. We geared up mostly in silence. Garrett checked his pack twice with the systematic efficiency of someone who trusts procedure over memory. My father laced his boots slowly and without rushing, the same methodical way he did everything, and I watched him and thought about the 6 hours he'd driven without complaint to stand in a parking lot at 5 in the morning, and about what that said, about what he still believed was possible. We moved out at 5:15, single file on the trail, headlamps on, to the path rising steeply almost immediately from the trailhead. The leaf litter was knee-deep in places, wet and dense and deceptive over the rocks beneath it. The air smelled of cold and decaying leaves and the mineral sharpness of water somewhere nearby. The forest closed around us within 50 yards, and the temperature dropped another few degrees in the shade of the canopy. Nobody talked. The climb required breath. Mr. Walkingstick led at a deliberate pace, not slow, but considered each foot placement chosen rather than assumed, his body moving with the economy of someone who no longer wastes motion in difficult terrain. I watched him and thought about all the knowledge I was depending on that I had no way to independently evaluate, and I decided it was too late to make a different decision, and I put my head down and climbed. At the 4,000-foot mark, where the hardwoods thinned and the first wind-stunted red spruces appeared among them, Mr. Walkingstick stopped without announcement. We gathered around him. He stood facing the forest, his eyes moving slowly across the tree line in a way that wasn't exactly searching, more like listening with his eyes, taking a reading. "It knows we're here," he said, quietly. "No alarm, the way you'd report the weather. It's known since the parking lot, probably before." A pause. "It knows what you're looking for." Garrett was watching the same tree line. His hands were loose at his sides in the way they went loose when he was paying full attention. "Does that change the approach?" he asked. "No," Mr. Walkingstick said. "We move as planned. We go to the site. We wait." He looked at me, then at my father. "We remember what we discussed about the test." My father nodded once. He'd been briefed. He knew what would be required. We kept climbing. The exposed ridgeline sections of the Rhone Highlands, the balds, those strange, open meadows at the tops of the ridges that have no botanical business being there, should feel like relief after the enclosed density of the forest. Sometimes they do. In October, in fog, with visibility collapsed to 20 feet, and wind driving ice crystals against exposed skin, they felt like exposure in the wrong direction. Not the relief of open space, but the vulnerability of being without cover, seen from above and below simultaneously, without knowing by what. We moved off the bald and back into the trees as quickly as the trail allowed. At 10 in the morning, half a mile below the summit of Rhone Knob, we found something that stopped us. Branches, broken at shoulder height in a rough arc facing the trail. Not wind damage. I examined them carefully, and Dr. Ingram examined them, and Garrett crouched and looked at the break patterns with his headlamp, even though we had full daylight. The breaks were smooth and outward facing. The wood flexed past its tolerance in a single deliberate motion rather than snapped or torn. And they were arranged, not scattered at random angles the way wind-thrown timber arranges itself. Set at intervals, each one angled slightly toward the deep forest. An arc, a direction indicated. "Marker," Mr. Walkingstick said simply. "Marking what?" Dr. Ingram asked. "A path back." He stood looking at the arrangement for a long moment, then looked deeper into the trees along the angle the branches indicated. The forest in that direction was completely silent. No birds. I realized I'd been hearing birds until a few minutes ago, and the absence registered now as a texture change, a subtraction from the ambient sound that the brain notices before the mind does. Something has been showing her the way. Showing her since when? I asked. My voice came out quieter than I had meant it to. Since it decided to let her return, he said. He didn't elaborate. He began moving again, up the trail. We reached the clearing at 11:42. Garrett started his stopwatch on arrival, out of SAR habit timing as documentation. 30 feet across, roughly. The trail bisecting it, the forest pressing close on both sides with the urgency of high-elevation Appalachian forest, as if the trees are perpetually trying to reclaim the ground human feet have taken from them. The trail marker post stood at the clearing's north edge, a simple wooden post with a white blaze, weathered and slightly tilted. This was exactly where Callie's pack had been found 4 years earlier. The fog that morning was extraordinary. It had settled into the clearing like water filling a depression knee-deep, completely still, the kind of fog that catches and holds light rather than diffusing it, so that the air above it was gray and the clearing below knee-height was white and opaque. The tree trunks rose out of it indistinct and gray. The morning light came from everywhere and nowhere, flat and directionless, making distances hard to judge, and the far edge of the clearing looked both close and very far. We stood at the edge, and nobody moved into it. 30 seconds, a minute. The clearing was absolutely still. The fog didn't move. I was aware of my own heartbeat in a way that I usually am not. I was aware of the sound of my father's breathing to my left, slow and deliberate, the way he breathed when he was keeping himself steady. Garrett stood to my right and slightly behind me, scanning the far tree line. Dr. Ingram had her notebook open and was not writing in it. At 47 seconds, something shifted in the far tree line. Not a sound, exactly more like a change in the quality of the silence, the particular alteration that a nearby presence makes when it adjusts its position. So small that on any other day, in any other state of attention, it would have been filtered out without ever reaching consciousness. I did not breathe. At 54 seconds, Garrett confirmed this afterward. He was watching the stopwatch. He stepped out of the trees. I need to tell you this part slowly. She came out of the fog at the far edge of the clearing, and I saw her before she'd fully cleared the tree line. The shape of her emerging from the gray. The fleece-lined flannel shirt she'd been wearing in the last photograph from the hostel, the gray hiking pants, the Salomon trail runners she'd had for 3 seasons and refused to replace because they were perfectly broken in. Her hair loose around her shoulders the way it got after days on the trail, her pack the same pack on her back. And she looked across the clearing at me, and she said my name. Owen. She said it the way she said it when she needed me from another room, across a crowd, through the phone at 7 in the morning, when something had gone wrong, and she needed her older brother. Half question, half declaration. A specific cadence that I would recognize in the middle of a stadium full of noise, in the middle of a dream, in the middle of sleep. I have held the sound of my sister's voice in my memory for 4 years. Turned it over in the dark, afraid of losing the edges, afraid of the day I couldn't quite remember how it sounded. I can tell you, with a certainty that sits below language and below thought, at whatever level certainty lives before it becomes conscious. I know my sister's voice, the way I know my own heartbeat. She sounded exactly like Callie. My father moved the instant she spoke. Not toward her, that's critical. I keep returning to that not in a straight line toward her. He moved sideways, cutting diagonally across the clearing. Garrett flanked left almost simultaneously, and I understood in the space of a single second that they had discussed this, made a plan without including me, and the realization struck me like something physical, because it meant they had both genuinely believed this moment might happen, and had prepared for it in a way I hadn't let myself prepare. I held still and watched. She tracked my father's movement. Her head turned as he moved, following him across the clearing, and her eyes, she was close enough now, 25 feet. The fog between us, knee-deep and moving slightly in the disturbance of our footsteps, her eyes tracked him continuously. Smooth, fluid, no lag, no half-beat delay. Mr. Walkingstick had said the imitation's eyes tracked with a half-second delay. Hers didn't. Not even close. Something released in my chest that had been held for 4 years. My father stopped about 15 feet from her. He looked at her with an expression I had never seen on his face in my life, and I'm not going to try too hard to describe it, because some combinations of emotion don't have names, and trying to name them diminishes them. He was looking at his daughter who had been gone for 4 years. That's all I can say about what was on his face. The fog sat still between them. "Callie," he said, quietly, in the voice he uses when something costs him something. "Do you remember when you were 8 years old, when you broke your grandmother's vase? The blue one from the hallway table?" Something moved in her expression. Recognition. And something under recognition. Something that looked like relief. Like a door opening. "You told your mother it was me," he continued. "You sat at the kitchen table and looked her in the eye and told her Owen had knocked it over with his backpack. And then you felt so guilty you couldn't sleep for 3 days, and you finally went to her and told her the truth." He paused. His voice was very steady. "Do you remember what she said to you?" The clearing was completely silent. The fog between them didn't move. The forest behind her was still. She looked at my father. "She said she already knew," she said. Rough-voiced, slightly hoarse, the voice of someone who hasn't used it much. "She said she always knew." A small pause. "She said I squint my left eye when I lie." My father sat down on the ground. Just sat, heavily, like something structural had given way. And I heard a sound come out of him that I had last heard in a waiting room 4 years ago. The sound of a person's interior architecture giving way all at once. A sound that no one should hear from a parent. Then he got back up, because he was my father, and he got back up, and she closed the last of the distance between them, and he put his arms around her. She was crying by the time she reached him. They both were. I walked across the fog and put my arms around both of them. Behind me, I heard Dr. Ingram make a sound she quickly controlled. Garrett kept his hand on my shoulder for a long time. I was aware of Mr. Walkingstick at the edge of the clearing, not moving toward us, just present, watching. When I finally looked back at him, he held my gaze and nodded once, slowly and completely, the nod of someone confirming a thing they weren't fully certain of until this moment. The aftermath. I promised you honesty about this. Callie did not remember the 4 years, not as a gap, not as darkness or a dreamless interval. She experienced them as duration without content, the way you feel time after anesthesia, not by living the minutes, but by feeling their accumulated weight when you return. The difference in the light, the stiffness you didn't have before, the way things have moved on around you. She knew a great deal of time had passed. She could not have told you how much. Her physical condition, assessed at urgent care in Elk Park within 3 hours of coming off the mountain, mildly dehydrated, lost approximately 15 pounds, significant vitamin and mineral deficiencies consistent with extended caloric restriction, no injuries, no frostbite, no signs of trauma or violence. The doctor who examined her, Dr. Weathers, who had worked in that area for over 2 decades, reviewed the circumstances carefully, documented the clinical findings accurately, noted the unusual nature of the case with professional restraint, and asked no questions that I sensed he already knew not to ask. He grew up in those mountains. I believe he'd learned, over the years, when not to demand explanations that the situation couldn't provide. We drove back to Abingdon that evening. 5 hours. Callie slept in the back seat with her head on my father's shoulder most of the way. I drove. Garrett rode shotgun and kept me company the way good, quiet people do by being there and not requiring anything of you except to be there back. About 2 hours from home, she woke briefly, drank some water, and looked out at the dark passing beyond the window. Then she said, almost conversationally, without weight, "It was waiting for me to come home. I don't think it understood that I couldn't. I think it thought I was choosing to stay." She said this the way you'd report something observed. Then she went back to sleep. I didn't ask her to explain it. I still haven't. There will be time, or there won't. and either way, some part of what happened up there will stay with her and not become mine to know. I've made my peace with that, or I'm making it. Some things take longer. She's living at my parents' house in Abingdon now, rebuilding something slowly. There's a therapist who specializes in dissociation and unusual trauma. She's agreed to eventually speak with Dr. Ingram as part of the ongoing research, but she's asked for more time and no one is pushing. She makes coffee at 6 in the morning and sits in the breakfast nook and looks out at the yard for sometimes an hour before she gets up to do anything else, and I don't ask what she's thinking about. I just make sure there's good coffee in the house. She doesn't hike anymore. She says she might eventually want to again. She says it isn't fear of the forest, not a phobia, not an aversion. She says it's more that she left something up there that hasn't come fully back with her yet, something she can't name, and she wants to wait until it does before she returns, until she feels complete enough to stand on that ridgeline and know with certainty that all of her is standing there. I understand that more than I can say. Mr. Walking Stick came to my parents' house about 3 weeks after we brought Callie home. He sat with her on the front porch for about an hour, just the two of them, while the rest of us stayed inside. I stood at the kitchen window and watched without looking like I was watching, which fooled no one. He did most of the talking. She mostly listened, her hands wrapped around a coffee mug, looking out at the front yard where the maple was losing the last of its October leaves. When he stood to leave, she stood too. He said something to her I couldn't hear through the glass. She nodded, not the nod of someone receiving new information, but the nod of someone hearing articulated something they already knew but hadn't yet found language for. The confirmation nod, the one that says, yes, that is the name for it. I went out after he left and asked her what he'd said. She was quiet for a moment. Then he said it let me go. He said he doesn't know why. But he said it matters that the mountain released me, that it means something about me specifically. She paused, turned the mug in her hands. He said the word his language uses for what I am would translate to something like unclaimed. He said whatever the mountain had been holding from me, it never fully took root. It kept me, but it couldn't make me its. Another pause. He said, that's rare. He said, for most people who go up there and don't come back. She stopped, left it there, incomplete, which was its own kind of answer. I want to tell you what I know now. The things I've learned that I would need someone else to have before they walk into those mountains, because people walk into those mountains every day and they will keep walking into them, because the mountains are genuinely extraordinary and the world would be worse if fear kept everyone off those trails. Tell someone your exact planned route before you go. Not the general area, not the approximate time frame, exact. Shelter names, GPS waypoints if you have them, a specific check-in schedule with a specific person who knows to call search and rescue the moment a check-in is missed, not late, missed. The first 24 hours in any wilderness search are the difference between recoverable and not. Callie's emergency beacon was in her pack the entire time and never activated. If someone had been looking in the first day instead of the fourth, the pack site would have been found sooner. The window matters more than people realize until they need it. If you hear a familiar voice calling your name from a place you can't clearly see inside the fog, from just across the ridge, from just inside the tree line, stop moving. Do not follow it. Move toward open ground, toward the trail, toward light, toward moving water. These are the thresholds that matter. These are the places it stops. The accounts across 2 centuries are consistent on this, and the consistency is what matters practically, regardless of whether you can explain the mechanism. Pay attention to how things move, eyes that track with a delay, weight distributed incorrectly, boots dry when the ground is wet, footprints that change shape. These are the tells. They are consistent across the accounts. They are visible if you're watching for them. In that clearing on the 4th of October, 2024, the absence of that tracking delay, the continuous, natural, present way my sister's eyes followed my father across the fog was the first thing that told me, before anything else, that the person stepping out of those trees was actually her. Details are where the wrongness lives, when there is wrongness, and details are where the truth lives too. Go with someone who knows the story you'd use to test them. My sister is home. She's in my parents' breakfast nook right now, probably, with a coffee mug and the thin November light coming through the window onto her hands. She looks like herself. She is, I believe, entirely herself. The mountain gave her back. I still don't fully understand why. Mr. Walkingstick says the accounts suggest it happens that sometimes what is kept is released, that sometimes the mountain opens its hand, that the criteria are unclear, that they may always be unclear, that some things operate by rules human beings haven't mapped and may never fully map. What I know is this. Something has been in those highlands for longer than any trail system or county record or living memory reaches. It knows those ridges better than any guide or ranger or through hiker alive. It has been watching people on that trail for generations, learning them one by one, with patience that makes our entire human sense of time look small, calling to them from the dark beyond the tree line, taking what answers. My sister answered once. The mountain kept her for 4 years, and then, for reasons I may never understand, it let her go. If you go up there, and you will, because the mountains are beautiful, and people don't stop going to beautiful things, go with someone. Tell someone exactly where you're going and when you'll be back. Hike out before dark. Stay on the trail. Stay on the open ridgelines in daylight. And if you hear a familiar voice calling your name from a place you cannot clearly see, don't answer. Keep moving toward the light. If this account raised questions you can't put down, you're not alone. That's exactly what this channel is here for. Subscribe for more first-person encounters from people who went into the wilderness and came back with something they can't explain. And if you've hiked the Roan Highlands and noticed something that didn't sit right, leave it in the comments. I read all of them. Story 1. My name isn't important. What's important is that I spent 11 seasons working fire lookout posts across Montana and northern Idaho, and I know the difference between a weird night and a wrong one. Wind sounds like wind. Animals sound like animals. Isolation does things to your head after 2 weeks, and any honest lookout will tell you that around day 10 you start hearing your own name in the creek noise. That's normal. That's expected. You account for it. What happened in the last week of October, 2 seasons ago, at the Highline Lookout above the Lolo National Forest, that wasn't any of those things. The Highline Post sits at roughly 7,800 feet on a ridge spur above the Clearwater drainage. One-room cab, wraparound catwalk, Osborne firefinder in the center, propane stove, a cot, a bookshelf with 15 years of previous occupants' paperbacks, and a Motorola radio wired into the main dispatch relay. Access is a 4-mile trail from the Forest Road trailhead, and by late October that road is gated. The seasonal maintenance crew pulled out the second week of the month. I was the last occupant, scheduled to winterize the cab and descend by the 31st. I had done end of season alone twice before. You clean the cab, drain the water lines, inventory the equipment, fill out the season close report, and you hike out with whatever you packed in. 4 days, maybe 5, simple work. The weather pushed east early that year. By October 22nd, we had the first hard frost on the catwalk boards, black ice on the approach trail, and a forecast window that had the first significant snowfall arriving on the 28th. I radioed down to the district office, spoke with the dispatcher, a woman named Renata who'd been coordinating lookout comms for 12 years, and we agreed I'd compress the winterization work into 3 days and arrange an earlier pickup. Supply helicopter, tentatively the 27th, weather permitting. She'd call the evening of the 26th to confirm. I filed that conversation in my head, undersolved, and got back to work. The first 2 nights were uneventful, cold, clear, the kind of dark that only exists above the tree line in October, deep and total and indifferent. I'd sit with my headlamp and a paperback until around 10 p.m., then sleep. The radio sat on its bracket doing what radios do between scheduled check-ins. Nothing. The check-in protocol was simple. I called in at 7 a.m., at noon, and at 7 p.m. Renata or whoever was on shift acknowledged. 3 times daily. If I missed one, they'd note it. If I missed 2 consecutive, they'd escalate. It's a system built around the assumption that something might happen to you, and I'd always found that thought quietly comforting, the idea that someone was counting the calls. The first anomaly happened on the evening of the 23rd. I'd just finished my 7 p.m. check-in. Normal exchange, nothing notable. I set the handset back on the bracket and turned to the stove to start dinner. Maybe 4 minutes had passed when the radio crackled. It played back my exact words from the check-in. Not a recording quality replay, it sounded live, present, as if someone were speaking them fresh. My voice said, "Highline base, this is Lookout 7, confirming all clear. Weather nominal, no smoke, temperature reading at 31 degrees. Then it stopped. I stood there with a spoon in my hand. The obvious explanations went through my head in order. Radio feedback possible, but it would have distorted. A relay bounce also possible, but relay bounces don't reproduce full sentences in sequence with correct cadence. Another lookout on the same frequency, unlikely, but I keyed the mic and asked if anyone else was on the line. Silence. Renata, when I reached her a few minutes later, confirmed the relay had been clean on her end and that she'd received no duplicate transmissions. Probably an echo off the ridge terrain, she said. I wrote it down in the station log with a timestamp. 14 minutes past 7 in the evening. I noted it as a radio anomaly, possible terrain echo, no further occurrence. That was the log entry I made. In my head, the word I actually used was probably. The second night, the 24th, I heard the latter. The Highline cab sits on a steel platform about 12 feet off the ground. The access ladder is a fixed metal structure on the south face, bolted to the platform frame, and it has a particular sound when weight is placed on it. Metal flex, a faint resonance that travels through the platform boards. After 11 seasons, I know that sound the way you know the sound of your own front door. 2 taps at the base. A third if you shift your weight wrong on the second rung. At 11:37 p.m., I heard 2 metallic taps from below. I was awake. I don't sleep well above 7,000 feet reading by headlamp, and I heard them clearly. I sat up and listened. Nothing more. I told myself it was thermal contraction, the steel cooling, and I believed it well enough to eventually sleep. The following night, at 11:34 p.m., I heard them again. Same interval, 2 taps, then nothing. I got up the second time and opened the trapdoor. Looked down at the ladder. The platform light, a battery-powered LED. I'd hung on the south rail, showed the first 4 rungs clearly. The ground below was empty. Frost on the soil, undisturbed. No animal tracks. The ladder itself was clean. I closed the trapdoor and sat on the edge of the cot for a long time. On the 25th, something changed. The tapping started again at its usual hour, but this time, after the 2 metallic sounds, the radio came on. Not static, not white noise. The radio produced my own voice, calm, professional, slightly flat the way I sound when I'm tired, and it said one sentence. It said, "Coming up now, open the hatch." I did not open the hatch. I stood in the center of the cab with my headlamp off, listening. The platform was quiet. The ladder did not shake. Below me, I could hear, or thought I could hear, something moving on the ground in a slow, even circuit around the base of the tower. It moved through the frozen grass with barely any sound. Whatever made that circuit took about 3 minutes to complete one pass, and then it would start again. I keyed the radio and raised Renata. She came on immediately. It was after midnight and not a scheduled check-in, so her voice carried the particular alert quality of someone who knows off-hours calls mean something. "You're okay?" she said. "I'm okay," I told her. "But I need to ask you something. Have there been any transmissions on this frequency in the last 15 minutes? She checked the relay log. "Nothing since your 7 p.m. call. You're the only active lookout in the district. The others closed out 2 weeks ago. What's going on?" I told her what I'd heard. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "I'm going to send the helicopter at first light, not the 27th. Tomorrow. You sit tight, and you don't open that hatch until you hear the rotors." I want to be clear about one thing. Renata was not a superstitious person. She coordinated lookout comms. She'd heard everything: nervous, rookies, equipment failures, wildlife incidents. One case years ago of a lookout who'd had a medical episode and had to be talked through self-assessment for 6 hours. She did not spook easily. Her decision to move the helicopter up by a day was not precautionary in the routine sense. She knew I was not panicking, and she moved it up anyway. I spent the night in the center of the cab. At 12:47 a.m., the trapdoor slammed, not from below, not from something trying to push it up. It slammed downward, as if the door had been lifted from below and then dropped. The impact was hard enough to shake the platform boards and rattle the firefinder tripod. I moved to the corner farthest from the hatch and kept my headlamp off. Then the radio came on again. My voice said, "I'm already on the ladder." I was standing 6 feet away from that radio. I didn't respond. I stood in the dark and listened to the circuit below resume its slow, even pace, 3 minutes per pass. I counted 7 full circuits before it stopped. At around 4 a.m., it went quiet. Not gradually, just suddenly done, the way a machine stops when you cut the power. The silence after was so complete I could hear my own pulse. The helicopter came at 7:12 a.m. on the 26th. I had already dragged my pack to the center of the catwalk, and I was sitting on it with both hands visible when the pilot swung into view. Ranger District Coordinator Pete Olmsted came with the pilot. I hadn't asked for that, but Renata had called him, and I was glad she had. Pete walked the platform, checked the ladder, inspected the ground around the base. The frost that had been undisturbed on the nights before now showed faint compression marks on the southeast side of the tower base. Not boot prints, not animal tracks, just depressions, irregularly spaced, as if something had stood in one place long enough to soften the frost layer without actually breaking the crust. He photographed them. He wrote the report number in my station log, Lolo District Incident Report, filed under the 26th classification, Unexplained Equipment Anomaly and Wildlife Disturbance, further review pending. We both know that classification is wrong, but it's the one the paperwork supports. The radio equipment was pulled and inspected by the district tech. No fault was found, no mechanism that would explain a playback of recorded audio. The tech said the radio was incapable of storing and replaying transmissions, which I already knew. He put that in his report too. The ladder showed no damage. No scratching on the rungs consistent with claws, no bending consistent with weight in excess of what the hardware rating allowed. Whatever had put those 2 taps into the structure each night had done it without leaving a mark. I've thought about that a lot since. The precision of it, the consistency of the timing, the way it learned my check-in cadence and reproduced my voice in the correct protocol format, call sign, status, weather, temperature, without adding anything that would have made it clearly wrong. It didn't invent information. It repeated mine. It used the system I was already using, the schedule I was already following, the protocol I'd already established. And then it asked me to open the hatch in my own voice. I think about that single sentence and what it tells you about the thing that was down there. It wasn't trying to scare me out. It wasn't trying to drive me away. It was trying to get me to open a door. It was using my own credibility, my own calm, professional, radio check voice to ask me to let it in. I don't know what it was. The Lolo drainage has stories, some of them old enough to be in Nez Perce oral tradition, some of them recent enough to be in Forest Service incident files. I didn't ask Pete what he thought it was. He didn't volunteer. What I know is what stopped it. It didn't stop because I confronted it. It didn't stop because I turned on the lights or yelled or fired a signal flare. It stopped at dawn, the way things do, when they've been working at the edge of darkness and the edge stops cooperating. And it stopped permanently, or at least paused, when there was nothing left to work with, no schedule, no hatch to ask for, no night left. Here's what I'll tell you, because I've thought about it for 2 seasons, and this is the part that matters. If you're working remote and isolated, and you start hearing your own voice come back at you through any kind of communication system, radio, phone, anything, do not respond to it. Do not correct it. Do not give it more of your voice to work with. It's learning your cadence, and every time you talk back, you're handing it better material. And if something asks you to open a door in the dark, no matter how much it sounds like you don't, stay at the center of whatever space you're in. Keep something solid at your back and wait for the light. Story 2. We turned around to backtrack and the trail was gone. Just trees and fresh orange tape leading deeper uphill. The trail we'd walked in on had been there an hour earlier. We'd both been on it. I had a paper map and a compass and a clear memory of the terrain, and none of those things could explain why the ground behind us now looked like it had been forest for the last 40 years. But the tape was there, crisp, dry, tied in neat loops around the branch stubs at exactly the interval you'd expect from a survey crew running line. We didn't follow it. That decision probably matters. This was a ridge loop in the Okanogan-Wenatchee National Forest in Washington State, a section of trail that sits north of the Entiat River corridor. My brother-in-law Garrett and I do this loop every fall. It's become a ritual. 3 nights, about 26 miles. A climb that crests around 6,500 feet before dropping back into the valley. We've done it 6 times. We know the terrain well enough that neither of us carries a GPS unit, relying instead on the topo map Garrett laminated years ago and a compass he's owned since his wildland firefighting days. We started in the second week of October, which is late enough in the season that we had the trailhead entirely to ourselves. The parking area was empty. The register box at the trailhead had one previous entry from 8 days prior, a solo hiker who'd done the lower loop only. We signed in, noted our expected return date of October 14th, and started up. The first day was clean. Conditions were good, cold enough at elevation to keep the mud firm, warm enough in the sun to stay comfortable, and the trail was clear of the blowdowns we sometimes deal with after the summer storm season. We made camp that first night at a site we've used before, a flat area beside a small unnamed creek at about 5,200 feet. Garrett cooked. I filtered water. We were in the tent by 9 p.m. The survey tape appeared the following morning. Garrett saw it first. He'd gotten up before me to check the weather and came back into the tent saying there was orange flagging about 40 yards up the trail. That wasn't unusual by itself. Survey crews do work in national forests, and flagging appears and disappears. We finished breakfast, and I went to look at it while he broke down the tent. It was a single strip tied around a branch about chest height on the uphill side of the trail. The plastic was bright, unworn, recent. The knot was a simple half hitch, the kind anyone does. Nothing suspicious about it as a standalone object. What bothered me was that it was tied to a branch on a spur trail. Not the main loop, a game path that veered off at a roughly 40-degree angle from our route, angling uphill into a section of the drainage that, according to the topo map, had no maintained trail and no survey corridors that I knew of. The tape wasn't marking anything on our route. It was marking a way off it. I noted it. We kept moving. That night we camped at our usual second site, higher on the ridge at just under 6,200 feet. The wind came in hard from the north around midnight, and I lay awake listening to it work through the ridgeline timber. No other sounds, nothing unusual. In the morning, there was tape in camp. Not on the trail. In camp. A single strip tied around the guy line of our rainfly, about 2 feet from where the line met the tent stake. Garrett found it when he went to pack up. He brought it over and held it out without saying anything, and we both looked at it for a moment. The knot was identical to the one from the day before. Same half hitch. Same bright orange plastic. We pulled it off the guy line, and I put it in my pack. We didn't discuss it at length. Garrett said, "That's strange." And I said, "Yeah," and we kept moving, because what else are you going to do when you're 2 days into a loop with no egress except to finish it? The tape started appearing regularly after that. 3 more strips on the trail over the course of the morning, each one on a spur or game path that diverted from our route. Each one new, bright, unworn. By midday, Garrett was counting them. He said, 7 now, and I looked back at the last one we'd passed, and I noticed something I hadn't consciously registered before. They were directional. The strips weren't just tied around branches. They were tied so the loose end hung pointing inward, toward whatever lay down the spur path. It was subtle, the kind of thing you'd dismiss as a coincidence of wind or random nodding, but 7 in a row, all with the loose end indicating the same direction, wasn't coincidence. Something was flagging a route, and that route was not ours. We made a deliberate choice around 2 p.m. to stay strictly on the map trail. We had the topo out, and we were checking it frequently, cross-referencing terrain features with the compass. The trail was clear. We were not lost. We had a known egress point, the ridge crest, then the long descent back to the trailhead. That's when we heard Garrett's voice coming from the trees to our left. I want to be exact about this, because the detail matters. It was not a voice that sounded like Garrett in the way that echoes and wind sometimes make ambient sounds assemble into something almost verbal. It was his voice, his specific cadence, his slight regional flat on long vowels, the way he runs his words together when he's making a casual observation. The voice said something he'd said at breakfast, a specific phrase about the coffee being too bitter, a mild complaint he'd made at around 7 that morning when we were still in camp. Garrett was standing 2 feet to my right. We both heard it. He didn't say anything for a moment. Then he said, very quietly, "Don't answer it." I wasn't planning to. We moved faster. The trail climbed toward the ridge crest, and the timber opened somewhat, which should have felt better. It didn't. The tape was now appearing ahead of us, on our actual route, not just on side paths. Single strips on branches at trail level, spaced about 30 feet apart, leading up the trail we were already on. That by itself would have been fine. What wasn't fine was that, when I looked back, the tape was gone. Strips that had been visible 100 feet behind us had disappeared. I stopped and verified this twice. Garrett confirmed it. The tape only existed in front of us. We crested the ridge around 4:30 p.m., and the character of the afternoon shifted. The spur paths up here were fewer, the timber shorter and more windblown, and for about a quarter mile we walked without seeing any tape at all. I let myself think it was done. Then we hit the fork. There is no fork on the mapped route at the ridge crest. The trail crests and descends on the east face. That's the entire topography, one line over the top and down. But there was a fork. 2 distinct paths, equally worn, both leading downhill on the east face but diverging by about 30 degrees from each other. The topo showed 1, the terrain showed 2. The orange tape was on the left fork. 3 strips, close spaced, clear direction indicated. Garrett said, "The right fork matches the compass bearing for the descent." I agreed. We took the right fork. The left fork was still visible beside us for about 200 feet of descent, running parallel before it curved away into a section of dense secondary growth and disappeared. I watched it until it was out of sight. Nothing moved on it. No sound came from that direction. About 40 minutes into the descent, we reached what should have been the last switchback before the lower valley. Instead, we came to a dead end. The trail simply stopped. Not at a cliff, not at a washout. It just ended in a dense cluster of mature fir, the ground unbroken, no visible continuation in any direction. And around the perimeter of that dead end, tied to nearly every available branch at chest height, was orange flagging, dozens of strips. Dense enough that when the wind moved through, the plastic rustled like something breathing. We were completely surrounded by it. Garrett had his compass out. He said, "Downhill is that direction," and pointed through the densest section of flagged timber. I said, "Then we go through it." We did not follow the tape. We pushed straight downhill through untrailed timber for about 150 yards, steep and scrambling, grabbing at root systems and branch stubs for holds. It was not graceful and it was not fun, but after those 150 yards, the timber thinned and we picked up a dry stream bed that I recognized from previous descents as a reliable navigation line back to the valley floor. We were out by 6:30 p.m. The trailhead had our truck in it, alone, exactly where we'd left it. The following morning, I called the Entiat Ranger District and asked about active survey operations on the Ridge Loop Trail. The land manager I reached, a woman named Odessa, who'd been with the district for 9 years, said there were no active flagging projects in that section of the forest. No survey crews, no restoration marking, no invasive species plots, nothing that would account for orange flagging. She asked if I wanted to file a report. I said yes. Incident number 047-23, Entiat District, October 2023. The ranger who went up 2 days later to do a walkthrough reported finding no flagging of any kind on the trail, no strips, no knots, nothing on any of the spur paths. In 12 hours, every strip was gone. I don't have an explanation that satisfies me. I have thought about it in terms of mechanism. What thing could place flagging on a trail, could reproduce a human voice with accurate cadence and specific vocabulary, could remove that flagging completely between our exit and the ranger's next day walkthrough. None of the explanations that start with probably hold up under examination. What I keep coming back to is the behavior, the escalation of it. One strip at first, then more, then tape appearing ahead instead of to the side, then the false fork, then the dead end ringed in dense flagging. Whatever was working in that drainage was patient. It started with something that could be explained and built towards something that couldn't, step by step, and the geometry of it, the corridor it was trying to create, the direction it kept indicating, pointed deeper into the forest, not toward a trail, not toward anything on the map, towards something off it. Garrett hasn't been back to that loop. I haven't either. Not because I'm afraid of the terrain. I know that terrain well and it's good country. But because the second you accept that something was deliberately using flagging tape as a tool, you have to accept that it understood how people move through landscape. It understood trail markers and what we do when we see them. It knew we'd follow orange tape. That level of understanding about human behavior is not comforting. Here's the rule I've settled on, and I'll give it to you straight. Survey tape on a trail is not automatically trustworthy. Before you follow a flagged route that diverts from your map, stop. Cross-reference with your compass. If the flagging is dense, if it only appears ahead of you, if it's on routes that don't match your topo, don't follow it. Break downhill through untrailed ground if you have to. The temporary discomfort of a bushwhack is better than what waits at the end of a route that something else chose for you. And if you hear your own group's voices coming from the wrong direction, don't answer. Don't call out. Don't confirm that you heard it. Just keep moving toward open ground. Story 3. The knocking stopped at 10:37 p.m., and from the other side of the door, my brother's voice said, "Why did you lock me out?" My brother was sitting in the chair directly across the room from me. He looked at me. I looked at him. Neither of us said anything. Then he reached over very slowly and turned up the propane lamp, and we sat in the brighter light and listened to the thing outside try again. My older brother Cole and I have hunted elk in the same stretch of central Idaho every October since I was 19. Clearwater country, east of Kewaskia, in the drainage above the South Fork. It's rugged, logged over, and good steep draws where elk bed down in the timber during the day and move to the meadow edges at first light. We've taken game there 7 of the 12 seasons we've hunted it, which is a solid record for country that steep. The cabin belongs to a man named Warren, who was my father's age and who inherited it along with 40 acres of private ground surrounded on 3 sides by the National Forest. Warren doesn't hunt anymore, his knees, but he lets us use the cabin in exchange for maintaining the water system and stacking a cord of wood before we leave each year. It's a working arrangement that suited everyone for a long time. The cabin is small and practical. Single room, propane heating, 2 cots, a wood stove for backup, a composting outhouse about 30 yards to the east. No electricity, no cell service. The nearest paved road is 11 miles down a forest road that turns to mud in the rain, and the nearest neighbor with a phone is farther than that. Warren keeps a handwritten list of cabin rules on the inside of the cupboard door. Most of them are practical. Don't run the propane tank below a quarter. Don't leave food in the cabin overnight. Chain the gate when you leave. but the second item on the list had always stood out. Cole first pointed it out to me on our initial stay, maybe 12 years ago. We'd laughed about it at the time, because it was phrased oddly for a practical list of reminders. It said, "Do not answer the door after full dark." No explanation. No asterisk. Just that, in Warren's neat block print. When I asked him about it the following spring, Warren said his grandfather had written the original rule list in the 1940s, and he just preserved it when he took over the cabin. He didn't know the reasoning. He'd assumed it was about bears. The cabin is in good bear country, and someone half asleep at 2 a.m. fumbling for a latch before they've fully thought about what's on the other side is an accident waiting to happen. Bears or strangers, Warren said. Either one. We treated it as a general policy of caution and didn't think about it much until this past October. We arrived on a Sunday, the 15th, around 3 in the afternoon. Cole drove the last 11 miles on the forest road while I dozed in the passenger seat. I'd worked a Friday night shift at the mill, and the sleep debt had caught up with me. We unloaded the truck, checked the water system, stacked the last of the wood I'd brought from home, and settled in. The first evening was normal. We ate well, talked through the next day's plan, and were asleep by 9. Cole hunts hard and early, and I've learned to match his schedule over the years even when my body argues. The second night, Monday, is when it started. We'd come in at dusk, cleaned up, eaten. I was reading by headlamp, and Cole was going over his topo maps at the table. At 10:12 p.m., by the clock on the wall, a battery-operated thing Warren keeps there, we heard 3 knocks at the cabin door. They were deliberate, spaced, not frantic, not sharp, the kind of knock that expects an answer. We looked at each other. Expecting company? Cole said. I wasn't. Neither was he. We were 11 miles from pavement on a forest road that had no through traffic in a drainage where the only other hunters we'd seen in 12 years were occasionally parked at the Forest Service trailhead a mile below Warren's gate. The gate, which Cole had chained behind us on the way in. Hello? Cole called toward the door. No answer. We waited another minute. I went to the window on the east side of the cabin, a small thing, curtained, and moved the curtain 2 inches. The propane lamp was bright enough to wash out my night vision immediately, but I could see the area directly in front of the cabin door. Nothing. The porch board's 3 rough planks on a timber frame looked empty. The outhouse was a pale shape in the darkness beyond. We attributed it to an animal. Deer, maybe, or a porcupine attracted to the salt in the timber framing. We went back to what we were doing. The following night, at 10:29 p.m., the 3 knocks came again. This time we both went immediately to the window, Cole on one side and me on the other. Same result, porch empty. Nothing visible in the clearing beyond. But the knocks had been specific. They'd come from chest height on the door, not from the base of the frame. An animal striking a door generally hits lower, and generally not with that kind of evenness. Cole said, I'm going to look, and reach for his boots. I held up a hand. I'd remembered the rule in the cupboard. I don't know why it surfaced right at that moment, but it did. I opened the cupboard and read it again. Do not answer the door after full dark. It was full dark. Give it until morning, I said. Cole is not a superstitious person. He's a practical, experienced outdoorsman who spent 6 years in the army before coming home, and he finds most ghost stories boring. He looked at me for a moment, then at the door, then he put his boots back where he'd picked them up. Fine, he said. Wednesday night, 10:37 p.m. The 3 knocks came. Same as before. Same interval. But this time they were followed, after about a 10-second pause, by Cole's voice. Cole's voice from outside the door said, Why did you lock me out? Cole was across the room from me. He had been there continuously since dinner. I watched his expression go through something I had never seen on his face before, a specific kind of stillness that I recognized from the only time in my life I'd seen Cole genuinely frightened, which was when his youngest daughter stopped breathing for 40 seconds in a motel parking lot when she was 3. Controlled, assessing. He said quietly, That was my voice. I said, Yeah, I didn't say that. I know. We sat in the brighter light and listened to the thing outside try again. And it did try again. Cole's voice, same inflection, same slightly tired delivery. Cole gets a particular flatness in his tone when he's been on his feet all day, said the same phrase. Why did you lock me out? Then, after another pause, it added something new. It repeated something Cole had said at dinner. I don't want to write the exact words, because I don't want to give that sentence any more presence than it already has in my memory, but it was a specific observation Cole had made about the elk sign we'd found in a draw that afternoon. A specific sentence that only the two of us had heard, because there was no one else within miles. It had been listening, not just learning his voice, listening to his words, holding them, and now using them. Cole's jaw was tight. He looked at me and said, "Don't say anything back." I wasn't planning to. Thursday night, we laid out a system. Cole drilled 2 small holes in the east-facing wall. I'll fill them when we get back in, and threaded 2 short pieces of wire through them to see if anything crossed between the porch and the corner of the cabin. Not a formal alarm, just a disturbance indicator. If the wire moved, something physical had crossed that line. At 10:30 p.m., the knocks came. This time the voice was different. It didn't use Cole's voice. It used mine. My voice, from outside the door, sounding tired and slightly irritated, said, "Cole, come on, it's cold. Just open the door." Cole's wire was still. Whatever was out there was not standing on the porch and was not crossing the perimeter we'd marked. It was creating the sound from somewhere else. The voice had the slight directional blur of something that wasn't quite where it should be. Not dramatically off, not obviously wrong, but enough that, if you were paying close attention, the spatial location of the sound didn't match the door it was pretending to come from. I had never heard my own voice coming from outside my own body before. I don't recommend the experience. We did not answer. Friday morning, first light. We walked the perimeter of the cabin. The ground around it was soft. We'd had rain the previous day, and there were prints. Boot prints. Not ours. A single stride pattern, walking a consistent circuit around the cabin at a distance of about 10 feet from the walls. The boots were a large size, wider than mine and wider than Cole's. The gait was even, regular, and the depth of the impression was consistent. All the way around, the same weight on every step, the same pressure, no favoring of any particular foot. The circuit was complete. Whatever had made it had walked around the entire structure multiple times. I photographed the prints. Cole measured the stride with his tape measure and wrote the number in his hunting journal. 31 inches. Consistent. No variation. We called Warren when we reached cell service on the way home. He listened without interrupting. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "My grandfather wrote that rule in the winter of 1946. He didn't tell my father why. He just said the rule needed to stay on the list." I asked him if his grandfather had ever said anything else about it. Warren said, "He said whatever it is, it needs you to open the door. If you don't open the door, it can't do what it came to do." That's the oldest thing I know about this, and it's still the most useful. We filed a report with the Clearwater County Sheriff's Office, not because I expected them to find anything, but because I wanted it documented. Deputy Sheriff Ramirez took the statement, logged it, and sent a deputy to check the road and the gate on Saturday. The gate was intact. The cabin showed no sign of forced entry. The boot prints, by the time the deputy arrived, were gone. More rain had come through Friday night, and the ground was clean. The report is filed under an incident number. Call the Clearwater County Sheriff's Office if you want to verify it. I've thought about the mechanics of it in the weeks since, the voice mimicry specifically. The way it started with knock patterns establishing a routine, something regular and expected before it tried the voice. The 3 knocks became so predictable that by Wednesday we were anticipating the moment, almost normalizing it, and that normalization was the point. By the time it deployed the voice, we'd been conditioned to a pattern. We'd already mentally categorized the knocking as something that happened at a certain time, and that categorization made us slightly less ready for escalation. It had been practicing patience. That's the detail I keep returning to. Not the voice itself, though that was genuinely awful. The patience. The way it built toward it. One escalation per night. Never faster. Never more than one new element at a time. It understood in whatever way it processes understanding that too much too fast would break the spell. It was trying to get us to open the door, and it was doing it incrementally, carefully, the way you'd ease a door open so the hinge doesn't squeak. It almost worked. The rule in Warren's grandfather's handwriting is still in that cupboard. It was there before any of us understood why, and it was right before we had reason to test it. Here's how I'd put it now, from what I know. If something knocks after dark at a remote structure, don't open the door to verify. Don't call out and don't answer. If it uses a familiar voice, yours, someone in the group, anyone you'd recognize that is specifically the reason not to open the door, whatever it is, it needs your response to build on. It needs you to talk back to it. Give it silence instead. Wait for daylight. Check the perimeter at first light when you can see the ground. And if the ground around the structure shows a walking circuit, a single stride, even depth, complete loop, pack out. The thing you don't want to encounter is still learning what you are. Story 4. The gate was chained shut when we drove back, and on the other side of it, our truck was already parked and idling. Let me say that plainly so you don't misread it. Our truck, our specific truck, white Ford F-250, the cracked tail light on the driver's side, the University of Oregon sticker on the rear glass that my wife put there before we were married, was sitting on the far side of a chained gate, engine running, facing back toward camp. We were standing on the near side of that same gate, having walked out from camp in the truck that was apparently also parked 20 feet in front of us. That was the moment I understood that whatever had been pacing our campsite for 2 nights was not finished with us. I want to give you the context first, because without it, the gate story sounds impossible in a way that puts your brain into rejection mode. With the context, it sounds impossible in a different way, the kind that makes you sit with it. My wife Shay and I do dispersed camping in the Willamette and Siaslaw National Forests in Oregon 2 or 3 times a year. We have for a long time. We know the regulations, we know the etiquette, we know the difference between a forest road that's open and one that's borderline. We carry the right gear, file our trip plans with my in-laws, and stay aware of the seasonal closures. We're not rookies. The trip in question was a long weekend in mid-November, which is late for dispersed camping in the Oregon Coast Range. It's cold and wet, and the forest roads get rough, but we'd found a section of the Siaslaw that we'd been curious about since the summer, and the forecast was unusually clear. Cold nights, dry days. We decided to go. The forest road we drove in on was gated at the main junction, but had a pedestrian pass-through beside it. The gate itself was in the open position, swung back against the fence post, and secured with a simple hook latch, the standard USFS configuration for a road that's passable but not actively maintained. Shay noted the gate on the way in, as she always does, because knowing your egress status is basic practice. Gate open. No problem. We drove about 3.5 miles in and found a flat site beside a seasonal creek, mostly dry this time of year. Just a trickle between flat stones with good tree cover and a fire ring that previous campers had built and maintained responsibly. We set up the tent, got the camp organized, and spent a pleasant afternoon doing very little. The first evening was quiet. The second day we hiked up a ridge above camp. Nothing unusual. Good views, good air, no people. We saw deer sign, a fresh bear scrape on a fur that we noted and gave space to, and about 8 miles of walking on unmaintained game paths and open ridge. We came back to camp tired and satisfied. The second night is where things started. Around midnight I woke up. Not from a sound, not from a bad dream, just woke, the way I sometimes do in a tent, when something shifts in the environmental baseline. The wind had been moving through the canopy since sunset, a steady northwest push, and the sound of it was consistent, But underneath that consistency, there was something that didn't fit it. Footsteps, deliberate, bipedal, at a consistent distance from the tent, not crashing through brush, not the casual movement of a deer passing through. This was a measured pace, maintaining a fixed radius around our camp the way you'd walk the perimeter of something you were assessing. I lay still and counted the passes. Each circuit took roughly 4 minutes. The stride was long, I was estimating, based on the cadence and the spacing of each impact on the damp forest floor, and whatever was walking out there had a significantly longer stride than mine. Shay was awake. She'd heard it too. We lay in our sleeping bags without speaking, listening to it circle for about 40 minutes before it stopped. In the morning, I walked the perimeter. The creekside edge of our camp showed clear impressions in the mud bipedal, large, irregular depth that suggested something heavier than its stride cadence implied. 2 full circuits that I could trace. The impressions disappeared into the leaf duff on the uphill side where the ground got too dry to hold them. We photographed them. We discussed leaving. We decided to finish the planned 3rd night and pack out in the morning as originally scheduled, which I now think was an error in judgment driven by not wanting to feel driven off by something we hadn't even clearly identified. The 3rd night. Nothing circled camp that night. Instead, around 2 a.m., a set of headlights appeared at the edge of the clearing down the forest road from the direction of the gate, maybe a quarter mile away. They sat there, stationary, for about 20 minutes. No engine sound that we could hear over the wind. No movement, just 2 white lights. At the 20-minute mark, they went out. Someone on the road, Shay said. Maybe, I said. We stayed in the tent until first light. When I walked down the road to the clearing edge, there were no tire tracks in the soft shoulder. The damp forest road surface, which should have held any impressions, clearly was unbroken. Whatever those lights had been, they hadn't been a vehicle on the road. We packed camp in the morning. I want to note that we were efficient, focused, and neither of us spoke about what we were thinking. We just moved. Gear in the truck, camp clean, fire rings squared away, out of there by 8 a.m. We drove the 3.5 miles back to the gate. The gate was chained shut, not the hook latch, a padlock, a heavy chain through the gate frame and the fence post, with a standard USFS padlock that I did not have a key for and had no means of cutting. The gate that had been open on our way in, that had been open when we'd driven past it 3 days prior, was now locked. I got out to look at it. The lock was real. The chain was real. The gate was real. I pulled on it. It didn't move. Then Shay said something from the passenger window that I would very much prefer she hadn't said. She said, "There's our truck." I turned and looked. Our truck was on the other side of the gate, parked on the road maybe 20 feet beyond the chain, facing back toward camp, engine running. The cracked tail light was visible. The Oregon sticker was on the rear glass. It was our truck. Except we were standing at our truck, which was also behind us, engine off, gear loaded, Shay in the passenger seat. I stood there looking at it for what was probably 10 seconds, but felt much longer. Then Shay said, "Don't walk toward it." I wasn't going to. I was still in the process of reconciling what I was seeing with what could exist, and my legs had made an independent decision not to move. The duplicate truck sat there, engine running, and it did sound like our truck, the same slightly rough idle that we'd been meaning to have looked at for maybe a minute and a half. Then it moved. It rolled forward, slowly, the way you'd release a brake and let a vehicle creep, and I watched it move up the road away from the gate. It did not make any noise past the engine idle. No tire sound on the road surface, no gravel displacement. It moved in silence the way something moves in a dream. It went around a bend in the road and was gone. I stood at the gate for another moment, then I went back to our truck, our real truck, and sat in the driver's seat with the door open. Shay was looking straight ahead. After a minute, she said, "The gate." I looked at the gate. It was open. The chain was gone. The padlock was gone. The gate was in the same hook latch open position it had been in when we arrived 3 days prior. We drove out. On the main road, with the forest road behind us, and the pavement under the tires and the sound of traffic from the highway a quarter mile ahead, something broke in the air, not a literal sound, but a quality. A texture that I hadn't consciously noticed until it was gone. Like when you realize a machine has been running for so long you stopped hearing it, and then it shuts off. We drove to the nearest town, which was about 14 miles west. Found a diner, ordered coffee, sat in a booth for an hour not talking about it. The following Monday, I called the Siaslaw National Forest District office and asked about the gate on that forest road specifically, whether it was on a lock and release schedule. The ranger I spoke with, a man named Holcomb, said the gate was in permanently open status for the season and would remain so until the 1st of December. He checked his records while I was on the line. The gate had not been logged as closed or locked at any point in the preceding 30 days. So the gate was definitely open when you went in, he said. Yes, I said. And when we came back, it was locked. And then it wasn't. He was quiet for a moment. I'll send someone to check the hardware. Incident report number filed the following Tuesday. The responding ranger confirmed the gate hardware was intact and in open position. No chain, no padlock, no indication of any lock having been applied. What was the truck? I've thought about this more than anything else. The physical object, the specific, accurate representation of our vehicle, parked on a road we needed to cross, engine running, waiting, was the clearest departure from anything explainable. It wasn't a shape in the dark. It wasn't an indistinct figure. It was a truck, our truck, with a specific cosmetic damage that makes our truck ours. Whatever created it had seen our truck for 3 days. It had learned it well enough to reproduce it in daylight at close range. And it put it on the far side of the gate, on the side we needed to get to, and ran the engine and waited. It was asking us to walk through the gate. Shay's instinct, don't walk toward it, was exactly right, and she had it faster than I did. Whatever was on the other side of that gate was not our truck, and the road beyond it was not the road we needed to be on. The highway sound from the main road, when we got close enough to hear it, was the thing that broke the effect. I don't know why. But when that traffic noise reached us and the gate swung open, whatever had been constructed around that gate stopped holding. Open ground, real traffic, real road. That's what broke it. If you're on a forest road and the gate you came in through is now locked when it should be open, stop before you get out of your vehicle. Look at what's on the other side before you approach. If something is on the other side that shouldn't be there, an object, a figure, anything, do not approach the gate. Back up the road until you can no longer see it, then sit. Give it time. If you have cell service, call out. Get another voice into the situation, a real one, from a known person, through a phone. That connectivity to the outside seems to matter. And if you see something that looks like your own vehicle in a place it cannot be, do not walk toward it. Whatever is inside it isn't what it looks like. Story 5. I froze when I saw our footprints ahead of us in the mud, fresh, pressed deep the way wet alpine soil holds a boot and facing the same direction we were walking. Tobin stopped beside me. He looked at the prints, then back at the trail behind us, then at the prints again. Those are ours, he said. We haven't been on this section, I said. Neither of us said anything after that for a while. We just stood there on a high trail in the San Juan range of Colorado and tried to figure out how our own boot patterns had gotten in front of us on ground we hadn't yet crossed. We didn't figure it out. But what happened over the next several hours helped me understand not what the thing was, but what it was doing. Tobin and I had been hiking together since college. We went to school in Durango and spent a lot of weekends in the San Juans during those years, which meant we built up a working knowledge of that terrain the way you do when you're young and motivated and have more energy than sense. Post-college, we both ended up working in the same industry, living in different cities, and the annual backpacking trip became the thing that kept the friendship functional. This particular trip was a basin loop I'd been eyeing for 3 years. It drops south from the Silverton area, descends into a high glacial basin at around 11,800 feet, circles the basin floor, and climbs back out on the east ridge before returning on the main trail. The basin itself is a hanging valley, the kind of compressed, walled-off terrain that makes the Colorado high country feel like a different world. Walls on 3 sides, a small tarn at the center, meadow grass and broken talus, and in late September, just enough color left in the alpine vegetation to make the whole thing look slightly unreal. We entered the basin on a Saturday, the 23rd of September. Weather was good, cold overnight, clear by 9 a.m., the afternoon building some cloud, but nothing that looked threatening. We made our camp at the north end of the basin floor near the tarn, set up before noon, and spent the afternoon exploring the basin perimeter before the light went. Nothing unusual on day one. The first anomaly happened on Sunday morning, roughly 6 hours before the situation fully developed. I was up early, filtering water from the tarn while Tobin was still in the tent. The basin was quiet and no wind yet, the peaks above still lit in the flat early light. I was crouched at the water's edge when I noticed the echo. Basin's echo. This is normal topography. The walls reflect sound back, and in a basin this enclosed the effect is pronounced. I'd registered the echo effect the previous afternoon when we'd been talking as we walked, our voices coming back at us off the south wall with a half-second delay. Standard stuff. But when I spoke just testing, I said something mundane. I think I said, "Come on to the filter pump," which was slow. The echo that came back was slightly longer than it should have been. The delay was maybe 3/4 of a second instead of half, and the word it returned was not quite the word I had said. I had said, "Come on." The echo said something that sounded at the edge of intelligibility, like it was trying to get the vowel sounds right but landing slightly off. Like a recording degraded just enough to be wrong without being clearly wrong. I stood up and looked at the south wall. Nothing there, just rock. I told myself the acoustics were complicated. I filtered the water and went back to the tent. By midday, we'd started the basin circuit, moving south along the west wall before swinging east across the talus field toward the far end of the basin. The basin floor had a soft section near the center snowmelt drainage that hadn't fully dried, a strip of saturated ground maybe 30 feet wide, and we'd crossed it on our way south, leaving a clear record of our boot prints in the mud. When we crossed the east side of the basin and began working north toward the tarn from the opposite direction, we passed the soft ground section again, this time from the east side, looking across it. Our boot prints were there, facing south, the way we'd walked. That was expected. But there was a second set of prints, pressed into the mud at almost exactly the same depth and spacing as ours, facing south as well and extending a full 10 feet ahead of where our prints ended. Not behind us, ahead. Facing the same direction, same approximate boot size, same stride. We both crouched down and looked at them. The impressions were fresh, the mud had not dried at the edges, which meant they were recent. They stopped at the far edge of the wet ground where the talus field started, as if whatever made them had stepped from the mud onto rock and simply ceased to be trackable. There was nothing on the talus, nothing moving on the basin walls. The basin was empty except for us. Tobin took photographs. We looked at our own prints, then at the second set, side by side. The tread pattern was different. My boots are Salomon X Ultra, and the second set was a shallower, broader tread, like an older pattern. Not our boots, but the size and stride were close enough to ours that, from a distance, you'd have to look carefully to tell the difference. We continued the circuit. We talked about it in the way that you talk about something that doesn't make sense yet, cataloging observations, not conclusions. 2 sets of prints, one ahead of us, no visible source. The echoes got worse in the afternoon. We'd started talking less, partly because the talus section demanded attention, and partly because the echo effect had become distracting enough that conversation felt complicated. Every word came back at us, and the delay kept fluctuating, sometimes half a second, sometimes more, and always with that slight corruption at the edge of the return sound, as if the basin were learning our speech and hadn't quite perfected the playback. At one point Tobin said, "It's doing the thing again," and the echo that came back said something that sounded like his name. Not his whole name, just the first syllable, returned in a voice that wasn't quite his, but was reaching for it. Tobin went quiet for a long time after that. The GPS event happened around 3 p.m. We both carry GPS units on this kind of trip, not because we need them for navigation in familiar terrain, but because the track record is useful for planning future routes and for safety in the event of emergency. Mine is a Garmin InReach, which also serves as a satellite communicator. I'd been checking it periodically throughout the day. At 3 p.m., I checked the track and found that it was showing a duplicate loop. Our day's track, the south-going leg along the west wall, the east crossing, the north return, was recorded correctly, but overlaid on it was an identical loop, offset by perhaps 200 feet, showing us taking the same route at the same time. 2 tracks running parallel, the same direction, the same shape. The InReach doesn't have a mechanism that produces duplicate tracks. I've used these units for years and have never seen that output. I showed it to Tobin, who looked at it for a long moment and then said, "Turn it off and on again." I did. The second track was gone. The original was intact. We were on the east wall climb when the event happened that ended any remaining ambiguity about what we were dealing with. I was 20 yards ahead of Tobin, picking a line through the looser rock. I paused on a wide ledge and looked back to check his progress. Standard practice, keep visual contact on technical terrain. I looked down the slope to where he was, and I could see us. Not a reflection, not a trick of light. At the south end of the basin floor, in the meadow section we'd crossed an hour and a half earlier, 2 figures were moving north. The same pace, the same spacing we'd been using, the same general body proportions. They were moving through the meadow at exactly the rate that would make sense if they were us, an hour and a half behind on the same circuit. Tobin came up beside me and looked where I was looking. He said, "That's where we were at 1:30. "Yeah," I said, "but we're here." "Yeah." The figures, and I'm using that word deliberately because I want to be accurate about what they look like at that distance, were not perfectly right. The proportions were close but not exact. The taller one, that would have been me, I have 4 inches on Tobin, was slightly wrong on the shoulders, a quality I can only describe as too level. Human shoulders aren't perfectly level. There's a slight drop, a natural asymmetry. The figures looked like someone who'd studied the shape of a human from a distance and had gotten almost everything right. We watched them for about 2 minutes. Then the meadow section they'd been crossing ended at the tarn, and whatever they were, they moved around the tarn's north bank and out of our line of sight. We did not go to look. We continued up the east wall at speed and came over the ridge with the relief of gaining elevation, gaining openness, getting above the enclosed basin. The moment we cleared the ridge and could see the open alpine meadow on the east face, broad, treeless, wind-scoured, a mile of nothing but grass and stone and real sky, everything stopped. The echo effect was gone. The duplicate prints were gone. The quality I hadn't consciously named until it was absent, a kind of pressure, like the basin was attending to us, lifted cleanly. We stood in the wind on the east ridge, and neither of us said anything for a couple of minutes. Then Tobin said, "Open ground." "Yeah," I said. "That's what did it." We descended on the east trail, reached the main trailhead by 5:30, and drove to Silverton. I filed a report with the San Juan County Search and Rescue Coordinator the following Monday, not because I expected a practical response, but because the GPS track anomaly was documented and I wanted it on record. The coordinator, a woman named Price, who'd been running SAR in that area for 11 years, listened to the full account without interruption. At the end, she said, "The GPS double track is the part I've never heard before." I asked if she'd heard anything similar from the basin. She was quiet for a moment, then said, "There are 3 prior trip reports in our files that mention figures in that basin. Not aggressive, not close, just moving wrong." She didn't elaborate. I didn't push. The report is on file with San Juan County. GPS track data is preserved. I think about the mechanism of what was happening in that basin. The spatial mirroring, the duplicate prints, the GPS double track, the figures enacting our path from an hour and a half prior. It wasn't hunting us. It wasn't trying to hurt us or manipulate our route the way the survey tape in Washington was trying to direct those hikers. It was copying us, learning us, reflecting us back at ourselves with increasing accuracy. The echo degradation was the audio version of that. The figures in the meadow were the visual version. And the GPS duplicate was something I don't have a framework for at all, except that whatever was doing the copying was doing it at a level that apparently included our data signature. What I know is that the open alpine meadow ended it. The enclosed basin was where the effect lived. When we left that enclosed terrain and got onto open, exposed, wind-scoured ground, no walls to bounce sound, no contained space to work in, it stopped. Here's the practical rule. If you're in enclosed high-altitude terrain, a basin, a cirque, a canyon, and you start finding your own tracks in places you haven't been, or your echoes are returning wrong, or you see figures at a distance that move the way you move but aren't quite right, get to open ground. Not around the basin, over it, climb out, gain elevation and exposure. Whatever the effect is, it seems to require the enclosed space to function. Don't try to identify the figures. Don't approach them. Don't photograph them from close range. Just climb. Open ground breaks it. Every time. Story 6. The missing hiker called my name from the ravine, and my radio answered him with my own voice telling the team to move into the trees. I had not keyed the mic. I was standing 15 feet from my radio when I heard my own voice come out of it, calm and professional and instructional, directing 3 search and rescue volunteers toward a ravine that one of our experienced team leads had specifically cleared as unsafe to enter after dark. That's the moment I understood we were not running a search for a missing hiker. We were the thing being searched for. I've been a volunteer with Pacific Northwest Search and Rescue for 9 years. I hold a wilderness first responder certification. I'm on the technical rope team, and in 9 years I've participated in 41 operations. I've found people who were lost, and I've found people who weren't going to be found alive, and I know the difference between a difficult search and a strange one. Most difficult searches are just terrain and weather and the particular cruelty of how far a person can travel when their judgment is impaired. Most strange searches have a rational explanation once you're out of the stress of the operation. The Nescowan Creek operation, which ran over 2 nights in the first week of November 3 years ago, does not have a rational explanation. I've been over it enough times to be confident of that. The call came in on a Thursday evening. A day hiker male, early 40s, experienced in the area, no medical history, had failed to return from a solo hike in the Coast Range, east of Lincoln City. His name was Patrick, and his wife had given us his planned route, his check-in time, and a physical description. He'd left his vehicle at the Nescowan Creek trailhead at 9 a.m. He had not returned by 5 p.m. His cell phone went straight to voicemail. Our team leader, Garrett, deployed 8 of us by 7 p.m. We had 2 4-person sub-teams working the main trail and the 2 primary spur trails, a base camp at the trailhead, and a radio relay point at the high ground above the ravine section where the terrain gets complicated. The Nescowan Creek drainage in that section runs through a steep-walled ravine, narrow, loose-sided, full of blowdowns from the winter before, and it's a navigation hazard. Garrett had walked it in the afternoon before our arrival and specifically told both sub-team leads to treat the ravine edge as a hard boundary after dark. Go around, not through. I was on sub-team 2. My team lead was a woman named Breckenridge, who has 12 years on the team and who I trust without qualification. The first help call came at 9:43 p.m. Faint, directional, from the south. Consistent with the ravine area, but not close, maybe 300 yards. Breckenridge stopped our team immediately, and we all listened. I heard it clearly. A male voice, distressed, calling out. One word, not clearly resolved, but consistent with help, coming from the direction of the ravine. We radioed base and Garrett's team. Garrett's team on the far side of the drainage had not heard it. Base had not heard it. Breckenridge had us hold position while she tried to get a bearing. The sound had been brief, too brief for a precise fix, and the Coast Range terrain is dense enough that directionality is unreliable. She logged the time and location, and we kept moving. The second call came at 10:19 p.m. from a different direction. Same voice. Same register, but now it was coming from the east upslope, away from the ravine, toward the ridgeline. The terrain there was open enough for someone to be moving through it with some difficulty, but not impossible. We adjusted, worked north to try to triangulate. We didn't hear a third call for almost 40 minutes. Then it came from the west, back toward the ravine. Same voice. Breckenridge said, "That's not right. Nobody moves that fast between those positions." She was correct. The distance between the second and third call positions, east ridgeline and west ravine edge, was something like 600 horizontal yards in 40 minutes. In that terrain, at night, while injured or disoriented enough to be calling for help, a person cannot cover that distance. A person who's fine can barely cover it. I noted this in my log. Breckenridge noted it in hers. The radio event happened at 11:50 p.m. We had stopped for a 10-minute break, rest, water, a quick position sync with Garrett's team. I was standing beside the relay radio, a handheld that our comms volunteer Hendricks was operating from a position about 40 yards uphill. Breckenridge was looking at the topo. From the ravine directly below us, maybe 200 yards down, came a voice. Male, the same general register as the help calls. This voice was calling my name. My first name. Not Breckenridge's, not Garrett's, mine. Spoken clearly, with a slight upward inflection at the end that made it sound like a question, as if someone who had heard my name used earlier in the evening was now deploying it. I did not respond. Breckenridge put her hand on my arm, not to restrain me, just a professional gesture of a team lead keeping her person in place. We listened. The voice called my name again, same inflection. Then it added, "Come down." And then, and this is the part that I have turned over and examined from every angle I have access to, my radio answered. The handheld on Hendrix's belt, 40 yards uphill from where I was standing, keyed open and produced my voice. My voice, calm and in my standard operational cadence, said, "Team 2, move to the ravine edge. Confirm you're moving." I had not said those words. I had not keyed any radio. The command came out of a radio I wasn't touching, in my voice, with the inflection I used during operations measured, clear, not rushed. Hendricks looked at his radio. Then he looked up at me. I made a sharp cutting gesture with my hand. "Don't comply. Don't acknowledge." He understood. We pulled back from the ravine edge immediately. Breckenridge got Garrett on the radio and explained what had happened, what the voice in the ravine had done, and what the radio had done after it. Garrett listened without interrupting. When she finished, he said, "Both teams are consolidating at base. Move now." We moved. On the way back to the trailhead, we found Patrick's water bottle. It was sitting upright on a flat rock beside the trail, about a quarter-mile from the trailhead. Not where he would have dropped it if he'd been in distress. It was placed. Someone had set it upright, deliberately, in the center of the trail. Base camp was at the trailhead. When all 8 of us were there, Garrett did a head count and then looked at the rock where the water bottle had been found. He said nobody on either team came through that section before the bottle appeared. We knew. All 8 of us knew exactly where we'd been all night. The water bottle had been placed while we were all away from that section of trail. We stopped the search at 12:40 a.m. and secured base camp. Patrick was found at 7:15 the following morning by the day shift team, 2 miles in the opposite direction from the ravine, sitting on a log with a twisted ankle, hypothermic but alive. He'd been there for most of the night. He hadn't called out he'd lost his voice by late afternoon from dehydration and hadn't tried to yell since around 4 p.m. He had never been anywhere near the ravine. The helicopter that came in for the morning shift broke the night open rotors, radio traffic, the sudden mechanical presence of a coordinated extraction. That sound, that signal from the real world of roads and airspace and coordination seemed to clear the air the way waking from a fever clears your head. The night shift was over, and whatever had been operating in that drainage had no more material to work with. I've thought about what it was using. The voice mimicry plausible call for help, directional enough to be credible, was designed to move us. Each call was from a different position, working us along the ravine edge, keeping us oriented toward the drainage. It knew our search behavior. It knew we'd respond to a voice calling for help because that's exactly what we were there for. It knew that a voice calling a specific person's name has an additional pull, more specific, more urgent, more hard to dismiss than a generic help. And when none of that moved us to the ravine edge, it used the radio. I don't know how it produced my voice through a radio I wasn't near. I don't know the mechanism. But the choice of content, Team 2, move to the ravine edge, confirm you're moving, was exactly the kind of instruction that a search team member would follow from a team lead in operational context. It was using my voice to deliver an order that sounded like it came from someone with authority over the team. If Hendricks had been a different person, or if Breckenridge had been a different kind of lead, or if I'd been 2 seconds slower with the cutting gesture, we might have moved. 3 people toward the ravine edge at night in response to an order in their colleague's voice. I think about the ravine and what it contained, and I'm glad we didn't find out. The incident report is on file with Lincoln County Sheriff's Office and with our SAR organization's internal documentation system. It's classified as an unexplained radio transmission event with associated auditory phenomena. The official explanation in the county report cites terrain echo and radio equipment malfunction. Our internal report does not use the word malfunction. If you're on a search and rescue operation or any group activity in dense terrain, and you hear a voice calling for a specific person by name from an unknown location, do not move toward it without confirmed visual or direct two-way communication. Name specificity is not evidence of legitimacy. It's evidence that whatever is calling has been listening. If you hear your own voice come from a radio you're not operating, stop. Do not follow the instruction. Remove yourself from the direction the voice indicated and get visual confirmation from every team member before moving again. And if a voice from the trees tells you to move toward a specific hazard, a ravine, a cliff edge, deep water, do not move. Whatever instinct is telling you that someone needs help down there is being exploited. The sound is not the person. Wait for the helicopter, wait for daylight, wait for something from the real world to break the frame. Story 7. The ranger's voice drifted from the trees, telling me to walk toward him while I could see his truck headlights still miles down the road. Not near the tree line. Not at the forest edge. Miles away, down the switchback road, moving slow and steady the way a vehicle moves on rough terrain. The truck's lights were real. I could track them. They were still a long way from where I was standing. The voice was not coming from the truck. The voice was coming from the trees directly in front of me, maybe 40 feet in, telling me to come toward it in the ranger's exact speech pattern, using his name. The ranger was still in his truck. The truck was miles away. The voice was here. Let me give you the context, because this one requires it. I was solo dispersed camping in the Bridger-Teton National Forest in Wyoming, an area east of the Snake River Range, in a section of the forest that sees light visitor traffic even in summer and almost none in late October. I was there deliberately off-season. I work long hours from May through September in a seasonal industry, and October is when I finally have time to go out. I've done late-season solo camping for 8 years in Wyoming and Idaho, and I have a system that works. I know the terrain, I know the regulations, I know the conditions. The site I chose was at the end of a short spur road about 2 miles off the main forest road, near a meadow edge where a small unnamed tributary came down through a stand of mixed aspen and spruce. Good water, good shelter from wind, clear sight lines to the east where I could watch the sun come up over the range. I'd scouted it from the map and the aerial imagery before I left home, and the site was exactly what the map suggested. Good country. I drove in on a Friday afternoon. The forest road gate was open. I passed no other vehicles on the way in, which I expected this was a weekday in late October, and the elk hunters who'd been through the area earlier in the month were largely done. The trailhead register showed no entries for the previous 11 days. I set up camp, made dinner, and was watching the stars from my camp chair at around 8 p.m. when I heard a vehicle on the main forest road below. This was notable because I had expected to be alone. I noted the headlights moving up the switchback slow, steady, the characteristic motion of a Forest Service truck on a maintenance pass, and I sat and watched until they stopped about 2 miles below my spur road junction. The vehicle didn't come up the spur. It just sat there, lights on, idling in the way of a truck parked with the engine running. About 20 minutes later, the radio crackle, distant, faint, the kind of traffic you pick up in still mountain air when a Forest Service unit is close enough. I couldn't make out content, just the cadence of radio exchange. The lights stayed stationary for another 10 minutes, then started moving back down the main road the way they'd come. I thought, evening maintenance check, noted and moved on. The second night Saturday, the truck was back. Same position, same time, roughly. Around 8:15 p.m., the headlights appeared on the switchback below, climbed to the same approximate location, stopped. I'd been inside the tent reading, and I came out when I heard the engine sound carry up through the still air. The truck sat there for about 30 minutes. Then something different happened. A voice. Not from the truck's direction. From the tree line directly north of my camp, about 40 feet into the spruce stand. A male voice, the kind of deliberate official cadence you get from a ranger doing a welfare check, not aggressive, not urgent, just professional. The voice said, "Hello, camper, Forest Service. Can you step out and talk with me?" I stood at the edge of my camp and looked at the tree line. No shape in the darkness, no headlamp, no crunch of footsteps on the frost-hardened ground, just the voice. I looked back down the mountain. The truck lights were still there, stationary, where they'd been 2 miles down. Not here. I said, "Hello?" The voice said, "Step toward the tree line so I can verify your permit." I did not step toward the tree line. Instead, I said, "Your truck is down the road. I can see your lights." A pause. Then the voice said, "I walked up from the spur junction. Easier than driving. Come on over." I want to note the specific quality of this exchange, because it's the thing that has stayed with me longest. The voice adapted. When I pointed out that the truck was visible on the road below, it didn't quit. It generated an explanation. A plausible one. Rangers do walk trail sections. The spur junction to my camp is not an impossible distance to walk in reasonable time, but the frost-hardened ground around my camp was undisturbed. I could see it in the light from my headlamp. There were no boot prints between the tree line and my camp. A ranger who'd walked up from the spur junction would have crossed open ground to reach the tree line. That ground was clean. And the cadence was wrong. Not badly wrong. Not uncanny valley wrong the way bad voice mimicry is wrong. Just slightly wrong at the edges, the way a very good impression is slightly wrong. You can't always say exactly why, but something in the timing of breath between sentences isn't right. I said, "I'll wait for you to come out of the trees." Silence for about 10 seconds. Then the voice said, "Come on, son. It's cold. Don't make this difficult." I stepped back toward my tent. I reached in and got my bear spray and my headlamp, and I clipped the headlamp to my chest strap so both hands were free. I did not point the headlamp at the tree line. I waited. For the next 40 minutes, the voice tried variations. It used the ranger's cadence throughout, but the specific content shifted in a way that felt like improvisation, each new approach slightly different from the last, as if it were running through options. At one point it tried urgency. "There's weather coming in. I need to confirm your emergency contacts before the window closes." At another, authority. "Sir, I need you to comply with this request." At another, information. "I've got your plate number from the spur road. I'm just doing my job." Each approach was plausible. Each approach was something a real ranger might say in a genuine situation, but it didn't move. Not once in 40 minutes did I hear footsteps. Not once did I see a shape at the tree line. Not once did the voice's origin point shift. It stayed in exactly the same position, coming from approximately the same tree depth, at the same height and projection. A real person paces when they're waiting. A real person shifts position. A real person's voice reflects that movement. This voice was stationary. Precisely. deliberately stationary. The truck lights on the road below had not moved. At around 9:40 p.m., the lights started moving again, coming up the road, this time not leaving, moving toward the spur junction with the deliberate pace of a vehicle that was coming to check something. The voice said, "There he is. That's my partner coming up. You'll meet us both now." I said, "I'll wait here." The lights came up the main road, reached the spur junction, turned, started up the spur toward my camp. I stepped to the edge of the clearing to have a clear view of the spur road, and as the headlights came around the last bend and my camp went bright with real artificial light, the voice stopped, not tapered off, not finished his sentence, and stopped, cut off mid-word. One moment it was producing sound, and the next moment there was nothing from the tree line but the normal November air. The truck was a Bridger Teton National Forest unit, white with a green stripe, and the ranger who got out of it was a heavy-set man named Vasquez, who had clearly been doing maintenance rounds and had seen my camp light from the road. He was friendly, verified my permit, checked my fire equipment, asked if I'd seen anything unusual. I told him about the voice. He got a flashlight and walked the tree-line perimeter with me. No footprints in the frost anywhere on the north side of the clearing. Nothing inside the tree line that we could see. No one had walked out of those trees, because nothing had walked in to begin with. He noted it in his log. I watched him write it, a short entry in the pocket notebook he carried. He said he'd report it at the station. He did not say he'd heard anything similar, but he also didn't dismiss it. He just wrote it down. Before he left, he said something I've kept with me. He said, "Whatever it was, it left when the lights came up. That's what they do." I don't know who the "they" was in that sentence. I didn't ask. The incident is in the Bridger Teton National Forest Ranger log for that district. I filed a follow-up report at the district office on Monday morning when I drove out. The station supervisor, a woman named Oswald, took a written statement and gave me an incident number. The report classifies the event as an unexplained auditory incident in the Thane district, October 22nd. Vasquez's field note is in the same file. Here's what I've concluded from this, combined with the other incidents I know about. Whatever creates these voice events seems to require something from you. A response, a movement, a decision. It speaks to get you to do something, move toward it, open a door, approach a boundary it controls. Every account I've heard or experienced follows this pattern. It does not simply approach you. It calls you toward itself. The threshold at which it stops seems to be the point where you have real connectivity to the world outside the isolated space. A helicopter, a ranger's truck, highway traffic, another voice that you know is real because it came from a known, verifiable source. When that outside signal enters the space, whatever the effect was, stops working. So here's the rule, as plainly as I can state it. If you are alone in the backcountry and a voice in authority, a ranger, a warden, a fellow camper, anyone is calling you toward a tree line or a dark space, and you cannot visually confirm where that person actually is, do not move. Stay in the open. Ask for something verifiable, a badge number, a truck light flash, a known radio exchange. A real authority figure in a real situation can provide those things. If it adapts its story when challenged rather than proving itself, if the explanation shifts, if it has a new reason for everything, you trust the pattern more than the words. And stay where the light reaches. Wait for real headlights. Wait for a vehicle you can track and confirm. The thing in the trees chose to stop when Vasquez's lights came up the road. Not when I told it to stop. Not when I challenged it. When real light arrived from the real world and there was nothing left it could use. That's what it needed from me, to step into the dark before the light got there. I didn't. Those are all 7 accounts from this compilation. Every incident is documented, ranger logs, county sheriff reports, SAR incident files. The links to all 7 are in the description below. If you've had something similar happen, voice mimicry, entity mimicking, authority figures, things that stop at light or water or open ground, share it in the comments. We're building a pattern map, and every account matters. Subscribe and hit the bell if you want to hear the next compilation when it drops. This channel goes deep into documented encounters, things that left paper trails, things that people filed reports on, because the scariest part of most of these stories isn't what happened in the dark. It's the incident number sitting in a filing cabinet somewhere, waiting for someone to pull the file. Stay safe out there. Stay on the open ground.